Upon awakening from a dream, Luo Ji found himself transported to the DC universe, where he discovered the remarkable ability to masquerade as a deity. By weaving the legend of this god and instilling belief in the populace, he could harness the powers attributed to this divine figure. Even more intriguingly, the tumultuous nature of the DC universe could be exploited. Those vividly characterized events served as an ideal foundation for myth-making. During the Night of Owls, he could ascend as the god of owls. In the Throne of Atlantis, he could acquire dominion over oceans and storms. In the Eternal Evil, he could embody the Lord of Sin and War. Batman remarked, "I understand your reasoning, but why is your face emblazoned on the Justice League's combat suits?" Luo Ji replied, "That's a closely guarded secret." That night, a relentless downpour enveloped the city, the rain pouring down like a curtain across the heavens. "Greetings, Tech. Look who I've brought with me." Within a gray-black edifice reminiscent of medieval architecture, Luo Ji, with an arm wrapped around a life-sized plush resembling a teenage blonde girl, beamed at Jervis Tech, the Mad Hatter. The diminutive, eccentric old man adjusted his oversized hat, which was ludicrously disproportionate to his stature, and exclaimed, "Alice. You've brought Alice. Oh, thank the heavens. Quickly, bring her closer, strange stranger." "Certainly, Mr. Tech," Luo Ji said, lifting the plush and slowly approaching the Mad Hatter. "My dear Hatter, Alice has expressed her longing for you. Can you sense her affection?" "Of course. Alice and I are bound together. She is mine, all mine." As the figure of Alice drew near, Luo Ji perceived only a hastily crafted doll, while to Tech, she appeared as the living embodiment of Alice. With golden hair, delicate red lips, and those enchanting light blue eyes that reflected the world's tiniest lakes, every inch of her being was crafted to perfection. To provide Tech with an utterly immersive illusion, Luo Ji had been shadowing him for a month, lurking in the shadows perhaps at a corner or on a rooftop kissed by the chilling wind. Indeed, he had been monitoring the Mad Hatter, channeling the abilities of a lesser god of illusions, infusing magic into Tech to accomplish the second step of his grand design. Since arriving in the DC universe, he had acquired this peculiar power by fabricating a deity's legend and validating it to a certain extent. He could gain abilities proportional to the belief he garnered. The power of a lesser god of illusions was something Luo Ji had obtained months prior, having thoroughly manipulated the Gotham Cisco district, which now boasted the lowest crime rate in history, albeit with diminished occupancy. A flash of pale lightning illuminated the gloomy night, casting wild shadows upon the Mad Hatter's contorted visage as he leaped about with a giddy grin. Today's Alice was unlike any he had conjured before. Those previous incarnations held only the guise of Alice, devoid of her pure and charming essence. This new Alice, however, was a different matter entirely. A mere glance sent Tech's soul reeling, his heart racing, legs trembling, and spine quaking. Jervis Tech had fallen in love once again. "Oh, kind stranger, thank you for bringing Alice to me. What is it that you desire? Jervis shall grant your every wish." The ecstatic old man gazed upon the perfect Alice, tears of joy streaming down his face. Even his twisted and malevolent heart momentarily realigned, allowing Luo Ji to make a request. "Well, Tech, I actually have something I desire." Speak. Jervis is now the godfather at his daughter's wedding and shall not refuse any request." The Mad Hatter grasped the plush, envisioning it as his entire world. "Tech, I need to borrow your brainwave controller for a time. I have a plan, and you know that someone like me always requires peculiar tools." Releasing the plush, Luo Ji approached the window, gazing out at Gotham through the relentless rain. The biting chill filled his lungs, exhaling warm carbon dioxide. "No, that's not possible. The brainwave controller is a wicked weapon. You would surely use it for nefarious deeds. Jervis shall not permit the existence of evil." The Mad Hatter clutched Alice, retreating warily. The turn of events was unexpected. The supervillain Mad Hatter proclaimed a refusal to allow evil's existence. Taken aback, Luo Ji turned to face him. "Tech, you are a supervillain residing in Arkham, familiar with every guard. How can you suddenly voice such sentiments?" Jervis has finally found his perfect. Alice's heart has been unburdened. Now, he only wishes to return home with Alice, to marry her and savor a cup of her delicious coffee in the morning. As the Mad Hatter spoke, he paced, perspiration beading on his brow, yet a peculiar smile lingered at the corners of his mouth. "Alice is the epitome of purity. She would never allow me to commit such evil acts." Luo Ji understood now. The Mad Hatter had achieved his heart's desire and was consumed with thoughts of domestic bliss, intending to retire from his life of crime. It seemed the infusion of illusionary magic had been somewhat excessive. The situation had grown precarious, prompting Luo Ji to steady himself and resolve to execute Plan B. Tech, just as you now perceive me, I am indeed a villain, a very wicked one. With that, he retrieved a remote control from his pocket, pointing to the conspicuous red button. Do you see this button? Indeed, the one that resembles a bright red apple. Once I press it, can you imagine what might happen? What will happen? Tech's voice lowered, devoid of its former exuberance, his already stooped figure sagging further like a wilting shrimp. Boom. Luo Ji spread his arms wide, mimicking an explosion, his expression shifting to one of cold menace. Tech, I have implanted a microbomb in Alice's temple. The moment I press this button, can you envision the scene? Oh, let me clarify. Alice's head will burst like an overinflated balloon, red and white splattering across your face. Perhaps you can later adorn her with a pumpkin head as a new Halloween skin. An exquisite idea, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Jervis Tech? Luo Ji's words struck the Mad Hatter like ice picks to his vulnerable spots, causing him to shriek and rend the plush Alice to shreds. You have sullied my pure Alice. An Alice with a bomb in her head is no Alice of mine. You have ruined her. Thus you must die today at the hands of the Mad Hatter. The Mad Hatter's eyes bulged, bloodshot and wild, veins pulsating grotesquely, presenting an extraordinary spectacle. Become the puppet of the Mad Hatter. I will obliterate everything you hold dear by your own hand. You will slay your friends, your family, and your beloved. Their blood shall be the ocean of your sins, and you shall drown within it. The Mad Hatter activated the brainwave controller. Chapter 2. Jervis transforms into Logic's form. How could this happen? Why did you not heed my instructions? The Mad Hatter had maximized the power of the brainwave controller. Yet the figure before him, Logic, remained utterly unmoved, his eyes brimming with derision. Tyke, the ability to manipulate the human psyche is not yours alone. Look at Alice, the very one who has brought you such ecstasy, and behold her pure and virtuous visage. The Mad Hatter instinctively turned his head, expecting to see the bloodied Alice beside him, but was instead confronted by a heap of tattered rags and some cotton stuffing. The stark truth shattered the Mad Hatter's psychological defenses, unleashing a torrent of frenzied and unsavory associations within his mind. If he were to encounter Alice again, if he could still behold the genuine Alice, would he ever be able to trust her authenticity? Succumbing to one's desires is an effortless endeavor. Yet placing faith in rational judgment is a formidable challenge, especially for someone as thoroughly deranged as Jervis Tyke. Deep down, he understood that he could never reclaim the idealized Alice he once cherished. He found himself ensnared in a chasm of doubt, his entire world spiraling into unfathomable darkness. With a soft thud, the Mad Hatter sank to the ground, clutching his hat and weeping softly. Observing the shrunken figure of the Mad Hatter before him, Logic felt no pity. Ensnaring a supervillain in a mire of indecision would not burden him with guilt. He crouched before the Mad Hatter, reaching up to retrieve the high hat atop his head, within which lay the brainwave controller. Throughout this process, the Mad Hatter offered no resistance. Illuminated by the flashes of lightning outside, his sobbing visage resembled that of a child terrified of a stormy night. Tyke, reveal to me the usage of the brainwave controller. You must understand, there are no inherently wicked tools, only malevolent users. I assure you, I am, in fact, a good person. The Mad Hatter lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes glistening with murky tears, his lips quivering. Tyke, the true Alice certainly exists. You have stated that the pure Alice does not permit the existence of evil, and I am determined to use the brainwave controller to eradicate wickedness. Logic's tone was gentle, his eyes half closed as if soothing a child. Yet the Mad Hatter did not raise his head this time. He muttered gloomily, Alice is dead. She died long ago, and I should have realized it sooner. I sought her out later. My childhood's perfect Alice has now become an old woman. At that time, she was ironing clothes for her husband, that man who struck and berated her. I, with my own hands, used that very iron to bring about Alice's demise. The Mad Hatter was a pathological lunatic. Even as Logic endeavored to alter his thought processes with magic, the Mad Hatter remained obstinately fixed on certain fundamental issues. Tyke, I do not wish for this. What? I cannot comprehend your words. How can you resist my brainwave controller? Why have you sought me out? What is the purpose of all this? Suddenly, the Mad Hatter erupted in madness, glaring at Logic and unleashing a furious barrage of questions. Yet, the response that greeted him was not an answer, but an ever-enlarging fist. Bang! The punch was powerful and heavy, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind that collided with the Mad Hatter's face, tearing apart the left side of his visage. Dark red blood gushed forth, and a fragment of brain matter slithered through the air like a white serpent. My heavens! You've ruined my face. I can feel my brain. What have you done? How am I still alive? The Mad Hatter's pupils constricted sharply, his steps faltering, half of his brain exposed to the open air. He trembled with intense fear, his complexion as pale as a corpse that had lain dead for 3 days. However, to Logic's eyes, the Mad Hatter appeared to possess only minor abrasions on the left side of his face, with fine beads of blood oozing out. After a month of relentless pursuit, the magic of the junior god of illusions had eroded much of the Mad Hatter's mental realm, allowing Logic to conjure such a vivid illusion. He retrieved an inflatable toy hammer from behind him, not granting the Mad Hatter a moment's respite, and charged forth with a cheerful grin. In the eyes of the Mad Hatter, Logic's face twisted into a demonic visage, a horrifying demon that would not even manifest in the most shattered dreams of the most deranged lunatics. As for the toy hammer, it transformed into a blood-soaked mallet, with countless vengeful spirits howling upon it. The ensuing scene depicted Logic wielding the toy hammer, circling the Mad Hatter, striking down in a flurry of blows. The spectacle appearing remarkably harmonious, reminiscent of playful children frolicking in a park. Yet, for the Mad Hatter, he had descended into the abyss of despair. The inhumane psychological torment persisted for an indeterminate duration, leading the Mad Hatter to complete collapse. He knelt upon the ground, eyes vacant, drool trickling from his lips, as if Logic had thoroughly unraveled him. Having successfully acquired the method to utilize the brainwave controller, he donned a tall hat and departed from the somber gray building, vanishing into the rainy night with a few swift movements. Meanwhile, in Gotham's Diamond District, the wealthiest denizens of the city resided here, where the dark rain mingled with vibrant neon lights. Puddles on the pavement were pressed and splashed by the passing vehicles, drenching a well-dressed, affluent gentleman. Damn this weather, he muttered with a scowl, casting a fierce glance at the departing car before turning to enter a high-rise building. The once tumultuous sound of rain abruptly fell silent, and the corridor was eerily quiet. He coughed softly and stepped into the elevator. For reasons unknown, Harrison Shirei felt an unsettling air about the day. Perhaps it was the rain causing his joints to ache, or the peculiar gaze of the attendant, or perhaps he was simply being overly paranoid. Harrison hoped for the latter, as his plans had reached a critical juncture. This meeting could yield substantial benefits, allowing him to ascend to a new echelon. The elevator halted at the 13th floor, and Harrison strode into the office where his newly acquired friend David awaited him. If all went according to plan, an unexpected twist was poised to unfold. The door creaked open with ease, revealing a scene that sent chills down Harrison's spine. His heart raced uncontrollably, his mouth opened and then snapped shut tightly, as his fragile inner self plummeted into an abyss of despair. Just yesterday, he had been sharing laughter and toasting with a dear friend at a warm dinner. Yet now, that very friend lay slumped in his office chair, limbs grotesquely contorted, a dagger protruding from his forehead, blood gushing forth. The warm blood spread across David's tattered body like a macabre tapestry, causing a tumultuous churn in Harrison's stomach, as if a rod had been thrust into his gut and was being frantically stirred. A colossal sense of danger loomed in Harrison's mind, and the instinct for survival compelled him to suppress his urge to vomit, prompting him to make a desperate attempt to flee. Bam! In his panicked flight, Harrison collided with a towering figure. Before he could utter a curse, the figure spoke first. Harrison Shale, the Court of Owls has sentenced you to death. Chapter 3. The Lesser God of Owl's Wayne Manor. After a long day battling malevolence, Batman shed his armor, washed up, and donned his pajamas, massaging his aching shoulders. He sat on the edge of his bed like an ordinary man. His cold, piercing eyes were ensnared by sleepiness, his eyelids growing heavier as the shadows before him flickered with the visages of villains and the innocent citizens they tormented. The cruel laughter and the wails of the dying echoed in his mind, and Bruce could not recall when he slipped into slumber. In his dream, he found himself sitting upright in a world drenched in blood and tears, where the acrid scent of sulfur and flames made him cough involuntarily. Bruce trudged through the stifling hot winds, the city engulfed in flames, citizens being mercilessly slaughtered by figures clad in owl-themed armor, blood spraying forth, vaporizing in the air into a foul mist. His body felt unbearably heavy, lacking even the strength to lift a batarang. With each step, his heart sank further. The serpent of despair coiled tightly around Bruce's legs, causing him to kneel, devoid of will to fight. At that moment, a colossal owlman, towering 100 meters high, emerged alongside the heavens. Rebellious followers, the day of judgment has arrived. The resounding voice shattered the silence as Gotham trembled to welcome its new deity. The armored figures slaughtering the citizens crumpled to the ground, disintegrating into dust amidst a buzz, leaving only a cloud of debris. The surviving citizens gazed up at the towering god of owls, tears of gratitude streaming down their faces. The dream abruptly ended, and Bruce jolted awake, greedily inhaling the fresh air. The preceding nightmare had felt so vivid, reminding him of the widely circulated urban legend of the Court of Owls in Gotham City. However, Bruce himself did not believe in such tales. He had investigated this phenomenon in his youth, even becoming trapped in an empty house for 7 days as a consequence. After suffering greatly, Bruce became convinced that the Court of Owls was merely a figment of imagination. Yet soon, he would witness the few errors he had made. Gotham City Broadcasting Television Station, utilizing the Mad Hatter's brainwave controller and broadcasting system, alongside Logic's own illusionary powers, he successfully broadcasted illusions to a significant portion of Gotham, allowing them to glimpse the myths he had woven within their dreams. Each dream bore a resemblance to the other, morphing according to the subconscious of the individual, thereby crafting a more resonant dreamscape. Those with more sensitive spirits and easily stirred emotions regarded these dreams as prophetic visions, providing Logic with an unending stream of faith. As dawn approached, the sky donned a grayish hue, and the air still hung heavy with the dust of yesterday. Yet new vitality surged within it. Logic found himself immersed in this peculiar dichotomy, quietly attuned to the faith coursing through him. Successfully woven the foundational myth of the God of Owls, gained the novice powers of the God of Owls, enhanced visual and auditory capabilities, increased physical strength and agility, and acquired transformation ability. Current authority held: Novice God of Illusions, 0500, Novice God of Owls, 0500. Remaining faith, 355. The illusionary broadcast harvested a considerable amount of faith. Logic clenched his fist, momentarily assessing his current strength, and in the next moment, he leapt from the television tower. Gravity pulled him towards the ground. With the howling wind rushing past his ears, the air relentlessly colliding with his body. At such heights, even with enhanced physicality, a fall to the earth would be akin to a watermelon bursting open. Come forth and recount your sins. Time seemed to freeze, the turbulent air calming into a serene flow, everything unfolding as if in slow motion from a film. Logic's back sprouted spines, flesh and feathers burgeoning freely, and a pair of pristine white wings unfurled like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. His pupils shimmered with a golden light, exuding an undeniable majesty against the backdrop of dawn, though he could only transform into an owl. The versatility of his transformation ability led Logic to choose not to become an owlman, but merely to manifest a pair of white wings and dawn golden irises. With wings pure as snow, he flapped vigorously, lifting himself into the air just before his legs could meet the ground. He gazed out over the entire city. The great yellow sun ascended slowly, and as Logic beheld the radiant light pouring forth from the sun, he couldn't help but think of the lad still tilling the fields on a farm in Smallville, Kansas. Perhaps he had already arrived in Metropolis, though he couldn't recall seeing Clark Kent's name in the Planet Daily. Pondering this, Logic resolved to venture to Metropolis once he completed this round of faith harvesting related to owls, hoping to encounter the illustrious figure of the Man of Steel. With another couple of flaps of his wings, he descended to the ground and entered a nearby restaurant. Seated by the window was a plump little Freud Laden, his table adorned with nothing but a glass of ice water, the cubes overflowing from a brim. The cold-hearted assassin believed that an abundance of ice was essential. Loudon, in his ennui, chewed on ice cubes while waiting for his employer's arrival. "A death shot, my old friend. It's been quite some time." Logic tucked away his wings and smiled as he settled down before Loudon. In preparation for their forthcoming endeavor, he had reached out to this mercenary a few days prior. Little Freud Loudon, known as Death Shot, the most accurate marksman on Earth, had achieved a state of perfect harmony between man and gun. His notable achievements included a confrontation with the bell ringer, and it appeared he had emerged unscathed. Thus, his prowess was unquestionable. After all, the Bellringer had once faced off against the Justice League, making Deathshot, by extension, a contender against them as well. Logic, although the last mission drained you. I hear you have risen once more. I truly did not misjudge you. Loudon gave Logic a thumbs up, sipping his ice water through a straw, while Logic mirrored him with a glass of ice water of his own. It goes without saying, were it not for your exceptional skills and your formidable prowess in gunplay, I would hardly dare to invest such a substantial sum in your services. Nevertheless, it is fortunate that it always proves to be worth every penny. Ha ha ha, Logic, you flatter me. Not at all. The two exchanged playful banter and clinked their glasses together, indulging in a hearty bout of mutual flattery before shifting to the matter at hand. Now let us discuss this mission, the details you withheld during our phone conversation. You know, information is paramount for an assassination endeavor. Loudon's expression turned serious as he ceased his jovial demeanor. Of course, Logic acquiesced, glancing around before retrieving a form-fitting leather suit from his bag. It was a bodysuit adorned with an owl atop the head and feathers on its limbs. What is the meaning of this, Logic? This is your combat attire, Loudon. Deathshot does not require combat attire. The employer insists that you do. Logic's tone was resolute, prompting Loudon to ponder, lowering his gaze, crossing his arms, and then, with a grave and righteous demeanor, declared, then the price must increase. Chapter 4. Gotham is wonderful, but I shall not return in the heart of Gotham City. The dusky sky was studded with fading stars, and the autumn sun set like a melting gold ingot, casting a cold gilding upon Logic and Deathshot. They stood atop a relatively short building, gazing at a towering, cylindrical skyscraper that pierced the clouds. This is the first time we are executing a mission together, Logic. You should have more confidence in me, Deathshot remarked, gesturing toward his eyes, wearing an expression that conveyed assurance in his capabilities. Are you certain that fellow is to be assassinated? We have been surveilling him for 2 days. Rest assured, Corey Peterson is not only one of Gotham's prominent figures, but also has intricate ties to the Romans. Such individuals, straddling both the light and dark, are often the most susceptible to demise. Logic stretched at the edge of the rooftop, glancing sideways at Deathshot, who was currently adjusting his owl-themed combat suit, tugging at his shoulders and scratching his thigh. The combat suit is adorned with a three-dimensional image of an owl, featuring a zipper that extends to the top of the head. The face is equipped with 2 transparent membranes that serve as eyes, while the limbs are embellished with authentic owl feathers. Loudon resembles a humanoid, oversized owl, humorously complemented by a pink parachute bag on his back, which at least elicits amusement from Logic. Although the combat suit transforms the stoic Death Shooter into a comical figure, its high recognizability is paramount. During the ensuing battle, Logic can employ the powers of the illusion god to make bystanders believe that this is a divine envoy of the owl god. Most importantly, the combat suit has been enchanted by Logic, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. While it may not surpass Loudon's original armor, it is notably lightweight. Based on the information you provided, this target named Claw is nearly invincible and exceedingly troublesome. So what is your ability? I do not wish for anyone to be a liability during combat. Well, my ability is that my hands can emit light, Logic replied, extending his hand before Loudon. In the next moment, a humming sound resonated as magical energy coalesced in his palm, radiating a soft lavender glow. Logic, be serious. We are a team, Death Shooter asserted gravely, yet Logic could not help but chuckle at his pink backpack. Although he had not perused Death Shooter's personal publications, he had glimpsed the comics of a Suicide Squad. Such seemingly cold and unyielding characters often conceal a more fervent side, and with a little exploration, one could uncover new realms. Rest assured, Loudon, I understand you are a proud wolf, but perhaps I am an alligator. The death roll will only be revealed after I seize my prey. That is best, Death Shooter replied coolly. Bang! A pale lightning bolt streaked across the sky, as the white serpent swam in the celestial pool of deep space. The shimmering sky had unknowingly succumbed to encroaching dark clouds, with flashes of lightning accumulating within, and raindrops began to fall. The 2 men wore solemn expressions, gazing at the figure in the distant high-rise. The cold wind, mingled with fine rain, whipped against their faces. Yet Claw had yet to make an appearance. As the winds intensified, the rain poured down like a deluge from the heavens, a curtain of rain continually washing over the world, and still Claw did not show. Hey, Regardless of what you're contemplating, whether to continue cosplaying at this wishing stone or something else, I genuinely want to return home for a warm cup of coffee, Death Shooter began. But before he could finish, the red tactical glasses hidden beneath the owl suit finally locked on a Claw's figure. His tone shifted slightly. Good heavens, the coffee plan is dashed. The target has appeared. Claw finally emerged, and without hesitation, the two men retrieved the two gliders stationed on the rooftop, assuming their positions and gauging the wind direction before launching themselves toward the assassin on the 13th floor. Do not inquire about the origin of the gliders. Simply know they were generously sponsored by the Mad Hatter. With a crash, as a seasoned mercenary, Death Shooter expertly maneuvered the glider, shattering the outer glass with brute force before performing a series of elegant flips and landing gracefully. The situation for Logic was markedly different. He opted not to utilize wings, instead seeking to experiment with a glider. After shattering the glass into a myriad of fragments, the aircraft maintained its momentum, unleashing its formidable energy upon the unfortunate Corapitisan. The explosion of glass, illuminated by the warm glow of the interior lights, shimmered like countless miniature suns in a frenzied display. And this surreal scene was the last image Corapitisan beheld in his life. The back of his head suffered a crushing blow from the fuselage, creating a concave indentation, while his spinal column in the nape was brutally fractured, causing the tangled blood vessels to rupture and spurt forth like a burst fire hydrant. Corapitisan's phone tumbled on a Logic, who coughed twice and used his magical power to evaporate the blood splattered across his face, instinctively reaching to retrieve the device. The phone, engaged in a video conference, displayed Falcone, the Roman overlord of Gotham, whose expression had frozen in disbelief. A cigar lingered suspended in the air, caught between his lips, unsure whether to be consumed or recently withdrawn. The oversized cigar exhaled a plume of smoke that obscured Falcone's capricious and somewhat aged visage, while his subordinates stood in a stupor. What on earth had transpired? Where was the jovial Corapitisan, who had moments ago been sharing laughter with Falcone? The man who had plunged hundreds in Gotham into unemployment? Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into a heavy silence, abruptly shattered by the gunfire of the death marksman, which punctured the momentary stillness. Logic coughed once more, eschewing further explanations, and ended the video call. How delightful it was! In the few months since his arrival in the picturesque and enchanting Gotham, he had already eliminated one of Falcone's subordinates. Logic mused that he would never return. Surely, he had secured a place on the lengthy assassination list of his adversaries. Yet, a thought struck him. It seemed he was about to provoke the formidable Owlcord, even more daunting than the Romans. With that contemplation, a wave of relief washed over him, his pupils transforming to a golden hue as he moved with swiftness, witnessing the fierce clash between the death marksman and the clawed assailant slow before his eyes. With a piercing sound, bones penetrated flesh. Logic unleashed 3 eagle talons from the bones of his hands, stepping forward without hesitation to provide support. Wolverine was next door. He would consider his own prowess a tribute. Be careful not to perish, the death marksman remarked, firing his wrist-mounted pistol with precision while addressing Logic as he charged into the fray. His concern was not for his employer, but rather the completion of the mission and the subsequent reward, as he had a daughter to support, which rendered him both more human and ruthlessly cold. Without further ado, Logic raised both hands, 6 eagle talons crashing through the air, enveloped in a fierce wind as they clutched the assailant's chest, forcibly tearing away a section of muscle. Blood and chunks of flesh soared through the air, and Logic, undeterred, shifted his form once more, his right hand extending forward like a cannonball, the protruding bone spikes embedding deeply into the assailant's neck. In a moment, blood flowed like a river. Chapter 5. It is he, Batman. The Claw, trained in the Owlcord, possessed formidable skills and agility. However, after enduring the precise and relentless shots from the Death Shooter, he found himself utterly exhausted, his strength depleted, and thus fell prey to Logic's cunning. The sharp eagle claws, which he wielded with impeccable finesse, formed an impenetrable net that ensnared the Claw, now rendered powerless and huddled in a corner, helplessly enduring the assault. Flesh was torn asunder. Blood mingled with shattered bones, transforming Corey Peterson's office into a crimson realm, reminiscent of the infernal abyss. The Death Shooter, observing this grotesque scene of brutality, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His employer's actions seemed excessively harsh, leaving the mercenary, who had been merely spectating, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Logic's prowess was evident. It was clear he required no assistance to accomplish his objectives. Yet what was the task? To protect the assassinated Corey Peterson? But hadn't this individual met his demise at the onset of the mission? Indeed, at the hands of Logic himself? Was the task merely to subdue the Claw? Perhaps, for this seemingly immortal creature held significant research value. It was conceivable that the employer harbored sinister intentions, desiring to capture this hapless Claw for experimentation. Thus, the inquiry circled back to the beginning. If Logic could accomplish the mission without his aid, what was the purpose of his substantial fee? A conspiracy? This was the sole explanation. A grand scheme must be unfolding behind the scenes. With years of experience in the mercenary world, entangled with various factions, he might have unwittingly become a pawn in some grandmaster's game. The Death Shooter had no intention of becoming a mere piece on the board. His modus operandi was to complete the task, receive payment, and depart without a trace. The situation had grown increasingly complex. The more the Death Shooter pondered, the more apprehensive he became. He glanced at Logic, now drenched in blood and resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, and felt a chill run down his spine. Clearing his throat, he took a couple of steps back. The cold wind of Gotham's autumn night howled through the shattered window, chilling him to the bone, yet he maintained an air of composure. He had brought a parachute. If events unfolded as he feared, he could always leap to safety. Meanwhile, Logic remained oblivious to the elaborate conspiracy the Death Shooter was concocting in his mind. He was simply exhilarated. A newfound power demanded to be unleashed fully to master it. Initially, Logic planned to draw the battlefield to the street below, delivering punishing blows to the Claw, while simultaneously utilizing the powers of the God of Illusions to harvest waves of belief energy. However, once the battle commenced, he forgot his strategy, for the Claw served as an exceptionally suitable target for honing his skills. When he struck off its head, it merely picked it up and reattached it, as effortlessly as twisting a light bulb. He severed the creature's arm, and in a remarkable display of resilience, it reattached the severed limb with a mere twist, as if it were a Lego toy. Such impeccable dexterity in this training dummy was something that Logic held dear. After defeating it dozens of times, he felt he had fully grasped the robust physique bestowed by the lesser deity of owls, and thus decided to grant it a swift end. He produced a freezing grenade, generously sponsored by the Mad Hatter. Just before pulling the pin, the disheveled Claw on the ground mumbled, "Ah, the Owl Court will not spare you. You have no idea what kind of entity you have provoked. We are akin to the Hydra of Greek mythology. Sever one of our heads, and two shall grow in its stead. Kill me, and you shall find yourself ensnared in an endless pursuit." As he observed the Claw beneath him beginning to revive, its words becoming increasingly coherent, Logic chose not to engage in further dialogue. He pulled the pin and fed it a taste of the icy grenade. A resounding explosion echoed, reminiscent of shattering ice. As Logic nimbly retreated to a safe position, within the creature flowed a mixture of amber gold and inferior divine liquor. If he could extract it, it would enhance the followers he might later choose, making his future myth-weaving significantly easier. Initially uncertain of the creature's strength, having seen its formidable prowess in comics, Logic opted for caution and summoned a backup, the Death Shooter. After all, the hiring fee was generously covered by the Mad Hatter, so there was no remorse in spending it. The freezing grenade immobilized the Claw's body, and the shockwave sent dust swirling throughout the office. Logic called the Death Shooter, standing beside the window as he waved his hand to disperse the dust. Just as he began to speak, his demeanor abruptly shifted. "Damn it, someone is coming. There's a figure in the dust." His words flowed rapidly as his red tactical goggles, hidden beneath the owl suit, pierced through the haze, revealing a silhouette. In his lenses, the figure appeared robust, with a swirling shadow behind and two peculiar ears protruding from its head. It was Batman. The Death Shooter shouted, hastily retreating towards Logic, arms raised and muscles taut, momentarily panting. Observing the slightly flustered Death Shooter, Logic cast a subtly significant glance his way. Noticing the odd expression, the Death Shooter squinted and cleared his throat awkwardly. "Ahem, Batman is here, or rather, it would be strange if he weren't. Perhaps he will deal with the grotesque Claw atop Corey Peterson's corpse." Logic nodded, as the dust within the room was swept away by Gotham's night breeze, revealing the imposing figure of the Batman, also known as the Dark Knight, roams the shadows of Gotham as a specter of justice, an enforcer of vigilante law. Whenever crime erupts in this city of sin, Batman is always there to intervene, rescuing innocent citizens from the clutches of malevolent villains. Leaving behind a solitary silhouette against the darkened backdrop, he is the Knight of the Night, galloping across the plains of his inner self on a steed of black flame, instilling fear in the hearts of Gotham's criminals. At this moment, the Batman, with only his chin exposed, glanced at the pair standing obediently together, resembling schoolchildren chastised by a teacher named Logic and Deathstroke. He then approached the prostrate form of Collop Peterson. "What transpired here?" Batman inquired, his voice a low, gravelly murmur, as if a desert resided within his throat. "It was him," Logic declared, pointing a finger at the corner where the frozen, bloodied claws lay, adamant in his assertion. Batman remained silent, casting a sidelong glance at the pitiful frozen claws, his expression one of skepticism. "Indeed, it was he who did this. This fellow stole our glider and, in a tragic accident, ended the life of Collop Peterson," Deathstroke chimed in. As soon as he finished speaking, Logic nodded, his demeanor unwavering as he continued. "I am not even certain what this thing is, but many have fallen victim to his assassinations recently. With great power comes great responsibility. As exemplary citizens of Gotham, it is our duty to punish such malevolent forces. Batman, no need for thanks." His tone was righteous, his gaze resolute, and, as he spoke, he seemed to stand even taller, while Deathstroke, eager to avoid Batman's ire, straightened his posture as well. For a brief moment, the entire office seemed to be illuminated by the righteous light radiated by the two. "Batman, we're the newly emerged superhero team, the Justice League," Logic proclaimed, patting Deathstroke on the shoulder, who, understanding the cue, nodded in agreement. However, in Batman's eyes, the scene presented a stark contrast. The walls of the office were drenched in blood, an estimated quantity sufficient for 5 or 6 individuals, leading Batman to suspect that other corpses were concealed by the two before him. Moreover, the appearances of Logic and Deathstroke were alarming. One was splattered in blood, his smile devoid of any noble light, resembling a deranged serial killer, as if he had just escaped from Arkham. "I will ensure you are apprehended shortly." The other, a more formidable presence, donned a grotesquely proportioned owl suit, with feathers fluttering and an owl emblem that appeared as if obscured by mosaic. "Could you not have made it clearer?" Batman suppressed his desire to express his disdain, mindful that his persona as the nemesis of evil must remain intact. He then forced a cold chuckle, followed by a deliberate articulation. "Logic, active in Gotham for several months, a master manipulator of minds, likely possessing the ability to conjure illusions. With no records of his past life, as if he had just been born into this world." It is evident that Batman, true to his nature, eloquently recounted the various activities Logic had engaged in over the past few months to ascend to the status of a novice god of illusion. Luo Ji listened intently, his expression as still as water. Just as the other party was about to divulge trivialities, such as his preferred sock style during combat or his favorite flavor of chips, he swiftly interjected, "Hold on, Batman, that's enough. I acknowledge your familiarity with me, but are you acquainted with my companion here? He is a favorite of the Owl God and possesses the strength to send you flying with a mere swipe." Ignoring the eye roll from Deathshot, Luo Ji decisively sold out his ally, subsequently channeling his magical energy to circulate around his body. Batman, on the opposing side, seemed to revel in this sensation. He relished in exposing what his adversaries believed to be well-hidden tracks, creating an atmosphere of having seen through their very essence. This would bestow upon Batman an imposing presence, precisely what he desired. "Little Freud Laudon, Deathshot, mercenary, sharpshooter, months ago you collaborated with Luo Ji." Deathshot, although clad in a costume reminiscent of Batman's, momentarily found himself at a loss for words after examining the owl-skin suit adorning his opponent. After reflecting for a brief moment, he continued, "Though obscured by this peculiar attire, I recognize your voice, and I remember all of yours." Batman, a man of profound suspicion, trusted very few outside of his loyal butler Alfred, and even among his Justice League allies, he maintained contingency plans for each individual. Given the current circumstances, it was in line with his usual approach to subdue Luo Ji and Deathshot, interrogating them mercilessly to extract the truth. As Batman's words hung in the air, the office fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the howling wind outside through the shattered window. The three individuals present understood that an imminent battle was unavoidable and that the moment had arrived. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced apart filled the room as Batman shattered the silence, retreating swiftly while simultaneously launching two pitch-black bat-shaped shurikens. The sharp projectiles sliced through the air, whirling towards the faces of the two adversaries. Luo Ji executed a skilled roll, narrowly evading the attack. Meanwhile, Deathshot drew his blade, attempting to deflect the shurikens back toward Batman. "Loud on, do not perform tricks in front of Batman," Luo Ji exclaimed urgently, but it was too late. Deathshot had already unsheathed his knife. The tremendous force conveying through the hilt left him no time to retract and evade. He could only follow through with his downward strike. As the bat-shaped shuriken collided with the blade, a resounding clash echoed, and the two forward spikes of the shuriken emitted a cloud of tear gas that rapidly advanced toward Deathshot's face. Yet, with a mere wave of his hand, Deathshot dispersed the gas, his owlskin suit's zipper pulled up to his crown, effectively shielding him from the noxious fumes. Meanwhile, Luo Ji, having just called out, launched an attack from the side, his leg muscles taut, as three pale talons extended from above his knuckles. At this moment, Batman's expression was ashen. His surprise attack had faltered. He shifted his form and cast a glance at the approaching Logic, secretly noting the opponent's lack of finesse. With a swift crouch, he evaded the incoming strike, and in the next instant his right arm swelled with muscle, delivering a punch that loomed larger in Logic's vision, akin to a cannonball being fired. This was dire. Batman epitomized the pinnacle of human strength. Although Logic's enhanced physique could withstand such a blow without grave consequence, the eyes of all were upon them. He could not afford to be the first to fall in this three-way fray. As his mind raced, Logic resolved to employ his most trusted and well-practiced skill, the lazy donkey roll. Batman's fist, as dark as Gotham's nocturnal skies, grazed past Logic's face, leaving behind a slender trace of crimson upon his cheek. The assault was once again evaded, and Batman, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of punches, all of which were deftly dodged by Logic at remarkably acute angles, merely brushing against the edges of his form. Within him, Bateman felt a sense of incredulity. How had this fellow acquired such exceptional dodging prowess? Thanks to the rudimentary abilities bestowed by the Owl God, Logic perceived Batman's movements as significantly slowed. Yet it was still insufficient. Evading those successive blows had stretched his limits. After delivering his final punch, Batman swung his right hand horizontally towards Deathstroke, launching three bat-shaped shurikens that cleaved a path through the air, colliding with the bullets fired by Deathstroke in the next heartbeat. Boom! A fiery explosion erupted, the bat-shaped projectiles imbued with explosive properties sending shockwaves that destabilized Deathstroke, causing him to stagger twice. Seizing the moment, Batman deployed a gas grenade and charged towards Deathstroke with unrelenting ferocity. Chapter 7. Batman smiles in the dismal office of Corey Peterson, the massive floor-to-ceiling window laying nearly shattered. Cold winds pouring in as freezing rain cascaded down. This night, Gotham appeared to be stirred into a frenzy by the presence of the three combatants. At this juncture, Batman moved with remarkable swiftness. His leg muscles bulged as he propelled himself across the floor with a series of rapid strides, arriving before Deathstroke. His cape billowed in the tempest, spreading outwards in Deathstroke's vision until it enveloped his entire field of sight. Like a mountain collapsing, like the sea pouring forth. Once Deathstroke steadied himself, realizing evasion was futile, he hastily raised his arms to shield himself. Bang! The immense force of human potential surged through Deathstroke's limbs, propelling him backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against the wall and kicking up a cloud of dust. Coughing, that damn bastard! Though clad in armor and an enchanted owl-skin suit, enduring Batman's full force, strike left him feeling quite unwell, a heaviness settling in his chest. After landing his blow, Batman granted Deathstroke no respite, mercilessly hurling three more gas grenades towards Logic before shifting his footing, his form becoming spectral, launching himself towards Deathstroke like a dark missile. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye, as Batman's unparalleled combat skills left Deadshot in disarray. The assassin, adept at long-range attacks, found himself unable to fully unleash his prowess within the confines of the office. Although in this era, Those skilled in range combat had undergone significant evolution, such as the neighboring sorcerer who could dispatch a muscle-bound warrior with mere punches after discarding his staff. Evidently, Deadshot's muscle mass paled in comparison to Batman's formidable might. The massive black fist descended like rain, and while Deadshot initially managed to absorb a few blows and trade a couple of techniques, one delayed reaction cost him dearly. The sound of impactful strikes echoed as Batman relentlessly bombarded Deadshot's face with powerful punches, all while keeping a vigilant eye on the condition of Logic behind him. At that moment, Logic lay on the ground, curled up and racked with violent coughs, tears streaming from his eyes as he appeared utterly devoid of fighting spirit. However, who was Batman? A man who had once constructed countless satellites to surveil the entire globe. His suspicion knew no bounds. Hence, he slightly moderated the ferocity of his assault on Deadshot, promptly hurling 3 gas canisters in Logic's direction. Logic was certainly not incapacitated by those mere canisters. The magical energy enveloping his body effectively repelled the gas. He was merely biding his time, waiting for the world's most cautious man to reveal a vulnerability, poised to strike decisively. As Logic calculated his next move, he observed the imminent transformation of Deadshot into a battered visage. Meanwhile, Batman, having thrown the gas canisters, redirected his focus back to Logic, believing that one more punch would extinguish any remaining resolve in his opponent. With this thought in mind, Batman did not hesitate. He lifted his right fist to deliver a powerful final blow. An opportunity. Logic raised his hand, aiming for the exposed back of Batman, unleashing a swift strike that shot forth like an eagle's talon. The sound of slicing air erupted as it surged towards Batman's vulnerable flank, cleaving a vacuum path through the surrounding atmosphere, which was subsequently filled with a rush of air, resulting in a cacophony of frictional explosions. This sound was particularly jarring to Batman's ears, triggering alarm bells in his mind. His human reflexes, honed to perfection, enabled him to quickly evade to the side. Yet, the eagle's talon pierced Batman's right shoulder, abruptly halting the momentum of his concluding punch directed at Logic, leaving him unable to fully evade the fierce assault from behind. The pallid claw penetrated his suit and impaled his shoulder, and as Batman gazed at the pale talon protruding from his flesh, his expression darkened, as if he were on the verge of tears, although their expressions were concealed beneath their masks. Logic discerned a flicker of anger emanating from the angular chin of his adversary. Rising from the gas-laden haze, he clapped his hands and adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Addressing Batman, both Lawton and I are truly innocent. This is a meaningless conflict. Do you not yet comprehend? Even if we are not friends, our enemy remains the same, the Court of Owls. We should unite. Before Logic could complete his thought, Batman interjected, "Unite with those who have been driven mad by your illusions." As he spoke, he dislodged the bloodied talons from his shoulder. Perhaps it is indeed so. Perhaps you are right, but I must verify that for myself. Almost instantaneously upon finishing his statement, Batman launched his next attack, the talons still suspended in midair. Clang! The sound of metal colliding with bone resonated sharply as Logic crossed 5 talons defensively against his chest, while Batman pressed his armored arms down with relentless force. A tremendous power surged through Logic, as if every cell in his body was screaming for energy to counter this terrifying force. Sparks flew as Logic fixed his gaze upon the pale lenses of Batman's mask, gritting his teeth. They are criminals. I will not repent for inadvertently driving those heinous beings to madness. And, importantly, they are merely mad, much like those in Arkham, yet they still cling to life. Batman, is this not your modus operandi? At this juncture, Logic felt, perhaps erroneously, that Batman's strength had intensified. Damn it, you are exceedingly obstinate. Lawton, stop dawdling. Come and assist me. No sooner had Logic uttered these words than Batman sensed a shift, the hairs on the back of his neck standing on end. He immediately withdrew his arms, thrusting his legs to the right while launching 3 blades from his gauntlet to the left. The blades were effortlessly parried by Deadshot, who had rushed in to provide support, raising his long knife, his eyes blazing with rage, suppressing a surge of pent-up fury. Lawton, having long since abandoned any concern for the mission, was a seasoned warrior accustomed to the taste of defeat. Yet he had never before been physically reduced to a state resembling that of a pig's head. Deadshot roared, the glinting blade reflecting in Batman's eyes, a strike infused with all his humiliation and anger, a blow he was determined to land. With a deft maneuver, Batman evaded the blade at an almost surreal angle, seizing Lawton's right hand with a resounding clap. Then, disregarding Lawton's astonishment, he grasped Logic's hand, which had been captivated by Lawton's grotesque form. Uncertain if it was merely his imagination, both men seemed to perceive a smile upon Batman's visage. Zzz. Blue electricity crackled visibly from Batman's gauntlets, writhing restlessly, coursing towards Logic and Lawton's bodies. Crackle. Chapter 8. Let us go hiking together. A surge of electricity coursed through the air, and both individuals simultaneously exhaled a plume of black smoke, their limbs trembling uncontrollably. The situation was somewhat bearable for Logic, as a protective layer of magical energy enveloped his body, mitigating some of the electric current's harmful effects. However, the circumstances were far less favorable for the Death Shooter. Although the enchanted owlskin suit provided protection against wind, fire, and piercing attacks, it was not insulated. Caught off guard by Batman's sudden assault, Laotan was jolted by the electricity, his body convulsing in disarray, his gaze vacant. The Death Shooter stammered, his form swaying erratically, accompanied by the vibrant, dazzling skyline of Gotham visible through the window, resembling a bizarre dance of unknown origin. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the window shattered. Blood flowed from the melting ice blocks scattered across the floor, and as Laotan slipped beneath his feet, his body fell backward without hesitation, plummeting toward the ground in a backward arc. Realizing the impending danger, Logic swiftly darted to the window. Lying prone on the floor as he shouted to the Death Shooter, "Laotan, deploy your parachute." Meanwhile, Batman rushed over, equally anxious. Despite having just delivered a fierce beating to Laotan, he was resolute in his desire for the man to survive. His code against killing was an unwavering principle, the very foundation of his vigilante justice. Down below, Laotan remained unresponsive. As a seasoned mercenary, the thrill of the fall jolted him back to lucidity. Maintaining his composure, he pulled the parachute cord from the pink backpack, strapped to his back. With a resounding pop, the backpack opened, revealing several baguettes that floated gracefully into view. "Bread? Where's my parachute?" In that instant, the Death Shooter, Batman, and Logic seemed frozen in shock, their eyes fixated on the elegantly spiraling baguettes suspended in midair, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Their gazes converged, and they recognized the shared astonishment on one another's faces. Almost instinctively, Logic and Batman turned to face each other, their eyes locking in mutual understanding. In that moment, gazing into Batman's eyes, Logic was struck by a peculiar thought. It was as if Laotan, falling from the sky, was the true villain, while he and Batman were noble knights, poised to vanquish the Dark Overlord and then head to the Elven Tavern for a feast. This absurd notion sent a shiver down his spine, prompting him to shake his head and refocus on the present. Time resumed its course, and the rush of wind, accompanied by the rapidly approaching ground, sent a wave of panic through the Death Shooter. He could no longer maintain his composure. The restraint typical of a top-tier mercenary had shattered. "WTF? Logic, oh my God!" he exclaimed, staring at the descending baguettes, his face etched with frustration. The Death Shooter had mistakenly grabbed his Peppa Pig backpack, which contained his lunch. The sheep-themed backpack was supposed to be the parachute. Just as he prepared to leap into action to save the screaming Laotan, Batman moved even faster, drawing his grappling gun from his side. In the next moment, with a soft thud, a rope with a hook zipped toward the Death Shooter. The curved grappling hook, reminiscent of a dragon's claw, pierced through the backpack of Laotan, ensnaring him tightly and causing him to swing precariously a dozen meters above the ground, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The scene shifted to Logic, who observed Batman crouched on the ground, poised to retract the rope. He recognized this as an opportune moment to draw the battlefield to the ground. Once there, he could summon the powers of the God of Illusions, leveraging the abilities of both the Wayne and Laodan to elevate the prowess of the novice owl god to an intermediate level. With this thought in mind, Logic approached the Dark Knight stealthily. "Batman?" Upon hearing the voice behind him, Batman's instincts flared, and his mind raced with danger signals. In his eagerness to rescue Deadshot, he had overlooked the vigilant Logic at his side. Before he could react, Logic's hands were already upon him. "Shall we climb a mountain together?" With a sudden shove, Batman lost his footing and, like Laodan before him, began to plummet, managing only to cast an accusatory glance at Logic. It was all Deadshot's fault. Had it not been for his excessive weight, Batman's grappling gun could have retrieved him in an instant, and he would not have found himself descending through the chilling winds of Gotham. Indeed, it was all Deadshot's fault. Though momentarily flustered, Deadshot quickly regained his composure, charging his cape midair. As the cape hardened, he glided gracefully, while Deadshot swung beneath him like a yo-yo. Logic must have seized this opportunity to escape. He thought with frustration. There were still so many questions left unanswered. Batman selected a rooftop for his landing, pondering why he had not leapt down to save Laudon, but instead foolishly lingered to assist. He feared Logic might exploit the distraction to flee. The opponent's movements were as erratic as the Joker's, leaving Batman with no choice but to seek answers from him. Growing increasingly impatient, he gazed at Laudon, suspended from the grappling gun, with disdain. Just a few meters from the rooftop, he severed the magnetic grip between the rope and the hook, sending Deadshot crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. Ah, how much better that felt. Ceasing the charge to his cape, Batman landed and crouched briefly to absorb the impact, then made his way toward the fallen Deadshot, who lay questioning his existence. Just as Batman prepared to continue his interrogation of Justice, Logic intervened in a timely fashion. He flapped his pristine white wings, casting aside half-melted ice claws on the rooftop before descending lightly, his dark golden eyes fixed upon Batman's shadowy cowl. Wings? Another new ability? And why had the color of his eyes changed? Batman contemplated as his mental dossier on contingency plans against Logic thickened. He also extracted a few pages from the contingency plan concerning Deadshot, tossing them into the recycle bin. Perhaps Deadshot wasn't as formidable as he had presumed. Meanwhile, Deadshot, sprawled like a defeated fish on the ground, muttered Batman. Logic did not retract his wings, instead maintaining an angelic posture as he fixed his gaze upon the elder. Batman responded with a chilling demeanor. The two stood a few meters apart, their eyes locking in a silent exchange, scrutinizing one another as if they were lions contending for territory, or perhaps two former lovers encountering each other unexpectedly. Our objectives align, Logic remarked, glancing at the twisted limbs of the claws strewn about the ground. Many have fallen victim to these creatures in recent days. They are known as the Claws. Batman, and I presume you have encountered their presence frequently of late. Batman offered no verbal reply, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Yet, deep down, you comprehend the truth, Batman. The Court of Owls is not merely a fable. Every line of that nursery rhyme bears the sanguine weight of reality. Beneath Gotham, a malignant tumor has thrived since the colonial era. Chapter 9. The Playboy Batman Gotham is referred to as the Cursed City for good reason. It is said that during the era of the Revolutionary War, Thomas Jefferson, the third president of the United States, summoned numerous demons to aid him in securing victory. The war indeed concluded in triumph, and the demons were subsequently banished back to hell. However, one formidable demon, known as Barbados, could not be expelled and was thus sealed underground in Gotham. Some believe this is the reason for Gotham's seemingly virtuous nature and abundance of talent. Regardless of the veracity of such claims, the pressing concern at hand is that another demon, the Court of Owls, is poised to add further turmoil to this beleaguered city. The Court of Owls has deep-rooted connections with the Wayne family, a lineage that traces back to Batman's great-grandfather. This elder, increasingly tormented by the court, succumbed to madness, spiraling into a state of obsession. Every one of his artworks featured owls, and the buildings he constructed lacked the 13th floor, with elevators bypassing it entirely, leading directly from 12 to 14. The 13th floor was an empty chamber, devoid of anything. From a young age, the astutely gifted Batman had sought out tales of the Court of Owls. However, childhood experiences had led him to dismiss such narratives. Yet, after conducting investigations over the past few days, the stark truth began to overshadow the shadows of his youth. The Court of Owls indeed exists. Batman. This revelation is sure to elate conspiracy theorists. Would you not agree? However, poor Corey Peterson might be feeling somewhat disheartened today, that is, if he were still alive. Logic shrugged as the talon that had previously shot forth from his hand reformed above his knuckles. You are a veteran in the realm of superheroes, while I am but a fledgling hero, still pondering over my alias. It wouldn't be unreasonable if a miscalculation led to the demise of a villain, would it? How do you know Corey Peterson was malevolent? Batman's cape billowed, his voice rasping as if hindered by phlegm. At this question, Logic's movements faltered momentarily. for he could hardly disclose that he had struck Peterson down while the latter was engaged in a video conference with an array of gang leaders. Although this was indeed the truth of the moment, Luo Ji found it rather absurd himself. Yet, as a would-be hero who upheld justice, he spoke candidly. Batman remained silent, merely returning a familiar gaze, one Luo Ji had previously encountered in the office, the kind of look one gives to the intellectually challenged. Good heavens, Batman. You truly ought to take a holiday and see what this dark city of Gotham has made of you. With that, Luo Ji rubbed his forehead. Cease this feudal conflict. We ought to unite and eradicate this malignant tumor threatening Gotham. This is my heartfelt conviction. I swear to God. Swear to me. Tell me, how long have you wished to utter those 4 words? Luo Ji crossed his arms, wearing an expression of knowing anticipation. Not long, Batman replied, scratching the only part of his body exposed to the air, his chin, with a somewhat peculiar tone. At this moment, the storm had subsided, the night had passed, and dawn was approaching. Batman seemed to come alive with the increasingly vibrant morning light. Had Luo Ji's words stirred something within him? He knew that the daytime playboy Bruce was the true essence of Batman. The dark avenger of the night was merely a facade. Batman, do you still wish to fight me? Your shoulder is still bleeding from the wound I inflicted. Luo Ji glanced at the injury on his shoulder, feeling an urge to apply a bandage. After a moment of contemplation, Batman finally spoke. You claim to be a newly emerged superhero. Thus, this is our reason to continue battling. What? Aren't your adversaries the likes of Scarecrow or Mr. Freeze? I'm a good person, Luo Ji exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Feeling personally targeted, I shall send the newly emerged villains of Gotham to prison, and I will also confront the new superheroes to understand their abilities, so that if they ever fall from grace, I can ensure they too are imprisoned. As Batman spoke, he pressed a button the size of sesame seed on his utility belt, and the bleeding from his shoulders ceased. This was merely a ruse. The blood was already staunched, a tactic of feigning weakness to counter potential harm. With that, he cast another glance at Luo Ji. Here it came again, that look of condescension. Luo Ji felt a surge of indignation, his fighting spirit ignited. He had intended to draw the battle into the streets, to harvest a wave of faith energy. And Batman's actions played perfectly into his hands. Loudon, I know you still have the strength to fight. Double the reward. Bring Batman to his knees, Luo Ji shouted, launching the first wave of a renewed skirmish alongside Deadshot, who sprang into action upon hearing the keyword, double reward. The 3 individuals unleashed their full might, battling fiercely from the ground to the air and back again, inadvertently damaging a fortunate bystander's vehicle before resuming their struggle. Of course, the innocent car owner would receive compensation far exceeding the purchase price, as the benevolent Batman would take responsibility for the incident afterward. At this moment, our noble figure brandished his fists, imbued with a menacing aura, aiming to deliver crushing blows to both Logic and Deadshot. His muscles bulged, and his billowing black cape accentuated his demonic presence. Batman possessed the uncanny ability to instill immense fear in others, having once been chosen by the Yellow Lantern Ring, a symbol of terror. In his years in Gotham, his reputation had not been built on virtue, but rather on his formidable infamy that kept a host of criminals at bay. At this juncture, Logic unleashed the full extent of his powers as the god of illusions, depleting the magical energy he had amassed over the past few days. To the bystanders within 100 meters, Batman had transformed into a godlike figure, donned in the armor reminiscent of the dreams he had conjured earlier. Meanwhile, Logic had become the earthly embodiment of the god of owls, with radiant wings unfurling behind him and his dark golden eyes exuding a divine luminescence. In a desperate bid to protect his divinely favored ally, Deadshot, he fought back with fervor. The nursery rhyme concerning the Court of Owls had gained considerable traction in Gotham, and under the influence of various hints, the power of belief began to manifest. Although this cunning method could not yield a steady stream of followers or continuous faith, Logic remained unperturbed. With Superman still tending to his earthly pursuits and not yet having embarked on his heroic journey, he felt no immediate threat from any cosmic crises or extraterrestrial invasions. The battle raged on, and waves of belief surged into his being. Successfully further enhanced the mythos of the God of Owls, advanced to intermediate God of Owls, significantly enhancing his senses, unlocking powers, and now capable of transforming belief into pure magical energy. Intermediate god of owls-related magic has been unlocked. Current powers. Beginner god of illusions. Intermediate god of owls. Remaining belief. 555, Chapter 10. Deadshot sorrow with the storm having passed. Gotham welcomed the dawn of a new day. As the first rays of morning sunlight graced the streets, the tumultuous brawl among the three finally reached its conclusion. Batman's dark attire lay in tatters, shredded by Logic's talons, revealing the composite armor beneath, from which beads of blood trickled forth. He was now breathless, his back slightly hunched. On Logic's side, the situation was equally grim. His left wing had been severed, requiring at least 2 days for recovery, and his body bore bruises of varying shades, an excruciating pain coursing through him. As for Deadshot, he had infuriated Batman earlier by delivering several swift strikes, provoking a retaliatory response that left him incapacitated on the ground, a mere shadow of himself. Exhausted, he longed for a moment of respite. After years of completing countless assassination missions, his pride had never before suffered such a blow. Even if Logic were to double his remuneration, he would not rise unless it were tripled. Oh, Batman, what a weight your fists carry. Logic rubbed his aching shoulders, casting a resentful glance at Batman before him. Your claws are quite sharp as well. Batman straightened his back, responding with a hint of pride. After a night of intense struggle, he had begun to grasp Logic's tactics, and upon returning, he could construct a suit of armor specifically designed to counter Logic's abilities. Moreover, he could conveniently recycle the materials originally intended for the anti-Deadshot armor. After all, this fellow was as weak as a flounder, and it would be wiser to focus his efforts on Logic. Meanwhile, Deadshot, caught in the crossfire yet again, had intended to interject with a comment about Batman's powerful stun gun, but he found himself at a loss for words, ultimately opting to merely turn over in silence. The scene shifted back to Batman, who observed Logic, now retracting his wings as his bruises faded at a visibly remarkable pace. The astonishing speed of his recovery left Batman in awe. Doubts swirled in Batman's mind. Was Logic concealing his true strength? Did he possess a lethal trump card? Such questions tumbled within him, but he understood that answers were not readily available. He would have to gather intelligence in due course. Unbeknownst to Logic, Batman's thoughts were tumultuous. The few strikes he had received had quelled his anger, and as a key figure in the future Justice League, it was essential for him to establish a friendly rapport with this individual. As they say, one does not truly know another until they have fought, Logic mused. Perhaps, after this incident, we can still become friends. With that, Logic lifted his gaze to the towering skyscrapers surrounding them, and continued, in this malevolent city that perpetually emanates hostility, there are few of us who stand for justice. We must unite against evil. His tone was fervent and impassioned as he locked eyes with the serious Batman, extending his hand. Friends, noble friends riding on majestic, translucent steeds, shooting arrows of flame across the Hamdall Bridge. What say you? Batman pondered for a moment, their gazes intertwining, before he solemnly nodded. I am willing to traverse the mist with you, if that is what you mean. At that moment, the sun ascended to the apex between two of Gotham's skyscrapers, casting the morning light upon Logic and Batman. Their hands clasped, creating an atmosphere that felt profoundly sacred, as if a radiant glow of justice emanated from their union. In the midst of this, Batman discreetly affixed several miniature trackers onto Logic during their handshake, while Logic, refusing to be outdone, swiftly anchored multiple magical markers onto Batman. Yet, both men wore smiles on their faces. Nearby, Deadshot stood in stunned silence, feeling as though he were the true final boss in this scenario, bewildered by how his employer had seemingly reconciled with the enemy. Consumed by sorrow, he found himself no longer desiring his payment. All he longed for was to return home and play in the park with his beloved daughter, Zoe. In this cold world, that was the only source of warmth left for Deadshot. Logic, I wish to discuss the matter of Corey Peterson. Unlike that frozen claw, he was a human being, a living, breathing individual, and you took his life. Though it may have been an unfortunate accident, you ought to at least exhibit a semblance of emotion regarding it. Batman released his grip, his gaze drifting toward the shattered glass of an office in the building to the right, where the cold body of old Corey lay. I mean, as a superhero, one should strive to display a touch of humanity. Yet, Bateman continued to prattle on, prompting Logic to interject. Hold on, hold on. You speak of me needing to show humanity, but you are the one whose heart is as cold as stone. What? Ah, spare me the pretense. Individuals like us each possess our own methods to maintain our detachment. Otherwise, the burden of guilt and remorse would overwhelm us. What Logic truly felt remained a mystery. Batman. I reiterate, our objective align. We seek to judge evil and punish it. Upon finishing his statement, Logic fell silent, and after a moment, Batman finally responded. Those vile representatives of evil who take lives are murderers, and you too take lives? You are a murderer as well, a new kind of murderer. Thus, the number of criminals remains unchanged. Logic lowered his head slightly, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Bateman, I believe I grasp your point. Wonderful. I knew you would understand. Are you suggesting that I am merely not killing enough criminals at once? If I were to eliminate more in a single blow, dozens perhaps, the number of criminals would undoubtedly decrease. Logic's eyes sparkled with revelation, realizing the brilliance of Batman's words that illuminated a new path for him. Batman observed the expression of exasperation on the old man's face. And Logic shrugged. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that while our goals are identical, our principles diverge completely. You adhere to your no-kill code, while I possess my own set of theories. Therefore, Batman, until circumstances become irretrievable, perhaps we are both correct, are we not? To this, Batman remained silent, merely nodding, half of his form shrouded in the morning shadow. All right, enough of these serious discussions. Logic stretched lazily, the sunlight catching the broken golden edges of his hair. Bateman, there is a custom from my hometown that can perfectly indicate our next course of action. Do tell. Batman expressed interest, believing this would afford him greater insight into his companion. Clearing his throat, Logic gazed at the increasingly busy street and the opening restaurants, continuing, in our culture, after a brawl, we go out to eat together. Chapter 11. A meal worth millions. What transpired? How did events lead to this point? Inside a restaurant on the outskirts of Gotham City, little Floyd Lawton, also known as Deadshot, glanced at Batman and Logic beside him before shifting his gaze to the window. At this moment, dawn has arrived, and fluffy clouds drift across the sky, resembling wisps of firelight gently flickering. In such a dreamlike scene, the Death Shooter feels increasingly as if he is ensnared in a dream, utterly perplexed as to how he came to sit here, joining this exceedingly peculiar trio. A sharp pinch to his thigh reveals a startling truth. One can indeed feel pain in dreams. Sir, may I inquire what you would like to eat? A server approaches the Death Shooter, suppressing an overwhelming urge to critique the bizarre attire of the trio, and greets him with a demeanor of grace and politeness. Sir? The dazed Loudon remains in a stupor, prompting the server to repeat his question, maintaining a calm tone. As a server at a Gotham restaurant, he is well aware that those who dress oddly in this city often belong to one of two categories, either madmen or madmen. Faced with such characters, he internally panics while outwardly maintaining an air of composure. Noticing the Death Shooter still lost in thought, Logic offers a couple of awkward chuckles and takes the lead. This is my brother. When he was born, his head was too large, causing a bit of oxygen deprivation, and ever since, his brain has operated a tad slowly. He nudges Loudon's shoulder. Loudon, the gentleman is asking what you wish to eat. Oh, all right. The Death Shooter, still bewildered, looks up at the server with vacant eyes and replies, I'd like some green beans, please. However, sir, we're at the White Castle, and we do not serve green beans. The server's tone and gaze now exhibit a hint of pity. Logic shakes his head, sighing, oh, poor child. Server, please bring him a children's meal. Very well, sir. The server nods, jotting notes on his notepad. And for you two, shall it be the same? Perhaps extra pickles and tomatoes in the mini burgers? Both respond affirmatively, watching the server return to the counter. Logic then turns to the dazed Death Shooter, followed by a glance at Batman. Batman, to say it plainly, did you stun Loudon into this state? My poor child Loudon, he was once so astute. Do you know, Loudon used to work part-time as a janitor at a university, yet he was more intelligent than anyone there. Occasionally, he would encounter equations on the blackboard, those half-solved ones, and Loudon always found a way to resolve them. Logic speaks with genuine conviction, as if recounting a true tale. Batman scratches his chin, feigning a cough. Ahem. The issue with the Death Shooter is not due to the electric shock device. Rather, it stems from a newly developed gas I employ that can temporarily incapacitate the enemy. He should recover shortly. Moreover, I'm quite certain that your account of Loudon solving equations is a plot point from Good Will Hunting. I can't concern myself with that. You've turned my dear brother, Loudon, into a fool. I demand medical expenses. Logic gestures dramatically towards the vacant death shooter, his tone steeped in tragedy. Faced with Logic's theatrical disposition, Batman, with a resigned demeanor, supports his chin with his hand. Very well, how much do you require? As Logic surveyed his surroundings, he noted the restaurant was still relatively empty due to the early hour. With a serious expression, he extended a finger and declared, $1 million. Batman, leaning back in surprise, scratched his face, astonished by such a modest request. He had braced himself for a far more exorbitant demand and was taken aback by Logic's unexpected generosity. Logic, feeling somewhat insulted yet lacking evidence to support his indignation, thought to himself, had I known, I should have asked for more. Resolving to act, he added, now that you are aware I stand on the side of justice. Having been wronged for so long, I demand compensation for emotional distress. After a moment's contemplation, he raised his finger again, this time stating $10 million. A perfectly reasonable request. Without the slightest hesitation, Batman nodded in agreement almost instantaneously, promptly assuring Logic, after our meal, the funds will be transferred to your account. Observing the subtle smirk of satisfaction on the wealthy vigilante's face, Logic gritted his teeth, questioning whether his demand was still insufficient. However, he was relieved that financial worries were no longer his concern. It was rather amusing, he thought, that as a time traveler bearing the identities of two deities, he could barely afford to hire Deadshot without the financial support of the Mad Hatter. Recalling the time he first hired Lawton, he had employed the power of the God of Illusions to extract money from a group of criminals for quite some time. But now, that issue had been resolved, and the noisy apartment, which had been a constant source of disturbance, was but a distant memory. With this in mind, Logic allowed a slight smile to grace his lips. His mood significantly improved. At that moment, their meal was served, neatly placed on the table before them. He took a bite of his burger and sipped his cold cola, the exquisite flavors stimulating his taste buds and eliciting a chuckle. Across from him, Batman observed the myriad expressions flitting across Logic's face, his suspicious mind beginning to entertain various theories. Was this fellow succumbing to his penchant for theatrics? Or was he reviewing last night's battle and uncovering some weakness of mine? Shaking his head, Batman resolved to set aside such musings for the moment and finally decided to broach the pressing matters that had long lingered in his mind. Logic, I have a few questions I wish to pose to you. Go on, Logic replied, swallowing his burger and nodding for Batman to continue. A few days ago, I had a rather peculiar dream. Oh, the illustrious Batman seeks my insight into his dream? How intriguing, do elaborate. Although feigning surprise, Logic was already aware. If his suspicions were correct, this dream was likely the very illusion he had broadcasted. As anticipated, Batman meticulously recounted the details of that vivid dream. A crimson world constructed of blood and flames, permeated by the acrid scent of sulfur. The armored owl, a harbinger of doom for the innocent, stands as a colossal deity amidst the clouds. After sharing that surreal vision, Batman gazed out the window, where the fluffy clouds had been torn asunder by the morning breeze, revealing ribbons of red and gold. His tone took on an ethereal quality as he mused, Logic, do you believe there exists a being who has been watching us all along? One stands before you. Although this god has yet to ignite divine fire and solidify into godhood, in essence, Logic transcends humanity. Perhaps titles like demigod or quasi-divinity would be more fitting. Following Batman's gaze, he too looked toward the fiery sky, his tone peculiar. The unknown always captivates, leading us down a fervent path where countless eyes converge from the depths of 10,000 meters above and 1,000 feet below. This world is indeed mad, Batman. Chapter 12. The Flight of the Owl. The day had not yet fully departed, nor had the night truly arrived. The sky was a soft lavender, a moment people refer to as the magic hour. A gentle evening breeze caressed Logic's face as he ambled aimlessly through the streets of Gotham, savoring a sandwich. The breakfast earlier that day had brought much joy, and despite the sluggish aftermath urging revenge upon the duo, the benevolent influence of the Wayne fortune quickly transformed their expressions into smiles as they cheerfully polished off their children's meals. Regarding Batman's final inquiry, Logic could only affirm that the world is rife with wonders. In this chaotic realm, nothing is truly impossible. Even Starbucks cups made an appearance in Game of Thrones, specifically in Season 8, Episode 4. After the discussion about that surreal vision, Batman rewarded Logic with a consultation fee, eager to gauge his knowledge of the Court of Owls. After sharing a plethora of familiar information, Rajic issued a crucial directive. When investigating the court's lair, bring ample supplies of compressed biscuits and water. Batman, however, was less than enthused by this suggestion, believing that additional space should be allocated for frozen grenades or sonic handguns rather than resembling a schoolchild on a picnic with snacks. In response, Rajic could only forewarn, "You may come to regret this in a few days." He recalled how, in the comics, Batman's investigation led him to the grave of his great-grandfather, for which he entered a vast subterranean labyrinth hidden beneath Gotham, where he suffered a significant setback. He became disoriented. The darkness became the realm of his foes, and the occasional talons that emerged drained his strength. Tormented by hunger and thirst, he howled into the void, greedily drinking the droplets that dripped from above, mistaking them for nectar. This very labyrinth that befuddled even Batman was constructed by the Court of Owls. This affluent group, with their wealth and nowhere to expend it, devoted centuries to excavating a vast cavity beneath Gotham, culminating in a grand maze that concealed a small pool filled with the purest essence of Bacchus. The Owl Court employs the Dionysian factor and amber gold to forge its claws. Although it is a substandard version of the Dionysian factor, it still endows the claws with an extraordinary regenerative ability, allowing them to recover from severed heads and limbs and continue fighting. Furthermore, the purest forms of the Dionysian factor were later acquired by the Joker. Logic surmised that this was the reason why, despite being ruthlessly beaten by the Master, the Joker could simply dust himself off and continue to laugh heartily. Hey, if you wish to avoid a grim fate, hand over your money, along with your watch and the necklace around your neck. All of it. A coarse voice boomed, filled with anger yet devoid of any panic. This was a seasoned criminal. Logic concealed himself at the edge of a secluded alley, surveying the scene within. A burly man, brandishing a somewhat worn handgun, bore a face full of brutish flesh and fierce eyes, aiming the weapon at a woman trembling before him, resembling a deer caught in headlights. She adorned herself in designer attire, bedecked with accessories, and appeared to be a newcomer to Gotham. Otherwise, her solitary presence and appearance would surely have attracted the attention of the well-meaning citizens of this city. "I'll comply. Just take it all," the woman implored, her carrot-colored hair fluttering in the wind as she nervously pushed aside the strands obscuring her eyes, preparing to remove her watch. "Hurry up. I have urgent matters to attend to with the boss later," urged a slender, nervous accomplice named Short, standing beside the brute. Gotham, the city of vice, was never short of such incidents. Logic had been wandering aimlessly in anticipation of this moment. Having ascended to the rank of intermediate owl god, he had unlocked related magical abilities. The current scenario was perfect for him to test his new skills. Logic transformed the accumulated power of belief into magical energy, a soft lavender barrier swirling around his body. He stepped into the alley, his tone brimming with excitement. "Gentlemen, feel free to display your might. Why trouble this poor girl?" "Damn it!" The burly man, Doug, cursed without turning around. The moment Logic's voice reached his ears, he fired his weapon. And by the time his gaze fell upon his target, 3 bullets had already been discharged. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets spiraled forth, tearing through the flames, crashing against Logic's form amidst the fiery chaos. As a survivor of Gotham's underbelly, Doug acted swiftly, offering no opportunity for dialogue. Only after the magazine was emptied did he exhale in frustration. Since when did Gotham have its share of wannabe heroes? That bat has been tangled in some trouble these past few days, and I thought I could rob in peace. "You, stop dawdling and continue removing your watch," Doug commanded, resuming his criminal endeavor. Suddenly, his accomplice Short exclaimed, "Good heavens! This monster isn't dead. He's utterly unscathed. Doug, are you using rubber bullets?" "What?" Doug turned around, staring at Logic, who innocently patted his shoulder. "Where are the bloody bullet holes? Why does this guy appear unperturbed? Did I miss my shot?" Without addressing Doug's confusion, Logic meticulously extracted the bullets embedded within the magical barrier, weighing them in the palm of his hand. "Young man, how long have you been in Gotham?" 3 years," Short replied after a moment's hesitation, only to be silenced by a playful slap to the back of his head from Doug. 3 years? And you still haven't come to understand this city?" Logic continued. "What do you mean?" Doug's eyes narrowed, filled with apprehension. Logic did not respond immediately. Instead, he tossed the bullet to the ground, where it clinked sharply. "In Gotham, one should refrain from acting impulsively, for you may not know the true identity of the person standing before you. As his words hung in the air, he chose not to elaborate further. The woman nearby, trembling uncontrollably, seemed as though she might soon be a candidate for the next flash. He then summoned the magical energy within him, a mysterious force enveloping the surrounding air. Eagle's escape. Logic's hands suddenly conjured dozens of flapping owls, which soared forth at his command, their wings stirring a fierce wind as they screeched toward Doug and Short. The talons and the gale violently tore at the flesh of the two, as if every pain receptor in their bodies had been fully ignited, their screams echoing in the night. Eagle's cyclone devastates the parking lot. Logic waved his arm, and once again, dozens of owls materialized around Doug and Short, flapping their wings at astonishing speed as they circled above their heads. A visible whirlwind roared into existence. Chapter 13. Go forth, my dear son. In the dim alleyway, Doug and Short were wedged against the walls in an awkward stance, resembling two lifeless dogs hanging from the webbing that extended outward from their center. The nameless woman with carrot-colored hair had long since vanished, and after encountering both a robber and an owl creature, Logic surmised she would never return to Gotham. Crack! The black web shattered, and Doug fell bloodied to the ground with a dull thud. Damn it, without bats, now there's an owl in this cursed city. Doug mumbled complaints. The relentless pain torturing his mind rendered him dazed, stars dancing before his eyes. Logic approached Doug, extending a hand to help him up. Doug offered no resistance, appearing as docile as a lamb. Having witnessed the recent miniature cyclone, he concluded that this individual was one of those superhumans, far beyond the capabilities of an average robber like himself. Doug, this is my first time employing that technique, and I didn't quite gauge the force correctly. I inadvertently killed your accomplice. He had no chance to lay down his weapon. But you, my friend, still have that opportunity, Logic said, locking eyes with Doug. What exactly are you? Doug swayed unsteadily, resembling a wilting plant in the wind. Luo Ji hesitated no longer. He placed his hands upon the arms of his companion, his eyes shimmering with a violet glow. Thus, you must express your gratitude to me, for my name embodies your righteousness. My words encapsulate your reason. I shall remain with you, henceforth walking upon this earth, bearing my intentions. Doug, unlike the existence concealed in the profound sanctum of his celestial abode, indifferent to the affairs of humanity, I shall forever be by your side, cleansing your malevolence and guiding you towards righteousness. The entire alley was suffused with a violet radiance, and the allure within Luo Ji's words was overwhelming, causing Doug's bewildered gaze to flicker uncertainly. Oh, my lord. Attention! One civilian has been saved, completing the faith connection and acquiring a disciple. Current disciple count. 1. To consolidate the kingdom of God. The required disciple count is an additional 100 disciples are needed to establish the village of God, thereby attaining the authority related to the owl forged by divine power. Faith power 50000100100. Observing Doug, who knelt partially on the ground, Luo Ji's face beamed with joy. He had finally acquired his very first disciple. The night had fallen, and the autumn breeze caused Luo Ji's cloak to rustle fiercely. He inhaled deeply and, from somewhere, produced a familiar owl uniform. Doug, this is the vestment of our owl church. Don it, and with it, act justly in this vile city, proclaiming the greatness of our owl god. Let the light of our church shine even farther. Upon hearing Luo Ji's words, Doug raised his head, tears of gratitude welling in his eyes. Truly, my lord, you are magnificent, even providing attire upon joining the faith. However, as he beheld the uniform that Luo Ji had spent hundreds of thousands of dollars to tailor for the weary, Doug's mouth twitched, and after a brief cough, he accepted it. He could not refuse his lord's request, for this disciple was not one who willingly chose to follow. He had been ensnared by Luo Ji's compelling charm. Without further contemplation, Doug swiftly donned the owl uniform. Gazing at the owl figure before him, Luo Ji solemnly declared, "Go forth, my dear son." "Yes, my lord." The evening breeze swirled the newspapers scattered on the ground, brushing against Luo Ji's shoulder before soaring into the air and then gently falling, striking the face of an unfortunate passerby. The light pollution in this city was indeed severe. Looking up at the dark crimson night sky, Luo Ji could not help but think that even at this late hour, The surrounding neon lights remained dazzlingly bright, with only the secluded alleys beneath the towering buildings bathed in soft yellow light. I would like a sandwich with extra pickles and tomatoes, and also a grilled sausage. Stopping at a small stall, Luo Ji rubbed his hands together, not particularly hungry, but merely craving a snack. The vendor, a black man wearing a raccoon hat despite the autumn chill, moved swiftly. Luo Ji accepted the sandwich, settled the payment, and turned to leave. Mia took a bite of the sandwich, savoring its delightful flavor. Logic decided to explore a bit more before heading home. Besides Doug, he had successfully garnered 3 followers, marking a fruitful evening. Upon arriving at the familiar apartment building, Logic resolved to tidy up his belongings and move out the following day. Otherwise, the overwhelming hormones permeating the building would surely engulf him. A soft meow caught his attention, and instinctively, he turned toward the sound. In the narrow alley between the apartment building and an adjacent structure lay a filthy cat, languidly mewling. What an aura of mystique it possessed. And it was no ordinary feline. Initially assuming it to be a stray, he took a closer look and recognized its uniqueness. With a thoughtful scratch of his chin, Logic decided to investigate further. He crouched down 2 meters away from the cat, conjuring a lifelike owl with his right hand. With a gentle wave, the owl flapped its wings and landed gracefully before the all-black cat. Under Logic's command, the owl lightly tapped the black cat with its beak. Meow. The black cat, startled by the owl's presence, let out a sharp cry and kicked its hind legs in an attempt to flee, only to be restrained by the owl's claw. The cat's sudden burst of energy quickly waned, and it collapsed back to the ground, utterly exhausted. Foolish human sorcerer, you have disturbed that which slumbers in malevolence. Depart. The black cat spoke, its voice imbued with an unsettling, Cthulhu-like essence. Intrigued, Logic snapped his fingers, causing the owl to dissipate into the wind, and approached the black cat. A magical barrier swirled around him as he gently lifted the cat into his arms. His touch was tender, his right hand stroking the cat's head and back with practiced ease, revealing his experience with felines. The black cat's demeanor shifted. I shall transform into a maddened shadow within your dreams. The wicked, destined to be frozen like a sculpture in the cold rain, shall perish. Under Logic's adept caresses, the black cat could not help but emit a couple of meows, and in a moment of self-doubt, it reached out a paw to touch its own feline face. You seem to have sustained a grave injury, Logic observed, gazing at the ghastly wound on the cat's belly. Mind your own business. The cat turned its head away defiantly. I must concern myself, Logic replied, sitting cross-legged and adjusting the cat's head to face him. The black cat's eyes widened in disbelief, its expression mirroring that of a human. Human sorcerer, even the twisted malice of the deep sea is astonished by your eccentricity. Your healing abilities, I believe, may mend my wound. Really? The black cat's eyes sparkled with hope, only to be followed by a moment of self-awareness. As it feigned a cough and added, Sorcerer, my wound was bestowed upon me by the aberration of stars among the celestial bodies. Fear not, it can be healed, Logic assured, nodding earnestly to instill confidence. Chapter 14. Oh, the simplicity of Gotham's folk. The frigid automobile traversed the icy streets, invoking thoughts of death. Usa. For it is not far away. The voice of Lada resonated, faint yet palpable, as if emanating from a distant realm, or perhaps from the depths of his soul. Beside him, seated in the passenger seat, was the black cat. Usa, the feline, had acquired a name that very night, who exhibited little reaction to the musings. After several days of companionship, he had come to a rudimentary understanding of his counterpart's nature, a being entirely unlike himself. What divine contract! I perceive it as nothing more than a kidnapping. Usa extended his paw and licked it, inwardly cursing. He had been gravely injured at the time, and had he not received timely aid, he may indeed have met his demise in that alley. Luo Ji had saved him, yet until his wounds were fully healed. According to the terms of the contract, he was merely a pet cat to the other. I am a nameless cat deity, you scoundrel. I harbor a multitude of tentacles adorned with sharp fangs within. My paws are somewhat cold. Warm them for me. Luo Ji slid his right hand beneath Usa's belly, gently massaging, and was met with a wave of warmth. In this biting autumn chill, possessing a hand warmer is truly delightful. Luo Ji squinted, tilting his head to gaze out at the dreary rain. Large raindrops pounded against the car's roof, creating a crisp, crackling sound, while the sky churned with dark clouds. deep and foreboding as the ocean, evoking a sense of wandering thoughts. In such weather, atop Gotham's tallest skyscraper, it is highly probable that a gargoyle bears witness to a humanoid bat, its fierce eyes fixated upon the dark blue veil of rain. At other times, this bat frequently appears throughout Gotham's streets and alleys, swiftly thwarting a myriad of criminal activities, from petty theft to murder and trafficking. None can evade the retribution of this vigilante. To instill fear in the hearts of these wrongdoers and deter them from their nefarious pursuits, the bat's methods are invariably steeped in violence. It is rumored that a thief caught stealing bread had his legs shattered by this entity. The veracity of such rumors remains uncertain, yet they effectively highlight the issue. Now, however, this bat, known as Batman, has vanished. Gotham's criminals have not glimpsed the silhouette of the humanoid bat for several nights. Initially, they speculated whether he was lurking in the shadows, plotting a grand upheaval for Gotham. Yet, as time elapsed, they came to realize that Batman might truly be gone. The consequences of this realization were starkly evident. Luo Ji arrived at his destination, pushed open the car door, and stepped out into the cold wind that whipped through the rain, causing his trench coat to flap audibly. Perched upon his shoulder was a fierce-eyed black cat. Suddenly, a luxurious sedan was obliterated midair by an RPG, flipping twice before crashing down. Immediately, an all-black van rushed forth, from which emerged a cadre of armed men, swiftly binding the occupants of the luxury vehicle. The sounds of gunfire echoed through the night. A bystander, an ordinary citizen of Gotham, could no longer bear the sight before him. A kidnapping was unfolding right in front of his eyes. He swiftly extracted an Uzi submachine gun from within his coat and unleashed a barrage of fire upon the breadman. Meanwhile, a reckless gang of street racers barreled through the streets in a convertible, careening wildly until they overturned 3 stalls and collided with a fire hydrant, crashing into the wall behind Logic with a resounding thud, crumpling the front of the vehicle. A gruesome, unrecognizable corpse fell at Logic's feet, blood splattering against his magical barrier. In such a chaotic scene, even a cigarette seemed a waste. Gazing down at the still warm body, Logic retrieved a cigar from his pocket, one he had pilfered from a minion of the Mad Hatter. As he placed the cigar between his lips and reached for his lighter, the bank behind him erupted with a deafening explosion, orange flames surging forth and creating a wave of heat that billowed his trench coat like a tempestuous sea. His newly acquired car ignited in a vivid crimson glow amidst the dark blue rain and mist, the stark contrast momentarily distracting him. As though he were beholding an exquisite work of art, he slightly bent forward, allowing the flames to kiss the cigar's tip, inhaling deeply before tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle and exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke. What a mad city, Logic mused, stretching his limbs as he turned to walk forward, heading towards a butcher shop to procure some ingredients before seeking out Batman. Gotham's forces of justice had recently relied on heroes like Robin and Batgirl to maintain order. The candle's flame flickering perilously low, Logic refused to wait any longer. Suddenly, the cat named Usa perched on his shoulder called out, the surrounding flames casting a crimson hue upon his pupils. I can sense a faint shift from afar. An unforeseen and irresistible event is approaching, drawing near like an inescapable fate. Before Usa could finish his sentence, Logic swiftly scooped him up, cradling the feline as they locked gazes. Speak plainly. A woman has just perished. I can feel her essence. My mission compels me to resurrect her. Usa blinked, his paws flailing in the air. Familiar plot, Catwoman? Logic recalled a film he had once seen, nodding in acknowledgement. We'll attend to the woman later. Saving Batman takes precedence. Usa showed no dissent, moving back to Logic's shoulder, resuming his perch. Thus, the duo traversed through a cacophony of explosions, with Molotov cocktails bursting nearby and smoke grenades enveloping the air, while the wails of police sirens and the cries of thugs echoed incessantly. Hey kid, in this predicament, you're not brandishing a gun, but rather a cat? Are you just waiting to be robbed? Spare me the chatter and hand over anything of value. Suddenly, a hooded man of medium stature appeared before Luo Ji, his right hand gripping a gun that swung back and forth, rainwater incessantly dripping from it. Luo Ji lifted his gaze, preparing to discern the appearance of this obstructive figure, when a shadowy creature on his shoulder, the Usa, abruptly opened its cavernous maw. A multitude of sharp, dark red tendrils writhed and reached out, ensnaring the intruder before swiftly pulling him into its gaping mouth. where he was devoured with a few savage bites. Oh, the grotesque nature of this city. The Usa extended its feline paw and gently rubbed its belly, uttering a reflective sigh, then spun around on Luo Ji's shoulder before settling back down. Truly, my splendid feline is far more formidable than those flamboyant harlots outside. Luo Ji chuckled, affectionately stroking the creature's head, and continued on into the shop. Inside, the store was well stocked, and the proprietor lounged in a recliner behind the counter, leisurely polishing a Remington shotgun with a cloth, while several other customers sported Desert Eagles at their sides. The simplicity of Gotham's populace. Chapter 15. Lift your weary face. Do not let the tears fall. Gotham, the underworld. In this pitch-black cavern, an unnatural aura of terror and malice permeated the air. Batman, tormented by hunger and dehydration, moved like a lifeless corpse through the labyrinthine tunnels that twisted and turned beyond imagination. Occasionally, a faint breeze brushed against his face, the only sensation that reminded him he was still alive. Yet, as the wind shifted, it often carried with it a chilling scream that froze his blood. Those were the talons of the Court of Owls, cloaked in their comical owl masks. The court members lurked in the shadows, observing Batman's every move through their claws, deriving cruel pleasure from the final struggles of their prey. He had been trapped for several days, facing a familiar stone door. With a vacant gaze, Batman struggled to refocus before pushing it open. Bang! A blinding, pure white light flooded over his tattered bat suit. The eyes that had grown accustomed to the darkness were now pierced by the searing brightness, as if countless silver needles were stabbing at him from every angle. The interplay of light and darkness in this cavern was marked by an unending agony. Batman's psyche teetered on the brink of collapse, and he deeply regretted not heeding Luo Ji's counsel. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have packed an ample supply of compressed biscuits and water. Roars and frantic cries echoed in his ears, these sounds assailing him like a tempest of suffering from the depths of hell, testing his resolve. He had to remain ever vigilant. A moment's relaxation could lead to being torn apart by talons in an instant. Batman was not the only unfortunate soul within this terrifying cave. Over the years, countless individuals who had provoked the Court of Owls or had interests conflicting with theirs had met a similar fate, thrown into this abyss to perish in the depths of despair and anguish. The moments of their breakdowns were captured in photographs, displayed in some forsaken hall. Their expressions were laced with a hint of mockery, an overwhelming and malevolent aura that sapped the will to resist. A strange sound echoed, prompting Batman to lift his gaze towards the source high above. An owl? Could such a creature survive in a cavern? Just as Batman pondered this, the owl alighted, its large eyes fixated on him, its head turning in a distinctly human-like manner, as if guiding itself. Batman resolved to follow. After being trapped for so long, this owl represented the only variable. Wandering aimlessly would likely lead to starvation, so he chose to pursue this intriguing lead. Meanwhile, not far away, at a maze's corner, Logic and Uzar were grilling chicken wings. Before them stood a black barbecue grill, ablaze with charcoal, adorned with skewered chicken wings and classic barbecue accompaniments like potatoes. The warm, red glow of the flames radiated outward, casting flickering shadows of Logic and Uzar against the stone walls, reminiscent of a large water plant and a small one swaying in the light. Uzar. The worst sin in grilling wings is to have them charred on the outside while remaining raw inside. But fear not, I have pre-cooked them at low temperatures. Now we merely need to crisp them up over high heat. Add more fuel. Logic exclaimed. Meow, meow, meow. Uzar responded, extending numerous tentacles from its mouth to efficiently handle every grilling task, exhibiting remarkable productivity. The charcoal crackled and popped, the glossy chicken wings emanating a tantalizing aroma that was utterly mouth-watering. In this harmonious man-cat collaboration, accompanied by the light and uplifting melodies from a nearby radio, they swiftly completed their grilling endeavor. The wings and other delicacies were plated and placed upon a finely crafted dark red table, adorned with 2 candle holders that cast a soft, warm light with their dancing flames. Delicious, Usar. I never expected your first attempt at grilling to turn out so splendidly. Crisp on the outside and tender within, quite impressive. Logic praised, giving a thumbs up to Uzar, who sat poised like a human, leaning against the chair. The ancient skills of a human sorcerer deserved recognition. Yet Uzar, distracted mid-sentence, was more inclined to savor the chicken wings than engage in conversation. Surrounding the table, however, lay the twisted and disheveled corpses of the claws, sent forth by the court members lurking in the shadows. Initially, they had reveled in Batman's suffering, but their amusement turned to surprise when a man in a trench coat accompanied by a peculiar black cat intruded into the cavern. They had presumed these two unfortunate souls merely lost their way, intending to dispatch one or two claws swiftly before resuming their torment of Batman. Unexpectedly, this individual and cat exhibited extraordinary audacity, entering as if they had stepped into their own abode, devoid of any semblance of strangeness. They found a relatively vacant corner to unload an array of items, reminiscent of moving into a rented residence. A barbecue grill, a table, candlesticks, and bags of ingredients were strewn about, leaving the court members in a state of astonishment. Such brazen behavior was unprecedented in their experience. Disregarding Batman, they left one or two of their claws to continue with their original scheme. The remaining claws were dispatched to engage with Logic and Usa. However, while these claws could potentially wear Batman down through sheer persistence, they appeared somewhat inadequate against Logic and Usa. Immortal? Then let us attempt to slay him once more. Alternatively, they could simply consume him, but Usa insisted he wished to save room for barbecue. Thus, this strategy was scarcely executed. The scene shifts to Batman, who had been following the guiding owl for quite some time. Suddenly, a rich aroma of food wafted through the air. Batman inhaled deeply, recognizing the scent of barbecue. He immediately shook his head, suspecting he was experiencing an illusion. How could anyone possibly be barbecuing in this underground labyrinth? Embarrassed by his own foolish hallucination, he grew increasingly concerned about his mental state, realizing he had indeed reached the limits of his hunger. Continuing to follow the owl, Batman noticed a faint warm yellow glow reflecting off the stone wall ahead. After taking a few more steps, he beheld two shadows, one human and one feline, before him. These silhouettes did not resemble mere aquatic plants. Rather, they appeared as distorted demons. Who could it be? Batman forcibly suppressed his shock, yet his nose could not resist greedily inhaling the intensifying aroma in the air. He crouched down, inching closer to the source of the light. The veil of the unknown was about to be lifted, and Batman's heart raced. Logic. What are you doing here? Chicken wings, save one for me. Batman cast aside his reservations as the Dark Knight, leaping towards the table like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, seizing a chicken wing and biting down fiercely. The crispy, tender delight was savored as it slid down his throat, and it felt as if every cell in his body rejoiced. Batman shuddered. No one knew how he had endured the past few days. Water, merely a few drops seeping from the stone wall above. Food, this wretched place lacked even a rodent. Yet now, he was savoring the exquisitely roasted, aromatic chicken wing. Overwhelmed by a rush of emotions, Batman sniffled, blinked back tears, and raised his weary face, determined not to let a single tear fall. Chapter 16. You've lost weight. Eat more in an underground cavern within a control room concealed by stone walls. A man adorned with a white owl mask expressed his outrage. This fellow, Logic, is utterly arrogant, showing no regard for our owl court whatsoever. Those beside him nodded in agreement. If he had barged in and wreaked havoc, there would be little to say about it. Skill lacking is nothing to lament. However, not only did he slay our claws upon entering, but he also set up a cooking pot to fry oil right here. Now, that is excessive. This is sheer humiliation. For an organization like the Court of Owls, honor surpasses all else, and Logic's actions have utterly incensed the opposition. I propose dispatching Lincoln March, our most formidable Talon. Despite the impressive display of strength from that man and cat duo, they must be utterly exhausted after such prolonged combat. Perhaps those chicken wings serve as a means of replenishing their stamina. Another court member suggested, and before he could finish, another voice chimed in. Indeed, aside from those two, Batman is also in a state of disarray, rendering him ineffective in battle. Pausing briefly, he adjusted the mask on his face. There are still some dormant talons in the hall. Shall we awaken them as well? Even if we resort to sheer numbers, we shall drown these arrogant fools. Listening to the discussion among his subordinates, a man named Wilson, the owl-masked leader, cleared his throat, and an immediate silence fell over the room. He held a contemplative pose, resting his chin on his right hand. Very well. Let us awaken all the dormant talons in the hall and summon Lincoln March to swiftly eliminate these three oblivious miscreants. Indeed, the court members nodded in agreement. The scene shifted to Logic, who was reaching for a skewer of perfectly roasted potatoes. Ah, Batman, ignoring my advice has led you to misfortune. Ah, yes. Batman responded dismissively, chewing on a chicken wing. It seems you've suffered greatly these past few days. Look at you, you've lost weight. Alfred will surely worry upon your return. Logic's playful demeanor resurfaced, his expression one of exasperation. Ah, yes. Batman nodded like a machine, then picked up another skewer of glistening roasted pork belly from the platter. TSK, look how famished you are. My timely assistance is akin to a lifeline, hence Batman. Consider this a favor that merits a return of, say, $20 million. Ah, Alhait. Batman's eyes remained unblinking, the wealthy patron showing indifference to such trivial matters. I'm growing fonder of you as a friend. Logic sighed contentedly, resting his hands behind his head. His plan to reform his followers required numerous precious materials, such as the Dionysian factor and amber gold. These rare treasures could be acquired through exploration. However, he would certainly need to establish a laboratory, hire a cadre of researchers, and procure various impressive yet unnamed mechanical devices. Such ventures could be quite costly. Yet, with Batman's wealth at his disposal, Logic felt these obstacles were surmountable. He smiled, stroking the cat, intending to wait for the master to finish before heading out. It must be said, the labyrinthine cave possesses an air of eerie foreboding. Fortunately, I brought along a radio, and the serene melodies of gentle music dispelled much of the malevolence. In the midst of it all, Usa, being mischievous, switched it to the Halloween theme, a classic horror tune, provoking a couple of swats from Logic before he obediently returned to gnawing on chicken wings. The barbecue grill used for the wings, along with the table and other items, had previously been stored within Usa's belly. Otherwise, he could not have transported them by hand. The little black cat he had found even served as a makeshift storage bag, much to Logic's delight. The foolish human sorcerer. I can sense that woman's corpse is seemingly drifting farther from this city. Time is slipping away. We must take action. Usa set down the skewers, his feline visage adopting an expression of utmost seriousness. Without needing further words, Logic nodded. He intended to recruit the cat girl as a follower and could not permit her body to float away. Retrieving the signal-enhanced phone generously sponsored by the Mad Hatter, Logic dialed the Death Marksman. Hello, this is your former employer. Are you still interested in making some substantial earnings? I have a simple and easy new task for you. After a brief pause of 2 or 3 seconds, a weary response emerged from the phone. Logic, I am currently engaged in a mission. The target just disembarked from a vehicle, and time is of the essence. Also, I'm not in Gotham at the moment. I recall you mentioned that you would be staying in Gotham for a while. Has something occurred? Logic inquired, puzzled. There was a long silence on the other end before the response came. Plans have changed. I will reach out again when I can. Meanwhile, on a high rooftop in Chicago, the marksman hung up the phone, his gaze fixed on the distant, ominous clouds that marked the direction of Gotham. That sorrowful place, where he, the Death Marksman, would leap to his demise, never to return again. The scene shifted back to Logic, who awkwardly touched his nose, realizing that the last encounter with Batman had left a significant psychological impact on the marksman. He would have to seize this opportunity to demand compensation for emotional distress. After all, his brother had suffered, and Logic could not let the instigator escape unscathed. He glanced at Batman, whose pace of eating had noticeably slowed, indicating he was nearing satisfaction, and asked Usa, if that corpse drifts too far away, will you no longer be able to sense it? Indeed, such an impure link, derived from the ancient cycle of life, is inherently unstable, Usa replied, licking his paw. Good, Logic acknowledged, then urged Batman. Great Bat, please stop eating. Usa and I have urgent matters to attend to. My owl has already pinpointed the exit. Follow me. Of course. Without hesitation, Batman cast a peculiar glance at Usa, suppressing his curiosity, for the moment was not ripe for inquiries. Just as the group, consisting of a few individuals and a cat, prepared to depart, a thunderous rumble emanated from the stone wall above. Crackling sounds accompanied the dislodging of small stones, which succumbed to gravity and fell onto the table and floor. Logic hastily summoned his magical energy, conjuring a soft purple hemispherical barrier to shield them. Once again, a new ability emerged as Batman tilted his head slightly to glance at Logic, retrieving a dart from his utility belt, preparing to confront the impending threat. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the stone wall above collapsed entirely, sending a shower of dust and debris into the air, amidst which dozens of formidable claws made their entrance. As the dust settled, the leader, Lincoln March, cast a mocking gaze at Batman, proclaiming, "Oh, my foolish brother, today marks your demise." Chapter 17, Batman. How could you faint from hunger? Swish. Batman refrained from engaging in idle chatter with Lincoln March. Almost instantaneously upon the completion of March's taunt, he hurled 3 explosive batarangs. The projectiles disassembled mid-air, fragmenting into several smaller bombs that spiraled into the claws' bodies, executing a precise explosion without triggering a secondary collapse of the stone wall. Boom! Blood and flesh flew through the air as if they were worthless, yet the claws, undeterred, calmly reinserted the exploded remains into their bodies and assumed a battle stance. Logic furrowed his brow and said to Batman, "Batman, these creatures are nearly impervious to such methods. Step behind me and observe how I handle this." With that, he glanced at his companion, Usa, who immediately understood, opening his gaping maw to expel a bizarre object resembling a flamethrower. It was a massive tank, capable of being slung across one's back, with a tube extending down to a gun-like apparatus. Meanwhile, Batman, despite having recently replenished his energy, felt the toll of several sleepless days weigh heavily upon him and swiftly retreated. "Mr. March, I apologize for interrupting your destined battle with Batman, but I have a corpse awaiting resurrection, and if I delay any longer, it will grow cold." Logic quickly equipped his weapon, aiming the gun, which was as thick as an infant's forearm, at the multitude of claws. Damn variables. Kill. Lincoln March's expression twisted in rage. This was meant to be his personal affair with Bruce, yet the unforeseen arrival of Logic had completely disrupted the game. Dozens of claws launched their simultaneous assault, weaving an impenetrable net of attacks. Charging headlong into this would surely result in certain death. What would Logic do? What was that previously unseen weapon? Why did he appear to be smiling? Standing beside Logic, Batman, though weary, continued to observe this erratic companion, aware that such unpredictable individuals could easily devolve into lunatics spraying laughing gas in people's faces. Batman felt compelled to decipher Logic's methodology before that happened. Gotham already had enough madmen. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Logic pulled the trigger, his demeanor relaxed, exuding an air of confidence, as his large firearm unleashed a barrage of dark blue projectiles. The flickering candlelight cast a dim glow in the labyrinth, and as Batman focused intently, he discerned that these projectiles appeared to be frozen grenades. At this moment, grenades soared into the air at a staggering rate of over 10 per second, poised for an imminent and delightful rendezvous with the clawed adversaries. Bateman's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Logic, utterly astonished that someone could wield grenades like bullets. And no less, frozen grenades. A thunderous roar erupted. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye as the death-dealing grenades, generously donated by the departing marksman, detonated with a resounding explosion. A fierce shockwave unleashed an intense chill, causing crimson ice blossoms to bloom upon the bodies of the clawed foes. As anticipated, the stone walls collapsed, and the falling debris struck Logic's magical barrier, shattering into smaller fragments that rolled onto the ground. The previously amassed power of faith was being fervently consumed, yet the continuously regenerating magical energy rendered this hemispherical shield impervious, sufficient to withstand the impending collapse. Alas, the clawed attackers were far less fortunate. Including Lincoln March, they were mercilessly crushed into a gruesome pulp, vanishing amidst the icy shards and dust. "Leave it to me. I shall obliterate the enemy," Logic proclaimed, as he nonchalantly shoved the frozen grenades back into Usa's belly, stretching leisurely before patting Batman on the shoulder. "Bateman, only the final boss remains." Batman's drifting thoughts returned to his corporeal form, his expression instantly turning grave as he nodded solemnly. Meanwhile, in the control room, Wilson's furrowed brow could have crushed a fly as he observed the utter failure of the clawed minions on the surveillance screen. The courtroom members behind him remained silent, the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. After several agonizing seconds, the stillness was finally broken. "Our influence spans the globe. Besides, we still possess the Zero Claw. Even if Gotham faces a temporary setback, it will not affect the larger scheme. Indeed, this is merely a minor setback. After all, who has not faced adversity? A courtroom member echoed. Not the owl court, Wilson retorted, raising his gaze with a complex expression directed at Logic's figure on the screen. Being vanquished in such a mocking manner caused his lofty heart to bleed. They were preparing to retreat, yet unbeknownst to them, a solitary owl had been quietly observing from a corner, its head cocked in curiosity as it scrutinized their every move. Shifting back to Logic, he declared, I have successfully pinpointed the location of those behind the scenes. They appear to be preparing for an escape. We must act swiftly to prevent their getaway. Naturally, the trio, a man, a cat, and a bat, quickened their pace, led by Logic, as they took the shortest route to the control room's entrance. Upon reaching the stone door, Batman drew a plastic explosive from his utility belt and, with a thunderous blast, forced the door open. Head for that secret passage, Logic urged, pointing towards the escape route utilized by the courtroom members. The owl had witnessed everything and immediately pursued the fleeing figures. Damn it, they're on our tail. The members of the court are not claws. These individuals adorned with owl masks are merely ordinary people, soon to be overtaken by Luo Ji and his companions. Usha, blocking their path. As Luo Ji's words fell, the black cat perched upon his shoulder opened its mouth, unleashing a dozen dark red tentacles that instantly obstructed the passage behind them. This startling scene sent the hearts of the court members racing. The leader, Wilson, swallowed hard and feigned composure, saying, Whatever you desire, we can provide. There is no need to exterminate us. Luo Ji, after uttering a few words, felt a sudden heaviness in his head, and the next moment he collapsed to the ground, observing the great bat now in a deep slumber. Luo Ji felt a twinge of embarrassment as he rubbed his nose. He had not intended for it to unfold this way, but the actions he was about to take against these court members were not suitable for Batman to witness. Luo Ji planned to use magical persuasion to transform these egregious individuals into followers, a scheme he had conceived prior to rescuing Soldier Batman. The perfectly roasted chicken wings were also a part of this plan. The wings Batman had consumed contained a sleep-inducing substance. In order to prevent any further contemplation from the other party and to safeguard his own scheme, Luo Ji felt compelled to act thusly. Why did this feel akin to something Constantine would do? No, I'm not that scoundrel. The followers I gather are originally criminals. What I am doing is reformative. This is a benevolent act. Luo Ji mused inwardly, maintaining a beaming smile as he regarded the court members. Chapter 18. Finally, no more wild swings. Note. Successfully acquired 46 followers. Current number of followers, 50. Remaining followers needed for divine congregation. An additional 50 followers are required to solidify the divine village, thereby truly obtaining the owl-related authority forged by divine power. Power of faith, 97. Splendid. I now possess 50 loyal followers. Luo Ji gazed at the court members, who bowed respectfully before him, feeling a surge of pride. Having traversed into the DC universe for merely a few months, he had finally established his own influence. Although it consisted of only a few dozen, he suddenly realized that these court members represented the entire Gotham branch of the Court of Owls. Thus, the tools they routinely employed were effectively his as well. This move had transformed him into the mastermind behind the mastermind, and he would no longer need to shamelessly solicit Batman for funds. The plan to save Soldier Batman bore fruitful results, and Luo Ji's spirit soared. He bent down to lift Batman onto his back and commanded the former leader, Wilson, little Wilson, I recall that deep within this underground labyrinth lies a small pond, rumored to contain precious water. Lead me to see it. As you wish, my lord. Wilson nodded without hesitation and then guided the two, one man and one cat, along with a host of followers towards the pond. While referred to as water, the pond actually contained a substance of metallic nature, known as Dionysian essence. Next door, Marvel boasts an array of metals, such as vibranium, and DC is equally determined not to be outdone, presenting a plethora of unique metallic varieties. Among these, aside from the divine alcohol factor, there exist the remarkable properties of palladium and N-metal. All these treasures lie on Logic's collection list, perfectly suited for enhancing the strength and self-defense capabilities of his followers. If, in the later stages, his believers remain mere ordinary individuals, it would be a source of ridicule for him, regardless of his own evolution to the realms of flight and earth-shifting. Logic cannot endure such humiliation. Thus, acquiring the divine alcohol factor has become imperative. Time passes swiftly, and after traversing a somewhat narrow corridor, the group arrives in a circular hall that offers a breathtaking vista. Before Logic, within a cylindrical pool crafted from stone, lies the purest divine alcohol factor in existence. The ethereal glimmers dance upon his visage. Steadying himself, Logic approaches the pool, extending his hand to immerse it, feeling the extraordinary metal. Indeed, this divine alcohol factor was once in the possession of the Joker, that jester who mocks everything in sight, who could only confront Batman's righteous blows thanks to this very substance. At this moment, Usas beside him clears his throat and promptly ejects dozens of water bottles. Let the filling commence. Thus, the court members eagerly seize the bottles, pouring the divine alcohol factor into them until full, before depositing them into Usas's belly. Only Wilson remains by Logic's side, awaiting further instructions. Logic glances at young Wilson and then at the clawed sarcophagus originally guarding the pool's waters, his mind whirring. Young Wilson, do you still possess the amber gold used to craft the claws? Master, the amber gold is not stored in the underground caverns, but is instead distributed across various buildings in Gotham City, specifically on the 13th floors of these edifices. I understand. When we return to the surface, take 2 individuals to gather this amber gold and deliver it to my apartment. I have yet to relocate. Understood, Master. Wilson readily acquiesces. The followers act quickly, and as the divine alcohol factor in the pool dwindles, Logic ultimately resolves to return home. At that moment, Wilson interjects, Master. The passage over there leads to a secret chamber, containing rare treasures collected by the Court of Owls over the years, along with various weapons. Logic glances at Wilson with surprise. The latter likely noticed his lack of combat weapons, and thus made the suggestion. Well done, young Wilson. Logic heartily pats Wilson on the shoulder, genuinely pleased with his newly acquired, perceptive subordinate. Without hesitation, he steps into the secret chamber. The interior is adorned in a vintage style, dominated by deep crimson and dark gold hues, exuding an air of sophistication. However, Logic's attention is soon captured by an object displayed within a glass cabinet at the center of the chamber. My lord, this sword boasts a rich history. Having been acquired by an ancestor of a member of the Owl Court in ancient Britain, it is said to be embedded within a colossal stone, impervious to all attempts at extraction. We speculate that it may indeed be the legendary sword of King Arthur. Pausing momentarily, Wilson, who had assumed the role of an impromptu tour guide, continued, it could also merely be a replica crafted by a powerful sorcerer. The exact origins remain shrouded in mystery. Logic nodded, sensing the ethereal magic that enveloped the blade. This was indeed a magical sword. With a sniff, he opened the glass case, placing his hand upon the hilt. His legs tensed, and with a powerful thrust of his right arm, he attempted to draw the sword, only to fail on his first try. Undeterred, he rubbed his hands together and grasped the hilt once more. This time, Logic concentrated, channeling his faith into a palpable force, which he did not transmute into magical energy, but instead infused directly into his arm. His pupils transformed to a golden hue, and with a resonant hum, he successfully drew the magnificent sword from its stony prison. Gazing intently at the resplendent weapon in his grasp, he observed that the blade's tang was forged from gold, adorned with precious gems along the hilt. When he swung it down, it cleaved through the air, leaving a shimmering trail reminiscent of a golden meteor, and smoothly severed a section of the glass case. Next, he delicately ran his fingers along the blade's edge, eliciting fine droplets of blood, a testament to its sharpness. Having attained a superior form as a mid-tier deity of the owls, his physical resilience far surpassed that of the glass case, affirming that this sword could indeed slice through iron with ease. Excellent, excellent. I now possess my own primary weapon. I shall no longer rely on mere brute force in battle. Logic reveled in his newfound ownership of Excalibur, performing a few golden shimmering flourishes before sheathing it at his waist. It was time to depart, having resolved the matters at hand. Lingering any longer in this secret chamber held no purpose, and he had no intention of carting away the other mundane treasures, which bore no magical essence. They could yield a pittance in the black market, but with the entire Gotham Owl Court at his disposal, such trifles were of little concern. Wait, how did I become so affluent? Logic pondered, yet he did not slow his pace, hastening his exit from the subterranean cavern, should the great bat awaken prematurely. Explanations would be far more difficult. Chapter 19. Bateman, you are quite the young lady. Wayne Manor. It was a dreary, overcast day, with pale sunlight permeating the stifling air. Alfred Pennyworth, the ever-dutiful butler, paced restlessly within a chamber on the second floor of the manor. Where was his master? Batman had mentioned an investigation, as was customary. Yet this time, the duration had stretched excessively long. He had been absent for a full 7 days. Moreover, the most distressing aspect was that during these 7 days, Bruce had not engaged in any form of communication with himself. To Alfred, it felt as though his master had virtually vanished from the realm of existence this week. Like a concerned father fretting over a wayward child, the ever-dutiful butler sighed heavily within the confines of the room. Occasionally glancing at the grandfather clock and tinkering with the piano, his mind utterly restless. He even entertained the notion of venturing out himself. Tim Drake had been scouring Gotham City for days. The third-generation Robin with aspirations of becoming the world's greatest detective had found nothing, not even a trace of bat droppings. Yet, Alfred, who had once served as an agent for MI5, possessed a keen sense of observation. Perhaps he could catch a whiff of something bat-like and follow the scent to uncover the truth. Shaking his head, Alfred moved to a grand floor-to-ceiling window, where the sunlight cast a faint silvery outline beside him. He gazed upon the flora of Wayne Manor, the gently swaying plants stirring his thoughts. What was that dark shape? Rubbing his eyes, he leaned in for a closer look and discerned it was a person. Sensing an omen, the butler's instincts sharpened, and he stealthily concealed himself behind the wall, cautiously peeking out to scrutinize the approaching stranger. As the figure grew clearer, he noticed a large, indistinct shadow upon their back. The familiar silhouette ignited troubling associations within Alfred. His heart raced, and his throat tightened. As the stranger drew nearer, he finally recognized the figure. Batman. How had his master allowed a stranger to carry him back? Alfred's mind swirled with questions, yet, as a trained operative, even in retirement, he swiftly devised a plan of action. The butler crouched low, stealthily making his way to the first floor, arming himself with a hunting rifle and a baseball bat, and then took position behind the manor's entrance, strategically placing himself in a blind spot. While Alfred moved with fluid grace, he awaited the moment when the stranger, Logic, would pass through the door, ready to strike. Confident in his abilities, despite his advancing age, he remained physically robust, well aware of the precise location to strike that would incapacitate the assailant without causing fatal harm. This was the confidence of a seasoned agent, fueled by the courage born from concern for those he cherished. He had stood by Bruce's side since the days when the boy still struggled with bedwetting, and through years of companionship, their bond had transcended that of mere guardianship. Tightening his grip on the baseball bat, Alfred swallowed hard, mentally calculating the timing of the stranger's entrance. Meanwhile, Logic had not progressed at the pace Alfred had anticipated. Instead, he paused in the garden before the manor, admiring the lovely blooms. Reaching out, he plucked a particularly vibrant pink flower, inhaling its fragrant aroma. With a thoughtful twist of his mind, he playfully tucked the flower into the cowl of Batman. Ah, how beautiful! Bateman, you have blossomed into a fine young lady. Perhaps foregoing the flowers atop your head would aid in your matrimonial pursuits. Logic's audacious soliloquy was overheard in its entirety by Alfred, who stood quietly behind the door. The butler, now questioning his life choices, contemplated whether his master had been abducted by some nefarious entity escaped from Arkham. It appeared that this newcomer was indeed a formidable adversary. Alfred silently set down his baseball bat and turned to retrieve a steel wolf's fawn club, its sharp, menacing spikes glinting ominously. Just then, the creaking sound of a window being opened echoed behind him. Alfred paused for a moment, then turned to meet Logic's gaze as he clambered halfway through the window. They shared an awkward silence for a few seconds, after which Alfred glanced at the bouquet of flowers adorning Batman's head. Without exchanging further words with Logic, he swung the wolf's fawn club, cutting through the air with a fierce gust. With a thud, the club embedded itself into the magical jelly-like substance surrounding Logic. Alfred pulled at the weapon, but it remained stubbornly lodged, as if fused with the gelatin. Seizing the opportunity, Logic deftly rolled into the room. He coughed a couple of times before hastily introducing himself. Mr. Alfred, a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm a newly minted superhero from Gotham, currently without a code name. You may call me Logic. A superhero? You just crashed through the window into Wayne Manor. Alfred's tone was incredulous. It is well known that superheroes seldom tread the conventional path, at the very least avoiding the front door. Who told you that? Logic retorted, Batman, my esteemed predecessor in the superhero realm, often burst through windows during his escapades. I merely trust the wisdom of experience. Logic spoke earnestly, placing the large bat-like figure from his back onto the ground. Noticing the occasional murmurs from the figure, he surmised that it would awaken shortly. Alfred observed Bruce, the vase he had used for his floral practice, lying on the floor, his emotions a tangle. A keen observer, he quickly realized that Logic's command over magic indicated he was far from an easy opponent. Noticing the palpable wariness in Alfred's eyes, Logic scratched his chin and explained, Goodness, I assure you, I am a genuinely benevolent individual. I simply follow my whims. He then turned his gaze towards the window. Now, speaking of Bateman, in his quest to uncover the truth behind the Court of Owls, he ventured alone into the intricate and sinister labyrinth beneath Gotham. The ensuing events mirrored those of the Minotaur. Batman became lost, tormented by hunger and thirst, and besieged by the Talons. When I finally found him, he was as haggard as a sickly bat. So, you rescued him? Alfred's tone was tinged with skepticism, still grappling with disbelief. What do you think? It was I who carried him back. As a physician, you can discern that Batman is merely in slumber and shall awaken shortly. Logic gestured towards the large bat-like figure on the floor. The butler nodded. Bruce's condition was stable, at least on the surface, and did not appear to present any significant issues. Perhaps influenced by the shadows of doubt that surrounded him, Alfred had unconsciously adopted some of Batman's skeptical traits, remaining wary of this stranger and suspecting ulterior motives. Do not worry. Once Batman awakens, he will elucidate everything, and then you shall comprehend. As Logic spoke, he extended his hand with a sincere expression, wishing to shake the butler's hand. In such circumstances, gentle physical contact could foster trust. A psychological insight shared by the psychologist Tarski. Without hesitation, Alfred reciprocated the gesture. Although uncertain of the stranger's true capabilities, he sensed that this individual was formidable, and it was prudent to maintain amicable relations with someone of such caliber. Chapter 20. Selina Kyle. Henceforth you shall be Catwoman. In the heart of Gotham City, the island of the Central District awaited. After escorting Batman to Wayne Manor in the afternoon, Logic and Ussa savored a meal before journeying to this island. Nestled amidst 4 flowing rivers, the body that Ussa had sensed had been swept away from the sewers, drifting along one of the rivers until it finally washed ashore. This is rather concerning. Ussa, are you certain this entity can be revived? Logic inquired, gazing at the female corpse before him. The pallid, swollen visage bore little resemblance to the image of Catwoman he held in his mind. Fear not, foolish human sorcerer. The tainted cycles of life harbor immense energy. Beyond your comprehension as a mere wizard, Ussa retorted, shaking his head dismissively. He rubbed his wounded abdomen, contemplating that had it not been for the slow healing magic from the sorcerer, he would not have continued serving as a mere hand warmer and storage pouch. Curse that wizard. He even buys cat food at a few dollars per pound. Oh, my dear Ussa, I know what you desire. Premium cat food and exquisite cat treats. Logic chuckled, affectionately stroking the cat's head. I have simply been too preoccupied these past few days. That soldier Batman has kept me on my toes, thereby delaying my shopping plans. Withdrawing his hand from the cat's head, Logic patted his chest confidently, declaring, unlike before, your good master now presides over the entire Court of Owls in Gotham. As for cat food and treats, I shall clear out the entire market for you. Meow. Is that truly the case? Ussa's eyes sparkled with anticipation, but upon realizing he had abandoned his aloof demeanor, he quickly shook his head in feigned nonchalance, declaring, that is what you ought to do, sorcerer. Having said this, Ussa licked his rain-soaked paws and, in the next moment, opened his mouth wide to expel a book swirling with eerie black mist. Logic's attention was immediately drawn to the volume, which boasted a cover as dark as ink, yet shimmered with hints of violet under shifting light. Intrigued, he marveled at the peculiar tome. After the appearance of the magic sword, yet another enchanted book had presented itself before him. Nodding in affirmation, Logic concluded, this object is indeed destined to intertwine with my fate. As soon as he spoke, his hands conjured a pair of enchanted gloves. With Ussa's consent, he reached for the peculiar tome. This is the Book of the Unrevealed, crafted in the 16th century by the renowned wizard Ludwig Prynne, who claimed to have lived through countless ages. Ussa raised his feline head, the cold rain of Gotham pattering against his face. When I acquired this book, I was surrounded by those vampiric minions from the stars. Prin's gift is truly a nostalgic treasure. With a playful grin, he added, enjoy my catnip. Logic disregarded Usa's bluster, retrieving a ball of catnip from his pocket and tossing it. In the next moment, a shadow darted by, chasing after the catnip. Indeed, it was a cat, unable to resist such temptation. Drawing a deep breath, Logic's expression turned serious as he gazed at the book of the unrevealed in his hands, the dark raindrops of Gotham reflecting a cunning glimmer upon its surface. A faint, unsettling hum filled the air, emanating from the distorted, malevolent tome, which exuded an insatiable malevolence. The pitch-black cover writhed restlessly, merely gazing at it stirred a wave of nausea within Logic. Usa approached, licking the remnants of catnip from his lips, and remarked, within this book lies the profound terror that resides between life and death. Upon opening it, even the flowers of spring and the pumpkins of late autumn may transform into poison. If you are not a deity, employ your magic as a shield and proceed with caution. Usa licked his lips, speaking with earnest gravity. Upon hearing this, Logic felt a surge of reassurance. After all, he indeed possessed the essence of two deities. Without further hesitation, he cast aside the tainted, frenzied thoughts swirling in his mind. He extended his hand, opening the cover, meticulously savoring the soft, gelatinous texture of the pages, resilient as tree sinews, and as cold as a winter's breeze. He could sense the immense, roiling evil magic contained within the book. Given the right instruments and methods, one could harness it for numerous endeavors. For instance, crafting weapons steeped in dark sorcery, or more straightforwardly, augmenting his own magic. Yet, he pondered, what would transpire if ordinary magic collided with this malevolently birthed power? Logic's mind raced with possibilities. There were countless experiments he yearned to conduct with this book, though not at this moment. The Owl Court had already received his directives to construct a cathedral themed around owls within Gotham City for the purpose of conducting various religious activities for the faithful. Additionally, a large laboratory was to be established on the outskirts of Gotham for diverse research endeavors, akin to the renowned Star Labs within the DC universe. Logic recalled that one of the members of the Justice League, the Cybernetic Man, also known as Cyborg, had parents working at Star Labs. He must make a visit there someday. At this moment, his thoughts wandered, leaving him momentarily dazed and motionless, prompting Usa to assume his master was rendered foolish by the tome and promptly delivered a playful swat with his paw. With quick reflexes, Logic deftly caught the formidable blow. And as a good-hearted individual, he chose not to bicker with the cat, politely returning the book to Usa, urging her to hasten the resurrection of Selina Kyle, the future Catwoman, lest she end up festering in her current state. Usa took the book, and with a swift paw, turned its pages, placing it over Selina's face, revealing only her tightly shut eyes. In an elegant feline stride, Usa leaned closer to Selina, gently prying her eyelids apart, establishing a strange connection as their gazes locked. A hum resonated as the Book of Unknowns exuded a dark mist, which ominously infiltrated Selina's body through her eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The scene was somewhat surreal, and after this intricate operation, Usa returned to Logic's side, quietly awaiting the miracle to unfold. Selina's fingers twitched, and a muffled sound escaped her lips. Suddenly, she awoke with a start, her body rising halfway, splattering mud in her wake, and greedily gasping for air as if she had never inhaled before. Selina Kyle, your life is not meant to end. The boundary between life and death has been shattered, and you have returned from the realm of the dead to the living, reborn with a new identity. As the rain intensified, Usa conjured a magical umbrella overhead, glancing at Logic who held it, then directing his gaze back to Selina. Henceforth, you shall no longer be merely an ordinary human working in a cosmetics company, but the Catwoman, heir to a legacy spanning centuries. Bang! Just as one human and one cat had successfully rescued the Catwoman from the clutches of death, a bullet suddenly pierced through the rain, striking the magical barrier behind Logic. The immense force merely created faint purple ripples, causing no harm. An ambush. Chapter 21. The experience can be used as toilet paper for hippos. The bullet, despite its ferocity, was ensnared by the gel-like magical barrier, immobilizing it without inflicting any damage upon Logic. However, being as astute as he was, Logic would not gamble on the assassin's gun containing only a single bullet. Without hesitation, he lunged forward, making it appear as though he had been propelled by the bullet's terrifying momentum. He met the soft, muddy ground in an intimate embrace. Aside from a slight twitch of his fingers, he lay completely still, as if truly lifeless. The scene shifted to a distant tower rooftop. Slade, clad in a full-face mask of yellow and black, surveyed the situation with piercing eyes, the barrel of his long gun emitting a wisp of white smoke, which dissipated in a Gotham's blue night rain moments later. Was that it? One shot? Slade frowned, recalling the information provided by his employer. This target, Logic, was supposed to be a formidable adversary, possessing skills comparable to Batman, with numerous hidden cards up his sleeve. The current scenario clearly contradicted the intelligence he had received. Pondering deeply, Slade chose not to lower his weapon and continued to observe the unfolding events through his telescope. At this moment, beneath Logic's abdomen, a swirling mass of violet energy coalesced into a drill-like form. Just as Slade prepared to fire 2 additional shots, Logic plunged into the earth with a thunderous sound. The bullets from the long gun missed their target, striking the ground and sending up a spray of mud. Damn it! Slade gritted his teeth, hesitating not a moment, and leaped from the tower. Despite the height capable of fatally injuring an ordinary mercenary, like the Deathstroke level, he merely slowed his descent before continuing his rapid advance. His legs propelled him at a velocity unattainable by an ordinary mercenary, such as Deathstroke, as he raced towards Logic's position. Before him stood a fence gate obstructing his path. Without a moment's pause, Slade executed a leap of such remarkable ability that it would take a decade of training for an ordinary mercenary to attain. With a resounding thud, he vaulted over the barrier, closing the distance further. Meanwhile, far away in Chicago, a solitary Deathstroke nursed his drink, reflecting. Indeed, there exists a disparity among mercenaries. Slade Wilson, known as Deathstroke, the most formidable mercenary in the world, a title that, barring unforeseen events, requires no embellishment. Once competing in willpower against Green Lantern Kyle Rayner, had it not been for Green Arrow Oliver suddenly intervening and blinding him his right eye. Deathstroke might have joined the Green Lantern Corps. As a superhuman, Deathstroke possessed strength far beyond human limits, mastering an array of weaponry and combat styles. Truly a six-sided warrior with no weaknesses. In unarmed combat, he could even best Batman and Nightwing. At this moment, this illustrious mercenary, capable of being a mere footnote to a hippopotamus, had reached the riverbank, concealing himself behind a protruding rock. He cautiously peered out, assessing the battlefield. The mission target had unexpectedly vanished into the earth, losing sight, and the peculiar woman who had just regained consciousness was also pulled into the pit. As for the Black Cat, it had meowed twice before leaping into the hole as well. A most peculiar trio. Contemplating, Deathstroke then retreated 100 meters, retrieving a prepared mortar. After a brief hand gesture to gauge the wind speed, he loaded the shell with precision. The cold autumn rain of Gotham continued to fall incessantly. Wiping the rain from his mask, Deathstroke hesitated no longer. He aimed at the sandy pit not far off and fired the shell. Empty. Boom! The pit erupted violently, sending a multitude of mud flying, as swirling dust and rain coalesced and crashed to the ground with a cacophony. Having learned from his previous experience, Deathstroke remained vigilant and resolved to fire a few more rounds. Empty, empty, empty. Boom! The banks reverberated with explosive sounds, yet Logic, the intended target of this bombardment, was entirely absent from the blast zone. He had long since excavated a tunnel underground, emerging from a nearby sewer close to the shore. 2 individuals and a cat found themselves ensconced within a magical barrier, their every movement shrouded in silence, perched atop a modest dwelling behind the ominous figure of the Reaper. Foolish human sorcerer, do you possess any inkling? Ushered by feline eyes, the cat gazed intently at the Reaper below, who was presently engulfed in a frenzied onslaught upon the shoreline. The cacophony soon drew the attention of the Gotham Police Department, as patrol cars and helicopters arrived amidst a flurry of flashing red and blue lights. In the midst of the turmoil, the Reaper concealed his equipment and vanished into the curtain of rain. Who else could it be but Falcon? I inadvertently ended the life of his associate while piloting my glider, and that vengeful old coot has long since inscribed my name in his ledger, Logic mused, recollecting that chaotic autumn night. Yet, I never anticipated that he would enlist the Reaper to target me. The fee for this mercenary is no less than $2 million. He scratched his chin, speculating that his adversary had likely considered employing Deathstroke, but, deterred by his own blunders, opted instead for the more costly Reaper. Ugh, woe is me. As a man and cat conversed, Selena Kyle, with a towel stuffed in her mouth, wept silently, yearning to express herself. It was not that Logic derived amusement from her plight. Rather, he feared that the newly appointed Catwoman might inadvertently draw the Reaper's attention with her cries. Now that they had temporarily secured a safe position, he extended his hand and removed the towel from Selena's mouth. Cough, cough. Who are you? Help! Help! For the moment, Catwoman's persona lay dormant, while Selena, the ordinary employee from a cosmetics company, released her terror through screams. Stop, stop. If you keep yelling, I'll have to resort to using the pink ball on you. A towel is a luxury at this point, Logic cautioned. After a couple more shrill cries, Selena ceased, her body trembling with helplessness. Who are you? Where's this place? What has happened to me? I feel so strange. Selena was beset by questions. Yet Logic had no time for psychological reassurances. He was still being pursued by the world's premier mercenary. He placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. It's not so dire. You merely met your end once, and this cat and I have brought you back to life. Huh? Selena grasped her hair, her mouth agape. You're from Gotham. So you must have heard of superheroes like Batman and Batgirl. And now, my friend, you too are a hero. What? But no buts. Your new moniker is Catwoman. Batman is formidable, but cats do enjoy feasting on bats. Before Logic could utter another word, the ethereal mists of magic surrounding them were suddenly disturbed. Within the intangible haze, a man adorned in yellow and black was swiftly approaching, as if the ominous bell of the Reaper had been tolled, heralding imminent doom. Chapter 22. Your blade is not as sharp as mine. As the candle flickered, a warm yellow glow emerged within Gotham's melancholic nocturne. And as the Reaper silently counted to 1, the rope above the candle flame snapped with a resounding crack. The interconnected triggers of the long guns were activated by a chain reaction. An especially designed, pointed bullet surged forth from the dark muzzle, propelled by a flash of light, hurtling through the tempest towards Logic's back. Simultaneously, a mortar shell plummeted from above, whistling ominously as it neared to strike directly above him. Threatened from both above and behind, he suddenly beheld the figure of the Death Bell emerging before him, wielding a military-green RPG, a rocket trailing a crimson streak hurtling mercilessly towards him. He was besieged from 3 sides. Logic understood that with Death Bell's superior intellect, locating his temporary refuge would be effortless. However, he was astounded by the speed at which the adversary had found them, prompting him to suspect that this individual might possess some sort of clairvoyance. It was not a battle against a superhuman with genuine X-ray vision, and for a moment, Logic became somewhat complacent, unable to muster even the most basic defensive maneuver. He could only strive to activate his magical barrier. Buzz! The air erupted with a resonant hum as the faith power derived from the 50 newly acquired followers was frantically converted into magical energy, enveloping the 2 individuals and the cat in a spherical barrier that transformed into a deep shade of purple. Boom! The thunderous explosion shattered the glass of nearby skyscrapers, sending flocks of waterfowl into a frenzied panic along the shore, flapping their wings wildly in all directions. Boom! 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 Another 3 rocket projectiles came hurtling in. Logic within the spherical barrier was baffled as to how Death Bell managed to carry an arsenal with him. Was it concealed within a 4th-dimensional space? The rockets detonated, creating towering fireballs that illuminated the surroundings like miniature suns, drawing the attention of citizens below who raised their phones to capture the spectacle. The reckless tendencies of Gotham's denizens flared wildly. These individuals had no concept of danger. With one audacious soul, even unloading a ladder from his pickup truck to climb onto a rooftop for a closer shot. This fellow was likely a journalist. Regardless of the bravado exhibited by these carefree Gotham citizens, the focus shifted back to Logic, who, shrouded in smoke as the flames receded, found himself momentarily concealed. According to the law of no harm, when there's smoke, Logic had indeed withstood this barrage of firepower thanks to his magical barrier. Though it had consumed a significant portion of his accumulated faith power, depleting much of what he had garnered over the past few days. Damn Falcon! Of all people, why dispatch a walking arsenal? Uther, take Selena and find somewhere to hide. You'll be needed for the cleanup later. Logic retracted the spherical barrier, solidifying it into a shield as he spoke. At his feet, Uther nodded, unleashing tendrils to ensnare the bewildered Selena before leaping to the rooftop of another building. The battlefield was in constant flux. As the dust cleared, Logic's vision was restored just in time to see a glinting blade slicing towards his face. The long knife moved with astonishing speed, yet Logic, having ascended to the rank of intermediate owl god, matched Deathbell's reflexes. He swiftly drew the sword of Arthur, clashing it against the adversary's weapon. Clang! The sound of metal meeting metal reverberated, with sparks erupting from the point of contact under the immense pressure exerted by both combatants, vividly illuminating the dark blue rain-soaked night. Deathbell, you are formidable. The contest of strength between Logic and Slade reached an impasse. As he exerted his force, he continued, "However, your dagger pales in comparison to my sword." With a crack, King Arthur's blade, forged from extraordinary metals, cleaved through the scythe in the hands of the Grim Reaper with a resounding impact. Unrelenting, it surged forth like a golden meteor, aimed directly at Slade's chest. This is catastrophic. The opponent's weapon harbored a mysterious and terrifying energy. The Grim Reaper was aware that, bolstered by his enhanced physique, he was unlikely to perish. But enduring this strike would undoubtedly leave him severely weakened, incapacitating him in the heat of battle. Slade, however, was not prepared to meet his demise just yet. Without hesitation, the Grim Reaper executed a nimble roll, narrowly evading the golden sword's descent. "You've stolen my technique," Logic exclaimed in frustration, recognizing the maneuver all too well, a versatile evasion skill that had successfully circumvented his full-force strike. Bang! 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 The Grim Reaper retreated at an alarming speed, firing 3 quick shots in succession. Yet each bullet was deftly deflected by Logic's magically reinforced shield. The 3 projectiles struck the same point on the shield, and upon noticing the minuscule cracks, Logic swiftly repaired it to its pristine condition. "This won't do. I cannot squander my faith's power here. I must conserve my strength for a decisive blow," Logic thought, as he continued his movements, his leg muscles taut. He propelled himself forward, rapidly closing the distance to the Grim Reaper. There were no extravagant techniques or clever maneuvers. He merely summoned his magical energy, solidifying the violet force around the Grim Reaper's form and compressing it inward. At that moment, the Grim Reaper found himself ensnared by the magic. Resembling a rice dumpling with only his yellow and black striped head exposed, like a mole about to be struck by a hammer, the Grim Reaper mused, "This guy, despite his grandiose claims of being the world's top mercenary, remains merely an enhanced human." When faced with a mage like Logic, he falls short. Slade, I was merely curious about your strength, and now I see it is indeed commendable. Thus, let us conclude this game," Logic declared, cheerfully raising his fist, as swirling magical energy coalesced into a visibly colossal purple fist above his right hand. Bang! 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 The brutal game of whack-a-mole persisted for some time, leaving the Grim Reaper dazed and reeling, cursing his employer, Falcone, 1,000 times over. "This is what you call a power-type contender, slightly weaker than Batman? His claws are remarkably sharp. He has yet to show any semblance of claws since the battle began." The grievous intelligence failure led to the Grim Reaper's total mission failure. Had he known Logic possessed such a trump card, he would have never engaged in close combat. "Damn Falcone, if by some miracle I survive, you're the first I'll come for. I'll scatter your ashes into Gotham River." As he gazed at the tolling bell before him, muttering curses against Falcone in his heart, Logic adjusted the bruised and battered head of his adversary, who hung limply before him, and spoke. "Slade?" The tolling bell raised its head at the sound of his voice, its eyes revealing an indomitable spirit. "Slade, although you are here to assassinate me, there exists a custom in my hometown that mandates combatants to dine together post-battle." Pausing, he withdrew his hand from the gradually swelling visage of the tolling bell. "This is not the first time I've uttered such words. It will be prudent for you to join me for a meal, as I have a few inquiries to make. By the way, Slade, do you possess Falcone's phone number?" Chapter 23. The cold-blooded assassin remains silent. Gotham, dawn. The wintry rain of the previous night had been transformed into a balmy summer scene by the radiant sun of Gotham, infusing the damp and chilling city with an unusual vitality. Citizens strolling the streets felt invigorated enough to stretch their limbs. Batman has returned. The familiar silhouette of the caped crusader perched upon the highest gargoyle led many to initially dismiss him as yet another impersonator of the Dark Knight. However, as his decisive actions and the quaking villains soon made clear, the Knight of Justice had indeed returned to his beloved Gotham. Like a ray of light piercing through the clouds, Batman brought hope to the citizens, although evil still festered in the city like a malignant growth. At least people felt emboldened to venture outside during the day. It is truly ironic that a vigilante operating outside the law could be so crucial to a city's well-being. The Gotham Police Department should feel a deep sense of shame for the farce of recent days. Logic shook off the remnants of last night's dew from his trench coat, observing the increasing throng of people on the street, and remarked. Beside him, the tolling bell nodded, his tone peculiar. Gotham is like this. At that moment, he wore a helmet that appeared hastily constructed, from which extended an antenna that flickered with a faint red light. Should Logic press the remote control button, or should the heart's pulse detector sense an anomaly? A lethal spike would emerge from the helmet, aimed precisely at the back of the tolling bell's head, delivering a swift and agonizing death to Slade. This helmet was generously sponsored by the Court of Owls. Speaking of the Court of Owls, due to their overwhelming influence in Gotham and their numerous underlings, Logic had allocated a portion of them to construct the Owl's cathedral and laboratory. He also set aside another group, who, within days, erected an owl-themed restaurant, which would serve as his future dining venue. The DC universe is fraught with calamity, and there will be countless occasions where this champion of justice must stand alone against formidable foes such as Sinestro and Doomsday. It would be inappropriate to invite them to the White Castle for fried chicken. And let's not forget the 8-year-old Darkseid. A special children's meal must be prepared for this young villain. As Logic's thoughts wandered, a series of melodious laughter reached his ears. He looked up to find a group of blonde, voluptuous women laughing at the peculiar helmet adorning the tolling bell's head. Slade, behold how the ladies are enamored with you. I knew that such a sense of humor would captivate them. The Reaper fellow remains skeptical, but he has no idea how difficult it is to make him carry a pink backpack. Logic, observing the situation, took the opportunity to tease the distant Lawton, who was engaged in an assassination mission in Wind City, while also giving a friendly pat on the shoulder to the Grim Reaper. Indeed, the Grim Reaper replied vacantly, nodding without enthusiasm. He had grown indifferent, even refraining from cursing the one who had led him to this predicament, Falcone. His own pride might very well be the true culprit behind his current state. Glancing at the jovial Logic beside him, the Grim Reaper blinked in confusion, extending his hand as a strange sensation washed over him. Wasn't this man supposed to be his assassination target? Why was he dining with him? Slade racked his brain, unable to comprehend what scheme Logic was concocting. Throughout the years of undertaking missions across the globe, he had encountered many peculiarities, but he had never met anyone willing to share a meal with the assassin sent to eliminate them. The Grim Reaper vowed that no matter what absurdity this individual might display, he would not be surprised in the least. Strangely, I find myself preferring cat food and canned delicacies over the excessively greasy fare that humans consume, he mused. Catwoman, currently embodying the persona of Selina, felt a sense of restraint amidst this peculiar gathering. You have been rescued from death by me, a celestial feline deity. Compared to humans, you now resemble a noble cat. Embrace your new identity, Selina, proclaimed Ussa, perched proudly upon Logic's shoulder. Grooming Ussa's glossy black fur, Logic nodded in agreement, adding, furthermore, Selina, do not disclose your feline tendencies to your adversaries, lest you find yourself lured into a basement with catnip. That could never happen, Selina retorted. Her cheeks flushed as she stamped her foot in protest. Logic shrugged innocently, his hands raised in a gesture of surrender. The trio, along with their feline companion, playfully bickered like school children on a spring outing, soon arriving at the newly established owl-themed restaurant. Gazing at the enormous owl depicted on the restaurant sign, which blinked mechanically through a series of gears, the Grim Reaper was suddenly reminded of the true rulers of Gotham, the shadowy court owls. He recalled receiving an assassination assignment from this organization 3 winters ago, a task so cruel that even he, the usually unyielding Grim Reaper, found it appalling. This is the restaurant I mentioned earlier, built by my subordinates. It's finally completed, and this is my first visit, Logic declared as he pushed open the door, ushering Slade and the others inside. The decor of the restaurant exuded a vintage charm, with platinum candelabras and deep crimson walls, intricate carpets, and exquisite bas-reliefs that transported one back several centuries. As an established clandestine organization, the Court of Owls maintained a consistent taste in elegance. The group settled at a table by the window, and shortly thereafter, a waiter donned in a pristine white owl mask approached to take their order. "Ah, such a familiar mask," the Grim Reaper remarked, a sense of recognition stirring within him. The mournful bell rubbed its throbbing temples, harboring a faintly mad conjecture. After a few individuals placed their orders, Wilson, stationed behind the counter, noticed that logic had finally arrived. He swiftly approached the spot where the waiter had been standing, leaned in close, and whispered into Logic's ear, "Master, all the claws from the underground maze have been gathered and are now securely frozen in the cold storage as per your instructions." Logic nodded in acknowledgement and continued, "Excellent. How is the construction of the church and laboratory progressing?" "The church has begun to take shape. As for the laboratory, we have just cleared away the weeds and shrubs from the designated area. We are still awaiting your blueprints for further construction." "Well done, little Wilson," Logic remarked, patting Wilson on the back. "The matter of the blueprints can wait until after I visit the Star Lab, which should be in about 2 weeks. "Understood, Master. Please, go about your business." As Logic's words concluded, Wilson did not return to the counter, but instead exited to oversee the church's construction. Meanwhile, the mournful bell, seated nearby, felt a prickling discomfort at the presence of the leader of the Court of Owls, Wilson. Though masked, the figure's distinctive build was unforgettable. How had he ended up as a servant under Logic's command? And why was he so deferential? Was this truly the same venomous dragon that lurked in Gotham's underground? The mournful bell found itself engulfed in self-doubt and could not restrain the urge to inquire, "Is that Wilson, the leader of Gotham's Court of Owls?" "You mean little Wilson?" "Yes, indeed. He's my new recruit," came the reply. The cold-hearted assassin had little desire for conversation, preferring instead a glass of ice water to steady his nerves. Chapter 24. Let me contemplate the notorious figures of Gotham. The golden rays of morning sunlight streamed through the window, resting upon the shoulders of the mournful bell. Leaning back, fingers interlaced across his chest, he spoke. "So, Logic, you wish to know who hired me to assassinate you?" "Indeed," Logic nodded, ignoring the peculiar helmet. The oppressive aura emanating from the mournful bell was quite formidable. "Well, if you must know, the employer is a Roman named Carmine Falcone, a major player in Gotham's underground. For some reason, it seems you have managed to anger him." The mournful bell harbored no ulterior motives. He simply divulged the truth, not out of despondency like Deadshot, wishing to become a complacent bystander, but rather because he understood that Logic wielded considerable influence over Gotham's court factions. Uncovering the identity of his would-be assassin would be a trivial task for him. Asking the bell was merely a matter of convenience. Furthermore, the mournful bell was not one to adhere to confidentiality agreements, a fact well known to his employers. With a single statement that would doom Falcone, the mournful bell felt a wave of relief wash over him as he leaned back against the soft, comfortable chair, contemplating how best to orchestrate his escape. He was a composed and prudent individual. Faced with this predicament, he would not behave like a novice, causing a ruckus and demanding a showdown. The Grim Reaper quietly lingers in the shadows, patiently awaiting the moment when Luo Ji reveals a flaw, at which point he will strike decisively. Indeed, that old wretch. I wonder what Karipitson means to him and why he would hire you to eliminate me. Luo Ji smirks, retrieving a small notebook from his pocket. If only they knew you were the true master behind the Owl Court. Even the underground emperor, Falcone, could not afford the price on your head. It is indeed true, but to reveal my identity so overtly would contradict my inherently shy and reserved nature. Luo Ji scratches his chin, preferring to operate as the unseen puppeteer. As for the Grim Reaper's words, they pertain to his standard fee, which is 30% of the target's entire fortune. This explains why Batman has never fallen to the Grim Reaper's hand. With his enhanced intellect, the Grim Reaper must know that Batman is, in fact, Bruce Wayne. No one could afford the cost of assassinating Bruce. Since my suspicions prove correct, and this is indeed Falcone's machination, then, my friends, I have devised a plan that has occupied my thoughts for quite some time. Pausing, Luo Ji pulls out a pencil. Let us terrify this old relic. His powers as the God of Owls have been elevated to an intermediate level for some time now, while his ability to conjure illusions remains at a novice stage. Moreover, given that Luo Ji is currently developing in Gotham, The ordinary citizens who pass through this cursed city are likely to possess some form of mental instability, their minds stubbornly entrenched. This enables him to utilize his illusion-crafting abilities, as demonstrated during his recent confrontation with Batman and Lawton, where his performance was commendable. Yet, it still fell short of his expectations. After all, divine power and mental assault are essential skills that he feels necessitate further enhancement. Fortunately, Falcone's imminent arrival presents an opportunity to gain experience. Luo Ji plans to employ, or rather, abduct, several ruthless individuals to surround Falcone's old residence and employ illusions to instill fear in him, thus gaining some experience points. Whether the old man might be frightened into a heart attack, however, is beyond Luo Ji's concern, were it not for his formidable strength. Capable of running with horses and standing against foes, he would surely have become another victim of the Grim Reaper. The enmity has been established. There is no reason to relent. Let me ponder who the formidable figures of Gotham might be. Luo Ji spears a vibrant green pea with his fork, savoring its taste, while simultaneously jotting notes in his small notebook. Seizing this moment, Selina, who sits in the corner with her hands clasped tightly, cautiously chewing her steak, maintains a calm exterior. Though her thoughts swirl with complexity, that fellow, the Grim Reaper, is truly terrifying, exuding an aura that warns others to stay away. Yet, my savior, Mr. Luo Ji and Cat, managed to capture him. How impressive. But why does everyone seem to embody villainy, except for myself? Selina, oh Selina, how did you find yourself mired in such murky waters? In this moment of despair, the future Catwoman finds herself yearning for the amiable colleagues at the cosmetics company, reminiscing about the mundane conversations shared during mealtimes. It is a stark contrast to the current discussions revolving around the recruitment of nefarious individuals and the unsettling notion of intimidating an even more malevolent adversary. Selina harbors a myriad of grievances, but ultimately restrains herself, quietly consuming her meal, akin to a rabbit nibbling on a carrot. Very well, first, what are your thoughts on Killer Croc? Logic inquired of the Clock King. What is your opinion on this man-eating crocodile? Logic paused his writing, seeking the Clock King's insights. The Clock King leaned forward slightly, adopting a contemplative demeanor. I am familiar with him, Waylon Jones, a crocodilian creature primarily active in the sewers of Gotham. He is merely a brute, lacking intellect, with the sole advantage of a rather intimidating appearance. If your intention is to instill fear, then I believe that if we could find a way to control this crocodile, he might prove to be quite effective. The Clock King offered a calm analysis, rationally assessing the situation. Only last night, he had been an assassin targeting Logic, and now, he had transformed into the latter's trusted strategist. This remarkable shift was initially hard for the Clock King to accept, but years of mercenary life had steeled his heart, and he now embraced the current reality. His family believed him to be a businessman abroad, and his prolonged absence was deemed normal, alleviating any concerns he had about Logic wasting his time. Well-reasoned and persuasive. Logic nodded, marking a check next to Killer Croc in his notebook. As he took a breath, Logic lifted the cat, Uzar, from his lap and placed it atop Selina's head, continuing, I find that Mudface also presents a compelling option. This individual possesses shape-shifting abilities and, if utilized properly, could serve as a formidable tool for instilling terror. Oh, it suddenly occurs to me that before we instill fear into the Falcone gang, we have yet to visit a certain master in this regard. Logic glanced at Selina, who was delicately petting the cat, and thought of one of Batman's notorious adversaries. I believe I know whom you are referring to, the Clock King remarked, taking a sip of ice water, his tone laced with amusement. Indeed, it is the fellow swathed in straw, Jonathan Crane. Jonathan Crane, known on the streets as Scarecrow, was once a university psychology professor who was dismissed for conducting illegal human experiments, ultimately descending into the realm of supervillainy. He dedicated his life to exploring the deepest fears within humanity, equipped with an array of weaponry associated with fear. He is a must-visit mentor, without a doubt. Chapter 25. An affinity for feline figures. In the depths of Gotham's sewers, a murky green river, festooned with decaying refuse, lined the path as Logic and his companions trudged onward, burdened with dozens of golden, aromatic roasted chickens, gradually approaching Killer Croc's territory. According to information provided by benevolent Gotham citizens, Killer Croc had not been his usual erratic self in recent days, instead remaining within a specific area, shrouded in mystery. The trio, accompanied by Cat, moved at a brisk pace, their burden of roasted chicken infused with secret spices filling the air with an intoxicating aroma. For the gluttonous killer crocodile, a creature whose thoughts revolved solely around food, this was an irresistible temptation. Its greedy mind would not contemplate whether it was a trap. Leading the way, Selena trembled slightly, her lips pressed together. Mr. Luo Ji, perhaps you should take the lead. I feel too weak. If that terrifying giant crocodile suddenly emerges from the water, it could swallow me in one gulp. After speaking, she shyly scratched her head and instinctively took a step back. In the next moment, Luo Ji pushed her forward, then spoke seriously. Selena, do you know why I want you to take the lead? Before she could respond, he answered himself. Because I need you to become the strong point of Selena's character. No, strong isn't enough. You must be invincible. Because I must become a superhero. Catwoman? But I don't seem suited for that. No, Luo Ji shook his head because Catwoman is another person distinct from Selena. What do you mean? Am I now equivalent to having a split personality? Selena gasped, her face a picture of shock. Well, it's not quite that. However, Selena, if you do not wish to live in Catwoman's shadow, you must stand tall and become even stronger and braver than her, so that she exists beneath your shadow instead. Luo Ji firmly patted Selena's shoulder, adopting the demeanor of a stern mentor. He had yet to recruit any followers with superpowers, and Catwoman would be the first. If the other persona was Catwoman, persuading this rebellious feline to comply would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. However, if Selena's character could be sufficiently strengthened under Luo Ji's guidance, even capable of defeating the dominant Catwoman persona, then as the one who had saved her twice, their endeavors would surely progress more smoothly. A flawless plan, with renewed determination. Selena sniffed back her emotions, straightened her previously hunched back, and her gaze became resolute. Yes, I will definitely defeat that annoying new persona. Excellent. That's my good little cat. Luo Ji nodded in satisfaction, affectionately ruffling her hair as if she were merely a cat. Initially, he had intended to train Selena as a spy, placing her as an undercover agent beside Batman. Given that the humanoid bat often occupied himself with matters of dubious productivity in his cave, possibly devising plans to surveil the globe one day. Even our nearly perfect Superman, who was handsome and benevolent, had been thoroughly researched by Batman, who had crafted numerous contingency plans. Luo Ji understood that as he demonstrated greater strength before Batman, the latter would undoubtedly begin to regard him with increased seriousness. One day, should he find himself unconscious in a confrontation with a cosmic adversary, he might unwittingly entrust his back to Batman, only to be dissected for research purposes. Such matters are absolutely intolerable. Thus, Luo Ji initially pondered seriously whether to place Selena beside the Great Bat as an undercover agent. However, this plan was ultimately abandoned for a rather simple reason: his fondness for petting cats. He also cherished the form of a humanoid feline. Naturally, as a person who believes in sharing affection equally, he did not forget the Usa perched atop his head, and with a free hand, he caressed the little black cat. Beside him, the mournful Belle observed Luo Ji, who was simultaneously petting two cats, and sighed, lamenting that he had boarded a rather dubious vessel. The trio, along with the cat, quickened their pace, gradually approaching the domain of the killer crocodile. The air was filled not only with the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken, but also sporadic cries of madness and anguished screams. As they drew nearer, the murky glow of flames flickered in the nearby river. The flames danced, evoking certain unsettling associations deep within one's psyche. Usa meowed twice, leaping down from Luo Ji's head to walk alongside the others, warning them of the ominous flicker and the chilling whispers ahead, indicative of an animalistic revelry. Luo Ji nodded and remarked, "Yes, my owl spotted a humanoid crocodile over there. That must be the killer crocodile. Now, let us proceed according to plan." As his words fell, they stuffed the roasted chickens from their backs into Selena's large bag. Clad in a form-fitting black combat suit, Selena glanced at Luo Ji, said nothing, and ventured toward the vicinity of the flames. A dark golden curve traced her side as she possessed the agility, reflexes, balance, and flexibility akin to that of a cat. She effortlessly leaped over the gap ahead. Glancing back at the turbulent dark green waters below the gap, Selena swallowed hard, her heart racing slightly. She could not help but feel a tinge of trepidation, yet simultaneously, exhilaration coursed through her veins. She found herself secretly relishing the sensation. With each step, Selena's movements grew increasingly graceful and confident, arriving at an optimal position where the fragrance of roasted chicken would waft toward the killer crocodile. She retrieved one from the bag and placed it on the ground. She then retreated slowly back toward Luo Ji, dropping a fragrant roasted chicken every meter along the way. By the time she returned to Luo Ji and the others, the roasted chickens had been perfectly exhausted. A remarkably simplistic yet ingenious trapping strategy. However, when dealing with a creature like the killer crocodile, which is not particularly bright, it is often such straightforward plans that prove effective. If the scheme becomes too intricate, the killer crocodile would be utterly confused about the next steps. Very well, now let us wait in silence, Luo Ji declared, subtly gesturing to Usa. The little black cat immediately understood, its mouth curving into a slight smirk, and in the next moment, it produced several wooden hammers from its belly. Each of the four, 3 individuals and 1 cat, grasped a hammer, concealing their forms in the shadows while Luo Ji used his magic to mask their scent, awaiting their unsuspecting prey. The scene then shifted to the killer crocodile. The towering emerald crocodile, once engrossed in a heap of spoils, suddenly detected the tantalizing aroma of roasted chicken wafting through the air. Its tail began to thrash with excitement as it lowered its body, following the savory scent step by step until it reached the first roasted chicken. With a few swift bites, the cunning crocodile devoured the chicken, juices oozing from the corners of its mouth. Accustomed to raw meat, this perfectly roasted delicacy ignited a fervor within its taste buds. It craved more. Ahead lay another one. The green-skinned giant swung its tail and approached the hunter who had been waiting patiently, sensing that the prey had finally fallen for the trap. Logic wasted no time and leaped forward to strike. Smash it to pieces. Chapter 26. The Allure of the Canine Aristocrat. Bang. 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 Although the formidable crocodile possessed immense strength, it was no match for the combined force of 4 hefty hammers. At that moment, its green head was firmly embedded in the cracked concrete, its limbs flailing helplessly. Don't hold back, it's resilient enough. Just avoid turning its skull into pulp. The wooden hammers rained down upon the crocodile, and since its head was already buried deep in the concrete, the assailants widened their attack to its torso. Among them, the relentless strikes of the Bell and Selena were particularly fierce. Bell seemed to be venting the frustration accumulated from being subjugated in recent days, his black and yellow hood failing to conceal the ferocity of his expression. Fortunately, Logic had anticipated such an outcome and had chosen wooden hammers for this task. Were they armed with iron mallets, they might have reduced the crocodile to a mere paste in mere moments. Meanwhile, he was perplexed by Selena's fervent assault. Her arms were taut with bulging veins, striking with an intensity that seemed to transform her into a fierce warrior, completely at odds with her usual delicate demeanor. Had the persona of the Catwoman returned? Wasn't that supposed to manifest only at night? Or had he inadvertently uncovered some peculiar traits within Selena? All right, enough. Stop. We don't want to kill our future teammate. Witnessing the crocodile nearly transformed into a 2-dimensional figure, Logic hastily called for a halt. What on earth have I done? Selena gasped, discarding the bloodied hammer and wiping the crocodile's blood from her face as she slowly sank to the ground, incredulous at her recent actions. Bell also laid down his hammer, shaking the blood from his hands and patting Selena on the shoulder. You may possess a talent of which you are unaware. Or perhaps it was just a surge of adrenaline. Regardless of the truth, you will eventually come to understand and adapt to it. Bell took on the role of a mentor, clearly relishing the thrill of pummeling the crocodile, his spirits unusually high. Selena nodded in bewilderment, then turned her gaze to the peculiar little black cat, Uzar, who sauntered over with a feline grace, licking her hand with a teasing tickle. The scene shifts to Luo Ji, who remains industrious. After he deftly returns the hammer to the belly of the killer crocodile, he crouches down, preparing to extract the creature embedded in the ground. The unfortunate green crocodile is now unconscious, its already massive body swollen from the pounding, resembling a Michelin Man. Donning magical gloves, Luo Ji exerts all his strength to yank the bloodied killer crocodile from the earth, and with a resounding thud, the 2-meter-20, over 600-pound humanoid crocodile crashes to the ground. Usa, where's the rope? Meow. The portable tool cat spits out the rope. Luo Ji swiftly ties up the crocodile's limbs and jaws, then remarks, my owl witnessed the flames over there. It seems the killer crocodile only acts foolishly when food is involved. What do you mean? Dong Zhong inquires, puzzled. This fellow has surrounded himself with imprisoned vagrants, a truly deranged act. Our earlier actions were quite justified. Luo Ji muses, scratching his chin, his mind racing. He continues, what about the new clerical robes the Owl Court made for me? Meow. Excellent. Everyone, I have a plan that requires your assistance. Haha. Please don these garments. Luo Ji grins, handing each of them a robe. The new clerical attire is far more modest than the original owl combat suit, resembling the habits worn by medieval monks, befitting his understated yet profound persona. You all need not speak. Simply stand beside me in a striking pose. Upon seeing the agreement from the two and the cat, Luo Ji steps forward, dragging the weighty body of the killer crocodile with the rope. Crossing the broken gap, they arrive before the imprisoned vagrants. Although the killer crocodile was once an ordinary human, he is now transformed into a grotesque monster, viewing these homeless souls as mere lambs awaiting slaughter. With no reason not to feast upon them, he prowls the sewers, randomly lifting a manhole cover to abduct an unfortunate vagrant, bringing him back to this circle. Through this method, he has amassed 20 pitiable souls, threadbare and starving, who, even under his care, lead a life of brutality and desperation. Now, however, dawn has arrived. The vagrants' prayers have finally borne fruit. Clad in faintly purplish sacred robes, Luo Ji stands before them, flanked by devoted followers. Amidst the resplendent gospel and warm light, an elderly man with gray hair weeps, murmuring, "Therefore, stay alert, for you do not know when a master will arrive." It takes roughly 500 pounds of pressure to crush a human skull, yet human emotions are far more fragile. The destitute vagrants, already downtrodden, have been dragged to hell by the killer crocodile, their inner defenses long since shattered. Upon witnessing the divine presence of Luo Ji and his entourage, they immediately, without a hint of hesitation, embrace their faith and become followers. Logic had not uttered a single word when a notification echoed in his mind. Attention! 15 followers successfully acquired. Current follower count: 65 remaining followers needed to condense the divine realm. Only 35 more followers are required to solidify the village of the deity, thereby truly obtaining the owl-related authority forged by divine power. Faith power: 572, except for 5 vagrants who tragically succumbed to illness due to the filthy environment. The rest had transformed into devoted followers. This unexpected turn of events caught Logic off guard, prompting him to scratch his shoulder before retrieving his phone from his pocket and calling Wilson. Little Wei, the plan to visit Killer Croc has been successfully completed. Having men meet us at the agreed location. As he spoke, Logic glanced at the cluster of vagrants before continuing. There's an unforeseen circumstance. Bring a couple more vehicles and, in addition to the church and a laboratory, construct 2 welfare homes for me. With a wave of his hand, he exuded the charisma of a prosperous magnate. To his delight, he had unexpectedly gained over a dozen followers during the outing. Meanwhile, Killer Croc had been captured, awaiting a wave of persuasion through the abilities of the God of Illusions to become a reliable subordinate. The remaining targets were Clayface and Scarecrow, both of whom appeared to be imprisoned in Arkham, making it the perfect opportunity to apprehend them all at once. Chapter 27. I want 100 hamburgers and 100 pizzas in a derelict factory on the outskirts of Gotham City. A cold drizzle fell beneath the dim sky. Logic waved away the leaves that obstructed his vision and, adhering strictly to the wise counsel of his predecessors, executed a grand leap through a shattered window to enter the factory's interior. His gaze swept over the ground littered with deep red maple leaves, landing on Killer Croc, who was chained and thrashing in rage. The green-skinned reptile was flanked by 2 clawed henchmen, once the undead minions of the Court of Owls, now rebranded under Logic's command. "Ah, my friend Waylon Jones, or should I call you Killer Croc? I believe you prefer that moniker, don't you?" Logic inquired with a grin, stroking the plush owl in his hands. The team that had originally abducted the soldier Killer Croc had since disbanded, with Usa accompanying Selina to hone her skills on Gotham's treacherous corners. The little cat had gone to instruct the larger feline at home, leaving Logic with only the opportunity to pet the owl. As for Deadshot, he was likely back at home now, reunited with his wife and children, still wearing that peculiar helmet. One could only wonder how he would explain that bizarre headgear to his family, perhaps as a concussion detector? Though, if Logic's life were ever in peril, the helmet would unhesitatingly eliminate Deadshot, making it imperative for Slade to remain by Logic's side for protection. However, The tolling bell acknowledged Luo Ji's prowess, asserting that he need not protect minor adversaries, nor was there any necessity for him to guard formidable foes. Consequently, he granted himself a reprieve. His subordinates dispersed in various directions, leaving the solitary and forlorn elder, Luo Ji, who could hardly endure such solitude. Thus, he summoned several claws to his side, simultaneously preparing to recruit the killer crocodile into his ranks. This led to the present scene. How dare you? I shall first gouge out your eyes, then allow you to languish in endless darkness, gradually devoured by my will. The killer crocodile opened its gaping maw, its voice infused with boundless fury and resentment, revealing the ferocity of a caged beast at that moment. Oh, killer crocodile, they say your intellect is lacking, yet your threats are quite eloquent, Luo Ji remarked in astonishment. Suddenly receiving a compliment, the killer crocodile's expression shifted to one of strange innocence. It had intended to scratch its back scales, but constrained by its shackled arms, resorted to rubbing its feet against the leaves. Those words were told to me by others. What? I too am somewhat of a mercenary. Many, seeing my robust physique, have hired me for various tasks. When some exhibit poor manners, I devour them. The killer crocodile's green mouth opened and closed as it continued. Before these individuals meet their demise, they always plead for mercy, only to utter harsh words afterward. The killer crocodile remembers these threats and relays them to others. Ah, I see. Luo Ji wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he had intended to employ magic and the powers of the god of illusions to compel the killer crocodile into becoming a loyal acolyte, rather than foolishly bowing to it and accepting it as a subordinate. Had he done so, he might have found himself one fateful night, while asleep, being gnawed upon by a colossal crocodile. All right, enough of this banter. Let us proceed to the main matter at hand. With that, Luo Ji wasted no time. As his thoughts coalesced, he condensed the magic that had just dissipated into the air into a needle-sized point, which swiftly pierced the killer crocodile's temple. Simultaneously, the god of illusion's abilities operated at full capacity within the crocodile's mind. Arg, my eyes! It feels as though I am back to the time when I devoured roasted chicken and was mercilessly hammered by 4 giant mallets. The killer crocodile's green ears rang with a cacophony, as if 1,000 bees were buzzing incessantly around it, their sound amplified. Crocomos, Luo Ji commended mercilessly, directing the claws, flanking him to torment the killer crocodile. To subdue such a cruel and savage anthropomorphic crocodile, one must be even more ruthless and brutal. Just as his father once said, magic must be countered with magic. With a swift thrust, the blades plunged into flesh and blood, the claws executing their task with great severity, drawing forth crimson streams from the killer crocodile, which howled in agony. That should suffice. Luo Ji gestured, and the claws, understanding his intent, immediately ceased their actions, obediently stepping aside. Gazing intently at the blood-soaked and panting behemoth before him, logic refrained from squandering any more time. Seizing the moment when the killer crocodile had just endured a brutal thrashing and its psychological defenses were at their most vulnerable, he struck with fervor, "Awaken, my wayward lamb. The Father in heaven has long forsaken his people, and the demons of the abyss have long been lurking with intent. Come into my embrace, and feel the warmth you can truly sense at this moment. Step towards the sacred light you can truly behold now. Come forth." Logic's eyes shimmered with a violet haze, and his words dripped with seduction. In the midst of disorientation, the killer crocodile lifted its head in confusion, its beastly eyes blinking as its pupils dilated. I, the killer crocodile, shall never submit. The creature's pupils constricted sharply, revealing a gaping maw lined with sharp teeth, now snapping furiously, eager to devour the insolent being before it. Had it failed? Observing the crocodile's desperate counterattack, Logic scratched his chin, pondering that, by all accounts, such a dim-witted beast should have been more susceptible to coaxing. Perhaps the reason was quite simple. It was merely this obstinate crocodile. As he contemplated, he cast a subtle glance towards the creature. Noticing the gaze, the killer crocodile was suddenly gripped by a wave of trepidation. Its primal instincts warned that something ominous was about to unfold. The crocodile was indeed correct. Strike me. Roar. I, the killer crocodile, shall never yield. Hit me hard. Roar. I shall not submit. Hit me until I can endure no more. Roar. No. The merciless torment continued for a while. Dusk had given way to darkness. The rain had ceased, and the moonlight now graced the ground. You, young one, possess quite the backbone, Logic mused as he paced back and forth, contemplating where the chain of events had gone awry. Had he approached the situation incorrectly? If he were the killer crocodile, what could compel him to capitulate? Roast chicken. A light bulb flickered to life behind Logic's forehead. He had finally discerned the path to victory. Pulling out his phone, he called a nearby fried chicken establishment. I require 100 hamburgers and 100 pizzas, along with 100 chicken wraps. Oh, and 100 cups of cola. And what else? What kind of hamburgers and pizzas? For the hamburgers, let us go with 5-layer beef and cheese. And for the pizzas, just load them up generously. Why so much? To feed the crocodile, of course. Chapter 28. Assist me in preparing the admission paperwork for Arkham. Gotham. As Logic drove, he spoke on the phone with Wilson. How are the life-size body pillows modeled after Falcone and his key subordinates coming along? Sir, as per your instructions, these life-size body pillows have been completed and are currently stored in warehouse X35. Wilson replied respectfully. Logic inhaled deeply, rolled down the car window, and continued, Little Wilson, you have done splendidly. Once the laboratory is established, the organization will duly reward your efforts. Now, please send me the address of warehouse X35. Understood, sir. Wilson on the phone had no objections. Receiving the address on his mobile, Logic turned the car around and leisurely drove towards the warehouse. The warm afternoon sunlight bathed the streets, and the killer croc, lounging atop the car, flipped over, yawned, scratched its belly, and continued basking in the sun. Numerous strolling citizens of Gotham took note of the enormous green-skinned crocodile, but most merely cast a sidelong glance or raised their phones to snap a couple of pictures for social media. The seamless integration with humanity is something I adore about this city. The captions typically reflect this sentiment, often accompanied by a selfie with a massive crocodile in the background. Of course, Gotham's rustic charm is not solely comprised of peaceful passersby. There are those who mistakenly believe that the killer croc has kidnapped the driver and are eager to hitch a ride for nefarious purposes. Consequently, one such individual pulled out a handgun from his clothing and fired a few rounds. However, upon realizing the impenetrable scales and remarkable regenerative abilities of the killer croc, he nonchalantly holstered his weapon and continued his stroll as if nothing had transpired. Truly a surreal city. Though Logic had spent quite some time in Gotham, he often found himself marveling at its oddities. He picked up a bag of chips resting on the passenger seat, opened it, and had just eaten a couple of pieces when a dark figure suddenly appeared. Batman. It had been a while since their last encounter, and the once emaciated Caped Crusader had regained his formidable physique, likely due to the diligent care of his butler, Alfred. Knocking on the window, Batman approached, and Logic rolled it down, speaking first. Sir, I assure you I haven't committed any offenses, not even speeding. Look, I was just saying, there's someone speeding over there. He pointed to a car speeding off in the distance. In Gotham, speeding was commonplace. Logic, I never claimed you were breaking the law, Batman replied, glancing at the sleeping killer croc atop the vehicle. What I wish to inquire about is him. How did you come to associate with this giant crocodile? I thought you aspired to be a superhero, yet here you are in such harmonious company. Oh, him? He's my new recruit, quite well-behaved. Logic responded, tapping the car roof to rouse Killer Croc. Little Croc, meet your Uncle Batman. Say hello. Hello, Uncle, Killer Croc mumbled groggily, his green jaws opening and closing as he nodded towards Batman. Batman sighed, pondering why every encounter with Logic left him feeling unsettled. Rubbing his exposed chin, he remarked, whatever schemes you are concocting, I hope they benefit this city. Batman chose not to apprehend Killer Croc and return him to prison. He was acutely aware that engaging in such actions would inevitably lead to a confrontation with Logic, whose formidable strength was undeniable. Even if he ultimately emerged victorious, he would undoubtedly be left battered and bruised. Such an outcome would severely impede his efforts to combat crime. Furthermore, it could be advantageous if this man-eating crocodile remained under Logic's control. After all, once incarcerated, there was no telling when some powerful figure might orchestrate a prison break, only to utilize him as cannon fodder for their nefarious schemes. Rest assured, Batman, though I'm a novice in the realm of superheroes, my heart brims with justice that can stand shoulder to shoulder with even the most seasoned veterans. Logic proclaimed, his demeanor unflinching and resolute as he pounded his chest, exuding sincerity. It will be best if it remained that way. Batman, opting not to engage in further fruitless dialogue with Logic, felt that continuing the conversation would necessitate borrowing some quick-acting heart medication from Alfred. With a swift motion, he shot his grappling hook, transforming into a shadow as he deftly departed from the scene. Though it was still afternoon, he had already embarked on his mission against crime. His recent absence had emboldened Gotham's nefarious forces, compelling Batman to work tirelessly in the days that followed. Following the departure of an old acquaintance, Logic paid little heed to it. He reached for a bag of tomato-flavored chips and began to snack. The automobile rolled over the golden streets, gradually picking up speed. Warehouse X35. Logic strode ahead, flanked by the formidable Killer Croc, clad in a classic bodyguard ensemble. His bulging muscles strained against the custom-tailored, oversized suit. Sunglasses perched on his nose, and a black earpiece nestled in his ear, radiating an imposing presence. Logic surveyed the warehouse, where life-sized pillows fashioned after Falcone and his closest confidants adorned the space. There were roughly 1,000 of them. These pillows were not merely elongated cushions bearing high-definition images. They were meticulously crafted in human form, lending an unsettling realism to their appearance. According to the plan, these pillows would be arranged in various gruesome poses at opportune moments, scattered throughout Gotham's many corners. Some of these pillows would even conceal the corpses of Falcone's loyal subordinates. This concept was not original to Logic. He recalled how Scarecrow had once employed a similar tactic to instill terror in Gotham without the use of fear toxin. Should Logic's vengeful scheme unfold as intended, it would soon be Falcone's entire gang that found themselves engulfed in panic. Picking up one of the pillows, Logic examined it with growing satisfaction. He retrieved his phone and dialed Wilson. "Little Will, these pillows are quite impressive. It's time to move on to the next phase of the plan." He paused before continuing. "Have we pinpointed the locations of Scarecrow and Clayface? These two are crucial to our task force." "Master, according to my intelligence, Mr. Jonathan Crane and Mr. Basil Carlo are currently incarcerated at Arkham Asylum, just as you anticipated." "Good, I understand." Having acquired the necessary information, Logic ended the call. It is often said that no one comprehends fear as thoroughly as the Scarecrow. This individual not only manipulates fear, wielding it as a tool, but is also a victim of it, perpetually ensnared in its grasp. Such a master of terror surely warrants a formal introduction. With his mind racing, Logic contemplated and subsequently redialed Wilson's number. "Please prepare my admission paperwork for Arkham." Chapter 29. A day trip to Arkham. In recent days, Gotham has basked in unbroken sunshine, presenting yet another bright afternoon. The Arkham Asylum, resembling a medieval castle, stands quietly, its formidable and grotesque contours oddly exuding a sense of tranquility that is quite reassuring. It is now lunchtime. "Hey, Schefter, I'll have a cup of hot milk and a serving of sweet potatoes," said a man with hair as red as a carrot. Before he could finish, a square-shaped fellow in the queue behind him interrupted. "Good heavens, Benjamin, your order resembles that of a child. How old are you? A man should feast on the flesh of beasts like this chicken leg." "Shut up, Sean. For starters, how is a chicken leg representative of beastly flesh? Have you ever seen The Curious Case of Benjamin Button? I could very well be your father. But the book states that chickens are descendants of dinosaurs, as mentioned in that tome about the world's unsolved mysteries. It even features birds with cat-like heads," Sean retorted sharply, falling silent under the disdainful gaze of his companion, who secretly reveled in the knowledge acquired from the book he had perused last night. "Huh, I am indeed quite astute. Unlike the other simpletons here, mere layabouts who either ingest medication or engage in brawls, I am an educated individual." This brief interlude did little to disrupt the serene atmosphere permeating Arkham at that moment. Finally, it was the turn of a new Arkham resident, Logic, to receive his meal. As the matronly African-American woman was about to ladle a bowl of an unidentifiable green mush, she suddenly recognized the face of the patient before her. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the individual mentioned just the day before. "That's him," she exclaimed, promptly setting down the ladle. With a flourish, she produced a delectable serving of cedar plank salmon drizzled with maple syrup, swiftly followed by a plate of enticing fried chicken and a cola. "Hello, this is your meal." Receiving the meal, Logic nodded in satisfaction. Having an attentive companion has its advantages. He retrieved his prohibited mobile device and, within a strictly no-photography zone, snapped a picture of himself with the culinary delights and the smiling matron in the background. Entering the Gotham City Heroes chat group, he selected the freshly captured photo and clicked send. Scratching his chin, He composed a caption, "A day trip to Arkham. My fellow patients are truly remarkable, and their conversations are delightful. I absolutely adore it here. Batman, Logic, what are you doing in Arkham?" After several days of intense crime fighting, Batman was momentarily resting at Wayne Manor when he stumbled upon Logic's message, his heart sinking at the sight. This individual has truly exceeded all bounds. In the past, his mere presence would cause me distress, but now he has even learned to inflict discomfort across the internet. Rubbing his chest, Batman rose from his bed, eschewing rest, and hastened directly to the Batcave, intent on swiftly developing the anti-Logic battle armor. The scene shifts to Logic, who has stowed away his phone, lifted his gaze, and surveyed the entire cafeteria before seating himself before a tall, slender man. "It is time to attend to business. Greetings, David, or should I say, by your true name, Mr. Basil Caro?" Logic remarked, delicately grasping a piece of fried chicken with his chopsticks, his tone laden with nuance. Basil Caro, known on the streets as Mudface, possesses a physique that can morph into any shape, while also controlling its hardness, soft as flowing water or as unyielding as stone. His most commendable ability is the capacity to assume the appearance of others, flawlessly replicating fingerprints and irises. He has previously utilized this power to masquerade as Batman while engaging in nefarious deeds. Furthermore, he possesses the rather pedestrian trait of immortality. "What are you talking about?" "My name is David Xavier. I'm a 45-year-old inmate of Arkham. I have a wife and 2 children, and I reside in the Tumbling Flower Garden." Stop. Caro, I am aware of your true identity. I know you are the supervillain who ought to be confined to a specially designed solitary cell, Logic stated, swallowing a piece of salmon before continuing. "Cease this meaningless charade and allow your true persona to speak. Otherwise, Mr. Caro, I am certain you would prefer not to be returned to that solitary confinement, devoid of even the slightest reprieve." Logic's blatant threat left Mudface momentarily speechless, for indeed, he was aware that his vulnerabilities lay bare. In that hellish solitary cell, he had crafted a clay effigy of himself to mislead others, while his true self took on the guise of an ordinary patient, enjoying the privileges of medication, exercise, and fresh air. The atmosphere hung thick for a moment until Mudface finally relinquished his pretense. "What do you desire?" "What I seek is quite simple," Logic replied, setting down his chopsticks and gesturing towards Mudface. "I want you." "What?" "You are a crucial element in my scheme. I require your assistance, and thus, I intend to liberate you from this asylum, allowing you to reclaim your freedom." Logic's words were enticing, yet Mudface was no fool. He understood that nothing of value comes without a price. After a brief pause, he retorted, "What is the cost?" "You must first disclose the nature of your plan that compels you to venture into this hell on earth, and even seek to spring a supercriminal from captivity. Quite simple. Really, a quest for vengeance. There is one who desires my demise. He has failed, and now I seek retribution." Logic leaned back, interlacing his fingers, exuding an air of authority. After a moment, he leaned closer to Mudface and added, "Furthermore, I am aware that you were once an actor. And so, I wish to inquire, Caro, do you yearn to grace the stage once more, to reappear upon the screen? Do you aspire to stand beneath the spotlight, becoming the center of attention once again?" "I find myself in a state of confusion, akin to a mere mass of clay, while the life of an actor appears to be an unattainable expanse of celestial clouds. With my head bowed low, I am acutely aware of the stark contrast between cloud and mire. Fear not, for these concerns hold no weight when one possesses wings that can elevate them into the heights of the skies." As Logic spoke, he turned to observe the raucous antics of the Arkham patients, confirming that none were paying heed to his presence. In a swift motion, he unfurled his wings, only to retract them almost immediately. "As you can see, your salvation lies within this day. Carlo, join my ranks and become my trusted aide. And not only will you ascend to the stage of drama, but the realm of cinema will also be within your grasp. With the power of the Owl Court at my disposal, investing in a few films featuring the character of Mudface is but a trifling matter." Logic had even conceived a title, Mudface versus the Justice League, certain that it would achieve box office success. While Logic's thoughts soared, Mudface wrestled internally, weighing the pros and cons, before decisively nodding. "I shall join." Chapter 30, 99 Rejections of Brucey Wayne's Affections, Arkham Asylum, Special Security Zone. Utilizing the Owl Court's access card, Logic and his suited assassin, Croc, navigated through layers of checkpoints until they reached the final iron gate. 10 minutes. This visitation was limited to a mere 10 minutes. Any longer was impermissible. The armed guard, whose demeanor was stern and posture rigid, had been reassigned from a bank security role, now emboldened by a significant salary increase at Arkham, yet still weak-willed. Faced with the evidently high-ranking Logic and the imposing presence of his bodyguard, Croc, he stubbornly recited the regulations. Seeing this, Logic smiled, activating a hint of his illusionary powers. He produced several greenbacks from his pocket, waving them before the guard. "My good man, do not take offense. I have matters to attend to that will benefit the citizens of Gotham. 10 minutes is hardly sufficient. Why not grant yourself a reprieve and procure a cigar for Mr. Franklin?" The guard, bewildered, accepted the bills and, without further ado, vacated the area. Using the keys on the table, Logic unlocked the iron door, enveloping himself in a magical barrier before stepping inside. Upon entering the hall, he immediately spotted the six-sided transparent cell, and within it, the Master of Fear, Jonathan Crane, also known as Scarecrow. "Ah, esteemed Elde. Greetings, greetings. I have come to pay you a visit." Finally standing before the one who wields fear with such mastery, Logic felt an indescribable excitement as he approached the glass cell and tapped on it. Scarecrow remained silent, turning his head. The sound of his dry straw and tattered fabric headpiece rustling like a serpent slithering through a haystack. "Mr. Scarecrow, you are an esteemed veteran in the art of instilling fear. It is an honor to finally meet you." As Logic spoke, he subtly gestured toward Killer Croc. The verdant crocodile, despite having just dined, retained the capacity for thought and quickly comprehended his master's intent, fetching a chair for him. Settling into the seat, Logic locked eyes with the chilling gaze concealed beneath the Scarecrow's mask and proclaimed, "I am a newly emerged supervillain in Gotham City, presently without a moniker. You may call me Logic." Leaning forward, Scarecrow's crow-like hands pressed against the glass wall as he cackled softly. "Ah, Logic, a pleasure to meet you. Are you seeking my counsel, or perhaps wishing to delve into my psyche? Or is it merely your curiosity that drives you?" His mouth, reminiscent of a Halloween pumpkin, curled into a sinister grin. "Come now, esteemed veteran, Mr. Logic feels rather formal. Just call me Logic," he replied, adopting a friendly demeanor. "I do indeed have a matter of import that requires your expertise." "Oh, you have a matter that necessitates the assistance of one such as myself?" Scarecrow inquired, his expression taking on an enigmatic quality as he rubbed his hands together. "How intriguing." Logic reclined slightly and recounted to Scarecrow the same reasons he had shared with Mudface. It appeared to be a tale of vengeance, a rather cliched theme, as Scarecrow noted. "You know, Logic, they say that those who suffer misfortunes in childhood tend to fixate on such matters in adulthood." "Ah, you speak true, esteemed veteran," Logic responded, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Would you care to share the details of your misfortunes? Venting can be a most effective catharsis." Scarecrow's laughter echoed with a sinister undertone, revealing his predatory intent. Understanding Scarecrow's motives, Logic recognized that the latter aimed to employ psychological tactics to shatter his resolve, ultimately seeking an escape from Arkham. Scarecrow had devoted his life to the study of fear, having once talked two cellmates into committing suicide through mere words. However, this strategy would prove ineffective against Logic. With a feigned sorrowful expression, he sniffled and lamented, "Alas, esteemed veteran, I once had a childhood friend named Brucey Wayne. She was madly in love with me, yet I felt nothing in return. After my 99th rejection, she tragically took her own life by jumping into the river." Wiping away non-existent tears, Logic adopted a tone of deep sorrow. "Since then, I have been plagued by guilt over Brucey Wayne." "Brucey Wayne? That name sounds familiar," Scarecrow mused, momentarily taken aback. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to manipulate Logic further, the latter interjected once more. "Why, Scarecrow, how fragile your will seems." Logic had initially approached this with a sense of experimentation, allowing the magic that had permeated the air upon his entrance to seep through the vents and penetrate Scarecrow's mind. However, to his astonishment, as soon as he pierced through, he realized that this individual's will was as feeble as that of an ordinary person, devoid of any semblance of the formidable strength one would expect from a supervillain. "What?" the Scarecrow queried, perplexed. Before he could receive an answer, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through his head as a colossal mental assault obliterated his psychological defenses. Attention! A follower has been successfully acquired. Current number of followers, 67, to coalesce the divine realm. The required number of followers. Only 33 more followers are needed to solidify the deity's village and truly obtain the powers related to owls, forged from divine energy. Faith power, 1063. A prompt echoed in his mind. Logic was genuinely surprised at how easily this master of fear had capitulated. He turned to the scarecrow, who stood respectfully in the glass cell, and inquired, "Jonathan, I had assumed your will would be exceedingly strong. What has transpired? My lord, although I possess the ability to manipulate fear, I have also been a victim of it. Since childhood, I have been tormented by it. I fear dogs, fear falling, fear germs, fear malevolence, fear fire. I dread other children, fear stern teachers, fear making mistakes, fear being teased, fear transformation, and fear that the perception others have of me is the true self. All these fears have been buried deep within my heart. Yet the divine power of my Lord merely needed to gently prod at them for these loathsome thoughts to resurface in their entirety." Now I understand, Logic nodded, recalling a certain comic he had read that chronicled the Scarecrow's experiences. This trip to Arkham had proven to be quite fruitful, successfully acquiring both the Mudface and the Scarecrow as formidable allies. In high spirits, he retrieved his phone from his pocket. Click! Logic captured a photograph of himself alongside the Scarecrow, who posed in a grenier, gesture beside him, skillfully entering the Gotham City Heroes chat group. He selected the photo and clicked send, captioning it. "Thanks to the professional guidance of my psychological mentor, the Scarecrow, I have finally transcended the traumatic experiences of my childhood. Where I rebuffed the advances of my childhood friend, Brucey, a staggering 99 times. 3 seconds later, Logic found himself unceremoniously expelled from the chat group by its administrator, Batman. Chapter 31. The plan is finalized in the heart of Gotham City. Amidst towering modern skyscrapers, stood a church that seemed to have traversed through time from the medieval era. This church, themed around owls, was shrouded in the shadows of dusk, resembling a colossal owl with its eyes wide open. It evoked an unsettling sensation of being watched by an omnipresent Big Brother. Within a certain hall on the second floor of the church, those whom Logic had previously recruited through various means had gathered together. The Reaper had bid farewell to his wife and children, as per usual, informing them of a business meeting he needed to attend, and thus hastened to Gotham. Now, adorned with his helmet, he stood before the large windows, bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, idly toying with a dagger in his hand. The Killer Croc remains clad in his tailored suit, adorned with dark sunglasses, reclining on the sofa while indulging in roasted chicken, occasionally sipping a fizzy drink, embodying the essence of a lethargic creature. As for the Mudface, ever since he departed from Arkham and arrived at this Owl Cathedral, his excitement has been unrelenting upon grasping the extent of Logic's influence. He genuinely believes he could venture into filmmaking. The Mudface paces enthusiastically in the hall, awaiting the emergence of his leader. At times, he flits over to the bell ringer, sharing the sunset with this stoic, icy figure, while at other moments he approaches Killer Croc, seeking a morsel from the formidable reptile. Meanwhile, the master of fear, Scarecrow, remains notably composed, leaning against the wall, half of his form shrouded in shadow. Of course, had it not been for Logic's persuasion that turned him into a disciple, he might have already begun extolling his intentions, attempting to sway this peculiar assembly to his side. Before ultimately confronting Logic in a climactic battle, Scarecrow possesses a remarkable gift for rhetoric, having previously united the unruly inmates of Arkham through his skill. Apart from these eccentric characters, 2 cats are conspicuously absent. The little black cat, Ussa, is perched upon Logic's shoulder, while the humanoid feline, Selena, has opted out of the plan. The intimidation of Falcone could prove exceedingly brutal, rendering it unsuitable for Selena's involvement at this stage. Thus, Logic allows Wilson to transfer a sum of money to the latter, permitting the larger cat to roam freely outside. Bang! The door swings open, accompanied by a soft sound, as Logic strides in, his trench coat still bearing the remnants of the twilight's embers. A yawning black cat rests upon his shoulder, its feline eyes surveying the gathered assembly before drifting shut once more. "All right, my lethargic companions, the chef wielding the spatula has arrived. Please take your seats. Let us meticulously devise our strategy against Falcone." Logic raises his hand, and as his words resonate, his subordinates instinctively settle down. Once they gather around a circular table, Logic nods and approaches the white screen mounted on the wall. He presses a button, and an image materializes upon the screen. As you can see, this is the residence of Falcone, a Roman mobster, where he and his trusted lieutenants typically convene. Logic retrieves a slender rod, akin to a teacher pointing at a lesson, and gestures towards the screen. As the lair of a crime lord, this estate is naturally fortified with heavy security, manned by gang members armed to the teeth. Killer Croc will rend them apart. The giant reptile slams his fist on the table, his tone menacing, before seizing a packet of chips and tearing it open with his teeth. Killer Croc will shred their flesh as easily as this packet of chips. Observing this, Scarecrow merely chuckles, brushing off the crumbs that have landed on him, and ominously inquires, "Logic, would you care to hear my thoughts on how to cleverly exploit fear to instill terror in Gotham's most formidable criminal organization?" Scarecrow, fixating on the detailed presentation of Falcone's estate and its precise blueprints displayed on the screen, has already crafted his strategy in his mind. Certainly, the master of fear. Please proceed. Naturally, Logic had no objections. His recruitment of the Scarecrow was precisely for this purpose. He chuckled, "Very well." The Scarecrow grinned, leaning back. The most ancient and profound of human emotions is fear, and the oldest and most intense fear is that of the unknown. Do any among us hold a differing opinion? After his statement, the Scarecrow surveyed the room. "I do," proclaimed Killer Croc, munching on potato chips. "The greatest fear is not of the unknown, but of Killer Croc." Following this, the green crocodile let out a sinister chuckle. The Scarecrow rubbed his forehead, coughed lightly, and chose to selectively ignore Killer Croc's foolish remark. He continued, "In light of this, I have a brilliant idea." "Oh, do share," Logic expressed his interest, nodding for the Scarecrow to continue. "Very well, Logic." The Scarecrow intertwined his fingers, his mouth widening into an unsettling grin. I propose we create a thick fog enveloping the Falcone mansion, one with extremely low visibility, trapping all gang members within." As he spoke, the Scarecrow spread his hands, tapping the table lightly, producing a rhythmic sound. At that moment, our crafted human-shaped pillows and the announcements that will be disseminated throughout Gotham tonight will play a significant role. Falcone and his underlings will deem this fog not a natural occurrence. They will cautiously explore, seeking an escape, while we can execute some intriguing tricks within the mist. Hey. Friends, what do you think of my plan? The corners of the Scarecrow's mouth stretched to his ears, issuing a chilling laugh. It must be said, it is indeed brilliant. The bell ringer nodded, finding no fault in the plan. "I concur," echoed Mudface and Killer Croc in unison, expressing their agreement. Mudface genuinely found the plan commendable, while Killer Croc, initially intending to make a dim-witted comment, instead grinned maliciously and nodded vigorously in approval. He relished the prospect of trickery within the fog. "Indeed, you are remarkable, my master of fear. This plan is impeccably crafted. I adore it. Since everyone shares this sentiment, let us proceed with this scheme." Logic gave the Scarecrow a thumbs up, silently marveling at the expertise in instilling fear, which rendered his own plans involving the sewers and Mudface undercover scheme somewhat inadequate in comparison. Logic took out his phone and dialed Wilson, intending to inquire about the status of the announcement production. If all goes as planned, the fog scheme should be implemented within a few days. Chapter 32. Killer Croc. Is this not an end? Gotham City outskirts, Warehouse X67. Indeed, my friends, in preparation for our forthcoming endeavors, I have meticulously assembled a set of equipment for each of you, along with more specific operational plans. Several days have elapsed since the codename Mist was finalized, and the diverse array of weaponry commissioned by Logic from Wilson has finally reached completion. First and foremost, the Grim Reaper, your designated identity within the Mist, is none other than the Spectre of Malevolence amidst the smoke. A rather impressive title, wouldn't you agree? Logic patted Slade on the shoulder before turning to a glass cabinet. A true warrior must wield dual blades. How splendid it would be to don the mask of wisdom. As he spoke, Logic retrieved 2 gleaming long knives and a fearsome mask adorned with protruding fangs from the cabinet. The Grim Reaper caught the dual blades Logic tossed his way, weighing each in his hands before bringing them to eye level for closer inspection. The specially crafted blades exhibited an eerie spiral pattern when plunged into flesh, They would instantaneously activate all of the victim's pain receptors, leaving the unfortunate soul to wail in agony amidst their own pooling blood. He tilted the blades, allowing sunlight to stream through the warehouse windows and reflect a dazzling metallic sheen. A fine weapon indeed. The Grim Reaper, satisfied, secured the blades upon his back, then turned his gaze to the mask of wisdom. This grotesquely contorted visage, awash in dark crimson, seemed to fix its hollow eye sockets upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to stow the eerie mask for the time being, intending to don it once they enter the mist. As for you, Killer Croc, as my loyal crocodilian bodyguard, I have, of course, prepared a special gift for you. Logic declared with a grin, seamlessly transitioning to retrieve a set of dental fittings from the glass cabinet. This is a pure diamond dental set crafted at great expense by the Owl Court. Far sturdier than your crocodilian teeth, you must try it on. Logic extended the dental set to Killer Croc, who took it in his claws, tossing it lightly before grinning widely, proclaiming, Diamond, you say? I refuse to believe anything could surpass the hardness of my fangs. With that, Killer Croc tossed the diamond dental set high into the air, catching it with his jaws and biting down with a fierce crunch. The outcome was, of course, predictable. The foolish crocodile, maintaining his human facade, shattered the dental set upon impact. Pain surged through him, causing Killer Croc to collapse onto the ground, curling up and writhing in agony. Nearby, the Grim Reaper edged closer to the Scarecrow. His expression darkened as he remarked, I need to distance myself from this creature. I suffer from selicophobia. Oh, I had no idea you harbored such a phobia. Could you elaborate, Grim Reaper? Perhaps I could assist you, the Scarecrow inquired with interest. The Grim Reaper did not turn to face him, replying bluntly, Rest assured, it is beyond remedy. I fear not great sharks or monstrous beasts, but rather great fools. Scarecrow, that, I must admit, is beyond my expertise. Luo Ji expressed that he had grown accustomed to the foolish antics of the killer crocodile. Observing the creature obediently donning braces after its teeth had regrown, he shook his head and redirected his gaze towards the mud face and the Scarecrow. As for the two of you, I have no weapons to bestow, for you surely have no need for swords or clubs. However, I do have gifts to offer, as our owl tribe is indeed prosperous and generous. The affluent dog master patted the black creature resting on his shoulder and continued, Mudface, your debut film is already in the works. You'll have the liberty to select the director and screenwriter, be it Zack Snyder or Christopher Nolan. Just say the word. With a grand gesture, Luo Ji's words filled Mudface with elation as he secretly mused that his springtime had finally arrived. And for you, my master of fear, Scarecrow, I have prepared a position for you. When my laboratory is completed, you should be the chief researcher. The master of illusions skillfully painted yet another enticing prospect, and the converted Scarecrow had no objections, bowing slightly in gratitude. Suddenly, the creature on Luo Ji's shoulder stirred, mewed softly, and then resumed its slumber. Luo Ji scratched the chin of the little black cat and then surveyed the assembled company. Yes, Ussa, my little feline companion, will also partake in this endeavor. What? Isn't that just an adorably cute black cat? What if it gets shot by a reckless gang? The killer crocodile scratched its green head, expressing confusion. This is no ordinary passing cat. It may appear so on the surface, but as Luo Ji paused, chuckling softly, he added, I wish to take this opportunity to reintroduce you to Ussa. Come, killer crocodile, would you like to pet this delightful little cat? Why not? The killer crocodile found no reason to refuse and ambled over to Luo Ji. Meanwhile, the Bell of Death and the Scarecrow instinctively took a few steps back, then exchanged uncertain glances, subsequently murmuring in unison, I have a feeling the killer crocodile is in for it. Their eyes fixated on the killer crocodile's large green hand, which was slowly reaching toward Ussa's sleek black back. At this moment, both felt a mix of tension and anticipation, as the crocodilian hand made contact with the cat's back. The killer crocodile caressed it twice without incident and exclaimed with a laugh, Hey, it's not dead. Suddenly, sensing the change in its handler, Ussa abruptly awoke, revealing a gaping maw filled with countless sharp teeth and dark red tendrils. In an instant, the green crocodile was ensnared in a binding embrace. The killer crocodile howled helplessly, devoid of any strength to resist, as Ussa swung him around, smashing the floor into cracks resembling dark spider webs. Moments later, Usa retracted its tendrils, closed its mouth, and transformed once more into the guise of a cute little cat. It spun around on Luo Ji's shoulder before resuming its purring slumber. The notorious killer crocodile, his jaw battered and bruised, is now in the slow process of recuperation. With a glance from his reptilian eyes at the seemingly harmless little black cat, he instinctively recoils. "I will not perish," he mutters, managing to utter a few words despite his pain. He silently vows that from now on, he shall refrain from reaching out to stray kittens on the street. The ominous bell and the scarecrow observe with a mixture of amazement and indifference to their companion's agony, their eyes filled with trepidation as they look towards the crocodile. As you can see, this operation will proceed smoothly. Logic remarks, stroking the cat's head with a rather unscrupulous grin. Chapter 33. Falcon. This is a sure bet. Ever since Falcon resolved to assassinate Logic, his days have taken a turn for the worse. Initially, his troubles began with the high-priced assassin known as the Bell being spotted mingling with his intended target, donning an absurdly shaped helmet and frolicking with Logic as if they were longtime acquaintances. Absurdity. Falcon has brooded over this incident for quite some time. The Bell's fees soared into the millions, which, for him, as the Underground Emperor, is not insignificant. However, not only did his money go to waste, but he also inadvertently gifted a formidable ally to his adversary, leaving Falcon genuinely irate. Despite his inner turmoil, he maintained a facade of composure, continuing with his daily affairs, even smiling at the weddings of distant relatives he had never met before. As an ordinary passerby who rose to become the crime lord of Gotham, a city steeped in darkness, he relied not on superhuman abilities, but on cunning strategies and a calm, self-assured demeanor. Thus, though his first assassination attempt had failed, Falcon did not falter. He allocated a substantial sum once again to hire a renowned assassin. Sandra Wushan, known on the streets as Lady Shiva, she is almost unanimously regarded as the world's foremost martial artist. With her exceptional combat skills, she has carved a fearsome reputation in the assassination realm, reminiscent of the destructive deity Shiva from Indian mythology. This cold-blooded female assassin relishes the challenge of defeating those hailed as the world's strongest warriors, and many martial arts experts take pride in having fallen to her prowess. Her notable achievements include multiple victories over Batman and the Bell, marking her as an undeniably formidable opponent. At this moment, Falcon sits within a heavily fortified black luxury vehicle, gliding steadily forward. Suddenly, a horn blares from a vehicle behind him, and in the next instant, it accelerates to match his pace. An ambush? Alarm bells ring in Falcon's mind as two ordinary assassins and one elite operative brace for combat. The atmosphere seems to thicken, and as the pursuing car lowers its window, a bald man emerges, brandishing a desert eagle, yelling, "Step on it, you idiot, or fall back and choke on my exhaust." It turns out to be merely a well-meaning citizen of Gotham, urging himself to hasten his departure from the city, fearing that any delay might result in a fatal ambush by his adversaries. Falcon wiped the non-existent cold sweat from his brow, perplexed by the situation. Without the need for his command, one of the three assassins behind him suddenly produced a grenade launcher, prompting the bald man in the vehicle to instantly adopt an exceedingly amiable smile, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, that was merely my alter ego speaking. He is rather ill-tempered. Please do not take offense, my apologies." With that, the bald man made a swift about-face and fled in the opposite direction. What a troublesome individual. Falcon felt a surge of irritation. He had originally intended to flee the city via private jet, only to discover that the aircraft's engine had been stolen. The thief had replaced it with a small tree and left a note proclaiming the virtues of environmental stewardship and collective responsibility. Falcon could not fathom the reasoning behind such actions. With no possibility of taking a plane, he resolved to use a helicopter, only to find its rotor blades had been removed. With no other option, Falcon was compelled to risk traveling by road, resulting in the current predicament. As the head of Gotham's criminal underworld, he typically refrained from leaving the city, as numerous matters required his personal attention. After all, gaining respect is a challenging endeavor, yet losing it is all too effortless. Nevertheless, Falcon had made his escape decisively. The primary catalyst for this was the recent unrest in the city. Overnight, Gotham streets had been populated with thousands of life-size plush dolls resembling him and his trusted lieutenants. The grotesque manner of their demise, mutilated, burned, hanged, caused Falcone great distress, though it did not compel him to flee. However, the grave reality was that some of these dolls contained the actual corpses of his trusted associates. Logic's vendetta had far exceeded Falcone's expectations, and coupled with the ominous proclamations that had spread through the streets yesterday, he realized that failure to escape would likely result in his permanent demise. Seated in the passenger seat, Falcone's mind raced as he gazed vacantly out the window at the vibrant, rain-soaked streets of Gotham. Suddenly, a truck swerved ahead, accelerating into the unsuspecting luxury vehicle with a resounding crash, halting both cars. Finally, here it comes. Falcone's heart raced, yet his demeanor remained composed, even finding the leisure to extract a cigar. As he exhaled the white smoke, he cast a glance at the two burly men behind him and the woman sandwiched between them, who appeared delicate but possessed a gaze as perilous as a venomous serpent. Shiva. His heart steadied. After all, even the renowned Dark Knight had fallen to the woman behind him, regardless of the adversary's prowess. Could they possibly surpass the formidable Miss Shiva? As long as the opposition refrained from deploying magical beings, such as golems or mudmen, this encounter would surely be secure. Falcone's thoughts drifted as he extended his hand to touch the somewhat dim car window and the adjacent ebony body of the vehicle. The night rain pattered against the luxury car, creating a cacophony of sound. This entire automobile was a product of his lavish expenditure, crafted by specialists. Even if some audacious individual were to approach, brandishing an AK and firing indiscriminately, it would not harm a single hair inside. Not even an RPG could penetrate its specially designed armor, which was resistant to wind, fire, and explosions. A rocket would merely cause the vehicle to spin a few times, with the tires continuing their rotation unabated, unless the adversary possessed monstrous diamond-like teeth and charged headlong. This scenario was undoubtedly secure. Just as Falcone reveled in his audacious triumph, the truck fell silent for 2 seconds before a humanoid mass of mud and a colossal crocodilian figure descended from above. Without a moment's hesitation, the crocodilian creature opened its massive jaws, its diamond-encrusted dental apparatus glinting brilliantly in the glow of the headlights. Falcone was left bewildered. The green-footed behemoth lunged forward, tearing into the luxury car as effortlessly as one might shred chicken, creating a gaping hole. Inside, Falcone sat in stunned disbelief, the chaotic rain drenching his face and tousling his hair, just as Ms. Shiva, flanked by 2 burly men, prepared to retaliate. The humanoid mass of mud, known as Mudface, elevated its towering 3-meter frame, extending its arms as it forcefully expelled a torrent of mud. The deluge rapidly engulfed Ms. Shiva, leaving her trapped within the confines of the vehicle, utterly powerless against such a capricious display of superhuman ability. Falcone glanced back at the trio of assassins struggling in the mire, his mouth agape as a cigar fell, the burning tobacco resembling a diminutive red meteorite crashing onto the dark ground. The green fist grew larger, and in the next moment, Falcone lost consciousness. Chapter 34. Retirement to 10 Carats Gotham, Owl Cathedral. As the adage goes, the morning determines the day. When the first light of dawn illuminated the soil in the cathedral's courtyard, diligent Master Luo rose to commence his labor. He grasped a specially crafted hoe, donned a simple straw hat, and, facing the slowly ascending crimson sun, gazed proudly at the magical carrots he had cultivated in this land. These carrots, ripened with magical energy, possessed remarkable effects. According to Luo's conjectures, feeding them to animals could transform them into magical creatures within a matter of days. Yet, as is often the case, theory diverged from reality. He had inadvertently fed dozens of horses to their demise with these carrots, leaving only the stoutest among them, a pure white steed, fortunate enough to survive. He felt it was akin to the super soldier serum used by the neighboring Captain America, with a success rate that was appallingly low. Once the laboratory was completed, he resolved to conduct a thorough investigation to discern the underlying issues. As Luo dug up the peculiar-shaped carrots, he muttered to himself. Deep purple carrots were unearthed one by one, as he worked with a deliberate pace. Soon, the wicker basket beside him was half filled. At that moment, a familiar shadow emerged suddenly, with pointed ears, a billowing cloak, and an air of confidence that suggested he was always prepared. There was no mistaking it. This was none other than Batman, an old friend of Logic. "Logic, what are you doing?" rasped Batman, his voice hoarse, as if he hadn't drunk water in ages. In truth, he had spent the entire night combating crime, and now, with dawn approaching, he had paused to check on this peculiar individual. Is your bat cowl on backward? I'm simply harvesting carrots, of course. They're all homegrown, completely natural and untainted. Logic exclaimed, unearthing another oddly deep purple carrot, reminiscent of something mutated by radiation. Batman felt a twinge of frustration. After taking a deep breath, he continued, Logic. At first you claimed to be a budding superhero, then you transformed into a supervillain, consorting with the likes of Scarecrow. So what are you up to now? I've grown weary of the endless cycle of violence and vendettas. After seeing through the illusions of the world, I've retired to my humble abode to cultivate my own sustenance. Logic replied, as he dug up yet another carrot. He held up the deep purple specimen, resembling an extraterrestrial plant, and offered it to Batman. Batman, do try one. These carrots are crisp and delicious, sweet as can be. Batman cautiously accepted the carrot, weighing it in his hand but refraining from tasting it, redirecting his gaze back to Logic. Feeling the familiar condescension in Batman's eyes, Logic felt a pang of injustice. He stamped his foot in dismay, his voice tinged with grievance. Hey, you still don't believe me? We're old acquaintances, after all. You want to even accept a carrot from me? No, Batman replied, his resolve unwavering. Alas, I thought we were friends. Even my horse trusts me more than you do. Logic retorted, tossing a carrot to the black horse behind him. Initially, the unfortunate creature munched contentedly, but mere moments later, it began to froth at the mouth, convulsing before collapsing to the ground. Observing the fallen horse, Batman displayed a knowing expression. Oops, I fed the wrong horse. Wait, Batman. I intended to give that one to the white horse. Logic began to explain, but before he could finish, Batman had already vanished into the dawn, utilizing his grappling hook to disappear into the morning light. He needed to return to the manor to rest and present the carrots to Alfred for analysis. Curious to discover the nature of these peculiar vegetables, their striking deep purple appearance naturally evoked thoughts of the magic Logic possessed, a power seemingly entwined with the arcane. In his early years, Batman traversed the globe and encountered numerous sorcerers, yet none possessed the extraordinary powers akin to those of Rorschach. This carrot might enhance his odds against Rorschach's anti-Rorschach armor. Shifting the focus to Rorschach, he scratched his chin, dismissing any deeper thoughts. Sudden disappearances were typical of Batman. And Gotham City Police Commissioner James Gordon frequently found himself embroiled in such occurrences. Rorschach harbored no concerns that the adversary would derive anything significant from that carrot. Magic, an enigmatic force, emanates from deities, embodying a fundamentally pure essence. One must first ascend to divinity to acquire it, then wield it, ultimately mastering its use with increasing finesse. As he continued to toil with the hoe, Rorschach contemplated his strategy against Falcone. Under his directive, Falcone was surveilled closely during every mundane activity, from donning socks to washing his face. Unable to escape by air or land, Falcone resorted to maritime means. To avoid detection, he opted for a humble appearance, abandoning his opulent suits for worn, yellowed garments, and set sail in a small boat alongside his subordinates, who were similarly disguised as ordinary folk. Falcone's destination was the sunlit metropolis. He wished to leave the overcast Gotham behind without delay. However, shortly after embarking, their vessel was capsized by a cat that unleashed a multitude of terrifying tentacles, with his men unable to fire a single shot before plunging into the depths. Falcone himself, as was customary, lost consciousness, only to awaken once more in the familiar confines of his old mansion. With all routes, land, sea, and air, effectively sealed, Falcone, in a fit of rage, grimaced at his reflection in the mirror, but soon regained his composure, calmly pondering his next course of action. He had exhaustively experimented with various ingenious methods, sewers, taxis, disguises, and clever subterfuge, but all had ended in failure. Whether it was a sudden appearance of a massive crocodile or the emergence of a mud creature, he repeatedly lost consciousness, awakening to the familiar ceiling above. Just as Falcone believed he had conceived a brilliant escape plan, Rorschach was also diligently engaged in his endeavors. The cultivation of these magical carrots and the extensive preparations involving numerous horses were not without purpose. Rorschach had his reasons. After all, his subordinates were armed to the teeth, exuding an aura of dominance with every movement, and as their leader, Rorschach could not allow his prestige to be overshadowed by that of his underlings. When the time came, he intended to orchestrate a grand spectacle. Patting the robust back of his steed, Rorschach's thoughts wandered, and he retrieved his phone to dial Wilson. Little way. How's my set of pure silver armor coming along? Chapter 35. The mist has begun to rise Gotham City, Falcone's old mansion. The morning dawned with a gray sky weeping gentle raindrops. Falcone stood beside a floor-to-ceiling window on the third floor of his residence, his expression a tapestry of complexity. His gaze lost in the void. Pain coursed through his body, a testament to the handiwork of the assassin Croc and the muddy-faced thug. Yet, these physical afflictions paled in comparison to the true source of his despondency, the wounded pride of Gotham's undefeated underground emperor, who had suffered a defeat so thorough that even retreat had become a distant fantasy. It felt as if an intricate web of eyes were watching him throughout Gotham, lurking at every street corner, every alleyway, driving him precariously close to the brink of madness. He extended a hand to gently caress the cold glass of the window, a fierce determination igniting within him. He resolved to strike back. The thwarted lion would no longer flee in disgrace, numbing himself with notions of a grand return. He would rise in retaliation, summoning every ounce of his remaining strength to unleash a frenzied vengeance upon logic, even if it meant that the entire underbelly of Gotham would be thrown into turmoil and his already precarious position as the gang leader might crumble. Yet, to remain passive was a notion Falcone could not abide. As he paced the room, contemplating how to ambush logic, a sudden mist began to rise in the expansive courtyard encircled by the old mansion's walls. The master of pharmaceuticals, Scarecrow, wielded his chemical prowess with ease, crafting a dense fog that would linger indefinitely. A low hum filled the air as dozens of devices, stealthily installed the previous night, began to emit thick vapors. The dark mist spread rapidly, enveloping the entire area within minutes. Damn it! Noticing the encroaching fog from the third floor, Falcone cursed under his breath and hurried downstairs, where his trusted lieutenants had already gathered. Jesus' bad mother. The prophecies were true. We have invoked the god of illusions, and now divine retribution has befallen us, exclaimed one of the more religiously inclined gang members, fear gripping him as he pointed toward the mist beyond the glass doors, instinctively retreating. Silence, you fool! Falcone snapped, his irritation flaring before he regained his composure. Gotham is a city cursed, plagued by inclement weather. Perhaps this is merely a severe fog. He paused, a flicker of apprehension crossing his eyes. Of course, it could also be our enemy, that self-proclaimed god of illusions, who conjured this mist. Regardless of the fog's origins, we could not afford to remain passive, trapped within this decrepit mansion. We must take the initiative. Gritting his teeth, he commanded with a stern voice that silenced his subordinates, leaving only his voice to resonate in the room. Jim, venture outside and report any findings through the intercom. The individual summoned was none other than the fervently religious man from earlier. Upon hearing Falcone's command, he swallowed hard, his eyes brimming with trepidation. Why, yes, as you wish, Lord Falcone. Though Jim's legs trembled with fear, he dared not defy Falcone's orders. Taking several deep breaths, he pushed open the door and stepped into the thick fog. Have you noticed anything amiss? Falcone's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Jim sniffled and replied, Respected Lord Falcone, there has yet to be any unusual occurrences. Perhaps this is merely a natural phenomenon. Very well. Report any developments immediately. Of course, Lord Falcone. Jim advanced cautiously through the mist. Despite the entire estate being shrouded in fog, his sense of direction remained intact, and he was aware that he was nearing the front door. His heart raced, fists clenched, and his throat felt constricted. He was almost at the entrance. A flicker of hope began to blossom within Jim's heart, just as he began to relax his tense demeanor. Suddenly, an ominous, grotesque visage, resembling a malevolent spirit, materialized before him. He jumped back in terror, letting out a shriek as the walkie-talkie slipped from his grasp. Crashing to the ground, Falcone's voice, tinged with urgency, echoed from the device. Jim, what is happening? Silence ensued, leaving only the smooth, mirror-like surface of the meat chunks emitting wisps of white smoke. Meanwhile, Falcone held his walkie-talkie in a state of tense silence, devoid of even the sound of Jim's heavy breathing. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Falcone seethed with fury, unable to contain his anger despite his usual composure. As he pondered his next move, a figure suddenly appeared at the tightly locked door. His other subordinate, Sean. Bloodied and frantic, Sean pounded on the glass door, screaming in a state of mental collapse. "Help! Let me in! There is something in the fog." Falcone regarded his pleading subordinate for a moment, then waved his hand, commanding, "Open the door." One of the men immediately sprang into action, swiftly unlocking the door. Sean rushed inside, collapsing to his knees, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "Respected Lord Falcone, there is something in that damned fog. They took Harris." He glanced back, trembling as he pointed toward the mist outside. "Did you see what those creatures looked like?" Falcone inquired. "No, they moved too swiftly. Everything happened too fast. I was discussing the shift change with Harris when he suddenly vanished before my eyes, dragged away by something. I was knocked to the ground." Sean, glancing up at the increasingly malevolent gaze of Falcone, straightened himself and rubbed his wildly beating heart, instinctively retreating to the side. Could this truly be divine retribution? Had the day of judgment arrived? Apart from Falcone and a few resolute confidants, the others, overwhelmed by intense dread, could not help but entertain such an absurd thought. Humanity, governed by fear, is capable of anything, regardless of whether free will is merely an illusion. What remains undeniable in this instance is that it has transformed into a double-edged sword. Falcone, cursing inwardly at the absurdity of it all, paced the hall, his mind racing. After a moment, he declared, "We have not yet reached a point of utter despair. Within this cursed mist, there may indeed lurk some monstrosity. Our task now is to discern the nature of this creature and inquire whether it bleeds." Chapter 36. Fear, the finest catalyst of faith. In the grand hall of the old mansion, Falcone was instructing his subordinates to tie a rope approximately 100 meters long around Tom's waist. The morning drizzle continued to fall softly, and Falcone exhaled a plume of white smoke, his gaze somewhat unfocused. He spoke, "Tom, if you manage to reach the front door, immediately call the city for assistance and urge them to come as swiftly as possible. Also, bring along those heavy weapons." After a moment of contemplation, Falcone's expression turned complex as he added, "Open the door, Tom. Be swift and charge out." "As you command, Your Excellency." Tom, with his chestnut hair, showed no hesitation. His loyalty to Falcone was unwavering, and in truth, this plan was his own conception. The glass door swung open, and Tom exhaled a breath of cold air, swallowed hard, tightened his grip on the Desert Eagle, and resolutely stepped into the thick fog. Several sturdy men inside grasped the rope, which moved steadily forward as Tom advanced. For the moment, nothing occurred. The scene shifted to Tom within the fog, his hands gripping the Desert Eagle, a radio nestled against his chest. The dense mist rendered his cell phone useless, leaving communication possible only through this means. More critically, to summon aid, he must breach the fog and reach the outer door. Tom breathed softly, the mist particles caressing his cheeks with a chilling touch. Suddenly, a rustling sound reached his ears, as if something were stealthily passing by. Damn it! A surge of terror caused his blood to feel as though it had congealed. His legs instinctively weakened, and his form faltered for a brief moment. Just as every cell within him screamed to propel his body forward, a shadow of green materialized before his eyes. A low growl reverberated, and a foul, putrid stench invaded Tom's nostrils, churning his stomach as he felt engulfed in a sea of corpses and blood. Thud! The sound of drool dripping echoed as the killer crocodile opened its jaws wide, revealing diamond-forged teeth that glimmered in the dense mist, creating an ethereal spectacle. Tom, momentarily stunned, let out a shrill cry and, forgetting to fire his weapon, turned to flee. He managed to take 2 steps before his legs were seized. The killer crocodile showed no mercy. Its terrifying bite force made the act of consuming flesh as effortless as savoring potato chips. In an instant, Tom's leg bones were shattered, bone fragments scattering like shrapnel. The killer crocodile emitted a cackling laugh reminiscent of a scarecrow, chewing on the meat and blood before disdainfully spitting it out. Having indulged excessively in roasted chicken at Logic's place over the past few days, its palate had grown finicky. Now, the crocodile would only feast on delectable morsels, coughing at anything less. Loyal Tom, in his quest to win Falcon's favor, paid an exorbitant price. His legs were brutally severed, blood gushing forth like an exploded fire hydrant. Gazing at the helplessly struggling prey before it, The killer crocodile blinked its vertical pupils, recalling Logic's instructions on how to instill terror. Having dined heartily prior to this encounter, its mind remained relatively sharp. After observing the rope around Tom's waist, a sinister smile crept across the crocodile's face. It extended its green, massive hand, grasping Tom's arm and yanking it backward with tremendous force, causing the rope to tauten instantly. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Falcone, where the ropes held by his subordinates, which had been moving steadily, suddenly halted, then jerked forward violently, destabilizing the burly men grasping them. "What the hell? That thing is like a dinosaur," one of the men exclaimed, feeling the immense force transmitted from the far end of the rope. This tug-of-war continued for approximately a minute, leaving deep grooves of blood on the men's hands, until the rope suddenly slackened, allowing them to effortlessly pull it back. As the other end of the rope neared, everyone, including Falcone, held their breath, hearts racing. Moments later, only half of Tom remained, his bloodied form vividly visible to the onlookers. "This is truly divine retribution," Tom gasped, his bloodshot eyes bulging as he summoned his last ounce of strength to speak. A surge of warm blood filled his throat, and after a couple of choked gasps, he succumbed to his grievous wounds. "We have angered the divine." A feeble subordinate could no longer bear the oppressive weight of fear and cried out. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the unfortunate soul fell backward, lifeless. Falcone's desert eagle smoked as he discarded his cigar onto the ground, vigorously tousling his hair before commanding, "You five, form a team and rush to the front door with utmost speed." "As you command, Lord Falcone." The 5 individuals singled out were among Falcone's most trusted subordinates, loyal and capable. As long as one can reach the threshold, support will be within grasp, and with that support, a glimmer of hope for a breakthrough may emerge. The 5 hapless individuals, gripped by anxiety, simultaneously swallowed hard. If every swallow they made tonight could earn Falcone $1, he would surely not lament the cost of the funeral bell's hiring fee. The intercom clipped to his chest crackled with static as the 5 traversed the frigid fog, the dim dawn casting an eerie glow over their surroundings, instilling a sense of dread in those who beheld it. As they hastened towards the gate, a few wisps of colorless gas, akin to cunning serpents, stealthily infiltrated their nostrils. A bitter taste enveloped their mouths, and the scene before them seemed to plunge into an abyss. Just moments ago, their comrades had been by their side, now dissolving into a foul, putrid liquid, while countless phantoms swayed, whispering chilling winds into their ears. Just as the 5 screamed in terror from the noxious gas, a mass of sludge unexpectedly materialized beneath them, slowly enveloping them from foot to head, reminiscent of silkworms consuming mulberry leaves. On Falcone's end, the intercom was filled with the frantic, desperate screams and the gurgling sounds of the encroaching mire. Soon, the device too succumbed to the sludge, plunging the hall into an oppressive silence. Before Falcone could react, a sudden crash echoed. One of the ceiling lights exploded in a shower of sparks and plummeted to the floor, leaving dark fissures on the ground. In the pitch-black hall, silence reigned, stifled by a palpable sense of despair that sealed their lips. According to the ominous announcement, only by embracing the so-called God of Illusions could they hope to survive this ordeal. Indeed, survival took precedence in the hall. Some had seized the opportunity while Falcone was distracted, crouching low with hands clasped, murmuring incantations. Meanwhile, far away in the Owl Cathedral, Logic was making his final preparations, feeding carrots one by one to the steed engulfed in violet flames, suddenly feeling a surge of nascent faith. His subordinates had performed admirably. Now, it was his time to make an entrance. Chapter 37. Finally chopped for a rich sauce, where's the backup generator? Falcone inquired, his gaze fixed on the faint red ember of his cigar on the floor, his voice icy. "Lord Falcone, the backup generator is also broken," Jim replied, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his throat tightening. "Huh," Falcone scoffed, raising his eyes to lock onto Jim's terrified expression. "Then why don't you go fix it?" "Of course, my esteemed Lord Falcone," Jim nodded, though inwardly he wished to reduce Falcone to mere crumbs. The wretched backup generator lay outside the manor, and this repair mission was fraught with peril. He lacked the courage to defy Falcone. Staying here meant that those people would employ all manner of bizarre methods to torment him for the sake of their pride, rather than enduring such a fate. "I would prefer to be devoured whole by a monster." With this thought, Jim sighed, lamenting his ill fortune, and then, with heavy steps, pushed open the glass door. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps outside when a dark crimson tentacle suddenly emerged from a mist, its jagged fangs instantly ensnaring Jim's dazed figure. The tremendous force rendered Jim unable to do more than weakly grasp at the door before he was dragged into the fog, shrieking in terror. A piercing sound, reminiscent of flesh being punctured, echoed through the air, and a warm spray of blood splattered against the glass door. The beams from the onlookers' flashlights illuminated the glass, casting an eerie glow. Falcone stared blankly at the blood, a vague sensation stirring within him. He felt that the blood that dripped was not Jim's, but rather the lifeblood of his illustrious empire. He reached out to touch the glass, now stained red, and the dark crimson substance solidified beneath his fingers. A subtle smile curled at the corners of his mouth before he abruptly turned and ascended to the 3rd floor in silence. Meanwhile, at the Owl Cathedral, in the carrot patch of the church's backyard, Logic was leading a magnificent purple steed. He picked up a carrot and placed it in his palm, feeding it to this creature, which had undergone a transformation of its life tier. After consuming the carrot, the once pure white horse visibly deepened in hue, exhaling a puff of purple flames, resembling a steed from a fantastical tale of sorcery. Just as Steve, who was once as slender as a reed, transformed into a muscular powerhouse after receiving a super soldier serum, this horse, too, had achieved a remarkable evolution after devouring a plethora of magical carrots. Logic, what are you planning to do? Batman inquired, casting a glance at the peculiar steed, feigning ignorance. The humanoid bat had not been as frantically diligent in combating crime lately, not due to an infection of lethargy, but rather because Gotham had been stirred into a frenzy by Logic's cushions and announcements. Almost every criminal faction with any semblance of power understood that someone was preparing to take action against Falcone. The situation had suddenly grown intriguing. Should Falcone, the underground emperor, lose his standing, it would trigger a massive upheaval within Gotham's underworld. Once arrogant and brazen, those criminals who could not go a day without indulging in murder, arson, and smuggling had all retreated into the shadows, masquerading as ordinary citizens. By day, they shopped for groceries and cooked meals. By night, they became devoted viewers of primetime television, each one transformed into a model citizen. They awaited the resolution of Falcone's fate with bated breath. Consequently, Batman found himself enjoying a rare respite. After a restful slumber, he awoke feeling refreshed, and with ample time at his disposal, he delved into the Batcave, wholly absorbed in the creation of an anti-Logic battle suit. After countless tests, Batman grew confident in his newly crafted armor, convinced that he could overpower his adversary. "Ha, Baterman, you are fully aware of my intentions," he mused. With a chilling chuckle, Luo Ji produced a syringe from seemingly nowhere, filled with a mysterious luminescent violet solution. "I wish to hear you articulate it," he stated. Batman, despite having consumed ample water in recent days, still spoke in a voice hoarse as if burdened by phlegm. Luo Ji did not respond immediately. Instead, he flicked the tip of the syringe before driving it forcefully into the flank of the stallion, injecting the potent solution. With a piercing whinny, the purple steed recoiled in agony, its visage contorted in torment. Flames of violet hue began to sear from within, reducing its heart and lungs to ashes, replaced by a pulsating heart of arcane blood and a pair of lungs exhaling magical vapor. The flames clung to the steed like armor, its eyes erupting with purple fire, nostrils emitting embers, and hooves igniting. Transcending the realm of reason, it had fully transformed into a creature of magic. Cautiously, Luo Ji reached out to stroke the magical horse, which promptly lowered its head in submission, nudging his shoulder affectionately. After a brief moment of contact, Luo Ji gently pushed it away. It was not the purple flames that concerned him. The magical fire posed no threat to him. The reason was simple. He feared a misunderstanding from Asa. Batman stood momentarily stunned, awed by Luo Ji's mastery of such extraordinary powers. He scratched his shoulder, silently discarding the recently developed anti-Luo Ji armor, while simultaneously drafting a new document titled True Anti-Luo Ji Armor. "Rest assured, Batman, I harbor no malicious intent." Luo Ji finally responded to Batman. "I merely intend to carve that Falcone into a delicacy. Tell me, is that so outrageous?" Glancing at the grim-faced Batman, Luo Ji refrained from further jesting. He mounted the stallion, the sound of his pure silver armor ringing clear. The sword of King Arthur at his waist gleamed under the violet flames, casting an eerie purple glow upon Batman, whose countenance was as dark as storm clouds. You comprehend the implications of this, Luo Ji. You understand, yet you persist. Is that so? Batman's fists clenched and then relaxed, his cape fluttering gently in the morning breeze. Indeed, Batman, I have compelling reasons to proceed. Similarly, I have equally valid reasons to thwart your efforts. With that final declaration, Luo Ji spurred the magical steed into a gallop, leaving behind a trail of violet flames. Batman remained rooted to the spot, fixated on the crackling fire below. He retrieved his phone, contacting Alfred. Penny-1, this is Batman. I require the Batplane. Understood, Master Wayne, it is en route, Alfred promptly replied. Additionally, some of the members of the Bat family present in Gotham. The scene shifted to the third floor of the Falcone estate, where Falcone sat in a comfortable rocking chair, his demeanor deceptively serene like that of a benign old man. In his hands, he held a revolver, methodically loading it with bullets. A crisp sound echoed as the revolver was fully loaded. Falcone placed the weapon beside him, his gaze lost in the dim fog outside the floor-to-ceiling window. Seemingly lost in thought, a flash of purple light suddenly emerged at the edge of the mist. Rising from his reclined position, he grasped his gun, inclining slightly as he prepared for confrontation, resembling a decrepit Lion King. Chapter 38. The familiar coughing sound resounded amidst the dense, murky fog. A flicker of purple flame became increasingly conspicuous. Logic, mounted upon a fiery steed, brandished Excalibur towards Falcone, who stood behind the third-floor window. A resonant hum of magic filled the air as the enchanted horse galloped, constructing a swift purple staircase beneath its hooves, producing a series of dull thuds that echoed closer to Falcone's ears. The death knell had been sounded. With a resounding crash, the window shattered into a myriad of fragments, reflecting a dazzling light under the purple glow. Falcone found himself frozen, as if time itself had decelerated. His heart raced uncontrollably, everything unfolding in slow motion as he stared at Logic's eyes shimmering with purple light, at the fantastical steed, and at the approaching tip of the violet blade. Uncertain how long had passed, it felt as though in that fleeting moment, Falcone relived his entire life. Then, a piercing shriek of rushing air filled his ears, and he felt the sword's tip pressed against his neck. A trickle of blood seeped forth, and despite the gravity of the situation, Falcone displayed no trace of fear or panic in the face of imminent death. Instead, confusion crossed his features as he took a cautious step back, his voice tinged with bewilderment and anger. "What on earth are you?" He then tilted his head upwards, blinking as he uttered a classic line. "What is it that you desire? Do I possess something that you seek? Or is this merely a simple act of revenge?" As Falcone's words faded, Logic idly scratched his ear, opting not to engage in lengthy dialogue with a dying antagonist. Upon realizing the absurdity of his own attire, he chuckled to himself, deciding to fully embrace the theatricality. "Chaos is my name. Your life is my need. Falcone, the times have quietly changed. It is time for you to abdicate." As he spoke, the sword in Logic's hand ignited with purple flames, casting an erratic glow across Falcone's face. Having long surpassed the age of such theatrics, Logic donned this guise not to impress, for he was a person of subtlety and depth. He rarely indulged in flamboyance unless absolutely necessary. The purple flaming sword and the magical steed were merely for the benefit of the lackeys rushing upstairs in a bid to rescue their master. These weak-willed individuals, driven to the brink by fear and despair, upon witnessing Logic's imposing presence, immediately dropped their weapons and became acolytes. Their mindset mirrored that of the homeless individuals captured by the assassin Croc long ago. Note: successfully acquired 20 followers. The current number of devotees stands at 87, with the requirement for further believers to solidify the divine realm being an additional 13 souls, which would grant access to the divine authority of the village. The power of faith has reached 2047. It is noteworthy that the myth of the god of illusions has been successfully refined, and one has ascended to the status of an intermediate god of illusions, significantly enhancing the ability to conjure illusions and unlocking related spells. Presently, one possesses the authorities of both the intermediate god of illusions and the intermediate god of owls. A series of notifications echoed in his mind, yet Logic paid them no heed. He regarded Falcone with a gaze akin to that reserved for a corpse. Falcone, you may be considered a formidable figure of your time. Yet you grievously erred in dispatching the Reaper to eliminate me. After a brief pause, Logic turned his gaze towards the direction of Wind City. You ought to have sent the Death Shooter to do the deed. Had you done so, I would have presumed you sent merely a mercenary in a symbolic gesture, and thus we would not have become adversaries. After completing his daily persecution of the weary, he inhaled deeply and dismounted from his magical steed. The sound of bullets striking him echoed as he became ensnared within a gel of magical energy. Undeterred, Logic approached Falcone, seizing the still-smoking revolver from his hand. You could have taken matters into your own hands, he remarked, while Falcone's attention drifted to the window, contemplating his subordinates in the city. After all, it had been some time since the fog had enveloped the area. Surely they must have discovered the situation by now. Logic mused aloud. But you need not ponder that any longer. My subordinates have already ensnared them, and they are unlikely to come to your aid in the near future. Nobody knows of your plight these past days. You must concede that you lost from the outset. Upon concluding his words, Falcone nodded, reclaiming the revolver that Logic had handed back to him. I would like another cigar, he stated, his tone trembling yet authoritative. Be my guest, replied Logic with a final remark before he leapt from the window with his magical steed, retreating to a suitable distance. He had a splendid new technique to unveil. Before him stood an elegantly restored old mansion, and he cast a glance at the faint red glow emanating from the third-floor window, accompanied by a wisp of white smoke, as he awaited the newly acquired devotees. At last, the devotees emerged. Without further hesitation, Logic grasped the flickering purple flame of Excalibur tightly, fervently converting his faith into magical energy, which he continuously channeled into the blade. The sword trembled violently, its purple light surging, and Logic felt the weight of the weapon as if it bore 1,000 pounds. Gritting his teeth, he raised the sword and, in the next instant, struck with ferocity. A hum resonated as the magical sword wave carved a vacuum passage, progressing with a painful shriek through the air. It cleaved the ground, creating a vast, charred fissure that swiftly descended upon the old mansion. The terrifying energy, vast as the ocean, obliterated all in its path, rendering the fragile wooden structure of the mansion to mere dust, dispersed by the wind, leaving only ruins and chaos in its wake. The dense fog enveloping the old mansion dissipated violently under the impact waves, while the Scarecrow deftly deactivated the smoke apparatus, allowing the world to regain its clarity. The golden rays of the morning sun cascaded upon the lush green grass, and a gentle breeze caressed the atmosphere, imbuing it with tranquility. Success. In the days leading up to the strike on Falcone, Logic had not been idle. Aside from engaging in light-hearted banter with the Bell Killer and others at the Owl Restaurant, he dedicated the remainder of his time to exploring the applications of magical power. The magical steed and the magical flame were products of that period. In truth, when he first ascended to the rank of intermediate owl god, Logic's comprehension of magical energy had reached new heights, though he had been preoccupied at the time, causing a temporary delay. Now, with ample time at his disposal, he had devised numerous innovative techniques, such as the recently executed magical sword wave. The special effects and damage were maximized, although it did consume quite a bit of mana. Overall, he found it rather satisfying. Rubbing his chin, Logic sheathed Excalibur at his waist and beamed at the approaching figures of the Bell Killer and his companions. And you, my friends, are the true heroes. Indeed, the Killer Croc was a hero. The green crocodile, still stained with fresh blood, replied while pouring chips into his mouth. Suddenly, a uniquely shaped aircraft, resembling a bat, burst through the sound barrier, hovering above them. Logic, you and your subordinates are surrounded, came the familiar, gravelly voice. Chapter 39, Gordon. You have truly grown old, greasy, and shameless. Surrounded? Batman, your bat wings are not nearly as expansive. And where are your little batlings? Logic scoffed, digging into his ear beneath the golden morning sun. Ha ha ha. Batman has grown weary. Killer Croc is feasting on roasted bats today. The humanoid crocodile chuckled heartily, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. The Bell Killer gently drew his dual blades from behind, the sinister mask reflecting a dark golden hue as he murmured, "Pride leads to decadence." How amusing, Batman. I've longed to thoroughly examine your little brain. The Scarecrow cackled, rubbing his hands together, his gaze towards Batman akin to that of a butcher eyeing a lamb. The reactions of his teammates varied upon hearing Batman's declaration of having them surrounded. Yet all exuded a palpable aura of supervillain bravado. Standing awkwardly among them, Logic cleared his throat a couple of times. He was hardly the kingpin of Gotham's nefarious forces. He had merely dealt with a mafia boss, a commendable act of righteousness, and felt the need to clarify. Ahem, Batman. My friends here have only recently turned over a new leaf. Their speaking habits have yet to change, but actions ultimately speak louder than words. We are all well aware of who Falcone is. While Logic was articulating this, Batman merely shook his head. His expression impassive as he murmured a few words into the communication device hidden within his cowl. Suddenly, the belly of the bat-shaped aircraft above opened, and several familiar figures leaped down. I surmise that the seemingly most ordinary individual is, in fact, the most formidable. Is anyone willing to wager on this? The figure clad in a striking blend of black and blue, along with a leggy Nightwing, who even causes the stoic iceberg god to cast a sideways glance. Once the inaugural Robin, he now operates independently, yet he frequently returns to the side of Batman to assist him in resolving troublesome matters. Following closely is another figure, adorned in red and yellow, Tim Drake, the current Robin at Batman's side. While his combat skills may not rival those of his predecessor, he is an adept technophile with exceptional detective abilities. The first two individuals appear quite conventional, but when Logic beholds the third figure, cloaked in green, his eyes widen in astonishment as he exclaims, "Poison Ivy? How have you become part of the Bat family?" With a light chuckle, Poison Ivy retorts, "So, I am not here to assist Batman. I have come to eliminate you." Her tone shifts to one of icy severity, her gaze akin to that of a vengeful spirit. "Pray tell, Poison Ivy, do we share a romantic history that I cannot recall? I assure you, I do not even know you." Logic runs a hand through his hair, bewildered by her immediate animosity. "Logic, do you remember those carrots of yours?" Batman interjects. In that instant, Logic comprehends. His earlier cultivation of those carrots had resulted in the demise of numerous plants. If Poison Ivy, who cherishes Flora dearly, were to learn of this, it would indeed lead to the current predicament. Batman, do not presume that the addition of 3 super soldiers guarantees your victory, Logic scoffs, his eyes shimmering with a violet glow. Boom! As soon as he finishes speaking, a line of police cars and a battalion of fully armed officers arrive, led by none other than Commissioner James Gordon of the Gotham Police Department. Sporting a disheveled mane of brown hair, Commissioner Gordon adjusts his glasses and raises a megaphone. Addressing Logic, "Logic, you and your subordinates are surrounded. If you wish to avoid the use of force, surrender your weapons immediately." "What? Gordon, why do you direct your ire solely toward me? What about that vigilante over there who employs extrajudicial measures against criminals, or Poison Ivy, who has slain countless for the sake of a few plants?" In response to Logic's inquiry, Gordon merely clears his throat, stating, "Your current threat level is considerably elevated. Batman and his allies can aid us in apprehending you, and afterwards we shall deal with them. But I have just eliminated the largest criminal organization in Gotham, rendering a significant service. I should be lauded as a hero." Gordon sniffs, his gaze evasive, feigning ignorance. Witnessing Gordon's demeanor, Logic's fury ignites. "Very well, Gordon. You have grown old, complacent, and shameless. You prefer to shield Batman, do you? Then today, I shall unveil the sordid details of your little secret." As his words hang in the air, the crowd's ears perk up, eager to listen intently. Rumors had long circulated regarding the deep connection between Commissioner Gordon and that vigilante. Could there truly be undisclosed secrets? "Gordon, I witnessed you and Batman embracing on the rooftop of the precinct, engaging in a rather inappropriate display of affection, all while maintaining an utterly serious demeanor as you continued to spout nonsensical remarks." Gordon's expression froze, and beside him, Detective Harvey Bullock scratched his chin, his face a tapestry of complex emotions. Ultimately, he placed a reassuring hand on Gordon's shoulder, conveying silent support. "What on earth is happening here?" Gordon, in a fit of frustration, ceased to hesitate, lacking the inclination to offer any explanations. Instead, he gestured for the officers to aim their weapons at the limbs of Logic and his companions. "Hold on," Logic exclaimed, halting in his tracks. Gordon raised his hand, commanding his subordinates to momentarily refrain from firing, his expression grave as he turned his gaze towards Logic. "Gordon, do you truly believe I am that foolish? I have reduced Falcone's old estate to rubble, Do you think I would be oblivious to the fact that the Gotham police would mobilize in response? What do you intend to say? Gordon's words barely escaped his lips when a few audacious reporters surged forth from behind him, brandishing their cameras and snapping away. With the initial bold reporters leading the charge, the previously established perimeter dissolved in an instant, as journalists, sensing a major scoop, flocked to the scene, capturing Rajic and Batman from every conceivable angle. What I wish to convey is that I had anticipated this very scenario. Rajic flashed a somewhat unscrupulous grin. Since everyone had cast him as the villain, he might as well embrace the role wholeheartedly. If you do not wish for these unfortunate souls to perish, do not interfere in my battle with Batman. As he spoke, Rajic retrieved his cell phone from his pocket and tossed it towards Gordon. Gordon gingerly caught the phone, the screen displaying a group of revelers at a party, blissfully unaware of the bomb concealed beneath the sofa. Damn it, Gordon muttered under his breath, gesturing for his men to lower their weapons temporarily. Yet, this could work to their advantage, should Rajic's prowess not be as formidable as Batman claimed. A clash between the two could result in mutual destruction, allowing them to subsequently apprehend Poison Ivy as well. Gordon reassured himself, tightening his gray coat around him. At that moment, Rajic had drawn Excalibur, and Batman had produced several specially crafted throwing darts. The impending confrontation was palpable, a tension that could no longer be contained. Chapter 40. A rivalry with the Joker whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as a bat-shaped dart zipped through the air, leaving a dark streak in its wake before embedding itself into the magical gel upon Rajic's forehead, rendering him immobile. Batman, is this really your dart? Rajic barely completed his question when the dart on his forehead detonated, unleashing a thunderous roar that shattered the silence, the violent shockwave knocking him to the ground. Stirring up a cloud of dust, coughing and struggling to rise, Rajic felt a deep sense of humiliation. He had once derided those comic book villains who caught Batman's darts with their faces. Now, as he found himself in the same predicament, a bitter smile graced his lips as he clenched his teeth and drew Excalibur, flames igniting along the blade, preparing to exact revenge for this affront. At this moment, amidst the ruins of the Falcone mansion, the click of reporters' cameras filled the air as a sudden gust of wind swept through, causing Batman's cape to billow dramatically, exuding an aura of authority. Beside him, Nightwing and Robin struck striking poses, showcasing their well-defined muscles. Their impressive pectorals and glutes captured the attention of the journalists present, second only to Batman and Riddler himself. Even Poison Ivy, with her graceful demeanor and flowing red hair, appeared resplendent in the wind, embodying a captivating elegance. Riddler scratched his chin, casting a glance at his own ragtag ensemble, a grotesquely disfigured humanoid crocodile, a barely humanoid mass of mud, and a madman swathed in tattered rags. Only Riddler and Scarecrow managed to elevate the team's image. Otherwise, standing together would be a source of embarrassment. Clicking his tongue in discontent, Riddler gestured towards Batman, indicating the urgent need to rectify their collective image before the throng of reporters. Considering the situation, Riddler nudged Killer Croc beside him, prompting the green behemoth to scratch his head and produce a box of cigars from his pocket. Riddler declined the offer, instead surveying Scarecrow and the others. Instantly understanding, Killer Croc retrieved an additional 5 cigars from his attire. Satisfied, Riddler accepted the cigar box, and amidst the flashes of cameras, he opened it, placing a cigar between his lips before distributing one to each teammate. As the 5 of them took a puff, Riddler snapped his fingers, igniting 5 flames that erupted into a cloud of smoke. Winning the psychological battle was paramount, regardless of whether they could win the physical confrontation. Gordon, observing from a distance, wiped the sweat from his brow, incredulously critiquing, Batman, how could you refrain from attacking during that moment of vulnerability? That's not like you. Nightwing, perplexed, remarked that Riddler had exposed himself to numerous vulnerabilities, almost prompting him to act. To this, Batman explained, you misunderstand Riddler. His seemingly erratic behavior is merely a facade. Beneath it lies a web of calculated schemes. I concur, chimed in the current Robin, Tim, recalling past encounters with such individuals. Perhaps he was merely playing a part, laying a trap to ensnare us. You truly understand me, my dear old friend, Riddler thought, bolstered by the enhanced auditory perception granted by the Owl God, allowing him to overhear Batman's musings, which temporarily alleviated his frustration. Killer Croc, you shall contend with Robin. Mudface and Scarecrow will handle Poison Ivy, while Nightwing is to be dealt with by Uzzah. Riddler swiftly assigned roles to his subordinates, then turned his serious gaze towards the equally poised Batman and his allies, none of whom had yet made a move. The overlooked Scarecrow interjected, "What about me?" "Ah, Scarecrow, you may remain nearby and sip some soy sauce, and perhaps release a bit of gas when the moment arises." With a shrug, Logic remarked that it was not disdain for the Scarecrow that dictated his stance, but rather the realization that such visceral combat was not the domain of the Master of Fear. At present, this fellow was neither in his yellow light form, nor had he undergone genetic modification. Thus he could not transform into a monstrous entity as depicted in comics. Charging into battle would only result in him being reduced to a mere cookie under the onslaught. Bang! Following a subtle maneuver by Batman, Poison Ivy immediately launched her attack, unleashing several green tendrils adorned with thorns, which spiraled menacingly toward Logic. Nightwing and Robin, undeterred, swiftly moved forward, each selecting a target to engage. "Allow me to lend you a hand," Logic proclaimed, while simultaneously channeling the accumulated power of faith into magical energy directed towards the blade. With a series of swift slashes, 4 sword waves, each a meter in length, surged forth amidst a dazzling display of purple and gold light. The sword waves sliced through the air with astonishing speed, accurately homing in on their targets. Batman braced himself with the reinforced gauntlets of his bat armor, but was forced to stagger back several steps from the impact. Nightwing and Robin attempted to sidestep the overwhelming force of the sword waves, only to discover, to their astonishment, that these waves possessed a homing capability. They hastily retrieved 2 black sticks, forming a cross to shield their chests. The violent energy surge sent the 2 ordinary muscle-bound men flying 2 meters, leaving them to cough and regain their composure. Poison Ivy, however, met this onslaught with remarkable composure. Lowering herself, she pressed her hands to the ground, and a protective shield woven from vines materialized almost instantaneously. For every tendril the sword wave severed, another sprouted from the shield, neutralizing the energy of the attack through sheer force of attrition. Taking a breath, Poison Ivy twirled her hands, intertwining several tendrils that surged forward like a green serpent. Roaring, Clayface transformed into a 3-meter-tall mud figure, charging angrily towards Ivy. The green serpent pierced a large hole in his chest, yet he merely hesitated for a moment before accelerating forward once more. Behind him, the Clock King refused to be outdone. After ineffective shots at Poison Ivy, he raised his long knife, moving swiftly to flank Clayface in a coordinated assault. Killer Croc, with his massive jaws agape, roared as he engaged Robin, the weakest in physical prowess among the group, leaving Tim at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, at the other end, following Logic's instructions, the little black cat was leisurely playing a binding game with Nightwing. The tide of battle appeared overwhelmingly one-sided, yet Logic remained vigilant. He understood Batman well enough to know that this humanoid bat would not bring along a cadre of super soldiers without being prepared for a challenge. Gordon and his team's inability to assist would undoubtedly be a deduction for Batman as well. Thus, Logic contemplated what hidden cards Batman might possess while extinguishing the purple flames on his sword, conserving magical energy for any unforeseen contingencies. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed as Logic's sword collided with the protective gauntlet of Batman's armor, sending sparks flying in all directions. As he exerted force downward, a sudden thunderous roar echoed through the air. The bat-shaped aircraft returned, its belly adorned with an array of missiles. Logic, Chapter 41. Batman, what are your no-kill rule? Batman, what do those missiles signify? What are your no-kill rule? Logic's tone was imbued with complexity as his sword and Batman's gauntlet locked in a tense standoff. Neither willing to yield, after a prolonged silence, he received merely a familiar smile in return. This enigmatic smile sent Logic's thoughts adrift, conjuring memories of his earlier confrontation with Batman alongside Deadshot. At that time, when the humanoid bat had sought to electrocute both him and Loudon, it had worn a similar smile. Realizing the implications, an alarm blared within Logic's mind, prompting him to accelerate the consumption of his magical energy. He channeled immense power through the blade, pressing down with unwavering force. The aircraft above hummed ominously, poised for action, as he ignited violet flames along the blade, propelling Batman 3 meters away amidst a cacophony. Logic, unwilling to become complacent, chose not to pursue aggressively. Instead, he retreated swiftly, leaving a trail of purple light in his wake. With enhanced vision, he scrutinized the missiles beneath the bat-shaped craft, noting that they appear to be arranged by type, with his own chibi avatar emblazoned upon the missiles below the aircraft. Adjacent missiles bore the chibi likenesses of characters, such as the Clock Tower Killer and others. For a moment, he was momentarily distracted, but upon regaining his focus, he could not suppress a jest. "Batman, I never took you for someone with a penchant for youthful whimsy." Coughing lightly, Batman waved his arm awkwardly before clarifying. "Those are designed by Tim. He was involved in the missile's conception." His tone grew grave once more. "These missiles have been specifically engineered for you. They will incapacitate you without inflicting fatal harm." "Ah, I see, Batman. My heartfelt gratitude for merely wishing to incapacitate us with missiles." Logic retorted sarcastically, his expression darkening. He then gestured to the Clock Tower Killer and others, urging them to disengage and relocate the battle to the city, keen to see if Batman would dare to unleash his missiles there. Suddenly, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. An explosion erupted among Logic's group of 4 and a cat, sending them sprawling to the ground amidst flames, coughing, and cursing Batman. This guy is truly insidious. Engaging in battle with Batman, one could never anticipate when he would stealthily attach a plethora of miniature explosives to one's person. Indeed, as our leader Logic aptly pointed out, we are in truth the good guys. Meanwhile, the oft-ignored Scarecrow narrowly avoided the miniature bombs and was currently fielding questions from the audacious reporter. Gordon had initially intended to apprehend Scarecrow on the spot, but given that Logic remained in the vicinity, he feared that such an action might lead to dire consequences. He dared not gamble. Thus he could only helplessly scratch his brown hair, watching as reporters clamored to interview Scarecrow. Upon the ruins of the Falcone mansion, as the 4 individuals and 1 feline regained their composure, Batman and his companions had already vanished, ascending into the Batwing. The aircraft, with its grotesque and fearsome bat-like visage, hovered ominously in the air, its engines emitting a relentless drone, appearing decidedly out of place in this era. Seated within the cockpit, Batman showed no mercy. He pressed a button, unleashing a barrage of missiles. Whoosh! The missiles sliced through the air, piercing the silence with a sharp shriek. At that moment, each person present felt as though a missile was tracking them, and within a mere 2 seconds, a brilliant explosion illuminated the scene once more. The officers and reporters, who had encircled the street, now felt a disorienting sensation, as if they had been transported to the battlegrounds of a world war. Clank! A mechanical grinding sound emanated from the underside of the Batwing, as 2 metallic barrels extended forth. Bang! 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 The barrels erupted, discharging tranquilizers that shimmered with a green luminescence, potent enough to send an elephant into a deep slumber for 3 days and nights. Now, they rained down like needles upon the charred, muddy ground. "Damn Batman, damn Batwing!" Logic cursed vehemently, yet his hands remained steady. His teammates had gathered around him, and he conjured a shimmering purple barrier, barely managing to deflect the onslaught of projectiles. The 4 individuals and 1 cat resembled soldiers huddled in a trench, as enemy missiles bombarded the barrier, producing a resounding roar, while tiny fissures began to emerge. "Ussa, can your tendrils reach the height of the Batwing?" Logic inquired, glancing at Ussa, who had transformed into a small gray cat. "No, it's too high," Ussa replied, lacking the usual whimsical banter. He was already injured, and, while he could hold his own against the occasional skirmish with cats and dogs, the chaos of bombs and missiles was beyond his capacity. At that moment, the Bell of Doom shrugged and remarked, "Logic, those missiles and tranquilizers are but a drizzle to Batman. Who knows, another ammunition-laden aircraft may arrive mid-battle." Indeed. However, I can use mud balls to obscure your faces." After all, his cinematic endeavors remain unresolved, Logic responded. The Killer Croc, a humanoid crocodile, had consumed his chips prior to the battle and, having not received timely sustenance post-conflict, was now famished and disoriented from the explosions. As the backbone of the team, Logic maintained the barrier while sniffing in determination. "No worries, if Batman can turn the tide once, so can I." He infused the barrier with a surge of magical energy, only to discover that his phone had been destroyed in the explosion. Ussa was already accustomed to this routine. Picking up a new phone, Logic dialed an old friend's number. "Mad Hatter, where the hell is your fire god cannon? Get up here now." After a brief interval, a helicopter emblazoned with a shark's head burst into view, its rapidly rotating blades emitting a resonant hum. A familiar crimson figure stood at the door of the aircraft. "Logic, you betrayed me once again," Lawton exclaimed, gripping the specially crafted six-barreled rotary cannon, graciously provided by the Owl Court. Upon recognizing the bat-shaped fighter jet before him, his fury ignited, and he shouted towards the violet barrier below, "You mentioned that shooting birds would yield a handsome profit. You never specified that this bird was a bat fighter." However, after contemplating the prospect of $200 million, the Death Shooter resolved to endure. With such a fortune, he could finally retire, ensuring a better life for his daughter Zoe, while he himself could return to his hometown, enjoying a leisurely existence filled with fishing and hunting. Thoughts of his daughter's impending marriage stirred a complex mix of emotions within him, yet he ultimately revealed a proud father's smile. In an instant, Lawton's mind wandered far afield, but he shook his head. The mission was still incomplete, and dwelling on it was futile. He promptly maneuvered the cannon, unleashing a barrage of ammunition upon the bat fighter. The specially designed bullets tore through the air, creating a white streak as they sliced through the atmosphere, accompanied by a piercing wail of pain, indiscriminately showering the bat fighter's fuselage. The crimson tracer fire struck the aircraft, erupting into a myriad of sparks, leaving the surrounding police officers and reporters in stunned disbelief. What was initially perceived as a mere boxing match had unexpectedly escalated into modern warfare. Chapter 42. You remain so stubborn. A metallic storm relentlessly battered the bat fighter, the cascading ammunition weaving a crimson web of fire that ensnared the aircraft. Although it had yet to breach the formidable exterior of the bat fighter, the immense force still rendered it unstable, swaying precariously. "Damn it! Nightwing, Robin, don your suits. We'll confront them head-on." Batman, seated at the controls, wore a countenance as dark as the depths of the ocean as he issued commands while deftly maneuvering the aircraft to evade the lethal onslaught from below. He yearned to retaliate, yet through the fighter's telescope, Batman observed the ordinary pilot aboard the helicopter. Unleashing a missile might result in their demise, a possibility he could not abide. Initially, Batman had believed that he, alongside Nightwing and Robin, bolstered by the formidable Poison Ivy, could easily vanquish Logic and his companions. The Batfighter had merely been a contingency plan. However, upon witnessing the colossal sword wave unleashed by Logic, he promptly discarded that notion. He resolved to return the aircraft to the Batcave, retrieve the newly crafted suits, and enhance his and his companions' capabilities, while also harnessing Poison Ivy's seemingly endless array of powerful vines to subdue Logic. With a swift press of a button, Batman launched several missiles that sliced through the air, trailing a crimson plume as they hurtled towards the magical barrier, further depleting the enemy's energy reserves. Taking a deep breath, he activated the fighter's autopilot system, then removed his armor, donning a new heavy-duty suit instead. Upon the obsidian armor, a blood-red silhouette of a bat was emblazoned. Batman's eyes glimmered with a crimson glow as he descended from the open hatch to the ground. Thud! The impact stirred up a cloud of dust, and standing beside him were the equally formidable Nightwing and Robin. The reporters, losing interest in the two muscular figures obscured by their armor, redirected their cameras towards Batman, Logic, and the Death Dealer brandishing an RPG in the distance. ZZZ. Batman raised his hand towards Lawton, a vibrant blue arc of electricity flickering within his palm. In an instant, a twisted bolt of electricity struck the specially modified machine gun. Crackle. The machine gun was rendered inoperative, the current surging towards the Death Dealer, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. His features contorted in agony, his frizzy hair bouncing as he writhed on the ground. The pilot at the controls had never witnessed such a scene. Terrified, he turned the aircraft around, intending to return to the Mad Hatter for a change of equipment and to escort the unfortunate Lawton to the hospital. Meanwhile, the Batwing could no longer withstand the onslaught, and as Lawton fired his last rocket, one engine sputtered out, sending the craft careening dangerously through the air. The focus shifted to Logic, who, relieved that the missile threat had finally passed, retracted his magical barrier and cast a resentful glance towards the fully armed Bat family. "Batman, you know what I wish to convey." "I am indeed aware," Batman replied with a frigid tone. "Are you truly certain you wish to engage me to the bitter end, even if it may culminate in mutual destruction?" At this, Logic dug into his ear. "Have you heard the saying about injuries taking 100 days to heal? My bizarre teammates and I can recover from our wounds in 3 days. while you will require weeks of recuperation, perhaps even suffering from lingering injuries. He stepped closer to Batman, their gazes locking in the air. What I mean to say is, it is not worth it. You should channel your energy towards other supervillains. For instance, the Joker. Who knows, he might next use laughing gas to infect the entire city, and you might find yourself unable to apprehend him due to a sore leg. And then there's the Riddler, an unpredictable element who could leave you with a city-wide blackout any day. After Rogic finished his discourse, Batman did not respond immediately, contemplating his words before finally stating, "I have compelling reasons to defeat you. My heavens, you remain as obstinate as when I first encountered you." Rogic scratched his chin, speaking gently. "I swear, if we were to lay down our arms and transform foes into allies, I would cease to tell jokes about entering an alley with 6 legs and exiting with 2. Batman felt a knot tighten in his chest. Unwilling to engage further in conversation, he resolved that once this battle concluded, he would procure another supply of fast-acting heart medication. Boom! The thrusters mounted on the back of his armor ignited with a thunderous roar, emitting a ghostly blue flame. Batman would not grant Rogic the luxury of further banter. He crouched low and charged forward. The figure of the humanoid bat loomed larger in Rogic's vision, and the sudden assault caught him off guard as he instinctively raised his sword to parry. Clang! The terrifying kinetic force surged forth, causing Luo Ji to stagger and retreat unsteadily. Meanwhile, Nightwing Robin unleashed his thrusters, charging forward amidst a ghostly blue tail flame. Beside him, Poison Ivy conjured a massive vine, which loomed high above, raining down serpentine tendrils of green, thrashing menacingly. "Stop dawdling, counterattack," Luo Ji shouted. No further persuasion was needed. The bell-ringer gripped his twin blades, his enhanced physique taut with energy. With 2 firm imprints left on the ground, he darted beneath the vine, swiftly reversing his grip on the long knife, plunging it repeatedly into the vine as he ascended rapidly. Meanwhile, the Killer Croc, having mysteriously produced a bag of chips, devoured it in one bite, unleashing a ferocious demeanor. His beastly eyes brimming with aggression, he stomped the ground, creating a resonant thud as he approached Poison Ivy's colossal vine, scaling it deftly with his sharp claws. The serpentine tendrils either fell victim to the swift flashes of his blades or were severed by the Killer Croc's powerful jaws. As for Mudface, he had set his sights on Nightwing. Originally targeting Poison Ivy, he was preempted by the oblivious Killer Croc. "Where's your dear friend, the Stone Man? Or perhaps you two are destined to be adversaries." Nightwing, clad in a futuristic blue armor adorned with shimmering azure lights, roared. "No one can thwart my ambition to become a movie star." Mudface let out a low growl, transforming into a 3-meter-tall mud creature, spewing sludge from his palms. However, Nightwing, now agile with his thrusters activated, easily evaded the attack. "Right here, you fool." With a swift thrust of his black staff, Nightwing aimed for Mudface's midsection, yet it pierced through like a blade through water, inflicting no tangible damage. What a troublesome foe, Nightwing mused, retreating a few steps to evade the colossal punch of mud, before his shoulders erupted with cannons. Meanwhile, Robin was engaged in a harmless game of bindings with a cat, a stark contrast to the intense battle unfolding nearby, which even drew in Dick, Nightwing himself, who couldn't resist joining the playful skirmish, offering a quip or two. The scene shifted back to Luo Ji, who faced the rapidly advancing Batman. With wings unfurled behind him, purple flames flickered and roared, propelling him backward with fervor. The immense recoil granted Luo Ji a speed and agility that rivaled Batman's, as they transformed into a dazzling duo of purple and blue streaks, clashing from ground to air and back again. The continuous booms captivated the eyes of surrounding officers and reporters, who widened their gazes to ensure they did not miss a moment of this epic confrontation. Chapter 43. Gotham City's rapid action, heart saver sales, soar bang. Bang, bang. In midair, the blue and purple streaks collided intermittently, tearing and restructuring the surrounding air, the friction producing a piercing shriek that threatened to rupture eardrums, while the gusts of wind rustled Gordon's coat with a crackling sound. Amidst his tousled brown hair, a strange voice reached Gordon's ears. "This is truly horrifying. Had it not been daytime, I would surely believe that legend." "What legend?" Gordon, lost in thought, inquired without turning back. It is said that Batman might actually be a vampire, a notion that is hard to dismiss. Gordon nodded in agreement, instinctively glancing at the ordinary citizens passing by. What? How did you get so close to me? He exclaimed in astonishment, adjusting his glasses and scanning the crowd. Why are all of you here? Where's the cordon? Damn it. What about the officers guarding the perimeter? Get these onlookers back behind the line, and anyone who trespasses will face tear gas. Yes, you heard me right, tear gas. Gordon shouted into the megaphone, taking several deep breaths to quell the tightness in his chest. He resolved that once he handled this mess, he would treat himself to a bottle of fast-acting heart remedy. Meanwhile, Logic was unaware that yet another unfortunate soul had been indirectly affected by him, contributing to an increase in the sales of heart remedies. With a resounding thud, Batman struck like a black projectile, and Logic's eyes gleamed with a fierce light as he remarked, Batman, is that the anti-Logic armor? It seems rather weak. No sooner had he spoken than he summoned the towering figure of the Bat before him, unleashing a powerful dual-fisted strike. The force of his blow collided with Batman's robust chest, sending him careening away, embedded into the wall behind him. Cracks spiderwebbed outward from the impact, and Batman appeared ensnared like a captured prey. Logic wasted no time, flapping his wings vigorously and propelling himself forward with a fierce gust of wind. With a thunderous crash, the wall crumbled, and Batman found himself gripped tightly by Logic, sliding along the ground as debris shattered around him, echoing with a series of booming sounds. Just as they neared the urban area, Logic, not being a true supervillain, hesitated to cause unnecessary casualties and decided to halt his reckless charge. With a swift maneuver, Batman executed a flawless stop. As the battle progressed toward the tipping point, the minions also displayed their prowess. Poison Ivy, wielding the formidable powers of nature, unleashed a barrage of vine-like serpents. Yet, the reinforced duo of the Clock Tower and the Diamondback Killer Croc were far from idle. They swiftly dismantled the advancing vines with their lethal strikes. However, their attempts to close in on Poison Ivy were thwarted each time, as she effortlessly countered with a sweeping vine, loftily casting a derisive glance upon them. For reasons unknown, Poison Ivy seemed to be holding back her full potential. Logic, observing the unfolding dynamics, sensed a side quest hidden within the chaos but caught in the throes of battle, lacked the tranquility to pursue it further. Regarding the confrontation between Clayface and Nightwing, the artistic style began to take on an increasingly peculiar tone, reminiscent of the nearby Uzar and Robin. Nightwing incessantly taunted Clayface's aspirations of becoming an actor, the effectiveness of his strategy astonishing even himself. Infuriated to the core, Clayface lost all semblance of reason. Even the grand technique of his shadow clones, manifested as numerous mud doppelgangers, appeared frantic and unsteady, each falling victim to Nightwing's relentless onslaught, crumbling into mere crumbs. Nightwing felt as though he were engaged in a game reminiscent of Plants vs. Zombies. As time ticked away, the combatants realized that neither side seemed to gain a definitive advantage. If a victor were to be determined, it would purely hinge on whose stamina prevailed. However, such a contest of endurance proved exhausting. Aside from Batman and Rorschach, whose situations were distinctly unique, the others showed little enthusiasm for their adversaries, lacking the fervor to engage in battle. Ultimately, they discerned a crucial truth. The outcome of this entire skirmish hinged solely on two individuals, the very catalysts of this chaos, Batman and Rorschach. Thus, a dramatic scene unfolded on the battlefield. Aside from the ceaseless clash of blue and purple energies, the remaining combatants unanimously began to slacken their efforts. Poison Ivy slowed her summons, her once ferocious vines now writhing like mere earthworms. Meanwhile, the Clock King and Killer Croc ambled about, casually swatting away the diminutive vines. As for Nightwing, he too had grown weary of the relentless mud minions. And seeing his ally Poison Ivy and her foe begin to ease off, he was certainly not about to continue his fervent assault. Suddenly, he expressed deep regret for his earlier actions, lamenting that he had misjudged the situation, declaring Clayface to be the greatest actor, deserving of countless Oscars. Clayface, moved to tears, borrowed a bag of chips from Killer Croc, tearing it open to share with Nightwing. The two sat together under the warm midday sun, observing the flashing police lights in the surrounding streets, appearing as the best of friends. As for Uzar and Robin, it seemed the little black cat had awakened some peculiar attributes. Initially intent on continuing their binding game, he ultimately relented under Robin's vigorous objections, retracting one of the many tendrils that ensnared Robin. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the scene transitioned to Rorschach and Batman, who were engaged in a serious confrontation. Batman, you ought to don true anti-Rorschach armor. This current outfit exudes no pressure whatsoever, Rorschach remarked, his words rapid, yet his actions unwavering. His fists clenched tightly as he unleashed a flurry of punches that struck Batman's armored suit with heavy, thunderous thuds. Ugh! Batman grunted, and in the next instant, his form sank, grasping Rorschach's legs in an almost bizarre manner. Crackling arcs of azure electricity danced around them, surging towards Rorschach, piercing through his magical barrier. With a deep breath, Rorschach exhaled a plume of black smoke, instinctively retreating as he touched his once carefully crafted hairstyle, now ruined. Anger surged within him. Batman, you have truly ignited my wrath. You've destroyed the hairstyle I painstakingly fashioned. He glanced at the diminishing magical reservoir and then at Batman, whose armor had suffered significant damage. Rorschach was uncertain whether he had exhausted his magical energy first or if Batman's armor had been obliterated before that. As his thoughts raced, a daring idea surfaced in his mind. Chapter 44, Two Fiery Souls Buzz. A purple light shimmered around Rorschach's right hand, as he tightened his wings behind him and unleashed a torrent of magic flames, propelling himself with immense force. He glided effortlessly across the ground, leaving behind fleeting afterimages as he darted around Batman. Just as Batman prepared to launch a ranged weapon, Rorschach seized the initiative, thrusting his palm forward to envelop the Dark Knight in a spherical barrier of magic. Thud! 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 Batman clenched his fists tightly and unleashed a barrage of blows against the barrier, causing it to vibrate ominously as small cracks began to form. However, with Rorschach's continuous flow of magic, the fissures quickly mended themselves, despite the relentless onslaught of faith energy provided by his followers. Batman's incessant array of explosives and electrical devices depleted Rorschach's magical reserves at an alarming rate. In the comics, Batman faced foes like Mr. Freeze or Scarecrow with far less ferocity. Rorschach speculated that Batman hesitated to inflict fatal harm, mindful that they were all merely flesh and blood. A bomb could easily send them to the morgue instead of prison. Now, with an adversary as formidable as Rorschach, Batman unleashed his full arsenal of high-tech weaponry, making the battle increasingly arduous for Rorschach. No one emerged unscathed. Amidst the chaos, micro-explosions erupted, and sudden electrical shocks left Rorschach with an unwelcome new hairstyle. He understood that he could not afford to prolong this encounter with the Dark Knight. He needed to conjure a powerful spell for a decisive strike. First, he needed to replenish his dwindling magical reservoir. With this thought, Rorschach fished out his phone. Blast! It had been damaged again. He glanced over at Usa, and the little black cat understood. Taking the new phone, he dialed the Mad Hatter. Hello, TYCH. What's the status of Deadshot? Boss, Deadshot is still in bed, but he seems to be recovering well after treatment. At least he can speak without slurring, came the reply. Good, put him on. I have urgent matters to discuss. Rorschach's tone was tinged with urgency. Meanwhile, the caged bat's eyes glowed crimson, relentlessly pounding against the magical prison, creating an incessant thudding sound. A cold chuckle emanated from the other end of the line, Deadshot's voice. Rorschach, oh Rorschach, it seems today is your day to face adversity. Without further ado, Loudon, your former employer is in grave trouble. Bateman has become quite unhinged. I require you to make your way to the Owl Cathedral in the city center. As Logic spoke, he kept a watchful eye on Batman, who had momentarily ceased his relentless assault, catching his breath before rubbing his palms together and pressing them against the barrier, unleashing a surge of high-voltage electricity. Zzz. The crackling sound of the electricity and the depleting pool of magical energy heightened Logic's anxiety. Ignoring Loudon's mockery, he declared, Deadshot, complete this mission, and your reward will be doubled. Logic, you are now more Bruce Wayne than Bruce Wayne himself, Loudon remarked, unable to suppress a sense of wonder at the prospect of double pay. Instantly invigorated, he shed the connected syringes, leaped up, and hurried into a helicopter, taking the pilot's seat. Logic, I know the newly constructed cathedral. What do you want me to do there? There's a barrel in the backyard filled with purple carrots. Bring them all to me. I have my own uses for them. Logic's voice echoed through the phone, accompanied by the crackling sounds of Batman's electric barrier. The familiar tone sent a chill down Deadshot's spine, reminding him of a sorrowful rainy night. Loudon's mind raced with myriad thoughts and emotions, yet his actions remained steady. The prospect of doubled pay fueled his determination as he expertly piloted the helicopter towards the Owl Cathedral. Meanwhile, Logic concluded the call, retracting the barrier and wielding his weapon with both hands, retreating swiftly while leaving behind a blaze. Batman, suddenly freed, felt a surge of energy, his eyes glinting with red light, muscles taut as his back thrusters roared to life, propelling him forward like a drawn bow towards Logic's position. Thunderous sounds erupted as Logic's magical flames were mercilessly extinguished, yet they momentarily halted Batman's advance. Seizing the opportunity, Logic channeled his magical power, resolutely raising his sword to strike downwards. Clang! The sword collided with Batman's armored arm, sending sparks flying. Logic chose not to remain in a stalemate. Invoking the power of Intermediate Illusion God, he drove the dissipating magical energy into Batman's temple. Buzz! Batman was suddenly engulfed in dizziness, a constant ringing in his ears, as he felt himself plummet into an abyss, surrounded only by terrifying bats. Childhood fears rendered him frozen for 2 seconds before he snapped back to reality, only to see an increasingly large fist approaching. Bang! With a dull thud, Batman was sent reeling backward like a kite severed from its string, barely managing to control his back thrusters to halt his fall. The handsome visage suffered a grievous blow, igniting Batman's fury once more. After all, he needed that charming playboy face during the day to attract the ladies and uphold his persona. With this thought, his anger surged, and he extended his arms. 2 cannon tubes emerged with a cacophony of mechanical transformation. Boom! 2 projectiles soared through the air, trailing fiery red tails, racing towards Logic's chest with astonishing speed. Damn, Batman! Why must all these fierce tactics be directed at me? Just because my defense is formidable, you think it's acceptable to bully me? Logic seethed inwardly, equally enraged. If Batman showed no mercy, then neither would he. With both palms shimmering with a violet glow, he calculated that if his estimation was correct, Loudon would return in 2 minutes. Thus, he decided to concoct a moderately powerful spell to humble Batman's arrogance. With a swift motion, the missile plunged into a pool of magical porridge. Under Logic's masterful manipulation of magic, he redirected the missile to a distant location before it erupted in a thunderous explosion. Subsequently, he unfurled his wings, unleashing a torrent of magic as he created an afterimage, swiftly appearing before Batman. With palms pressed together, he delivered a fierce strike to the sides of Batman's abdomen. Crack! The armor fractured, and the infernal flames seeped through the crevices, scorching the inner black armor. Batman, severely wounded, grimaced in pain, and immediately shifted his position, discarding several miniature bombs in the process. Logic, having landed a successful blow, dared not linger and retreated several meters, narrowly avoiding the thunderous blast of the miniature explosives. Buzzing. The sound of a helicopter rotor grew closer. Loudon had finally arrived. Enough, Batman. This battle is devoid of purpose. Your allies have already grasped this truth, Logic remarked, munching on a carrot while feeling the concentrated magic surge through his limbs, a wave of refreshing vitality washing over him. The mission of the Death Shooter had been successfully accomplished, resulting in airdropping a large bag of magical carrots. He was now piloting a helicopter, landing atop a safe rooftop, leisurely enjoying the spectacle of Logic's clash with Batman alongside a group of police officers and reporters. The special effects were extravagant. One moment, there was a dazzling violet glow and raging magical flames, and the next, blue fire erupted, accompanied by the roar of explosions, reminiscent of a Hollywood blockbuster. Loudon, observing the intense exchanges below, suddenly felt empty-handed, regretting not having bought a bucket of popcorn upon his return. Ignoring the transformation of the once aloof Death Shooter into a comical figure, the scene shifted back to Logic. At that moment, he was consuming the pile of carrots at an astonishing speed. Each carrot contained highly concentrated magic, replenishing his previously depleted magical reserves significantly. Back at his peak, Logic's confidence soared. Batman, what is your justification? He declared, crossing his arms to block Batman's rapidly approaching iron fists. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, the force of this strike far exceeding the previous ones. Before Logic could fathom the sudden surge of energy from Batman, the towering figure of the Bat unleashed a flurry of punches. The shadows of his black fists descended like a torrential downpour. After enduring 2 blows, Logic retreated, his mind racing as several violet blades materialized in midair. In the next instant, they shot towards Batman with remarkable speed. The blades, forged from concentrated magical energy, executed a precise area attack. Aware that evasion was futile, Batman promptly deployed a smoke bomb, revealing his back amidst the billowing haze. His cape draped down, shielding the thrusters, which upon electrification, hardened instantly. Crack! The blades shattered as Logic had anticipated. Following a feigned assault, he flapped his wings vigorously, the surging magical flames propelling him with such swiftness that he left behind mere afterimages. With clenched fists, he struck fiercely upon the startled Batman, who coughed from his sudden impact. Immediately, Batman maximized the power of his thrusters, the explosive blue flames propelling him skyward with terrifying force. "Bateman, respond to me," Logic shouted, fixated on Batman, who hovered midair, coolly conjuring weapons. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening explosion erupted beneath him, unleashing blinding white light that pierced his eyes like countless silver needles, forcing him to squint and rub them. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, 3 projectiles hurtled towards him, the thunderous blasts engulfing Logic in a fiery inferno. The intense heat quickly caused fissures in his magical barrier, radiating waves of scorching energy. Logic felt as if his very insides were igniting. He realized that Batman was now utterly relentless, and he could not afford a prolonged confrontation. He needed to gain the upper hand swiftly, crafting a powerful strike to reduce Batman to mere fragments. With this thought, as he narrowly evaded the explosion, he was suddenly caught off guard by 3 miniature bombs that had adhered to him, detonating and sending him hurtling forward. Batman! Logic cursed the insidious cunning of his opponent, when suddenly Batman's voice echoed in his ears. "Logic, you have killed many." The tone was gravelly, cold, and chilling, as if emanating from the depths of an icy cavern. Steadying himself, Logic ran a hand through his unruly hair, his expression shifting several times before he replied, "Batman, you should say, I have eradicated many criminals. There is no distinction. The crux has always been the act of killing." Batman descended from the air, his armor battered, yet still operational, occasionally sparking. "Indeed, you are correct. The emphasis has always been on killing. Regarding this, I concur." Logic responded while requesting a comb from Usa, continuing, "How many of these criminals have I eliminated? Dozens? Hundreds? I've calculated, and it amounts to no more than a little over 100. They are not merely statistics," Batman replied, his tone frigid. "They are, of course, merely numbers. What I mean is that when we pursue justice, we must allow reason to prevail. Reason tells me that by eliminating 100 criminals, I could save countless innocent lives that would otherwise perish at their hands, while simultaneously avenging those innocent souls already lost to them. Naturally, reason does not condone revenge. I merely mention it in passing." After finishing his statement, Luo Ji combed through his wild hair, only to hear a snap as the comb broke. Discarding the shattered comb, he cast a resentful glance at the giant bat across from him and continued, "It is akin to 2 ships. One carries over 100 criminals, while the other is laden with thousands of innocent citizens. You can only save the lives aboard one of the vessels. If the criminals perish, the innocents survive. However, should the criminals endure, even if you cleverly manage to rescue the innocents from the other ship, those very criminals would turn around and slay them once more. I understand your point, but evil is an endless cycle. By toppling Falcone from his throne, you have indeed saved a number of innocent lives that might have been slaughtered in the future, but what of the ensuing turmoil? How many more lives will be lost?" Batman remarked, massaging his aching shoulder. Luo Ji sensed that Batman's tone had softened somewhat, yet it still bore the rasp of a throat burdened with phlegm. He resolved that if they remained friends after the confrontation, he might graciously overlook the incident with the wild hair and, with some effort, apply his ancestral remedy to alleviate Batman's ailment. "I have certainly contemplated this, yet, as you stated, evil cannot be eradicated." At this juncture, Luo Ji gazed vacantly at the cityscape. Borrowing a well-worn metaphor, if justice is light, then evil is darkness. Light and dark exist in opposition. Where there is one, the other must also be present. The towering edifices that shimmer in the setting sun cast shadows of considerable magnitude. In those areas untouched by the light of justice, evil perpetually flourishes. Luo Ji turned to meet Batman's gaze, For humanity is, after all, such a creature. That is sufficient. The corners of Batman's mouth curled slightly, and his shoulders visibly relaxed. Knowing this is enough. What? What is enough? Luo Ji scratched his chin, inquiring. Understanding that our methods may differ, yet our objectives align, is sufficient. Batman's tone softened, only to regain its seriousness once more. Of course, you would do well to avoid actions that are overtly evil. Upon hearing this, Luo Ji pondered, his expression peculiar. I should perhaps, maybe, comprehend. Well then, enlighten me as to what you understand. You mentioned avoiding overtly evil actions, which implies that as long as the actions aren't glaringly evident, you might turn a blind eye. I did not expect you to be such a person, old mentor, Luo Ji exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face. Batman, upon hearing this, wore an expression of exasperation, rubbing his chest in discomfort. He removed his battle armor and retrieved a bottle of stress relief gummies that Alfred had lent him. Luo Ji, assuming it to be a quick remedy for heart troubles, exclaimed in astonishment. You actually bought some? Batman. What to do? The armor seems to have come off too early. Chapter 46. The beloved post-war meal segment, Long Time No See, Batman. At the dining table, Deadshot, while spearing a piece of broccoli with his fork, furtively glanced at Batman. Lawton exhibited a hint of guilt, akin to the nervousness felt during a first dinner with a girlfriend's parents. A long time no see, Lawton. Batman cast a brief look at Deadshot before promptly diverting his gaze back to the chicken wings on his plate. The familiar taste mirrored that of the meal shared in the underground cave. Your cat's roasted chicken wings are quite delectable. Batman could not resist commenting to Logic, who was engaged in conversation with Usa at that moment. I know. In a bit I'll take you to buy several tons of cat food. Now, let us not rush. We've just emerged from an intense battle, and everyone is utterly exhausted, in dire need of replenishing their strength. Logic affectionately patted the cat's head, then picked up a fragrant chicken wing and offered it to the cat's mouth, before turning to Batman. Batman, as long as it's tasty, that's what matters. His grin was rather mischievous, and Batman sensed that peculiar smile concealed a multitude of untold stories. The human bat inhaled deeply, his thoughts racing, as he regarded the perfectly roasted chicken wing in his hand. Suddenly, the chicken wing lost its appeal due to that smile. Clearing his throat softly, Batman discreetly discarded the chicken wing and speared 2 emerald green peas, only to find the peas equally unappetizing. Despite his hunger, the recent exhilarating battle left Batman's mind remarkably clear. Unlike the previous occasion in the underground cave, he was now deeply suspicious of any tricks Logic might play on the food. The motive behind Logic's actions was simple. If he felt discomfort, then Logic would feel pleasure. Understanding this principle all too well, Batman rubbed his stomach and inquired of the nearby reptilian creature. Killer Croc, do you have any chips left? Killer Croc had finished his chips. The humanoid crocodile blinked, then raised the half-empty bag of chips high, pouring the remaining contents into his mouth in one swift motion. With a few hearty bites, he swallowed the chips and, holding the now-empty bag aloft, continued. You see, Killer Croc has finished all his chips. Batman, damn it. Not only does Logic constantly vex me, but now even the crocodile has learned his tricks. Is this true? Logic, do you have several small islands in the Pacific, filled with rare plants? Poison Ivy, seated at the table, questioned with curiosity. How could someone like Logic, who ruthlessly slaughters so many orange carrots for a few purple ones, possibly engage in such actions? In response to Poison Ivy's skepticism, Logic smiled, asserting that the affluent do not concern themselves with trivial matters. Oh, the Earth is my home. Environmental protection is a collective effort, after all. I'm also deeply remorseful for the transgressions I have committed against those carrots. Consequently, I reached out to my subordinates, instructing them to acquire several islands in the Pacific where rare flora would be cultivated, allowing these endangered and invaluable species to survive in this beautiful world. Luo Ji, well-versed in the art of communication, adeptly navigated the nuances of conversation, soothing the ire of the poison ivy with a few grandiose illustrations pertaining to plants. Luo Ji, now that Falcone has departed, may I finally remove my helmet? Asked the Grim Reaper after swallowing a bite of steak and taking a sip of wine. Of course. Once we finish this meal, I shall assist you in removing your helmet, and then you can reunite with your family, Luo Ji replied, smacking his lips, suddenly aware that his tone resembled that of a kidnapper. He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. At that moment, Nightwing interjected, "This is rather peculiar. I mean, we were just engaged in a fierce battle, and now we sit around a table dining, appearing as though time has stood still." "Indeed," Robin nodded in agreement, his mouth full of chicken wings. "You should get used to this." The Death Shooter's thoughts drifted back to that morning when the sky blazed like fire. If memory serves, he had made quite the fool of himself, having been momentarily stunned by Batman's electric shock. At this recollection, Raiden shot a resentful glare towards Batman, who merely scratched his chin, feigning ignorance. As the group enjoyed their meal, the surrounding officers and reporters were left in a state of bewilderment. What had transpired? How had their fierce skirmish transformed into a serene gathering around a dining table? And what on earth was contained within that black cat's belly? Some sort of fourth-dimensional space. The onlookers collectively swallowed hard, their minds racing with incredulity. The journalists, who had been poised to capture every moment, now stood frozen in disbelief. One ordinary passerby, convinced he was dreaming, asked someone beside him to pinch him, only to receive a resounding slap in return. Rubbing his stinging cheek, he realized that even dreams could bring pain. As for Commissioner Gordon, his hands tangled in his unruly brown hair and his glasses nearly slipping from his nose, he was momentarily at a loss. "Come now, Gordon, you're a seasoned law enforcement officer, accustomed to grand spectacles. This is nothing to fret over," he self-reassured, shaking off the momentary daze. After instructing his officers to maintain control of the situation, ensuring no civilians crossed the barricade, he made his way to join Luo Ji and the others at the table. He approached with haste, and upon reaching the table, his demeanor was somewhat stiff, as if he were discussing life plans with a prospective mother-in-law. "Greetings, everyone," a voice resonated from behind, causing Luo Ji to slightly recline, his head performing an eerie 180-degree rotation, a manifestation of the owl goddess abilities. He smiled at Gordon, who felt a sudden jolt of unease. At that moment, Batman, seated nearby, also experienced a similar shock and rose from his chair, suspecting that Luo Ji had been possessed by a malevolent spirit. "Gordon, your timing is impeccable," Luo Ji remarked as he turned his head back to face the front, then patted Gordon's shoulder. His gaze shifted toward Batman. "Batman, the Gotham underworld is currently leaderless, and chaos is imminent. Someone must emerge to steer the course. Have you considered ascending within the criminal realm?" He added, "Of course, for the sake of justice." Batman remained silent, merely casting a knowing glance at Luo Ji. "Forget I asked." Recognizing that familiar look, Luo Ji ceased his banter and walked directly toward the spot where Gordon had been standing. "What are you planning to do?" Gordon hurriedly followed, his tone laced with urgency. "What am I planning? What question?" "Naturally, I'm going to take charge of the situation." With that, Luo Ji spread his wings and levitated above the ground, facing the gathered police officers, reporters, and Gotham citizens beyond the barricades. A moment of silence ensued before the camera flashes erupted in a frenzy. He exhaled deeply and declared, "In this perilous age of moral inversion, I am compelled by fate to undertake the monumental task of restoring order." His voice, amplified by an arcane force, resonated throughout the ears of all criminal factions poised to seize their share after Falcone's downfall, making it clear that the throne was already occupied. Chapter 47. Life after war in a supermarket not far from the Owl Cathedral. The time was noon. Sunlight streamed through a row of glass windows above the wall shelves, intertwining with the artificial light within the store, creating a dazzling spectacle. Over there is a solitary can of cat food. We might as well." Luo Ji pointed at a shelf where only a single can of tuna remained. The small black cat perched on his shoulder let out a sardonic chuckle before speaking. "The advancement of human technology is truly remarkable. They have even engineered a single can of cat food weighing several tens of tons. It must be concentrated essence. This can is undoubtedly delicious and nutritious to have been snatched up so eagerly. I don't care. Foolish human sorcerers, you made a promise, and now it is time to fulfill it. The darkness within me is ravenous, gripping my stomach with a hunger that cannot be quelled." The adorable appearance of the small black cat belied the ominous words it spoke as it twirled in place on Luo Ji's shoulder. "Hey, rest assured, I had already instructed Wilson to raid all the cat food and supplies within Gotham. They are now piled high in the Owl Cathedral, just waiting for your return to indulge." Luo Ji chuckled, affectionately ruffling the cat's fur, feeling in high spirits at that moment. The reason is quite simple. Once Falcone's mess is tidied up and the envisioned magical ranch and laboratory are transformed into reality, he plans to set off for Kansas to seek out Superman, no longer needing to confront the hot-headed Batman directly. Just the thought of it brings a wave of relief to Logic. With Usa perched on his shoulder, even strolling through the supermarket feels considerably easier. Human wizard, you seem quite cheerful these days, Usa purred, rubbing its feline head against Logic's cheek, emitting a soothing purr. Despite its seemingly fearsome origins, being infused with ancient godly blood and exuding an aura of bygone eras, it remains, after all, just a cat, unable to resist such comforting gestures. Haha, of course. I'm happy. You have no idea how anxious I've been these past few months in Gotham. As Logic casually tossed a pack of beef jerky into his basket, his tone turned laced with bitterness. I was always terrified that while I slept, a few miniature bombs might suddenly detonate on my body, or that as I walked, some idle bat with an ominous grin would press a button, turning my hair into a frenzied explosion, leaving me convulsing on the spot as if I'd lost my mind. What if at that moment, I were preaching the great doctrines of our owl cult to my followers? Where would I, the owl god, hide my face? As Logic grew more animated and aggrieved, he remained oblivious to the gap formed between two bags of chips on the shelf behind him, where an ordinary passerby, a wealthy Gothamite, was eavesdropping intently. Batman. He is indeed something. Actually, Bruce. The rapid-fire words of the wealthy passerby were almost unintelligible, with a high frequency of repeated phrases. However, the thought of no longer having to face that grim, brooding bat face filled Logic with joy. Suddenly, he felt the air grow heavy. Usa, resting on his shoulder, had fallen silent, its feline face turned towards the rear, paws covering its mouth, body trembling slightly as if stifling laughter. With bared teeth retreating, Logic scratched his chin, pinched his nose, ruffled his hair, then took a deep breath before turning away and asking Usa, "Tell me, is Batman right behind me?" Puffed. Ha ha ha. Foolish human wizard. See for yourself. Usa could no longer contain its laughter, its whole body shaking. Hello there, Bruce. Logic chuckled awkwardly, greeting Bruce from across the shelf, who was not clad in his bat uniform. Hee hee, Bruce replied with a smile, then moved his face away from the two bags of chips and approached Logic. Good to see you, Logic. You just said, before Bruce could finish, Logic interrupted. Huh? Did I say something just now? I was simply selecting the flavor of beef jerky. But oh, Bruce, as the saying goes, the forgetful noble often forgets. I've already forgotten. Bruce, even without donning the bat suit, presenting himself as a charming playboy. It is inevitable that after exchanging just a few words, one feels a sense of constraint. Not that I am referring to you as Batman. It has become a habit to call you that, Bruce. How many serendipitous encounters have we had now? I'm beginning to suspect that you might be my ardent admirer. Logic gazed at the casually dressed Batman before him, fully aware of the true identity of the Caped Crusader, a knowledge that was mutual. I merely came to procure some daily necessities. I have run out of shampoo in the Batcave, Bruce remarked, gesturing toward the shampoo in his basket. During the day, Bruce, in his playboy guise, was far more vivacious and approachable than the Dark Knight he transformed into by night, displaying a knack for witty repartee. I thought Alfred would assist you with that. Logic shot Bruce a knowing glance. Bruce recognized that look, as he often directed a similar expression toward Logic, an expression of incredulity. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Bruce chose to concede. Indeed, he would. I did take the initiative to seek you out. Have you devised a plan regarding the Falcones? I mean, your earlier statements of the Falcone estate were quite imposing, momentarily intimidating those criminal factions. However, they require a figure to make frequent appearances. Bruce's tone turned steady, his demeanor serious, transitioning into the Batman persona. I understand your point, but I must leave Gotham for a while, Logic replied. How long will you be gone? Bruce inquired. I cannot say for certain. It could be a few days or possibly months. Those criminal organizations cannot afford to wait that long. I am well aware they lack the luxury of time, but I have devised a solution. Logic thumped his chest, exuding an air of confidence. That is reassuring. Might you share your plan with me? Bruce asked, intrigued. I intend to have the Penguin usurp Falcone's position. To ascend to the throne, Logic suggested, stroking the head of his cat. Usa? He recalled that in the comics, the Penguin had once become Gotham's mob kingpin. Of course, the title of mob kingpin was not particularly prestigious. Black Mask had proven more formidable in that regard, having dominated all of Gotham's criminal enterprises on 2 occasions. However, Black Mask's brutality rendered him unsuitable for the role of a mere puppet, even if he would heed Logic's commands after being enthralled as a follower. Therefore, after comprehensive evaluation, it became evident that the Penguin, skilled in crafting a criminal empire and treating Gotham as his own domain, was indeed the most fitting candidate for that position. Chapter 48. Credibility significantly enhanced. In the outskirts of Gotham City, the chilly autumn morning light bathed 3 individuals standing together. Before them lay a fertile expanse of land, recently developed, dotted with a few gnarled, blackened trees amidst the crops. A raven perched on one of the barren branches, its feathers stained crimson by the morning sun, creating a somewhat eerie and unsettling sight. Copot, you now have 3 choices. Standing in the midst, Logic patted the shoulder of the Penguin Man beside him, but missed. He then lowered his hand further down until he finally made contact with the Penguin Man's shoulder. Subsequently, without glancing back, he fixed his gaze upon the blazing sun in the distance. Though this celestial body radiated immense heat, its rays, when cast upon the few individuals below, only revealed a chilling essence. With winter approaching, Logic tightened his trench coat and continued. Choice 1. You may join the subordinates of Falcone and return to a bucolic life, cultivating carrots and tending to horses daily. The Penguin Man listened to Logic's voice, yet his eyes were drawn to the unfortunate souls on the ranch. One of the gangsters was attempting to dig up a magical carrot, but, due to an improper stance, triggered its magic, resulting in being flung a meter away, howling in pain as he got back up. Another was feeding a horse, a magnificent purple steed that seemed to have leapt from a fantastical tale. It was exceedingly unruly when faced with anyone other than Logic. The unfortunate gangster was sent sprawling by a powerful kick, as the horse rejected the carrots that were speckled with dirt. The Penguin Man shivered, the downy feathers around his neck quivering slightly, and he inquired, "What are the other 2 choices?" After speaking, he withdrew his gaze, glancing at Logic beside him, his eyes briefly flickering with fear before casting an odd look towards Bruce. The Penguin Man was astute. He recognized Bruce as Batman, the Dark Knight of Gotham. The spectral embodiment of justice hovering above the city was now mingling with Logic and himself, a pair of notorious villains. Internally, the Penguin Man lamented the moral decay and twisted nature of humanity, envisioning himself puncturing Logic and Bruce with countless holes using the tip of his umbrella. As for the other 2 options, one was to ascend as the formidable kingpin of Gotham's underworld, and the other was to shuffle off this mortal coil immediately. Logic finally turned his head, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Is there time for deliberation? The Penguin Man waved his umbrella, inquiring. To gather your forces for a counterstrike? No, certainly not. Very well. It appears the situation is abundantly clear. I shall, of course, choose to become a crime lord. The Penguin Man shrugged, planting his umbrella into the ground, his body slightly leaning. Excellent. A man of insight recognizes the times. You're a clever fellow, Cobblepot. Logic nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to employ the powers of the God of Illusions to entice the Penguin Man into becoming a follower, he suddenly remembered Bruce's presence beside him. Such scenes of adult content require parental guidance, and Bruce's parental figure had long expired, leaving Logic in a state of exasperation, forced to refrain from his intentions and plan to sway the Penguin Man at a later time. You see, Bruce, Falcone's mess has been tidied up. Logic proudly thumped his chest. His remnants are now tilling the land and feeding horses, and the vacant throne has found new occupant. Of course, I must say, you performed admirably. Bruce nodded. By the way, I have yet to thank you for your generous support in developing this ranch. Logic scratched his chin and pondered. Perhaps I shall check if those magical cows can produce some enchanted milk. As his words faded, the 3 companions walked side by side on the verdant grass of the ranch, making their way toward Crimson Barn. Although Logic now wielded the influence of the Owl Court in Gotham and required no assistance from Bruce to establish the ranch, he felt it would be impolite to decline Bruce's generous offer after he had mentioned it. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill, a symbol of camaraderie, and Logic was genuinely pleased that Bruce harbored such intentions. Bruce, do you see that low-hanging red sun on the horizon? Logic suddenly inquired as they strolled along. I do, Bruce replied, affirming his keen eyesight. The sun is merely a morning star, Bruce. As you are aware, I possess certain peculiar abilities. I can sense that something is approaching from the depths of the cosmos. What is it? Aliens, Logic stated with utmost seriousness. Bruce listened intently, while the penguin perked up his ears, secretly admiring the conversation. Such discussions of cosmic matters were far beyond the comprehension of an ordinary thug like himself. While he was still engaged in a mundane confrontation, these two were already delving into topics of the universe and extraterrestrials. Logic, are you serious? Bruce, familiar with Logic's temperament, knew that if he spoke with a playful tone, his words were utterly unreliable. However, if his demeanor was exceedingly grave, the credibility of his statements would markedly increase. Perhaps 2 out of 10 could be believed. Why would I deceive you? There's no candy in it for me, Logic retorted, pursing his lips. Bruce, I am quite serious. Indeed, something malevolent is on its way from space. Do you know precisely when they will arrive? I'm not entirely certain. It should be a few months, possibly no more than a year, Logic asserted, exuding an air of conviction. Thus, I require your assistance. Bruce recognized that the crux of the matter had arrived and nodded for Logic to continue. I need a laboratory for research purposes. Logic revealed his intent. Bruce did not respond immediately, pondering for a moment before stating, regarding this laboratory and everything that transpires within it, I need to be privy to the same information you possess. Of course, that is a given. Logic clapped Bruce on the shoulder, adopting a familiar tone. Besides, I want to be in Gotham often. The laboratory will be located in the suburbs, and I will need your help to manage it. Very well. Bruce conceded with a slight nod, uncertain of Logic's ulterior motives, opting for a cautious approach. Initially, he had not intended to agree, but to prevent this seemingly chaotic yet benevolent individual from potentially turning malevolent, Bruce ultimately acquiesced. More opportunities to engage with him meant greater intelligence gathering. And information, indeed, is the key to victory. Logic remained oblivious to the myriad thoughts swirling within Bruce's mind at that moment. All he knew was that his obsession with things like kung fu cows, telekinetic squirrels, or water-controlling turtles might finally come to fruition. Logic envisioned the day when General Zod would descend upon Earth, threatening Superman's mother at the Kent farm, only to be met with the amusing sight of a laser-eyed cow emerging from a barn. He chuckled softly, offering a moment of silence for Zod and his companions, who were still adrift in the cosmos. Chapter 49. Some time had passed since the fierce battle that erupted at the Falcone estate. Gotham had experienced a serene few days, with citizens going about their daily routines of work and homecomings. Yet, curiously, the familiar soundtrack of their commutes had vanished. The echoes of gunfire, the flashes of explosions, the rampaging maniacs, and the fervent cries of street racers were all absent. The reason, it seemed, was that behind this tranquil facade, someone was indeed bearing the weight of responsibility. The populace understood well why, following Falcone's downfall. The wolves and tigers who had long coveted his vast empire had not immediately seized the opportunity. The earlier clash between Logic and Batman had been monumental, a spectacle of epic proportions for a citizenry largely unacquainted with extraterrestrial invasions or cosmic crises. The journalists present recognized it as a once-in-a-lifetime scoop, capturing first-hand footage and images that were now being printed fervently in newspapers and broadcast on television. Not all criminal factions were devoid of intelligence. Upon witnessing Logic's final declaration, they understood that Falcone had just vacated his throne, prompting one individual to step forward, the Penguin, chosen by Logic himself. A figure whose waddling gait resembled that of a penguin was now the ruler of the entire underworld. Initially, many were skeptical, yet they dared not act against him. Of course, Gotham had never lacked for petty criminals who fancied themselves capable of besting the Joker or kicking Batman. This new wave of criminals scoffed at the notion, armed with grenades and machine guns, eager to instigate a confrontation. However, after Logic's swift and decisive strikes reduced their stronghold to ashes, all dissenting voices fell silent. This display of force proved remarkably effective, resulting in a significant drop in Gotham's crime rate, nearing that of the sunny metropolis next door. Yet, for a city as enigmatic as Gotham, any glimmer of hope was bound to be fleeting, destined to succumb once more to the dark whims of the universe. Nevertheless, such concerns were not on Logic's agenda at this moment. Before making his way to Kansas to orchestrate a chance encounter with Superman, he had an important task to attend to. It seemed the laboratory had truly developed a batch of kung fu cows. Indeed, the experimental pastries were ready. And with the support of an ordinary benefactor passing through Gotham, a large laboratory had been established on the outskirts of the city. Logic had initially planned to glean insights from the Star Labs, but upon arrival, he realized he could not bring himself to relocate the array of machinery back home, leaving him with a hefty bill of millions of dollars. He was a good man, and such coercive tactics were contrary to his principles. Furthermore, Bruce's Wayne Enterprises possessed numerous laboratories, and his old friend, Bateman, could undoubtedly fulfill Logic's needs. Thus, in the end, Luo Ji resorted to trivial tactics of little worth, merely prying a small corner from the stellar laboratory, affecting around 90% of the personnel. It has come to my attention that the stellar laboratory has recently embarked upon an exceedingly costly project, pouring a substantial sum of dollars into it, yet yielding not a single ripple. Coincidentally, he had assisted in trimming their workforce, alleviating their financial crisis. Having done a good deed, Luo Ji's spirits were lifted as he sauntered towards the laboratory with Bruce, his arm draped around his shoulder. "Bruce, you've been chatting and joking with me these past few days. What about Gotham? I mean, Gotham has indeed been quite peaceful lately, but the populace still needs Batman to make an occasional appearance." To his surprise, Bruce responded with mild astonishment before smiling. "That was Alfred's suggestion. He wants me to seize this opportunity to rest well." "You certainly deserve a break, Bruce." Luo Ji gestured towards the guards, prompting the grand entrance to swing open automatically. There is an old adage that states, if you wrestle with a dragon for too long, you too become a dragon. If you gaze into the abyss for too long, the abyss also gazes back at you. As they traversed through the pristine white doors of the laboratory, they entered an interior adorned with a primary palette of white, accented with golden embellishments. "Bruce, Nietzsche's words seem to have been crafted specifically for you," Luo Ji remarked, patting the shoulder of the esteemed gentleman while retrieving a packet of chips from his pocket. Bruce nodded silently in acknowledgement. Under the guidance of a researcher, the two delved deeper into the laboratory, eventually pausing before a formidable metallic door. "Ah, Bruce, behind this door lies the culmination of our research over these past days." Luo Ji exhaled, his tone brimming with excitement as he locked eyes with Bruce. "The fruit of our labor. Indeed, what a mess." Bruce chuckled softly. However, Luo Ji dared not continue his jest. He began inputting a password on a machine beside the door, saying, "You can try your hand at that cow's prowess in a moment." "Must I?" Bruce suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had initially assumed that his companion's fervor was merely a spur-of-the-moment whim, an eccentric idea that had taken shape. Yet, it transpired that this bizarre notion had indeed been realized. Furthermore, it was funded by none other than himself. The gentleman inwardly lamented finding himself aboard a treacherous ship, now forced to navigate one step at a time. Just as one was elated and the other resigned, the grand door before them swung open with a cacophony of sounds akin to a sci-fi spectacle. Before them unfolded a scene reminiscent of a cinematic marvel. The pure white walls were adorned with fissures, through which swirling blue luminescence illuminated several large containers, as well as a colossal glass chamber in the center. Numerous white lights embedded in the ceiling of the glass chamber illuminated its interior, revealing an ordinary-looking cow leisurely grazing within. Luo Ji approached the glass chamber, extending his hand to tap the surface, producing a resonant thud. The cow, intrigued by the sound, paused its munching and ambled over, gazing out at Luo Ji with wide, bovine eyes. As the solitary figure of a man locked eyes with a cow, Scarecrow Jonathan approached, greeting, "Good day, Mr. Logic, and you too, Mr. Bruce." The Scarecrow's tone was peculiar as he scrutinized Bruce. Much like the other infamous villains of Gotham, he was privy to Batman's true identity. Logic found it perplexing that no one had revealed the truth. These villains, each with minds as clear as glass, chose to remain silent. Were they all fervent, secret admirers of Batman, opposing him merely to capture their idol's attention? This notion seemed both plausible and compelling. "Mr. Logic, this cow, after being administered my specially formulated serum, has become utterly immune to the emotion of fear." Holding a clipboard, the Scarecrow glanced at the research data. "The researchers you employed from Star Lab have exceeded my initial expectations. Under their guidance, this cow's combat prowess." "Here." The Scarecrow cast an odd glance at Bruce before retracting his gaze, continuing, "seems to have surpassed that of the illustrious Dark Knight, Batman himself." Bruce. Chapter 50. Target Moon. Owl Cathedral. The first rays of morning sunlight fell upon Logic, who slightly opened his eyes and yawned. He shifted from a supine position to one on his side. After inhaling the icy autumn air of Gotham, he lingered in bed for an additional 5 minutes before rising to prepare for a new endeavor in myth-making. He had not been idle. Following a series of audacious maneuvers, he had ascended to the rank of High Owl God, unlocking numerous new abilities and enhancements. For instance, his magical prowess had taken on a new form, following flames. He could now distort his magic into lightning, inflicting greater damage with more pronounced effects. Furthermore, after finally surpassing the 100-follower milestone, he had successfully manifested a divine village within himself, creating a small world. Though the village was still barren, Logic's strength had undergone a qualitative transformation, allowing him to directly harness the power of faith and convert it into divine might, unleashing golden thunder. After some experimentation, he discovered this ability was extremely taxing on his resources, so he decided to reserve it as a trump card. Moreover, an amusing development had occurred. He could now genuinely conjure an owl, not the illusory type previously formed from magic, but a tangible, plump creature. This feature was indeed a household necessity. Should hunger strike during a stroll, he could simply summon one to roast and eat. Ah, winter is approaching. After dressing, Logic sighed, glancing at the slumbering Usa on the bed. The foolish cat had spent the night boasting about its glorious past, keeping Logic awake. Yet now it lay cocooned in the blanket, snoring with bubbles emerging from its nose. A surge of mischievous ire welled up within Logic as he chuckled wickedly and leaned down to shake Usa. What are you doing, foolish wizard? The little black cat stretched lazily, its drowsy eyes gazing at Logic. Get up and sleep again, Logic said with a serious expression. Usa wondered aloud. After playfully toying with the foolish cat, Logic's spirits lifted and his footsteps became lighter as he descended the stairs. At this moment, the Owl Cathedral appeared somewhat desolate. Aside from Logic, only Wilson and a few court members resided within its walls. The team previously assembled to vanquish Falcone had disbanded. And the day after the death knell helmet was removed, its members eagerly returned to their families in Gao Laojuan. Killer Croc, having received a substantial sum of dollars from Wilson, looted Gotham's snack supermarkets and transformed from a fearsome predator into a reclusive homebody. This anthropomorphic crocodile now lounged in its lair, with its left hand resting on a mound of snacks and its right hand clutching an assortment of carbonated beverages, while a mobile phone displaying an anime recommended by Logic lay before it. Once a menace to all, Killer Croc had morphed into a harmless otaku, a transformation greatly attributed to Logic's influence. As for Mudface, he had been assigned by Wilson to the City of Angels, Los Angeles, to pursue a career in Hollywood. And it was estimated that the film Mudface vs. Justice League would be released in the latter half of next year. Lastly, there was Deathstroke Lawton, who, after receiving a hefty reward in the millions, had completely forgotten who Logic was. However, calculating the state of the world, it was unlikely that Lawton would enjoy his freedom for long before being incarcerated in Belle Reve prison, where he would endure 23 hours a day in a small, dark cell. That prison was not a place any sane person could tolerate, but Lawton would not suffer for long, as the formidable Amanda Waller would soon extricate him and enlist him in the Suicide Squad. After a brief moment of silence for his old friend Lawton, Logic blinked and dismissed the thought of who he had just been pondering. He had pressing matters to attend to. After hastily consuming a few bites of breakfast, Logic ascended the stairs to awaken Usa, took the little black cat along, gathered a few items he would need, and departed from the Owl Cathedral. On the highest gargoyle of Gotham, standing in Batman's favored position, Logic surveyed the city of sin as the autumn sky blazed crimson, casting a dark red sunlight over the entire metropolis, which seemed to burn in a cold fire. He consumed his 30th carrot, pressing down the cat's head that protruded from his backpack, and then uncorked a bottle, swallowing a mouthful of the potent magical solution within. Feeling the overwhelming surge of magic coursing through him, along with the substantial faith power he had accumulated over the past days, Logic took a deep breath and unfurled his wings. Buzzing, the magical flames surged upward, swirling chaotically around his wings, before ultimately erupting downward, generating immense thrust that propelled him into the air. With a thought, a layer of magical barrier enveloped his body and backpack as he vibrated his wings, controlling the intensity of the magical flames, and swiftly ascended, soon reaching above the clouds. Gravity stood no chance against the terrifying force of propulsion. His speed increased. The clouds around him thinned, The temperature plummeted to the freezing point, and the only sound was the shrill rush of turbulent air. The sky above gradually darkened, while the earth below was enveloped in a delicate azure sheen. As Luo Ji marveled at the breathtaking scenery before him, he retrieved a carrot from his pocket to replenish his magical energy. At that moment, Usha's feline head once again peeked out from the backpack, its mouth agape as it extended a dark crimson tentacle, retracting its sharp fangs before gently wrapping itself around Luo Ji's waist. It resembled a couple riding an electric scooter, one partner holding the other from behind to prevent a fall. The scene shifted to Luo Ji, who finished the carrot and soared through the air for a while, feeling the diminishing pull of gravity. Resolute, he then brought his wings together, unleashing twin columns of magical flames that surged behind him. Destination: the moon. Luo Ji soared at an incredible speed, his magical reservoir depleting yet consistently replenished by the carrot. After what felt like an eternity of flight, Luo Ji finally realized that the celestial body he could only gaze upon from afar was now within arm's reach. Of course, this was in cosmic terms. He understood the principle of distance well. After consuming another vial of magical solution, he relaxed his mind, directing his focus toward the surrounding starry expanse. In the absolute darkness, beams of light pierced through, and the distant stars and the vastness of space sparked an insatiable curiosity within him, igniting boundless imagination that left his heart racing. What more could one desire beyond this? Just as Luo Ji was about to reach the moon and commence his divine plans, far away in a corner of Earth, a golden-haired man clad in a khaki trench coat, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, sat in a chair. The man's face contorted in agony as he clutched his throat, retching violently before suddenly expelling a diminutive figure from his mouth. The tiny being bore an uncanny resemblance to the golden-haired man, save for its devilish appearance. The man touched his handsome visage and then glanced disdainfully at the grotesque demon figure on the ground, crushing it beneath his foot with a satisfying squelch. "I must make a trip to Kansas in a few days," he muttered as he exhaled a cloud of smoke. On the moon, upon the pale lunar soil, the grand palace of the ancient moon god rose majestically, though the positions of the stars remained chaotic. The once sacred and solemn palace now lay in ruins, evoking a sense of melancholy. Mysterious glimmers danced across the structures imbued with unknown energies, both enticing and intimidating, deterring any reckless touch. Nearby, an inscription of ancient characters appeared to be etched on a stone tablet, awaiting scholarly exploration and interpretation, which would soon unveil its secrets. Within the dilapidated moon palace, Luo Ji buried a signal transmitter, continually sending signals toward Earth. It would not be long before relevant agencies detected them, setting the stage for an unfolding spectacle. The divine title of the moon god, which exudes an aura of magnificence, requires a fundamentally different approach to myth-making compared to realms associated with owls or illusions. The faith required to weave such a myth is astronomical, necessitating bold strategies and meticulous execution to accumulate it within a short span of time. As he gazed upon the divine manifestation infused with immense magical energy, logic puffed out his chest, casting a proud glance at the little black cat beside him. "What do you think? Impressive, isn't it?" A derisive chuckle escaped Uther, who, rubbing his sore cheeks with his paw, lamented the toll of expelling such a massive amount of energy. The foolish wizard had transformed into a foolish deity, yet the essence of significance remained unchanged. The little black cat, oblivious to the gravity of the moment, received no reprimand from logic, who scooped Uther up and tucked him into his backpack. With matters settled, having already experienced the wonders of spacewalk, it was time to return to Earth and seek out Superman. With this thought, logic hesitated no longer. His wings unfurled behind him as he leaped into the vastness of the universe, hurtling towards the distant blue planet. As time ticked away, the starry expanse behind him began to shimmer with a white glow, his vision consumed by clouds and the earth below. The frenzied air produced a piercing shriek as crimson flames enveloped him, transforming him into a meteorite of unparalleled speed. Meanwhile, in Smallville, Kansas, the destination of logic, a golden-haired man parked his car and approached a farm. It was the afternoon, and sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. The man glanced at an elderly gentleman repairing machinery nearby before redirecting his gaze to the main house. He knocked on the door, and after a resonant thud, a remarkably fit young man answered. His eyes betrayed a hint of nervousness, but before he could utter a word, the golden-haired man spoke first. "Hello, I am John Constantine, a professional exorcist specializing in hunting vampires." As he spoke, Constantine retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips without igniting it. From another pocket, he produced an official-looking ID that appeared blank. However, to the young man named Clark Kent, the document seemed to brim with various exorcism-related credentials, adorned with an impressively ornate church seal. Before Clark could scrutinize it further, Constantine tucked the ID away and continued, "Brother, have there been frequent disappearances of cattle and sheep around here lately?" "Indeed," Clark nodded, allowing Constantine to enter. "That is precisely it. I've tracked that pesky vampire bitch to this location, and I can sense her presence growing stronger." As Constantine spoke, the cigarette quivered in his mouth. However, Clark was far from attentive. He was scanning the surroundings, searching for a hidden film crew. Constantine's serious ramblings reminded Clark of the absurd reality shows his mother enjoyed, leading him to assume that such bizarre events had now befallen him. As I delved into the past, I discovered nothing of significance, save for a fleeting moment of surprise at the sight of Constantine. Thus, do you comprehend? Your family now finds itself under the ominous threat of vampires, and that wretched creature may have transformed several unfortunate souls into her minions. Constantine spoke with fervor, as if the apocalypse were nigh. Yet, Clark maintained an expression of serene contentment. What vampire scourge? If it truly existed, would I remain oblivious? Clark was acutely aware of his own abilities. After all, his parents resided here, and the entire Kent farm was under his vigilant watch. If any malevolent entity were present, he would undoubtedly be the first to detect it. As fate would have it, Clark's superhuman hearing suddenly picked up the sound of a humanoid meteor rapidly descending from the sky above. If his calculations were correct, its landing point would be the rooftop. Alarm bells rang in Clark's mind, prompting him to feign a pressing need to use the restroom, all the while preparing to transform into Superman and intercept the meteor with a high leap. However, before he could execute his plan, he sensed that the humanoid meteor had abruptly slowed its descent, gliding toward the ground like a bird. Perplexed, Clark activated his X-ray vision and discovered that it was not a meteor at all, but rather a living person. Wait a moment. This fellow appeared to be smiling at him. Clark hesitated, his thoughts racing, his legs tense, causing the floor beneath him to stir with dust from the burgeoning power emanating from above. In the living room, Constantine was taken aback, marveling at the youthful vigor. Even a trip to the restroom seemed to exude such intensity. At that moment, in Clark's line of sight, Logic waved his hand, his wings fluttering as he adjusted his trajectory, leisurely gliding toward the wheat fields of Kent Farm. Observing this, Clark ceased his movements, exiting the restroom while maintaining a careful watch on Logic's position with his X-ray vision and super hearing. Unless absolutely necessary, Clark never revealed his abilities in front of outsiders, especially with an eccentric individual still present in the living room. He glanced over at Constantine, who was retrieving a beer from the refrigerator, and said, "Come with me. It may pertain to the strange occurrences you mentioned." At this, a spark ignited in Constantine's eyes, his craving for alcohol instantly dissipating. He set the beer down and followed Clark outside. At that moment, Clark's mother, Martha Kent, was in town procuring supplies, while his father, Jonathan Kent, was repairing machinery on the farm. Clark remained vigilant, tracking Logic's movements to ensure that his father was not in danger. A flurry of flapping echoed through the air as Logic gracefully descended, his white, divine wings glistening. He appeared benign, smiling like a congenial old friend. "Hello, Clark. I am Moon Logic," he began, but his smile abruptly faltered as his eyes fixated on the striking man beside Clark, clad in a khaki trench coat and smoking a cigarette whose handsomeness rivaled his own. Familiar in appearance, Logic felt a chilling sensation surge from his soles to the crown of his head, his mind racing with thoughts, fearing that Jia Kong had already committed some irrevocable act. Chapter 52, Constantine. Logic retracted his wings and stepped closer to scrutinize the handsome visage of the blond man. Such an extraordinary countenance, he mused, was unmatched in the DC universe save for his own. Upon confirming his identity, Logic inquired with curiosity, "Constantine, how did you come to associate with Superman?" "Do you know me?" Constantine queried, producing a lighter from his pocket. With a flourish, he ignited a flame to light his cigarette. "Of course, given your foul stench, it would be hard not to recognize you." Logic grimaced, unabashedly hurling insults, while secretly lamenting his misfortune. Initially, he had ventured to the picturesque Kansas, hoping to find a kind-hearted Superman, Clark, but instead encountered the infamous John Constantine. As for Constantine, he bore a notorious moniker, Jacques Kong, the scum of scoundrels, the dregs of humanity. Yet, Logic was less concerned with such labels and more apprehensive about this fellow's formidable capacity for sabotaging his allies, which surpassed even that of Batman. From the moment of his birth, Constantine had inadvertently caused the demise of his own brother and mother, thereafter embarking on a relentless path of deception, ensnaring angels and demons alike in his machinations. While Logic had occasionally outwitted Deathstroke, his meager skills paled in comparison to Constantine's prowess. Gotham's mischievous Bat had already proven to be quite a handful, and now, in Smallville, he was confronted with Constantine, dashing his excitement about meeting Superman. Huh, so you claim I am irresistibly charming, my name's spreading like wildfire among the people. Constantine retorted with a sardonic laugh. Logic responded with hearty laughter, his tone rising and falling dramatically. Indeed, Constantine, how could you be wrong? My dear Constantine. Suddenly, Logic pointed to the ground. Constantine followed his gaze while Clark, initially perplexed by the peculiar exchange, also looked down. Logic bent low, extending his hands in a gesture of mock grasping, then raised himself, displaying two prominently extended middle fingers toward Constantine. Dear Constantine, your charm overflows. Look, I have picked up two for you. Faced with this sarcastic display, Constantine felt a surge of irritation. Known for his straightforward nature, he swiftly brandished his fists, preparing to strike. Logic, unwilling to back down, braced himself for a confrontation. As a fierce duel between mages loomed on the horizon, Constantine struck first. Due to personal habits, he seldom employed magic, opting instead to thrust a powerful punch toward Logic's abdomen. If an ordinary person were to provoke themselves as just demonstrated, Constantine would have swiftly struck the other's delicate visage. However, upon gazing at Logic's countenance, he bit his lip, his resolve wavering for a simple reason. He recognized an allure in that face that rivaled his own. When the opponent suddenly launched an assault, Logic, equally unwilling to concede, felt it was high time to teach such a scoundrel as Constantine a lesson. Without resorting to magic, Logic took a couple of steps forward, poised to intercept the punch. Wait, please cease this skirmish. The ever kind-hearted Clark, witnessing the two seemingly adversarial strangers about to clash as if they were sworn enemies, instinctively positioned himself between them. Clark's robust frame shielded both parties. Yet, as Constantine and Logic unleashed their strikes, they were unable to halt in time, and their blows landed squarely upon Superman. Crack! The sound of fracturing bones echoed, and Constantine, nursing his hand in pain, exclaimed, "Damn it, you must be made of steel." Superman, slightly embarrassed by the remark, scratched his head. Feeling a twinge of indignation, it was his body that was far more resilient than steel. Meanwhile, Logic retracted his hand and casually sauntered over to scoundrel Constantine, initiating a bout of mockery. Constantine, one must understand that even among melee mages, disparities exist. Not every mage can vanquish a warrior barehanded simply by dropping their wand. The higher powers of the Owl God had bestowed upon him a more formidable constitution, while it still paled in comparison to Superman's. At least a strike would no longer be excruciating. Utter nonsense. Constantine, feeling the sting of embarrassment, fumed as he traced a magical glyph in the air with his hands, summoning a glowing pentagram that materialized upon his arms. Logic, too, felt a surge of power, his eyes glistening with a violet hue, surrounded by swirling purple flames. As the very air crackled with electric tension and the void flickered with latent lightning, observing the two children poised to engage once more, their teacher Clark, exasperated, face-bombed before stepping forward to deliver a gentle yet firm reprimand. With a sharp clap, both were sent tumbling backward, skidding along the ground before shakily regaining their footing. Rubbing their heads, Logic and Constantine turned in unison, their gazes meeting, the previous ire dissipating. It had merely been a playful jest. They were not truly juvenile delinquents, incapable of handling a disagreement without resorting to physicality. Sharing an awkward chuckle, Logic clapped Constantine on the shoulder, apologetically saying, "Constantine, I must admit, I spoke hastily at first. I should not have let others' opinions taint my perception of you, viewing you as a mere scoundrel. In truth, you are not so intolerable." Constantine's lips twitched. The statement felt oddly disconcerting. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. After all, he had not come here to engage in banter with a stranger. More pressing matters awaited. Tossing aside his spent cigarette, he retrieved another from his pocket, placing it between his lips as he inquired, "Are you a mage?" As the other party became earnest, Luo Ji, recognizing the gravity of the moment, ceased his playful demeanor and returned to a serious expression. "For now, you may consider it as such. Just call me Luo Ji," he said. Constantine nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further inquiry. At that moment, Clark suddenly approached, a hint of anxiety etched on his face. "I have heard something. It seems there is something crawling up from the depths." "Wait, I see them. A horde, a swarm of monsters." Clark's eyes were transfixed on the distance, activating his super sight, super hearing, and X-ray vision simultaneously. Yet, to Luo Ji and Constantine, that direction revealed only the tranquil beauty of the setting sun. "Luo Ji, from what you said earlier, do you know this tall individual?" Constantine inquired, glancing at the enigmatic Clark and then at the picturesque countryside. His expression a mixture of confusion and astonishment. The prowess exhibited by this farm boy had genuinely surprised him. "Oh, you mean him? Though he does not recognize me. I am familiar with him. Allow me to introduce you, Constantine. The towering figure before you is, at present, the most formidable individual on earth." Constantine responded. Chapter 53. Do I look like a villain given my handsome appearance? "Luo Ji, are you serious?" Constantine questioned, scrutinizing Luo Ji's solemn countenance. "I am indeed serious," Luo Ji retorted, then turned to Clark. "Clark, just as I am aware of Constantine's identity, I also know yours." As his words lingered in the air, he keenly perceived a flicker of apprehension in the muscular man's eyes. Acknowledging the sheer strength capable of reducing him to mere crumbs, Luo Ji coughed lightly, feigning composure. He then began to eloquently narrate his identity, the purpose of his arrival, and the destination he intended to lead Clark towards. "Who am I? Where am I? Where am I heading?" The answers to these philosophical inquiries left Clark momentarily stunned, with Constantine leaning in, ears perked in rapt attention. Luo Ji, having meticulously prepared his discourse, expounded upon the deities residing in the cosmic abyss, then elaborated on the uniqueness of Clark's identity, subsequently asserting his role as Clark's mentor. Earth is a land plagued by calamities, yet this malevolent shadow has finally been illuminated by light, and that light is you, Clark. You are the valiant warrior destined to alter the course of fate. As for me, I have been dispatched from above to guide you. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Luo Ji's grandiloquent speech flowed forth, so captivating that he almost convinced himself. His previous days spent in the company of Batman and Deadshot had significantly honed his ability to engage in earnest, if not absurd, discourse. As Clark and Constantine listened attentively to Luo Ji, they made their way toward the location of the earlier disturbance, which had now fallen eerily silent. In summary, that is how matters stood. After speaking until his throat was parched, Luo Ji paused to nibble on a carrot, replenishing his moisture. Beside him, Clark wore a grave expression, uncertain whether the stranger's words held any truth. Hesitant to press further, he decided to tread carefully. As for Constantine, he scoffed at Logic's remarks, initially attentive. His demeanor grew increasingly peculiar as he listened. It struck him, with a pang of recognition, that he had once deceived others in a similar manner. Not a single punctuation mark of Logic's discourse earned his belief, yet he remained silent, adopting an air of feigned skepticism akin to Clark's. As they were all strangers meeting for the first time, Constantine had pressing matters to attend to. There was no need to sow discord with makeshift allies before dispatching the vampire of dubious character. After all, to the unscrupulous Constantine, they were not allies but mere tokens of revival. Each ally felt provided him with another chance at life. Casting a glance at his two revival tokens, Constantine smirked with cunning. Clark, meanwhile, noticed his mother returning from town, laden with groceries and his favorite dishes. A fleeting softness graced the muscular man's face as he smiled gently, but it was quickly replaced by a weighty concern as he gazed toward their destination. For days, the Kent farm had remained peacefully serene. So why did the arrival of these two strangers herald disturbances? Clark first glanced at Constantine, who lifted his handsome face, seemingly asking, "Do I look like a villain?" Clark's inner thoughts echoed, "You certainly do." His attention then shifted to Logic, who, aware of Clark's gaze, lifted his head only to lower it once more. fixating on his phone screen. In a muffled tone, he declared, "Don't look at me. If anything goes awry, it's undoubtedly Constantine's fault." Suddenly, Clark felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, a surge of impulse to cast these two oddities into the Atlantic and resolve the trouble himself. However, he merely entertained the thought before dismissing it. Both Constantine and Logic appeared to be magicians. During his past globe-trotting adventures, he had encountered such individuals and learned that anything tied to magic often bore an air of mystery. For safety's sake, he resolved to accept these temporary companions. Unaware of the inner musings of the two beside him, Logic's purpose for being here extended beyond mere familiarity with Superman, the core figure of the DC universe. A greater motive loomed, the plan of the Moon God. Unlike the Owl God and the God of Illusions, the foundational mythology of the Moon God was exceedingly intricate, necessitating a monumental event as a precursor to its unfolding. Gotham, a city steeped in curses and peculiarities, was rife with gang conflicts and violent crimes. Yet these paled in comparison to the magnitude of a true crisis. It was well known that Superman, due to his immense power, faced adversaries of equally formidable abilities. And even at this stage, young heroes would find it challenging to encounter cosmic beasts or alien invasions. Thus, this endeavor shall not be in vain. Once General Zod descends upon Earth, it will be far easier to manage. Logic contemplated his private schemes, his gaze fixed upon the chat group on his phone screen. Ever since he forged a friendship with Bruce, the latter had once again included Logic in the Gotham City Heroes chat group. This chat group was generally rather quiet, with most messages revolving around combating crime, devoid of any lighthearted banter or frivolity. After perusing the messages, Logic ventured into another chat group, the Justice League, which comprised only 6 individuals. Apart from himself, the other members consisted of those who had previously banded together to vanquish Falcone and Batman. In stark contrast to the desolate Gotham City Heroes group, the league chat buzzed with activity, particularly animated by Deathstroke. Ever since he received that exorbitant reward, he had been basking in the sun with his beloved daughter Zoe amidst the sandy shores and palm trees of Hawaii. Aside from sharing daily pictures of his child, he inundated the chat with an array of trifling posts, descending into the depths of indulgence. The once cold assassin Lawton might only resurface after Amanda Waller apprehended him at Belle Reve. Meanwhile, Killer Croc and Clayface shared images of snacks and scenic views from Los Angeles, respectively. The two who submerged themselves the most in silence were Scarecrow and the Clock King, having narrowly escaped the viral infection that plagued others while maintaining their facade of normalcy. After exchanging a few playful remarks in the chat, Batman unexpectedly sent a message to Logic. "How have you been?" Considering the message from his old friend, Logic pondered for a moment before taking a trio snapshot with Clark and Constantine, subsequently sending the photo to Batman with the caption, "Not bad, formed a band." Batman responded with a thumbs-up emoji. Logic scratched his chin and typed a question. "Bruce, why do you chat like a middle-aged man?" "Because I am a middle-aged man," came the reply. Logic chuckled, glancing at the thumbs-up emoji before putting away his phone, suddenly struck by the whimsical contrast of the situation. Shaking his head to dismiss such absurd thoughts, the trio arrived at the location where the peculiar disturbances had previously emanated. Chapter 54. Clark is still a child. Don't lead him astray. As dusk approached, the horizon was stained a deep purple, silhouetted against the dark outlines of pine trees. Here lay a public cemetery, where a crow flapped its wings and perched upon the cross atop a gravestone, pecking at its feathers. The abrupt arrival of the trio startled the timid crow, which cawed before taking flight. A cold autumn breeze swept through the evening, causing Logic and Constantine's coats to flap audibly, while Clark sensed an emptiness behind him. If only he had a cape. Surely, it would be far more dashing than a mere overcoat. He mused silently while speaking on matters at hand. This is the spot. The strange noises originated from beneath this cemetery. Truly, a classic horror movie scene. Logic raised his eyes to survey the surroundings. Constantine remarked, "In desolate places where no bird dares to defecate, malevolent spirits often thrive. However, this time, we must confront an ancient vampire." Indeed, before your arrival, this locale enjoyed a semblance of tranquility. There were occasional visitors to pay their respects, leaving fresh flowers at the graves. Clark reflected with a hint of nostalgia. The two astute companions beside him immediately detected the underlying implications of his words. Logic interjected, "Constantine, Clark is addressing you," cursing under his breath for his tardiness. Constantine shot a fierce glare at Logic, then swiftly changed his demeanor, candidly admitting, "Indeed, it is my fault. These vampires have set their sights on me. And the moment I appear, they are eager to drain me dry." He produced a cigarette, resting it between his lips without igniting it, and continued, "I have been cursed by a particular vampire witch who currently resides in Kansas, though I am uncertain of her exact location." With that, Constantine retrieved his lighter, the flickering flame casting erratic shadows across his face. As a wisp of white smoke ascended, he proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Now, the selfless exorcist has come to assist you in resolving your vampire dilemma, without demanding a single coin, motivated solely by the pulsating heart that pumps justice within me. Ungrateful wretches," he began, when suddenly the ground trembled violently, emitting a deep rumble before abruptly ceasing. "Very well, Constantine, we are all aware of your benevolence. Now, let us address the matter at hand." "What was that just now?" Logic steadied himself, his brow furrowed in confusion. Darkness approached, the vampire's domain, as they awaited the last sliver of sunlight to be consumed by Nyx. Constantine's cryptic manner of speaking evoked thoughts of Usa in Logic's mind. The small black cat, previously an inconspicuous presence, nestled in the backpack behind him, intermittently dozing off and peeking out curiously. "I can see them," Clark stated. "These creatures do not resemble the noble vampires I recall." He focused his gaze through his enhanced vision onto the ground. "That must merely be a horde of failed, inferior vampires. I shall capture the one most lucid among them for questioning." "Indeed," Clark nodded at Constantine, then added, "I wish to converse with the gravekeeper here. If these creatures are nocturnal, I may have overlooked something." His expression grew serious. Though he required no rest, he maintained a habit of rising early. The other two voiced no objections. It was prudent to find something to occupy themselves rather than stand idly as they awaited the monster's emergence. The trio proceeded towards the illuminated gravekeeper's cabin, during which Constantine fished out a cigarette, curious to see what it would look like for the amiable boy next door, Clark, to smoke. However, Logic swiftly flicked away the offered cigarette, exclaiming, "Constantine, Clark is still a child. Do not lead him astray." Upon finishing his words, he turned around, pulled out a cigar, and mischievously glanced at the bashful Clark, saying, "Clark, smoke this. It packs a punch." Clark stared at the offered cigar and the cigarette butts on the ground, his lips twitching as he mentally berated Logic and Constantine, while wearing the ever-reliable shy smile of a big boy. Upon witnessing this expression, Logic ruffled his hair, feeling a bit embarrassed to continue teasing. This brief interlude did not linger long. The trio moved at a steady pace and soon arrived at the gravekeeper's cottage. Knock, knock, knock. The door echoed with silence, interrupted only by the faint calls of crows. After another knock yielded no response, the three exchanged glances, each harboring a shared suspicion of what had transpired. Clark reached out, gently twisting the door lock and pushing the door open. As they entered, they were met with the sight of the gravekeeper's emaciated corpse, drained of life. The ghastly contortion of his face suggested a most unpeaceful demise. Logic and Clark instinctively turned their gazes toward Constantine, who shuddered, causing the cigarette in his mouth to tremble. "Don't look at me. Those vampires are bloodthirsty beasts. Even if I hadn't come, they would have succumbed to their thirst for human blood. Besides, this fellow must have died last night, and I wasn't even here then. Damn it." Constantine's reasoning was sound, leaving the other two without retort, and they chose not to press further. Taking a few deep breaths, Clark slowly crouched beside the gravekeeper's lifeless body, gazing at the once affable old man, now reduced to a withered shell. A wave of sorrow stirred within him, and he felt a pang in his nose. After a moment, Clark's resolve stiffened. He rose silently and stepped back outside, returning to the communal graveyard. At that moment, the blood-red remnants of the setting sun had vanished, and the pale violet sky was completely enveloped by the dark gown of the goddess of night, with intermittent croaks of frogs echoing around them. As for Logic and Constantine, neither were inclined to lament the fallen. After exchanging a glance, they followed Clark into the communal graveyard. The only sources of light were the stars above and the faint glow from the gravekeeper's cottage, leaving an expanse of darkness surrounding them. As the three stood still, the ground began to tremble, a thunderous roar startling nearby crows, sending them into a frenzied flight from this perilous domain of madness. "Here they come," Clark shouted, adopting a defensive stance, just as the earth erupted in several gaping fissures, grotesque heads of terrifying monsters emerging from the depths of hell, roaring at the three living souls nearby. Damn it, it's a blood demon, Constantine cursed, then waved his hands in the air, drawing a radiant golden magic circle. The circle hummed as it condensed into a sphere under Constantine's command, and with a decisive thrust of his palm, the luminous orb soared toward the monstrous heads of the emerging blood demons. Chapter 55, Dust to Dust, Earth to Earth. Constantine is a fool. The luminous orb buzzed above the blood demon that had just emerged from the depths of the earth, enveloping these bloodthirsty fiends in its searing light, scorching their skin to a charred black, eliciting relentless cries of agony. Over there, Constantine flicked his golden hair, a tone of pride evident in his voice. To deal with such vampire-like creatures, one must employ a miniaturized sun. The magic of Celts combined with that of Native Americans is infallible. Just as Constantine was about to deliver a finishing blow, he was suddenly restrained by Logic's hand upon his shoulder. Hold on, Constantine. What is the matter? Does one of these blood demons share your bloodline? Ignoring Constantine's usual irreverence, Logic smiled slightly, his lips curving with intrigue. It's nothing. I merely wish to test a new technique. Constantine furrowed his brow, biting down on his cigarette, about to voice his thoughts when Logic pushed him behind him. Silence signified acquiescence, gazing at the grotesque abomination before him. A manifestation seemingly birthed from the underworld, Logic's eyes bore no compassion. Clenching an unlit cigar between his teeth, he willed a bolt of purple lightning to descend from the clouds of deep space. With a resounding crash, the air was transformed into a vacuum by intense heat, producing a deafening roar as friction ignited the atmosphere. The lightning struck the cigar in Logic's mouth with pinpoint accuracy, igniting its tip. Beside him, Constantine's eyes widened in realization. He understood that Logic's intention to test a new technique was merely a guise for his eagerness to show off. Meanwhile, Clark's expression grew serious, his thick brows furrowing in concern. The moment Constantine laid eyes on the blood demon, he had displayed immense surprise. Such infernal creatures were undoubtedly more complex, concealing even more troublesome entities. Clark nodded to himself, increasingly convinced of the gravity of the situation. Shifting back to Logic, a man of understated depth, he was not merely seeking to showcase his skills as Constantine had presumed. Rather, he had conceived an intriguing idea and was curious about its specific effects. Without further hesitation, Logic inhaled the smoke, then withdrew the cigar from his mouth, slightly parting his lips to exhale a swirling mist of electric fire. With a crackling sound, the mist, composed purely of flame and lightning, spread rapidly, engulfing the throng of blood demons in an instant. High-voltage currents pierced through the demons' decaying, blood-soaked bodies, while the magical flames relentlessly infiltrated, incinerating their internal organs and limbs to ash within mere breaths. Eventually, only heaps of dark red, glowing ash remained, drifting away with the wind. Logic gazed absently at the swirling crimson light above, unable to suppress a poignant reflection. Dust to dust, earth to earth. Constantine is a fool. Glancing back at the collateral damage inflicted upon Constantine, Logic smiled briefly before his demeanor turned serious again. The efficacy of his new technique had satisfied him. Yet another question lingered in his mind. Constantine, when you first encountered these blood demons, you appeared quite astonished, but given the strength they have exhibited, it hardly seems worthy of such surprise. Logic gazed at the slightly less handsome face before him and continued. I have a vague feeling that there is much more to this. Speak. What other accompanying creatures does this blood demon possess? I share the same curiosity. Clark chimed in as he approached. The 2 resurrection coins we found have their own opinions, Constantine explained impatiently, scratching his head. This matter is rather lengthy. Then he fell silent, casting a knowing glance at the 2, a look that said, those who understand, understand. Those who do not, need not bother. Constantine. Do not be fooled by the seemingly shy demeanor of this chosen one beside me, resembling a naive neighbor boy oblivious to the world. If you continue to act so nonchalantly regarding a matter that could jeopardize Kent Farm, he could easily flatten you with a single punch. As Logic spoke, he glanced over at Clark, who was struggling to adopt a fierce expression. How infuriating that he still appears so amiable. Logic sighed in exasperation and asked, Clark, can you unleash your heat vision now? What heat vision? If you just glare, two beams of crimson heat rays will shoot forth. It could be a useful intimidation tactic. E quem te do det? This is your innate talent, Clark. It lies within your genes. It is not the same as learning martial arts. To use this ability, you merely need to summon your strength. All right, I'll give it a try. As Clark finished speaking, he grit his teeth and exerted himself, his veins bulging, causing the ground to tremble under the immense force. Rumble. Whoa, Clark, either your power is tremendous, or the great blood demon beneath is about to emerge. Constantine's expression grew increasingly astonished as he felt the vibrations emanating from deep within the earth. Realizing that he could no longer afford a delay, he spoke rapidly. Blood demons often appear in groups. These abominations are merely failed transformations of vampires, devouring one another to grow stronger. Generally, there's a large blood demon among them. Although powerful, it remains beneath my prowess. However, engaging it is quite troublesome, as you will soon discover. Constantine's cigarette bobbed as he spoke, but given the current commotion, this blood demon may very well be the strongest in history. After uttering this, Constantine furrowed his brows so tightly that he could crush a fly, and only when the heat of the cigarette burned his lips did he realize, letting out a yelp before discarding the smoldering end. You still find this amusing, even as trouble approaches. Constantine, you still do not understand this sunny boy beside me well enough. Regardless of what menacing creature emerges from the depths, it shall not defeat logic, he confidently declared mid-sentence, suddenly aware of the perilous nature of his words, and promptly ceased. Turning to Clark, he remarked, Clark, I have come from the vast cosmos, not only to guide you toward the right path, but also to awaken your true potential. At this very moment, a substantial experience package has arrived, and you should be gentle in your approach. During the process, hold back your strength, and see if you can elicit the heat vision. Luo Ji spoke with a serious tone, adopting an authoritative demeanor. His reasoning was quite straightforward. The DC universe is notoriously fraught with calamities, particularly on Earth. In the face of various extraterrestrial invasions or cosmic crises, it is evident that Luo Ji cannot confront every single issue alone. In most cases, it will be our charming and benevolent Superman who must bear the brunt. Moreover, one must consider the possibility that during a crisis, if he were to be preaching in outer space, upon returning home to find the planet gone, what would he do? Chapter 56, Whether to Kill or to Maim. It is your choice with a crack, the ground fissured, creating a dark and profound chasm. The surrounding tombstones crumbled into dust under this immense force, while crows, frogs, and other small creatures scattered in terror. A chilling roar emanated from deep within the enormous crevice, sending shivers through one's very blood. As the colossal blood demon began to rise, a deep crimson light gradually emerged. Finally, with a thunderous crash, a massive hand, dark as if it were cooled lava, emerged, followed closely by a towering body reaching approximately 4 meters in height. Segments of black scales clung to this grotesque creature, with red plasma coursing through the fissures, emitting an eerie, deep crimson glow. It certainly had an impressive appearance. After dispatching the minions, the boss finally made its entrance. Luo Ji patted Clark's shoulder and declared, It's decided, Clark. Go forth and give him a good thrashing. Upon hearing this, Clark tensed his muscles, ready to launch an attack. However, after a moment's thought, Luo Ji added, By the way, such major bosses can typically communicate. If you find he is capable of speech, ease your assault. We will need to interrogate this blood demon. Clark nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze toward the oncoming monstrous experience package, his expression fierce with determination as he prepared to retaliate. With a resounding boom, Clark instantaneously appeared before the blood demon. His right arm swelled with muscle as he swung his fist upward in a powerful uppercut, sending the blood demon soaring into the air. This strike was infused with terrifying kinetic energy, and the demon, whose mass equated to 2 Clarks, was unable to control its ascent, letting out a low growl as pain racked its chest. The plasma coursing through the demon's limbs accelerated, concentrating around its eyes. However, before this seemingly copied heat vision could manifest, Clark flashed behind the blood demon. This strike was for the gravekeeper, Old Tom. Clark's voice brimmed with fury as he raised his right leg, and in the next moment, like a battle axe, he brought it crashing down, shattering the air around him with a thunderous boom as it struck the blood demon's back. An unimaginable force assailed once more, and the unfortunate blood demon was tossed about like a ping-pong ball, filled with pent-up frustration, yet rendered powerless, only able to emit low growls of rage. With a howl, he was struck once again by Clark's enormous paddle, causing him to retreat, his body surging with blood plasma, in overdrive. In the next instant, the demon sprinted towards the rift with unprecedented speed. He sought to flee. Although the blood demon believed that a gentleman's vengeance is not easily forgotten, his gradually restored intellect, gained from consuming numerous lesser blood demons, had awakened his primal instinct for survival. At that moment, the enemy was overwhelmingly formidable, seemingly holding back their true power. The blood demon was not a fool. It was evident that he was merely being used to accumulate experience. He had no desire to continue being treated as a plaything. So he gritted his teeth, suppressing his bleeding pride, and resolved that retreat was the wisest course of action. The rift loomed before him, and just as hope surged within the blood demon, it was mercilessly crushed. "Oh dear, my little demon, if only your blood weren't so scalding. I might consider making you my steed," lamented Logic, standing before the blood demon. Enraged, the demon thought, "They do not regard me as a being worthy of respect." Though he was indeed not human, the blood demon could not afford to dwell on such matters. He opened his gaping maw, intent on devouring the seemingly unperturbed Logic. Suddenly, a rumbling thunder struck, delivering a jolt of electricity that seared his tongue. The blood demon howled in agony, his flesh charred, yet he remained alive. Despite being a failed transformation of a vampire, his vitality had become as resilient as that of a true vampire after consuming his kin. Meanwhile, Constantine, after a moment of contemplation, resolved to cease his idle watching. His primary objective in Kansas was to confront his former lover, the vampire bitch, who had grown immensely powerful after consuming the blood of a formidable individual, likely rivaling Dracula himself. With such an overwhelmingly powerful blood queen pursuing him, Constantine recognized that with the support of Logic and Clark, his chances of turning the tide would significantly increase. After all, having these two allies was akin to possessing 2 extra lives. He was confident that 3 lives could outlast the single existence of that vampire bitch. With these thoughts, Constantine decided to take action. Chanting an incantation of unknown origin, a radiant figure emerged from him. Amidst the buzzing sound, the blood demon, still reeling from the electric shock, was caught off guard as the luminous figure entered his body. The demon shed tears of humiliation, while Constantine, quick-witted, swiftly bent down to capture a drop of the dark red tears in a small vial. Another precious magical material acquired. With a sly grin, Constantine pocketed the vial, disregarding the astonished expression of the blood demon, and returned to Logic's side. With a piercing sound slicing through the air, Clark's figure once again approached the enraged blood demon, whose furious eyes burned with intensity. The muscular man crouched atop the blood demon, refraining from launching an attack. Instead, he fixated his strikingly beautiful eyes upon the demon's grotesque orbs, producing sounds that ignited curiosity. "What on earth are you doing?" The blood demon, perplexed, assumed that this individual possessed some peculiar quirk aimed at humiliating him. Enraged by this thought, his body surged with pulsating blood, his eyes glowing crimson. In the next moment, 2 streams of searing blood akin to molten lava erupted forth. Clark's remarkable reflexes enabled him to swiftly tilt his head, narrowly evading the bloodline, while simultaneously observing the blood demon's heat vision demonstration beneath him. Suddenly inspired, he slapped his forehead as if having an epiphany. In the midst of his mental calculations, the blood demon seized the opportunity to strike him with a scorching bloodline, causing an itch to spread across Clark's face. He gently placed his hand over the demon's eyes, disregarding its bewilderment. Determined, Clark widened his own eyes, the veins at his temples bulging, as a crimson light began to coalesce. With a sizzling sound, the scarlet beam formed successfully. Overjoyed, Clark beamed, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he began to scorch dark lines onto the blood demon's body, eliciting cries of agony from the latter. Nearby, Logic and Constantine observed Clark's sadistic grin as he tormented the blood demon, both swallowing hard in unison and exchanging glances, sensing that something peculiar had been unearthed. Before either could react, Clark ceased his heat vision, his eyes returning to clarity. The blood demon, now devoid of resistance, lay on the ground like a defeated fish, its spirit utterly broken, eyes glazed over, exuding an aura of surrender. Clark scratched his head and stood up, having kept the temperature of his heat vision at a moderate level to avoid unintentionally incinerating the demon, as they still needed to extract information. The three surrounded the defeated blood demon, inquiring, "Hello, hello, can you speak?" Chapter 57. Digging a pit to bury oneself might just be the way to escape, you oversized fool. The blood demon lay on the ground, utterly speechless, glancing at the three peculiar figures encircling him. It felt as if it had awakened from a deep slumber, only to find everything had changed. Once, humans, seemingly powerless, were mere lambs to the slaughter for him, requiring just a flick of his finger to feast upon. Yet now, the world had shifted, and his lamentations flowed like tears. With humiliation etched on its face, the blood demon closed its eyes, feeling a lump in its throat, just as the corners of its eyes threatened to spill tears. Suddenly, the memory of the golden-haired man's extraordinary actions resurfaced in its mind, prompting the demon to blink rapidly, tilting its massive head back in an effort to hold back the tears. As the three encircled the defeated blood demon, exchanging glances, it was logic who broke the silence first. "Constantine, didn't you say this fellow was difficult to handle? What's the situation now?" "Indeed, I heard you assert as much," Clark nodded, affirming that his super hearing had been fully operational. Two resurrection coins were once again clamoring, while Jacques brushed his golden hair and his recently lit cigarette was on the verge of extinguishing. "Well, this matter is rather lengthy. Then let us be succinct." With a resigned nod, Constantine solemnly remarked, "Blood demons often appear in swarms, and amongst them, the largest, having devoured countless of its kin, is likely to possess a degree of intelligence." As he spoke, Jacques pointed to the blood demon on the ground, which was listening intently with a complex expression. From the demeanor of this creature just now, its brain is undoubtedly functioning. Given the severe beating we just dealt it, the survival instinct inherent in any sentient being will certainly be triggered. "Oh, I see now. A true warrior knows when to yield and when to strike. This blood demon merely feigns weakness. Should we lower our guard, it will unleash its ultimate attack," interjected logic. "That makes sense," Clark responded, his expression one of dawning comprehension, as he regarded the blood demon with a look of increasing complexity. The blood demon, noticing Clark's scrutinizing gaze and the increasingly menacing expressions of the two trench-coated figures, felt a surge of indignation. With a human-like twitch at the corners of its molten lips, its resolve deepened, and it prepared for a counterattack. A true warrior cannot remain subservient for long. The pride within the blood demon, coupled with its intelligent mind, bestowed upon it not only the instinct to survive, but also the potential to unleash ferocity in its final moments. With a guttural roar, the blood demon's body vibrated, and a crimson light surged forth, staining the entire public cemetery a vivid red. Observing the blood demon transformed into a blazing orb of crimson, Constantine's expression grew grave. The blood that will splatter out is different from what this creature previously projected with its eyes. If touched, one might be transformed into a vampire, albeit a lesser one that mindlessly feeds. "Gentlemen, I happen to possess a method to counter this predicament," Logic said, retreating with the two companions. "Damn it, then hurry and use it. The accumulation of quantity has indeed led to a qualitative change. I had a hunch that such a massive blood demon might end up exploding in a wholly different manner, and it seems my intuition was correct." Constantine spat out the remnants of his burnt cigarette, gazing at the blood demon now wholly transformed into a large crimson sphere, radiating intense heat that warped the surrounding still air into waves of warmth. "Huh," Logic sneered, finding Jacques' incessant chatter irksome. His magical barrier was now only adequate for two. "Clark, you are a being of steel, but it is well known that even steel can be tainted by peculiar forces. Thus, to prevent your transformation into a vampire, I must envelop you in a layer of armor." Upon hearing Logic's words, Clark nodded, his eyes reflecting trust. Logic regarded Clark's beautifully human gaze, then glanced at Jacques' indifferent eyes, which seemed to be fixated on the resurrection coins. His magical reservoir was now notably diminished, just sufficient for himself and Clark. A resonant hum of magic vibrated through the air as Logic placed his hand firmly on Clark's shoulder, swiftly enveloping him in a protective barrier of enchantment. before adorning himself with a similar shield. He then stroked his chin, preparing for the impending confrontation, his expression grave as he gazed towards the blood demon, refraining from making any rash moves. Beside him, Constantine's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "What the hell? What about me? Oh, I almost forgot about you." Logic replied apologetically. "Unfortunately, the recent bolts of lightning drained my magic, leaving just enough for two. Clark is closer to me, and besides, I am his guide, remember?" After speaking, Logic felt a surge of satisfaction within, blinking innocently while adopting a tone of resignation. "Constantine, why not dig yourself a hole to hide in? That should keep you safe." "I'll be damned if I hide," Constantine retorted furiously, mentally lamenting the harshness of the world. Realizing that one could rely on no one but oneself, he envisioned turning Logic into a mere cookie or a meat sandwich, while his hands continued to move deftly, crafting an intricate and elaborate magic array in midair. Chanting an unknown and mysterious incantation, Constantine gritted his teeth, painfully extracting a diamond-studded golden dagger from the array. Glancing at the blood demon, which had transformed into a blazing sun, he knew he could not afford to hesitate. With a swift motion, he sliced his palm with the resplendent dagger, causing its brilliance to dim momentarily, only to be replaced by a layer of golden foil enveloping Constantine, transforming him into a small golden figure. Exhaling a cloud of golden mist, Constantine steadied his racing heart, returning the precious dagger to the magic array. The trio readied themselves, and in the next moment, a cacophony erupted as the blood demon completed its charge. The condensed crimson orb suddenly collapsed, resulting in a deafening explosion. A multitude of half-human, half-vampire entities, their bodies oozing blood, descended like a dark storm, filling the air with their screams, leaving the three amidst a sea of corpses and blood. "Clark, be mindful when you strike. Don't shatter the magic barrier," Logic cautioned, his eyes shimmering with a purple mist as the cumulonimbus clouds above surged with violet energy. With a thunderous roar, lightning sliced through the air. Clark nodded in acknowledgement before soaring into the sky, unleashing punches and kicks that whipped up gusts of wind, sending the howling vampires crashing to the ground. The splattered blood, tainted with vampiric virus, evaporated upon contact with his magic shield. Boom! The purple storm clouds unleashed relentless bolts of lightning, each strike igniting a chain reaction upon hitting a vampire, the momentum propelling towards another unfortunate creature, swiftly piercing through several. Chapter 58. Speak kindly later. The night sky, shrouded in darkness, witnessed the tumultuous purple clouds rolling and churning as thunder cracked the air. Upon striking a lowly vampire, it triggered a series of reactions, annihilating the shrieking monstrosities in midair at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Clark and Constantine exhibited no signs of retreat. The muscular warriors unleashed a torrent of fists and kicks, their forceful blows uprooting the bloodthirsty creatures like mere weeds, extinguishing them amidst their furious roars. Jacquin, enveloped in a radiant golden glow, wielded a peculiar, contorted black stick, releasing clouds of mist with each swing. This mist, composed of minuscule venomous insects, ensnared the hapless vampires nearby, devouring them within mere moments, reducing them to a pile of decaying bones. The entire public cemetery was ablaze with sound and light, as the darkness was illuminated by various energetic waves, resembling daylight. A local Kansan, a quintessential redneck, mistakenly believed dawn had arrived. He donned his shoes and headed to the barn to milk 2 liters of cow's milk. The drowsy old cow, startled from its slumber, kicked the redneck far away. Upon regaining his footing, he fully awakened, rubbing his painfully throbbing calf, only to realize that it was not dawn, but rather a supernatural phenomenon at play. The redneck smacked his lips, spat on the ground, and returned indoors to guzzle 2 large mugs of frothy beer. Subsequently, he grabbed his shotgun and hopped into his pickup truck, flooring the gas pedal, the old vehicle roaring as it jostled toward the cemetery. As he drank and drove, the effects of the alcohol flushed his face a deep crimson. Today, he intended to hunt extraterrestrials. Of course, the peculiar old man was not the only resident disturbed by the ruckus. Other sane individuals were awakened and chose to call the police. The first call was dismissed as a prank. The officers, upon hearing the caller's African-American accent, were further convinced of this notion. Thus, they prepared to apprehend the individual. causing the caller to drop the phone in fright and hastily retrieve several bags of herbs from beneath the couch before making a swift escape. However, subsequent frantic calls, all providing consistent descriptions, alerted the Smallville Police Department to the gravity of the situation. At the stroke of midnight, Police Chief Vismore, sporting a receding hairline reminiscent of the Mediterranean, sat in his office, observing the ringing phone with a sigh. He gently stroked the hair around his balding head, carefully coaxing it toward the center. Another sleepless night lay ahead, and he anticipated losing a few more strands. With this thought, Chief Moore found himself seething with rage, bellowing at his officers. "You all, gear up completely and head to that damned location the callers mentioned as swiftly as possible. Then resolve the issue with equal speed so I can catch a few hours of sleep before dawn. Do you hear me, you worthless fools?" The summoned officers, equally lackluster, nodded while yawning, and promptly gathered in groups to collect their gear. Meanwhile, at the public cemetery, the trio continued their fervent battle against the overwhelming horde of vampires, rapidly annihilating the grotesque monsters amidst the cacophony of explosions and flashes. During the fray, Logic felt a sudden itch to pause. He temporarily halted, withdrawing a cigar to place between his lips. Just as he was about to ignite it, a sudden spark of realization struck him. What of the great blood demon? Having just experimented with various new techniques, he momentarily lost sight of the true instigator of all this chaos, the large blood demon lying on the ground. Clark's situation was similar. Despite his youthful travels across the globe, he had not encountered many dangers. Now faced with this horde of vampiric creatures, he finally felt liberated enough to unleash his powers, albeit still cautious not to shatter the magical barrier. Nevertheless, this exhilaration brought him immense satisfaction. As for Constantine, he was merely minting coins. He often appeared quite formidable, tricking this person and that, and had even outsmarted Gotham's sinister bat in the past. Yet, once the fighting commenced, his intellect seemed to falter. Cursing under his breath, Logic scanned the entire public graveyard. Aside from pools of blood, not a trace of the blood demon remained. His mind raced, and with a swift motion, he spread his arms wide. In the next moment, countless owls emerged, hooting as they flitted about, their heads swiveling as they conducted a thorough search of the graveyard and its surroundings. The overwhelming presence of owls filled the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere reminiscent of a dark cloud descending from the cosmos. Clark and Constantine observed Logic as he released the owls, the former slightly astonished, raising his estimation of this temporary ally's capabilities. The latter furrowed his brow, contemplating that the two inexpensive resurrection coins he had acquired seemed excessively potent. Indeed, cheap goods often bring trouble. Overwhelming strength implies poor control. As Logic pondered how to leverage these two individuals to vanquish that vampiric fiend, he realized he must tread carefully with his words. "Clark, these vampires are merely a ruse. That large blood demon has vanished to an unknown location." Logic halted the release of owls and continued, "You should continue to engage those vampiric creatures to gain experience and strive to finish them off in one go, enhancing your mastery of power." Suspended in midair, Clark's eyes glowed red as he responded and unleashed his heat vision towards the approaching vampire. The crimson beams pierced through the magical barrier, creating two small openings, and the struck vampire had barely the time to scream before being reduced to ashes. Watching Clark soar through the skies, Logic felt a sense of reassurance, then turned his attention to Constantine, that golden-haired coin-minting fool. "Yes, you. Don't you realize the blood demon has escaped?" Fuming with rage, Constantine dismissed any prior thoughts of goodwill, retorting fiercely, "You purple fool, you bear some responsibility for allowing the blood demon to escape." The repetitive tirade of the insufferable Constantine was automatically filtered out by Logic. He had no time for banter. With the overwhelming number of owls conducting a genuine carpet search, as long as the blood demon hadn't burrowed to the Earth's core, it would be impossible for it to remain hidden. At that moment, several owls had located a being that appeared to be a diminutive version of the blood demon. Under the manipulation of Logic, the owl flew cautiously forward, then turned its head to gaze into the eyes of the little blood demon. The humiliation and resentment reflected in those eyes were all too familiar to him. It could only be that blood demon. With the specific location now known, the subsequent actions became straightforward, and Logic decided against further hesitation. At the end of the road extending from the public cemetery, The owl spotted a line of police cars approaching, their red and blue lights flashing, sirens blaring, exuding an intimidating presence. "Constantine, I have located the blood demon, and the officers have finally arrived. We must act swiftly," Logic called out to his companion. The next moment, guided by the owl, he moved closer to the blood demon's position. Chapter 59, Tired, Let Be Destroyed. Within the deep underground fissure, a faint red glow emerged, casting flickering shadows of the three stealthily advancing figures on the stone wall behind them. The fissure was eerily silent, with even the sound of a pin dropping audible. The only sound that filled the air was the hissing noise made by the blood demon as it drained the owl's blood. The unfortunate round-faced creature visibly shrank, and Logic blinked, whispering, "There's a solitary blood demon here. We might need to interrogate it later." Constantine, with an unlit cigarette dangling from his mouth, assumed Logic was about to conjure some trick and thus offered a cautionary remark. Clark then chimed in, "Gentlemen, I can capture this blood demon in one breath and bring us all to the surface in another." "Impressive. Please do proceed." Seeing no objections from his temporary allies, Clark took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and then activated his biological stance. In an instant, he vanished, only to reappear moments later with a stunned blood demon under his arm. The bewildered creature had yet to comprehend the situation when, in the blink of an eye, it found itself above ground. The blood demon, now drastically shrunken after its transformation, resembled a medium-sized dog. Faced with the three peculiar individuals surrounding it, it simply laid down in surrender, abandoning all resistance. "I'm tired. Let be destroyed." The trio observed the blood demon, now devoid of fighting spirit, and their smiles widened. It was evident that the creature had no desire to engage in futile resistance, given the immense disparity in power between them. As long as the blood demon was not foolish or overly prideful, it should understand that in order to survive, it must now resort to a more compliant demeanor. However, the blood demon was acutely aware that it had no charm to display, so it chose to submit, ready to comply with whatever was asked of it. After all, its life was at stake. Shifting the focus to Constantine, he smirked mischievously, rubbing his hands together, and was just about to question the blood demon when Logic interrupted. "The officers from the Smallville Police Department are mobilizing. It seems there are dozens of police cars racing towards us. We must relocate our interrogation site, or else." Facing those police officers, Clark and I can leave at once. But Constantine is an ordinary man without any means of defense. If he gets captured, it would spell disaster. Logic patted Constantine's shoulder and expressed concern. "Constantine, with your striking appearance, if you were to go in, you'd likely emerge without a sound." Constantine, feeling the urge to retaliate, gritted his teeth and disregarded Logic's usual banter. He understood that the matter at hand was pressing. That vampire harpy had an insatiable obsession with his blood, growing increasingly restless with each passing day without it. With Logic and Clark as formidable allies, the chances of defeating that vampire queen would significantly improve. Therefore, he endured. "Indeed, Logic, you're absolutely right. Thank you for your concern. To prevent myself from being imprisoned and targeted by those vile individuals, let's hasten our departure." Observing the compliant Constantine, Logic felt a surge of satisfaction, his face lighting up with a smile as he unfurled his fiery wings and lifted Constantine into the air. Meanwhile, Clark hoisted the transformed blood demon, now resembling a limp fish, and soared alongside them. "Clark, are there any bars nearby that you would recommend?" Logic inquired while watching the flickering red and blue lights along the small road extending from the public cemetery. "Ah, indeed, there's a rather splendid one, with a vintage decor and decent drinks, open even at midnight," Clark replied. "Excellent. Lead the way," Logic responded, casting a glance at the public cemetery below, which resembled a scene from the depths of hell. Suddenly struck by a mischievous impulse, he chuckled wickedly and requested a playing card from a now passive Usa. With a swift motion, he tossed the card, one corner embedding itself in the pool of blood, the jester's image splattered with droplets of crimson, appearing quite eerie. Following Clark, they flew towards the bar. They moved swiftly. Clark, carrying the blood demon clad in oversized robes, entered the establishment named Clams First. Logic and Constantine soon followed suit. The time was midnight, and the bar was relatively empty, with only a bearded man resembling a detective at the counter and a few quiet groups of women sipping their drinks. The sunshiny boy Clark had visited this place with his father several times before, and now he settled into a window seat, planning to handle the blood demon's affairs before laying to rest the remains of the gravekeeper, Old Tom. As for Logic and Constantine, seasoned as they were, they did not rush to take a seat. After ordering their drinks at the bar, Constantine deliberately showcased his physique, then instructed the bartender to put the Sisters tab on his account. The unfamiliar English gentleman displayed a proactive demeanor, and the group of women erupted into laughter, their movements causing a delightful flutter that even made Constantine chuckle. Meanwhile, Logic mused to himself about Constantine's swift advances and remarked sternly, "Constantine, I just used magic to examine your body and discovered that your testosterone levels are alarmingly high." "What?" Jacques laboriously shifted his gaze away from the headlights, turning to inquire. "There exists a species of male lizard that performs push-ups to attract females. When scientists administer testosterone to these creatures, they continue their push-ups until they perish." Logic commenced his earnest dissemination of knowledge. "Heh!" Constantine let out a cold chuckle, then took the drink prepared by the bartender, curling his lip as he remarked, "I suddenly sense a whiff of jealousy in the air." "Ahem!" Clark coughed lightly, signaling the two to cease their banter as dawn was approaching. The pressing matter remained unaddressed. Exchanging glances, Logic and Constantine abandoned their playful demeanor and took their seats. The three of them sat together, facing the blood demon draped in an oversized monk's robe. After a brief silence, the blood demon finally uttered his first words. "That person was not slain by me." "Which person?" "The one guarding the tomb. I did not kill him." "Unbelievable." X3, the corners of the blood demon's mouth twitched in a human-like manner. He was reluctant to continue this topic and turned his gaze to Jacques. "Constantine, what do you wish to learn from me?" This fellow indeed recognized himself. Constantine mused inwardly, yet replied aloud, "Where is your vampire queen, that wretched Marguerite?" The blood demon paused for a moment before continuing. "Queen Marguerite is with Count Dracula. They are currently pursuing you." "Constantine, oh dear." As night enveloped the land, amidst the darkened skies and howling winds, when Logic and his companions were gathering intelligence in the bar with the blood demon, a group of police officers finally arrived at the public cemetery. Caw! A blood-red crow landed on the ground, incessantly pecking at the blood-soaked earth. The approaching officers pinched their noses, yet it proved futile. The overwhelming stench of blood manifested as invisible hands, forcefully invading their nostrils and gripping the stomachs of these unfortunate officers. Some rookies, unaccustomed to such gruesome scenes, promptly expelled their meals from the previous day. The mingling of vomit and the metallic scent of blood intensified their retching. As for the seasoned officers, they frowned, pinching their noses while their flashlights swept the area. Aside from an ominous sign reading "Blood and Poison, do not touch," magical barrier dissipates in 3 hours. There seemed to be nothing else. "Wait, is someone sitting over there?" One officer noticed an elderly man with a crimson neck perched atop a gravestone in the center of a now-drying pool of blood, occasionally taking swigs of beer. The officers quickly formed a line, raising their weapons as they cautiously approached this enigmatic old man. The flashlight beams illuminated his face, prompting him to raise a hand to shield his eyes. "Who are you? What are you doing here at this hour?" A rookie shouted sternly, but was halted by a seasoned officer beside him. The seasoned officer immediately discerned that this individual was a genuine Kansan redneck, and the bloodshed around them was undoubtedly not the result of his actions alone. He stepped closer and inquired, "Good day, have you seen the perpetrator responsible for this tragedy?" Indeed, the redneck nodded, simultaneously gulping down another mouthful of beer. "Do you recall their appearances?" The officer's tone conveyed a palpable excitement. "Of course I do," the redneck replied, raising his sunburned face, a reminiscent expression crossing his features. One was a peculiar man with wings on his back, who kept a horde of owls. I brought him down with 2 shots. Then there was a muscular brute who could fly and emitted red lasers from his eyes. He was quite formidable, requiring 4 shots to subdue. As for the last one, he was an Englishman with golden hair. He was the weakest of the lot. I didn't even need a gun. I simply flexed, and he was terrified to death on the spot. After finishing his tale, the redneck let out a resounding belch, muttering a word of thanks as he prepared to retreat from this tumultuous scene, aspiring to become a recluse free from worldly concerns. The officer before him twitched his lips in a forced smile and gestured to a nearby colleague, saying, "Take this eccentric old man to the station for a statement. And let's conduct a mental evaluation as well." Understood, the officer beside him nodded in agreement. Damn it, it's the Joker. Suddenly, an officer called out from a distance. The group of officers quickly converge around him, following the direction of his finger to a deck of cards discarded in the pool of blood. What is the Joker doing in Kansas? One officer wondered aloud. Hasn't that lunatic been playing a game of cat and mouse with Batman in Gotham? Another officer responded. The Joker could not possibly be in Kansas. This must be a prank, John. Don't you watch television? With the recent influx of cases, I've been swamped. Good heavens. You truly don't know? The news has been broadcasting daily tales from Gotham, claiming a hulking man called Bane is collaborating with the Joker to break Batman's spine. Thus, the officers continued to converse while examining the scene, finding little of note aside from pools of blood. The bodies of the inferior vampires had transformed into a foul-smelling sludge after the blood demon's departure, to prevent the incoming officers from contracting the vampire virus. A protective layer had been applied over the blood, effective for 3 hours. After surveying the area, the officers decided against lingering any longer, opting to return home to recount this bizarre experience to their families, advising them to stay indoors for the time being. The unknown blood excited the rookie officers, their adrenaline surging as they felt a tingling sensation on their scalps, while the veterans cautiously stroked their heads, hoping this night's work would spare them from losing any more hair. As all departed, the once again silent public cemetery was suddenly caressed by a chilling breeze, and a dark blue mist rose from the ground, where a pale figure clad in splendid attire stood in quietude. The following morning, after interring the gravekeeper, Old Tom, 3 individuals and a cat ventured back to Kent Farm, treading upon the dawn. The air still bore the lingering chill of the previous night, and the dewy grass dampened the hems of their trousers. Constantine shook his legs, stifling yawns. Fear not, Little Red. I have no intention of engaging in such antics as to beat you to tears and collect your precious blood demon's tears. That is simply not my style. Jacques consoled the blood demon, who sighed despondently beside him. Initially, Logic had contemplated converting the blood demon into a follower, commanding it to remain at Kent Farm to guard Clark's parents. However, Clark harbored concerns regarding safety, fearing that the blood demon might one day lash out unexpectedly, leaving him to rush home only to discover he had become as unfortunate as Batman. Thus, after much deliberation, the blood demon became Constantine's subordinate, and in exchange, Logic acquired a lighter, not just any ordinary convenience store lighter, but a magical one, of which even Constantine possessed only 2, capable of adjusting the flame size. It could be as small as a flicker or as grand as a flamethrower. While it would prove useful in the initial stages for Logic at this moment, it was rather superfluous, yet he accepted it with a cheerful demeanor. Though it may serve little purpose, it certainly possesses an air of elegance. Little Red, do not sulk. It merely accentuates your stature. Constantine continued his attempts to communicate with the blood demon, chattering on. Logic glanced over, increasingly aware that Jacques resembled an excited child receiving a puppy from his father, as if the situation bore little distinction from reality. With this thought, Logic donned a benevolent, fatherly expression, patting Constantine on the shoulder, imparting wisdom to take things slowly, as surprises may await. As for Clark, he had entirely disregarded the 2 whose conversation had strayed from the matter at hand. He had spent the night out and was contemplating how to concoct an excuse. Having slain vampires and buried the gravekeeper, Old Tom, he knew he could not divulge every detail to his parents. Not wishing to cause them worry, he resolved to fabricate a benevolent lie. What if I say that Trissy from the cookie shop has taken an interest in me? Mother is aware of this and even tried to set us up. Perhaps I could use that as my excuse? Clark pondered, lowering his head, scratching his chin, increasingly convinced that this excuse was indeed flawless. Chapter 61. Constantine's scheme against his comrades. What relation do I have with Jacques? Morning dawned. Pure white clouds scattered golden sunlight, illuminating Kent Farm in a sweltering summer-esque glow. It was deep autumn, winter approaching, and the temperature remained chillingly brisk. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Clark's parents and becoming slightly acquainted, the main house of Kent Farm was left with only 3 individuals gathered around the breakfast table. Martha Kent and Jonathan Kent were preparing to attend to their farm duties, providing the trio with a moment to discuss their subsequent plans. Logic speared a piece of pancake with his fork, the thick maple syrup slowly dripping under the pull of gravity. Constantine, your former lover has now taken up with the illustrious Count Dracula, sharing a bed with this progenitor of vampires and whispering sweet nothings in his ear. Now both of them harbor disdain for you. He chewed on the pancakes lovingly prepared by Superman's mother, continuing to revel in his mischief. According to the blood sorcerer, those two vampires cannot think of anything but you, their hunger for flesh and blood rendering them restless, and you remain in a state of singlehood, achieving a comprehensive defeat. The last remark remained unspoken, for Martha Kent's culinary skills were commendable. The pancakes with maple syrup were utterly delightful, lifting his spirits and prompting him to exercise restraint in his words. Constantine wore a grim expression, his handsome features contorted in distress. Dealing with a vampire queen was already a formidable challenge. Now, the progenitor of vampires was also on his tail. Poor Constantine felt as though he might weep. The once delectable pancakes now losing their appeal. Nearby, Clark observed Logic's rapid enjoyment of the pancakes with an air of quiet pride, remarking, "I had thought this Count Dracula to be merely a figment of literary imagination. Yet here he is, quite real." Clark's comment struck a chord with Constantine, prompting him to speak up. These creatures are the very origins of those supernatural tales. It is said that the author of Dracula, Bram Stoker, spent a summer near the castle occupied by the Van Helsing cult. Following this, Constantine inhaled sharply, retrieving 2 cigarettes from his pocket, lighting them both, and adopting a relaxed posture, his previous worries dissipating. As 2 wisps of white smoke wafted into the air, he declared, "Gentlemen, they are merely 2 ghastly creatures. Let us consider our own capabilities." Constantine pointed at Logic. "Firstly, my friend, according to your own words, you are a deity fallen from the moon, capable of summoning purple lightning with a mere gesture and unleashing torrents of searing flames to vanquish 2 who only dare to lurk in the shadows. Is that not a trivial task?" He then gestured towards Clark. "And you, my superhuman powerhouse, can split mountains and part seas with a single blow, leap thousands of meters, and upon opening your eyes, unleash beams of laser-like intensity. Those vampiric miscreants are hardly worthy of your attention." Suddenly showered with extravagant praise, Logic and Clark exchanged glances, both contemplating the exuberant Constantine. A singular thought blossomed in their minds. Could this fellow be out of his mind? No, wait. Wasn't he what he said the undeniable truth? As Logic and Clark pondered the situation, they came to realize that Constantine's words indeed bore truth. They were as formidable as he had claimed. And those 2 bloodthirsty fiends dared only to lurk in the shadows, avoiding a direct confrontation. The circumstances suddenly seemed less dire. Just as Logic was about to nod in agreement, a flash of insight struck him. What if they were about to be ensnared? After all, one was a progenitor of vampires and the other a queen. If their powers exceeded imagination, this would be akin to leaping into the abyss. Glancing at the naive and innocent Clark beside him, Logic promptly declared, "Clark, do not be swayed by Constantine's deceitful words." Without waiting for Clark's response, he turned to glare at the duplicitous Constantine, their gazes clashing in the air, sparks of tension igniting between them. "Ah, Constantine, you have not changed your ways. Are you once again attempting to ensnare your allies?" Seeing that his ploy had been uncovered, Constantine chose not to engage in futile arguments and instead feigned madness. Observing Constantine's antics, Logic scoffed, then stated, "Assisting you in vanquishing your old flame will no longer be a free endeavor. I demand recompense." Clark, not one to be outdone, chimed in, "Indeed, I too see compensation." They were unwilling to let Constantine benefit from their efforts without just reward. Their demands were entirely reasonable. Understanding this logic, Constantine narrowed his eyes and begrudgingly asked, "What is it that you desire?" With a mischievous grin, Logic responded, "Constantine, I request 5 magical artifacts of decent quality." "I desire the same," Clark added, revealing that he sought no monetary gain or worldly possessions, but rather wished to procure a magical talisman for his beloved parents. Fuming, Constantine retorted, "What audacity you have!" Logic, unfazed, coldly replied, "Are you implying that your life is worth less than a mere handful of magical items?" "Constantine, cease your pretenses. Everyone knows that you cannot possibly contend with those 2 ancient vampires on your own. If you wish to survive, you must accept the terms." Cursing silently, Constantine realized he had no rebuttal to Logic's assertion. Though he possessed a few potential trump cards, they were fraught with peril, inflicting harm upon both himself and his adversaries. Thus, conceding to their demands was indeed the most prudent choice. Ruffling his hair in resignation, he nodded in agreement. The meal left Constantine significantly financially drained, much to Logic's inner delight. After swallowing a muffin and sipping orange juice, he picked up the remote and switched on the television to relax before hunting vampires. The screen flickered to life, showcasing whimsical variety shows and soap operas favored by Clark's mother. After flipping through several channels, news related to Gotham suddenly appeared on the screen. Recently, a peculiar figure named Bane has committed yet another heinous act, leading an audacious breakout at Arkham Asylum, where the gates swung wide open. The television host bore a grave expression as reports surfaced that during this chaos, dozens of notorious supervillains, including the likes of Mr. Freeze, Black Mask, and the Riddler, were liberated. As the screen displayed images of the pandemonium engulfing Gotham streets, Logic retrieved his phone and accessed the Gotham City Heroes chat group. In light of such a significant event, he found it perplexing that the group remained surprisingly inactive, filled with trivial criminal incidents that bore no resemblance to the news on television. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became, suspecting that this group might be a mere facade, possibly an elaborate ruse orchestrated by that wretched Bat. Logic chuckled darkly, initially intending to have Wilson and the others assist Batman, but now feeling his fragile psyche wounded, he resolved to let the Caped Crusader shoulder the burden alone. After all, if he were to suffer a spinal injury, a bit of warm water would suffice. There was no need for assistance from others. Chapter 62. The damn conscience is stirring uneasily. The television displayed a tumultuous Gotham City, with rioters congregating in the streets, spontaneously dividing into two factions. One faction was led by the brawny venom-infused Bane, consisting predominantly of hulking muscle-bound fiends, their pectoral and gluteal muscles capable of inflicting severe harm. To signify their allegiance, they donned Bane-style masks. Bolstered by their leader's extensive arsenal, they were armed to the teeth. Meanwhile, the Gotham officers attempting to maintain order glanced enviously at Bane's minion superior weaponry compared to their own. How could they possibly contend against such odds? Were they to charge headfirst in a battle? The faction supporting the Joker was equally outrageous, each member adorned with comical circus masks, frolicking around police cars whilst occasionally firing shots. These henchmen were primarily escaped inmates from various mental institutions, and although their armaments were inferior to Bane's, they inflicted significant casualties on the officers. In recent days, Gotham's superheroes have been working tirelessly, with even the Batlings, who usually roamed freely, returning to the fray. The television host's furrowed brow was enough to crush a fly as he began relaying various rumors. It was said that Commissioner Gordon had informed the mayor, urging him to request military control from the president to deploy forces to seize control of Gotham's governance and quell the uprising with aerial and artillery force. Upon witnessing this, Logic smacked his lips, withholding judgment. Should the president dare to extend his reach over Bane and the Joker, he might awaken aboard Air Force One to find that his bed no longer cradled his first lady, but rather a hulking brute and a grotesque figure with a wide, red-lipped grin. In accordance with the Joker's usual schemes, it is unlikely that only the president would be abducted. Undoubtedly, there would be another individual dear to Batman, such as Commissioner Gordon, his beloved Rachel, or perhaps someone else entirely. Faced with the choice between saving the president and a cherished companion, which path should one take? Logic could readily envision the Joker's triumphant, maniacal grin and Batman's grim visage, seemingly on the verge of despair. He retrieved his phone, tapping into the chat interface with Batman, where an array of his own playful banter lay unanswered. As for Bruce, not a single word in response. The more Logic scrutinized the chat interface, the more he felt akin to an infatuated suitor, pathetically vying for the attention of a goddess. This simply would not do. He shook his head, resolutely reaffirming his decision not to assist a former friend. Moreover, Batman's intellect and bravery were unparalleled. His mind was perpetually brimming with a multitude of strategies. Even if both Bane and the Joker were to conspire against him, the odds of his triumph remained significant. Stowing away his phone, Logic resumed his position on the sofa alongside Clark and Constantine, immersing himself in television while contemplating their subsequent plans. Yet, as the conversation progressed, he could not shake the discomfort, his nagging conscience stirring restlessly. Such as the burden of being a good person, Logic sighed, reluctantly pulling out his phone to send a message to Batman. Bruce, if you can't hold out, come to Kansas. Clark, Constantine, and I happen to be in need of a drummer for our band. Just waiting for you. After dispatching the message, he tucked his phone away, feeling an unexpected lightness. Another day of being the good guy indeed. He exhaled softly, recalling a plot from a certain DC animated feature, and inquired, Clark, is there a blood bank in this vicinity? Oh, no. Smallville is quite rural. There are hardly any banks, let alone a blood bank, Clark replied, lowering the television volume slightly. However, logic, if you wish to know where the most blood is stored around here, I might have an answer. Oh, let me guess. The Smallville General Hospital? Clark responded, I can't quite grasp what you're saying. The muscular hero internally raged, though his expression merely twitched at the corner of his mouth before he continued. It's the largest hospital in Smallville, and their blood bank should contain a significant amount of blood. Logic chose not to jest further and turned to Constantine with a smile, saying, Constantine, I have a plan that requires your assistance. Noting the slightly dubious smile on Constantine's face, he forced a chuckle, nodding to indicate that he was ready to listen, even if he only caught a fragment of the proposal. Logic inhaled deeply, leaning back as he elaborated, rather than adopting a passive defense, we should take the initiative. Waiting for vampires to come knocking is no strategy at all. Therefore, the plan is to procure several dozen liters of blood from that hospital. At this point, he noticed a peculiar look from Clark and quickly added, Oh, come on, Clark, let us not narrow the path. When it comes to superhero matters, can it truly be called theft? Such is the necessary sacrifice made in the name of justice. Clark, with his gaze lowered in contemplation, pondered for a moment and found merit in the reasoning. That small amount of blood was inconsequential to the hospital as a whole, yet it could potentially eradicate some murderous fiends. A surefire investment, Clark was not a rigid individual, and he nodded for Logic to continue. Splendid. After acquiring this blood, we shall divide it into packets, then administer some to Constantine, allowing each packet to drip a liter or two. Constantine, you must be the real vampire here. After receiving a sharp glare from Constantine, Logic chuckled heartily and waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was merely a jest, before resuming his detailed plan to ensnare the vampire. This blood demon holds a lowly status and is unaware of the whereabouts of Constantine's former lover in Dracula's bridal chamber. Thus, we must capture a vampire of higher rank to extract the information. Upon the conclusion of Logic's remarks, both Clark and Constantine donned expressions of deep thought, eventually nodding in agreement. The trio reached a consensus, yet did not spring into action immediately. Logic and Clark possessed extraordinary constitutions, capable of enduring weeks without slumber, while Constantine, with his disheveled golden locks, yawned incessantly, insisting he must rest adequately before proceeding. Should he forego sleep any longer, he would undoubtedly awaken with dark circles beneath his eyes. Rising, Constantine settled into a recliner, swaying gently before promptly succumbing to slumber. Observing the curled-up figure of Constantine on the chair, Clark benevolently draped a blanket over him before stepping outside to assist his parents with their tasks. As for Logic, once Clark exited, he mischievously seized the blanket from Constantine and wrapped it around himself, all the while relishing the sight of Constantine shivering amusingly as he stroked his small black cat, Ussa, nestled in his lap. Ah, the tranquility of life. On Earth, in a base that, while unobservable by certain satellites, governs many others. A bespectacled man clad in a white lab coat found himself drowsily teetering before a complex and intricate apparatus. Suddenly, a piercing and jarring sound jolted him into full alertness. Wardlaw, this reading must be communicated swiftly. The bespectacled man gazed at the incessantly vibrating lines on the instrument, fully aware of its implications. Something on the moon was actively transmitting signals to Earth. Chapter 63. Clark's laughter resembled a super beast that night under the sparse moonlight. A darkened forest lay cloaked in a pale frost. In the next moment, a figure even paler than the frost emerged from the shadows. The pale man observed several golden strands of hair and a button from a trench coat on the ground, his nostrils flaring as he caught a whiff of a familiar metallic scent. His eyes glowed crimson, fangs bared, and in the blink of an eye, his form transformed into smoke, racing forward in pursuit of the sanguine trail. The pools of blood appearing on the ground, along with the lingering essence of the blood demon, incited a fervent frenzy within this intermediate vampire. Count Dracula and Queen Agatha's command rendered him utterly powerless against the intoxicating essence of Constantine's blood. At this moment, the speed of the mist was accelerating rapidly, and within minutes, it arrived at a desolate expanse. Simultaneously, beneath this barren ground, within a cavern, Clark's penetrating vision immediately detected the movement above. Two figures are approaching. Constantine. Just as you mentioned, vampires can indeed transform into smoke. Excellent. Jia Kong rubbed his hands together, glancing at his companion Logic. It is now your time to act, my friend. Without the need for further elaboration, the scene shifted to the wasteland above, where a vampire, lured by temptation, emitted a low, guttural growl as he gazed at the blond man in a trench coat by the distant campfire, the embers of his cigarette igniting. Oh, the intermediate vampire, named Gowl, did not hesitate. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the blond man, with two pallid, emaciated hands. Resembling the withered claws of a pickled chicken, he seized the man's shoulders, twisting his body to drain a couple of mouthfuls of blood before whisking him back to the castle. Goo goo goo, the figure within the trench coat, resembling a humanoid owl, tilted its disproportionately large head, its golden locks swaying eerily, evoking both amusement and intrigue. Gowl, filled with confusion, suddenly realized he had been outwitted. Alarm bells rang in his mind, prompting him to transform into smoke and escape. Clatter! The humanoid owl instantaneously morphed into countless normal-sized owls, encircling Gowl and soaring in rapid, dizzying circles, the whirlwind they created rendering him immobile. Boom! The ground trembled as three figures erupted from the earth. At the forefront was a muscular behemoth whose footfalls shattered the sound barrier, crashing into Gowl's back with a thunderous roar. Following closely were the blonde coin forger and the handsome gentleman, one producing a cigarette to light, while the other retrieved a cigar to ignite. They exchanged a glance, each perceiving the same thought reflected in the other's eyes. Ah, the comfort of being a powerful figure, were it not for the fear of veering too far off course. Concerned about the potential spread of a dreadful virus to the earnest Clark, Logic almost wished to request a recliner from USA to bask in the moonlight right there. Crack! Crack! The scene shifted back to Clark, whose hands gripped Gowl's gaunt back like iron pincers, forcing his face to drag along the ground while he gnawed at the stones obstructing his path. According to Constantine, the vampire's weakness no longer lay in the heart, as that was a relic of the past. These supernatural beings had evolved. Their vulnerabilities had shifted to their faces, and to inflict harm, one must strike at the visage. As Constantine uttered this phrase through clenched teeth, Clark harbored doubts. Yet given the stakes involved in the safety of Kent Farm, he dared not hesitate and complied. Awoo! Gowl's face scraped along the ground for what must have been thousands of meters, howling in pain, his limbs flailing, yet he appeared to retain a spirited vigor. In a bid for caution, Clark swiftly glided several kilometers on his Goldbrand skis, the speed exhilarating. Observing the vampire beneath him, still vigorous and vociferous, lamenting with increasing intensity. Clark, exasperated, rubbed his forehead and ceased his merciless torment. Grasping the flailing vampire, he made his way towards two fallen pendants near his thigh. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the seemingly powerless ghoul transformed into a cloud of smoke, shrieking as it slipped from Clark's grasp. The muscular man reached out in an attempt to seize it, but his efforts were in vain. He puffed out his chest, contemplating unleashing his super breath, yet fearing he might inadvertently disperse the smoke, which would hinder his ability to extract information later. Therefore, he turned his gaze to Constantine. Naturally, Constantine had his own countermeasures. As he walked, he formed hand seals, golden lines appearing as his arms moved. In the next moment, with a resonating hum, a golden glowing circle shot towards the smoke that had risen into the air. The confinement circle crackled with faint lightning. The ghoul, in pain, let out a strange cry, unable to maintain its smoky form, and transformed into a swarm of bats, attempting to flee the confines. A few indeed succeeded, emerging as dark red bats, their bloodthirsty mouths curling into a smug smile. With a thunderous roar, purple lightning cascaded from the heavens, turning the little bats into charred remnants. The multitude of bats encircled within the confinement circle disintegrated entirely, reverting to the pale, emaciated figure, which then plummeted to the ground with a thud. The three approached, rubbing their hands as they gazed at the fallen vampire. The blood demon beside, Constantine shivered at the familiar sight, casting a sympathetic glance at the trembling ghoul. Constantine, this vampire appears rather weak. Can you discern its lineage? Logic inquired. Scratching his chin, Constantine muttered an incantation. In the next instant, Golden light emanated from his palms as he flipped the vampire over, resembling a market vendor inspecting cuts of meat. Ah, the flesh is firm, yet the bones are slightly loose. The skin has been rather cruelly treated by Clark's skiing. It's hard to tell, but judging by its self-healing speed, this piece of aged meat should be over 2 centuries old, Constantine concluded. Indeed, a true professional. Logic commended Constantine with a thumbs up, then turned to the ghoul on the ground. Hello there, we merely wish to gather some information. We mean no harm. Mean no harm, you wretched fiend. The vampire internally roared, thrashing about for a moment before being stunned once more, its already pale skin darkening from the electric shock. Clark cleared his throat and, following the teachings of Logic and Constantine, donned a fierce expression, his eyes glowing with a crimson light. His voice resonated as if emerging from the depths of an abyss. Reveal to us the whereabouts of Count Dracula and the Vampire Queen, and you may depart. Otherwise. Clark fixed his gaze on the grotesque visage of Ghoul, swollen like a pig's head, leaving the final threat unspoken, allowing the implication to linger as he chuckled menacingly. Chapter 64. The Clo plan must be set in motion, Clark. You ought to temper your demeanor, Logic interjected, unable to restrain himself. Just as he reached out to pat Clark on the shoulder, a pale shadow surged forth, propelling the muscle-bound man 100 meters away in an instant. Damn it! Logic's heart raced with alarm. Upon witnessing Clark's violent ejection, he surmised that their assailant was likely a vampire of ancient lineage. A torrent of magical energy surged within him as he leaped into the air, suddenly recalling the frail, golden-haired coin forger. Scanning the battlefield, he noted that apart from the fierce struggle between Clark and the mysterious vampire, only a few crows remained, cawing in fright. Logic calmly assessed the situation and boldly hypothesized that Constantine might have inadvertently met his demise. The thought weighed heavily on him, causing his heart to feel leaden, and his eyes to sting as if filled with sand, prompting an involuntary laugh to escape his lips. In the midst of his laughter, Logic spotted the figure of Constantine, who was frantically sketching a magic circle behind a haystack. Observing the fierce combat between Clark and the ancient vampire, Logic concluded that his ally was more than capable of holding his own, even if he occasionally faltered due to inexperience. After all, self-preservation was certainly within reach. If need be, he could always leap to the moon. Thus, Logic stealthily approached Constantine's side, watching as the latter's hands danced, creating ethereal afterimages while reciting an incantation. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, the magic circle before him transformed into a mirror. Within the reflective surface lay a distant locale, teeming with vibrant flora and the essence of spring, a stark contrast to the barren wasteland they currently occupied. Just as Constantine was about to leap into the mirror without hesitation, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Constantine, where do you think you're going? Logic inquired with a cheerful smile, exuding an air of congeniality. Caught in the act of betrayal, Constantine offered an awkward chuckle, his cigarette tumbling from his lips. Just before he could plunge into the mirror, Logic flicked it away with a finger. Who knew what bizarre magic Constantine might conjure from that cigarette? But, watching it fly off, Constantine's lips twitched in frustration, but he quickly donned a grin, explaining, my dear friend. I merely observed our adversary's formidable approach and feared we might not prevail, so I was preparing to summon reinforcements. At that moment, a group of us will confront him, each delivering a decisive blow to that ancient vampire. With a cold smirk, Logic remarked darkly, Constantine, you can evade for a moment, but not for eternity. Your former lover and her new paramour harbor a deep-seated resentment against you. As long as you haven't migrated to Mars, there is no escape from their relentless pursuit, no matter where you flee. Moreover, the current adversary is merely a more advanced vampire, trivial compared to the dangers that may lie ahead. As he spoke, Logic was suddenly reminded of the formidable Batman dealing with Bane and the Joker in the beleaguered Gotham, and continued, you might take a page from Batman. His courage and resilience far surpass yours. I previously suggested he join my band in Kansas, yet he has yet to respond. Constantine feigned a smile, his thoughts racing. If you were to send him another message, you might understand why he hasn't replied. He probably has you blocked. This thought remained unspoken, primarily out of fear that the other party would realize he was merely a discarded admirer, and in a fit of frustration, fly back to Gotham for an explanation, leaving him without a precious resurrection coin. Such matters must be avoided. Thus, Constantine retracted his magical array, cleared his throat with exaggerated effort, brushed off the dust from his trench coat, and retrieved a cigarette, his gaze resolute. Let's proceed. We must assist Clark. Logic had grown accustomed to Constantine's swift changes in demeanor, and thus nodded in agreement. With a few powerful flaps, he joined the fray, while Constantine hurriedly made his way to the battlefield, his speed far surpassing that of the sluggish snails by the roadside. Noticing the slothful antics of Constantine, Logic could only facepalm in exasperation, subsequently waving his hand and conjuring a few owls with a mere thought. As Constantine ran, he found himself carried by several round-faced, stout creatures, flying him towards Clark and the ancient vampire. At last, the three allies converged to confront the sudden, ominous presence of the seemingly millennia-old creature. Suspended in midair, the vampire's pallid, emaciated skin was laced with veins, writhing like crimson worms, giving off a distinctly unsettling aura. Draped in a blood-red coat, the extended hem billowed like a cape, rustling ominously in the autumn breeze, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Clark, also floating above, glanced at the vampire's grand crimson coat, then at Logic's deep blue one, and finally at Constantine's khaki ensemble, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Why was everyone adorned in such stylish trench coats, while his own was so plain and unadorned? The notion of a cape quickly crossed Clark's mind, even as he maintained an exterior of unwavering readiness. Constantine, this vampire appears quite formidable. Can you discern his essence? Logic inquired, noticing the creature's hesitance to attack, likely due to their presence on the battlefield. Constantine furrowed his brow and replied, he should be approximately 800 to 1300 years old. Is he powerful? Indeed, he is. Comparing to Dracula or your former lover, well, it might be akin to the disparity between you and me. This warrants a thorough discussion. Which of us embodies Dracula, and which of us resembles this ancient vampire? I am Dracula. And what about you? You are akin to a mosquito that delights in blood. It seems you have grown weary of life, Constantine. The scene shifts to the ancient vampire named Oddman, who gazes at the adversaries before him, suddenly springing into action. Despite his temperament, he cannot help but feel exasperated. Initially, he anticipated a formidable foe intruding upon him, prompting a state of alertness, but it turns out to be merely two foolish individuals. Roar! Oddman's throat constricts as he emits a low growl that hasn't yet reached Logic and the other's ears, yet he transforms into a pale wisp and collides with Clark. The two find themselves close, gazing deeply into one another's eyes, both their irises glowing crimson. Clark's eyes flash red momentarily before returning to clarity, only for him to abruptly freeze, a peculiar expression on his face. He. Oddman's eyes burn red, and he chuckles darkly as he stands shoulder to shoulder with Clark. Chapter 65. The divine moves are instantaneous. Clark, ensnared by Oddman's mind control, appears vacant and foolish, yet his body remains animated, raising his fist for a devastating blow. Bang! Standing atop an owl, Constantine, who is nearer to Clark, witnesses his recently conjured golden defensive barrier shatter instantly, causing him to be hurled backward like a severed kite, leaving a trail of blood in midair. In the distance, Logic faintly hears the curses of Jacques, who threatens to roast his owl the next time they meet. Logic remains non-committal, attributing the earlier incident to mere coincidence. He did not secretly manipulate the owl to push Jacques toward Clark. Clark, you. Logic's words are interrupted as the muscular adversary before him strikes without hesitation, unleashing two searing glances that rip through the air, surging forth amidst the distorted heat waves. Crack! The condensed magical barrier fractures with fine lines, only to be swiftly mended by magical energy. In the rear, Oddman is wholly focused on controlling Clark, who lets out a loud cry, subsequently unleashing his full biological potential, shattering the white sound barrier with a thunderous crash as he obliterates Logic's magical shield. The terrifying kinetic energy propels him uncontrollably backward for 100 meters, only to be pulled down by gravity with a resounding thud. Why doesn't it hurt? Logic rubs his backside as he rises, realizing that the fall was painless, glancing back at the human cushion provided by Jacques and understanding the situation. The selfless spirit of his temporary ally moves him, causing a momentary sting in his nose, and just as he is about to laugh, Constantine interrupts, exclaiming, "Nonsense. Your muscle-bound friend is under control. What now? I'm out of here." Upon uttering his intention to inscribe a magical array for departure, Constantine found himself abruptly restrained by Logic, who firmly pressed a hand upon his shoulder. The same old adage applies. Constantine, there is no evading this. What then is your plan? Constantine inquired, wincing as he retrieved a smooth mirror, shattering it upon the ground. In an instant, the splintered shards seemed to awaken, spreading outward like a living entity, transforming into a hemispherical shell that enveloped the two men. Clark, rushing towards them, collided with the mirror's surface, only to reappear moments later from the opposite side, scratching his head in bewilderment before unleashing two piercing beams of heat. This won't hold for long. I know you possess a solution, so speak swiftly, Constantine urged. Indeed, Logic nodded. Clark appears to have fallen victim to the mind control of a vampire, yet such powers are not exclusive to that grotesque creature. You too? Precisely. Are you stronger than that ancient vampire who has lingered for nearly a millennium? Bear in mind, you must overpower him to restore Clark's sanity. I'm a god. Do you not recall? Logic replied, exuding an air of certainty. Before his arrival, he had anticipated the worst, convinced that this journey to Kansas would not be a pastoral excursion. Hence, in addition to elevating the abilities of the owl god to an advanced level, he had employed certain methods prior to his departure to ascend to the rank of a high god of illusions. Logic seldom wielded the powers of illusion, as manipulating human minds felt too nefarious, contrary to his benevolent nature. Moreover, he preferred the exhilarating sensation of unleashing a tempest of wind or summoning countless bolts of thunder. However, given the peculiar circumstances, Clark, the sunlit boy, was being controlled by an unknown entity, odd man. The capabilities of a high god of illusions became immediately relevant. Well, let the performance commence. Constantine feigned enthusiasm, giving a thumbs up before adopting a grave expression. Does your ability have a cooldown? This mirror is on the verge of collapsing. Godly skills do not adhere to such trivial constraints. Constantine, divine maneuvers are executed instantaneously. Those residing in the heavens truly possess no sense of reason, Constantine muttered. Without further hesitation, Logic summoned a thought, and dark clouds above erupted into a brilliant violet light, casting the night sky into a hue of purple, with serpentine bolts of lightning weaving through the chaos, shattering the air with a cacophonous crackle. The once serene night transformed into a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic despair, leaving Constantine astounded while simultaneously pondering whether this individual truly hailed from the heavens. If so, would he not be capable of effortlessly dispatching that vampire wench and her newfound companion? As Constantine's thoughts swirled, Logic remained undeterred, hands poised in the air. In the next moment, colossal hands formed from thunder and flame emerged from the tempestuous clouds above. These hands, towering over 100 meters, stirred a maelstrom, exuding an aura of annihilation through the flickering purple flames and flashes of lightning. As Logic pressed his hands downward, the gigantic appendages followed suit, descending with the power to obliterate, aimed directly at Clark's head. Logic cast a knowing glance towards Constantine, who instantly understood the cue. As his hands moved, he swiftly chanted an incantation, and in the blink of an eye, a mirror shattered, ensnaring Clark, who had just thrown a punch, his old strength waning and new power yet to manifest. Clark bellowed, his eyes blazing with fierce determination as he struggled against the bonds. Constantine responded by conjuring additional ropes to bind him further. With a thunderous roar, a colossal hand of magic approached. Having acquired 2 advanced divine statuses, and most crucially, the essence of the god village, Logic's power underwent a profound transformation. It was fitting to describe his current abilities as a qualitative change brought about by quantitative accumulation. His strikes now bore the formidable might of a deity, contrasting sharply with his previous encounters where he merely exchanged blows like a common brawler with Batman. Crack! Clark broke free from the ropes, yet the immense hands of magical energy bore down upon him, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming force that immobilized him within a tempest of thunder and flames, eliciting painful roars. Logic swiftly entered the eye of the storm, positioning himself before the temporarily restrained Clark, exerting the full capacity of the high illusion deity to manipulate magic into his ears. Clark, are you there, my child? It's your father, Jonathan Kent. Logic adeptly donned the warm smile of a loving father. Do you not remember me, my dear child? Clark continued to scream, his head pounding as Logic's visage morphed into that of his father. A moment of hesitation struck him. Dad? Yes, son, it's me. You've been manipulated by a villain. Come now, give your father a great big warm hug, so I can reach you with love. Logic performed his role with remarkable finesse. Clark ceased his cries, and the previously ferocious expression softened, revealing a glimmer of tenderness as he gradually approached Logic. The two embraced, creating a scene of paternal affection and joy. Chapter 66. The gaze towards the werewolf became increasingly benevolent. Noticing Clark's relaxation, Logic did not linger. He immediately pushed the illusion deity's capabilities to their limits, sending countless magical tendrils into Clark's ears, shattering Oddman's mental control with relentless force. Once freed from the ensnarement, the energy surged onward, connecting with the ancient vampire's mind, resulting in a backlash that left the vampire reeling and spitting blood, his head throbbing painfully. You've been hit through the network. Clark's eyes cleared, his consciousness returning. He blinked, gazing at Logic, who held him in a tight embrace. Their expressions akin to lovers lost in each other's gaze. What has happened? Clark's pupils widened in shock. Logic chuckled awkwardly, gently pushing the muscular man away. Clark, you were just under the control of that vampire. I help you break free. Is that so? Clark nodded gravely, his expression serious. With a thunderous rumble, the surrounding storm dissipated, and he broke free from the shackles of gravity, soaring back into the embrace of the sky. Over there, Constantine expelled the cigarette he had been holding in his mouth onto the ground, the burning embers transforming with a soft pop into a fiery disc. He stepped upon it, directing the disc to soar into the air, joining his comrades, Logic and Clark, at his side. The method of feigning nonchalance through running proved futile in the presence of that peculiar individual who summoned owls. Constantine had learned this lesson through bitter experience. The pain from the blow Clark had just dealt to his kidney still lingered, had it not been for his swift reflexes. Conjuring a defensive magic array in the blink of an eye, his kidney would surely have been pulverized. Casting a resentful glance at his rather ungrateful teammates, Constantine scoffed. You two rascals, cease your flirtations and dispatch that insufferable old vampire at once, so I may return and catch up on my sleep. Why do you require so much rest? I'm utterly exhausted after these past few days spent with you two. After a brief exchange of banter, they donned the magical artifacts reluctantly provided by Constantine, designed to thwart Oddman's mind control abilities. Zzz. Clark was the first to strike, his eyes ablaze with crimson intensity, veins bulging at his temples. Amidst the crackling hum, he unleashed two scorching rays. The frigid air was instantly torn apart, transforming into a searing wave that distorted everything in its path. Oddman, witnessing this terrifying display of destruction, felt the surroundings warp and blur. A wave of dizziness washing over him. The recent psychic backlash had left him unsteady, yet after a millennium of existence, his battle-hardened body instinctively sidestepped to the left. Glancing back with trepidation, Oddman saw vast expanses of wasteland reduced to charred remains by the fiery beams, crackling and radiating heat. A sense of dread enveloped him as he realized that his opponent's power far surpassed his expectations. With a swift motion of his hands, countless blood-sucking bats erupted forth, shrieking into the air. Observing this, Logic could not suppress the smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. He too waved his hands, unleashing a multitude of round-faced, plump chickens that clucked and fluttered into the fray. The sky darkened with a torrent of owls colliding with the overwhelming swarm of bats, resembling two ominous clouds clashing together, filling the air with a cacophony of shrieks and clucks, accompanied by a rain of blood. Most of it belonged to the bats, after all. Owls were the natural enemies of bats. Seeing his teammates' formidable displays, Constantine felt compelled to elevate his own contributions. Casting mere fireballs or illuminating spells would be beneath him, tarnishing his dignity. Thus, he retrieved a magic tome that radiated a golden glow, its pages fluttering autonomously in the absence of wind, filled with countless unknown incantations. With a mere thought, the book opened to the appropriate page. As he recited the mysterious incantation, golden mist enveloped him, and in the next moment, he formed a complex seal with his hands, summoning a vast magical array before him. With a booming resonance, the array unleashed a barrage of golden spikes, cascading down like a torrential rain, piercing the old vampire who had intended to flee, leaving him feeling utterly chilled. The once mighty Oddman, now resembling a porcupine, plummeted from the sky with a resounding thud, kicking up a cloud of dust upon impact. Luo Ji and Constantine were acutely aware of the law that smoke poses no harm, and they intended to strike again. However, just as they raised their hands, they were halted by Clark, who warned, "Something's amiss in the smoke." "What is it?" they both inquired. "You should see for yourselves," Clark replied. No sooner had he spoken than the haze dissipated, revealing two towering werewolves, each over 2 meters high, ferociously tearing into the unfortunate old man. Observing the scene, with the old vampire's arms ensnared by the jaws of the wolves, the trio's lips twitched in dismay. Damn it, the kill was snatched away. Both Luo Ji and Clark turned to Constantine, their expressions conveying a silent demand for explanation. Understanding their unspoken communication, Constantine felt an uncanny sense of camaraderie with his two adroit companions. Yet, with the battlefield shifting rapidly, he merely shook his head and stated earnestly, "As those tales of the supernatural suggest, werewolves and vampires are archenemies, harboring a profound hatred that has endured for ages." "Which is stronger?" Luo Ji inquired. Although the old vampire was currently suffering at the hands of the werewolves, the primary damage had been dealt by the trio. Moreover, judging by the werewolves' recovery rate, it seemed likely that once Oldman caught his breath, he could dispatch those two werewolves with ease. Constantine stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Much like vampires, werewolves grow stronger with age. The vampire below has lived for at least 8 centuries, while these two werewolves have barely reached 400. Perhaps we could collaborate with the werewolves," Clark suggested, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Indeed, I share that sentiment." Luo Ji immediately concurred, as Clark's words ignited a revelation related to his moon god initiative. "These werewolves howl at the moon each night. Are they not the perfect followers?" Luo Ji's mind raced, and his gaze towards the werewolves below grew increasingly favorable. After a moment of reflection, Constantine added, "This could indeed be feasible. Unlike vampires, werewolves do not require human blood. Thus their disposition towards humanity is not as malevolent." "Could you elaborate?" Clark probed further. Constantine inhaled from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he spoke. "If a vampire visits a village, 100 may perish. If a werewolf visits, 80 would die. What a remarkably favorable stance," Clark exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief, while Luo Ji maintained an optimistic demeanor. "No matter, let us not forget my identity as the moon god. These werewolves will be as docile as lapdogs before me." As he spoke, he inwardly reveled in the potent abilities of the god of high illusions. "You must act swiftly. Your 2 little dogs are on the brink of being brutally dispatched." Constantine raised his gaze towards the ground, offering a timely reminder. "Indeed," Luo Ji replied, leaning forward to hasten his descent. Chapter 67. I am of another realm. The injured ancient vampire, Odd Man, exhibited an astonishingly rapid healing ability. At this moment, most of his wounds had mended, and the gaping flesh torn from his arms by the werewolves was now sprouting new tissue on the exposed white bone. Bang! Bang! Odd Man was infuriated by the 2 werewolves that suddenly appeared, intent on claiming his head. With a fierce swing, he unleashed 2 ferocious wolf-shaped whirlwind strikes that created deep craters in the ground on either side. The old vampire had no desire to linger in battle, fully aware that 3 other grotesque beings were watching him with malicious intent. He immediately transformed into a wisp of smoke, planning to retreat to his lair and summon some formidable allies for a counterattack. Crack! Logic moved at an unprecedented speed, his form surrounded by flickering golden lightning. Extending his right hand, he shattered Oddman's spine with a surge of divine power derived from faith. With a single blow, he rendered Oddman as helpless as a defeated dog. However, being a vampire who had lived for a millennium, Oddman could endure far more than an ordinary mortal. While the loss of his spine would incapacitate a human for a considerable time, it would only hinder him for a few minutes at most. But that was more than sufficient. With his right arm tensed, Logic hurled the temporarily immobilized Oddman into the sky. Clark, now increasingly in sync with his teammates, took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful gust, propelling the airborne vampire into the depths of a dense, dark cloud. Boom! Within the cloud, illuminated by a resplendent purple light, countless lethal bolts of lightning surged, eagerly converging upon their prey, releasing their destructive energy with wild abandon. The crackling arcs of electricity ignited Oddman, leaving him charred and screaming in agony within the tempest. After a few breaths, he plummeted to the ground, trailing burnt debris that showered like sparks, resembling a firework display. Clark, watching from below, felt a pang of guilt, sensing the inhumanity of the situation. However, his thoughts quickly turned to the gravekeeper, Old Tom, and he dismissed his previous sentiments. After all, Oddman was anything but human, so what was there to be humane about? With this resolution, Clark wasted no time. His eyes ablaze with crimson fury, he unleashed two searing rays that pierced through Oddman's shoulders in an instant. Beside him, Constantine observed the overwhelming power displayed by his teammates, who had reduced the ancient vampire to a mere shadow of his former self. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. He had initially thought he had merely stumbled upon two allies of little worth, but they turned out to be extraordinary forces. Moreover, the issue of control was resolved by his own strategic sacrifice. Grinning to himself, Constantine formed a hand seal and recited an incantation, summoning a triangular spike at Oddman's landing point. Thud! Without the slightest hesitation, the ancient vampire was impaled by the formidable spike, a gaping hole torn through his chest, rendering him immobilized and whimpering in despair. The two werewolves, witnessing this spectacle, were left agape, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in shock. What transpired? Three enigmatic figures, exhibiting a fierce demeanor, swiftly apprehended a threat that had garnered the attention of a ravenous pack, exhibiting no signs of fatigue or embarrassment after the confrontation, instead sharing amused laughter amongst themselves. The two werewolves exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes reflecting bewilderment. They dared not act hastily, wary of provoking the formidable figures, fearing a single misstep could reduce them to mere pulp. Thus, they resolved to employ the ancestral strategy of feigning innocence to navigate this predicament. Consequently, these towering werewolves, each exceeding 2 meters in height, lowered themselves on all fours, their tails wagging with excitement, emitting a series of rumbling sounds from their throats. This tactic, reportedly learned from felines, was said to have its origins in the ancient Egyptian cat deity, which purportedly enslaved humanity for millennia with this very incantation. Gradually, the two werewolves inched closer to the trio, ultimately halting a few dozen meters away. As the focus shifted to the three individuals preparing to interrogate the nearly unconscious old man, they were interrupted by the familiar rumbling sounds. Wasn't Ussa frolicking in the fields of Kent Farm? How could there be any feline presence here? Their minds were filled with confusion, and upon glancing around, they uncovered the truth. Logic turned his gaze toward the two werewolves, now crouched and wagging their tails like dogs, and chuckled, "TSK, TSK, TSK, come here, little pups." The esteemed figure had summoned them, and the gentle tone was disarming. The two not-so-bright werewolves, upon seeing this, wagged their bushy tails with even greater enthusiasm and approached step by step, tongues lolling. Clark and Constantine stepped back slightly, readying themselves for potential conflict, while Logic reinforced his magical barrier and continued his teasing, "TSK, TSK, TSK." According to Constantine, although werewolves were formidable adversaries when of equal age, a vampire would be torn to shreds by a werewolf. Yet, throughout the centuries, werewolves had consistently faced defeat in their battles against vampires, primarily due to their lingering primal instincts. Simply put, they were not particularly astute. "TSK, TSK, TSK, oh my dear little pups, come to the moon goddess." Logic beckoned the two werewolves, extending his hands to rest upon their heads, and in the next moment, employed a technique reminiscent of petting a cat. "Gurgur, oh moon god, we are your wayward wolf cubs." The two werewolves responded with contented sounds, inadvertently referring to Logic as the moon god. Although they had never before heard this title, they adopted it in accordance with the esteemed figure's self-identification. The werewolves exhibited remarkable docility, reverently calling him the moon god. Yet Logic's mind did not register any indication of gaining followers. Wolves have always been loyal to their packs, and the notion that two werewolves would willingly bow and pledge allegiance to him simply because of a display of authority was far-fetched. In the current situation, one might simply wish for their own happiness and let matters be, all the while internally gnawing at their own bones in anguish. Luo Ji's thoughts whirled. Since it was difficult to tame the wolves loyal to the pack, why not conquer the entire pack at once? As the solitary figure and two wolves appeared to coexist harmoniously, Each was secretly contemplating unspoken thoughts. Meanwhile, Constantine's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this fellow truly sent for the heavens? How else could he so effortlessly caress two towering werewolves as if they were mere cats? Jacques glanced at Clark beside him, uncertain whether the muscular man's thoughts mirrored his own. He expelled the remnants of his burnt cigarette and discreetly formed a seal. The aura of magic began to rise, and Constantine crossed his hands before his eyes, scrutinizing Luo Ji for any signs of mental manipulation. With each passing moment, Jacques' heartbeat quickened, and a chill crept up his spine. He crouched down and gently patted Luo Ji's shoulder. "Brother, speak the truth. Did you truly descend from that mountain? Olympus?" Luo Ji shrugged. "No, I hail from another realm." Constantine, Chapter 68. A physical meaningful step forward, Oddman. You would do well to swiftly recruit your leader's stronghold. Otherwise, you surely do not wish to endure the same suffering inflicted upon your underling, the unfortunate vampire named Gull. Luo Ji, embodying the essence of a Hollywood villain, lit a cigar with a lighter generously provided by Constantine as the white smoke billowed forth. He cast his gaze upon the ancient vampire bound to a crucifix by magical ropes, utterly immobilized, and gestured towards Gull beside him. Oh, well. This vampire was also secured to a crucifix, the dim morning light casting upon him, igniting his form in a haze of blue smoke, significantly diminishing his powers. The two newly acquired werewolves, one white and one black, now growled lowly as they slowly tore into Gull's pale flesh. Excruciating pain coursed through Gull's entire being as he endured the scorching sunlight while experiencing the horrific nightmare of being shredded by the werewolves' deadly, germ-laden fangs. The scene was brutally savage, yet Clark, grimacing, paced around the two vampires, his eyes glowing crimson, uttering a plethora of terrifying threats. Concerned for the safety of Kent Farm, the timid Clark exerted every ounce of his strength to intimidate Oddman, his thick brows furrowing deeply. Meanwhile, Constantine yawned incessantly, feeling the ache in his kidneys return after an all-nighter. He lay on the ground, a silk-hard cigarette dangling from his mouth, preparing to close his eyes for a moment of rest, allowing the two newly acquired tools to interrogate for information. Luo Ji cast a glance at the unfortunate Jacques, infected by the salty fish virus, then turned to the fierce-looking Clark. "Clark, you might be overdoing it a bit." "What?" Clark instantly transformed into a gentle, sunny boy, scratching his head in confusion. "Oh, it's nothing at all." Luo Ji chuckled lightly, observing the fierce demeanor of Clark, who increasingly resembled the formidable super dominator, and felt a growing discomfort within himself, prompting him to halt the latter's advances. He shrugged and continued, "In any case, what I wish to convey is that these two vampires are indeed tough adversaries, rather difficult to contend with. Thus, I intend to employ a rather cunning approach." Clark nodded, stepping back a few paces as a gesture of respect. The formidable figure was about to get serious. He needed to symbolically withdraw. Meanwhile, Constantine, lying on the ground, squinted slightly, keenly observing how Luo Ji would execute his mental manipulation technique to breach the psychological defenses of a millennium-old vampire. Such a maneuver must undoubtedly be an exceptionally powerful spell. The scene shifted to Luo Ji, who exhaled deeply. He then focused his mind, overloading the capabilities of the god of advanced illusions, transforming the ambient magical energy surrounding the two vampires into sharp spikes that pierced directly into their ears. A loud buzzing resonated in their vicinity, as both vampires felt their heads splitting with pain, their entire sensory apparatus for discomfort seemingly activated, leading them to unleash frenzied howls of agony. Luo Ji was sweating profusely, wreaking havoc with his magical energy within the mental realms of Oddman and Gull, while simultaneously constructing the illusory scenario in their minds. Clark, observing the unfolding chaos, was utterly bewildered. How could Luo Ji's mere presence incite such excruciating cries from the two vampires? Could he truly be a celestial being? Clark pondered silently, then lifted his gaze to the dim sky, his sight piercing through the dawn and atmosphere, traversing the cosmic void, landing upon the moon. The cosmos is indeed wondrous, Clark mused, suddenly reminded of his home planet, Krypton. He wondered if there were any surviving Kryptonians besides himself on that distant planet, and if so, what it might be now. Amidst Clark's melancholic reverie, The two vampires continued their wild howls, their mental realm forcefully invaded. Oldman and Ghoul felt as if they had become fools, their minds solely occupied by Luo Ji. Constantine, sitting up, employed the earlier spell once more, crossing his hands before his eyes. Were there any signs of mental manipulation? Jiakong abruptly stood, his cigarette falling from his mouth. Not only were there no indications of mental control, but even the essence of magic was absent. Upon further reflection, Constantine realized that Luo Ji had seemingly not displayed any magical aura from the outset. Those purple energies he referred to as magical power were entirely unfamiliar to him. Although Eagle Escape was termed magic, this deity's unique form of magic was fundamentally different from what Constantine understood as magic. Unable to comprehend the nature of the power emanating from his opponent, Jiakong ultimately resolved to cease wasting his mental faculties on such matters. After all, regardless of how powerful one might be, they remained but a fool. With this thought, Constantine's lips curled into a smile, and he reclined on the ground. Resuming his meditative state, Luo Ji glanced back at the desolate Clark, who wept for the vastness of the heavens, and the slothful Jiakong sprawled on the ground. His face darkened with irritation. He gritted his teeth in fury. "You lazy bums. These two vampires are still flailing about. Assist me." Exhausted from overexerting the power of the god of illusions, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He was genuinely vexed by his teammates, one lost in thought and the other wallowing in apathy. "We can help you restrain these damn vampires," came a mockingly refined voices of two werewolves. "Get lost," Luo Ji barked, dismissing the sycophants. At his command, they immediately prostrated themselves and rolled away to a distance of 100 meters. Meanwhile, Clark and Constantine, regaining their senses, approached the struggling vampires cautiously. Both feeling a twinge of guilt, the muscular man exerted his strength, pinning the writhing Oldman with iron-like hands, while Jiakong chanted incantations. Golden light emanating from his palms as he firmly grasped the howling ghoul. The resonant hum of magic filled the air. The final blow to shatter the psychological defenses of the two vampires was within reach. With a swift kick, Luo Ji struck each of them, causing chaos to ensue. Indeed, it was a physical manifestation of a decisive blow. The targeted areas received a brutal impact, and both Oldman and Ghoul felt a momentary fog envelop their minds. In the next instant, Luo Ji seized the opportunity and successfully breached their defenses. The scene before them shifted dramatically, casting the two vampires into the hottest and most despairing corner of hell, a place so tormenting that even Satan would hesitate to linger. Here, Oldman and Ghoul felt as if their heads might explode, the flames of hell scorching their very bones, and even their souls cried out in agony. A singular thought consumed them: escape this place. Yet, to flee from this realm of suffering and cease enduring the fiery torment, they understood that they must obey every command. A shadowy figure suddenly materialized, ethereal and flickering, its mouth unseen, yet a voice resonated. "Now, gentlemen, can you inform me of the whereabouts of Queen Marguerite and Count Dracula?" The two vampires nodded vigorously, their scorched lips miraculously restored, and they began to eagerly divulge the locations of their masters' castles. Chapter 69. The cold-hearted man drinks everything with ice in a restaurant in Smallville that allowed pets. The end of late autumn had finally arrived, ushering in the chill of early winter, the frigid air causing shivers to run through the patrons. Constantine, donned in a plush hat, sat by a window. Beside him was the sanguine demon, draped in an oversized monk's robe. Though his body radiated heat and felt no chill, he trembled slightly, faint sobs escaping him. Luo Ji and Clark noticed the tear stains at the corners of the blood demon's eyes, understanding the situation immediately. "Constantine, you truly have a peculiar taste," Luo Ji exclaimed, a look of admiration on his face as he gave Jiakong a thumbs up, then took a sip of iced water. Much like the death marksman, he too was a cold-hearted individual, requiring ice in everything he drank. Upon mentioning Loudon, logic discerned that this individual had suddenly begun to retreat into silence within their group, refraining from sending any messages for several consecutive days, and he had not responded to private inquiries either. It was likely that he had been summoned for an unwelcome discussion. Poor Loudon had been captured by the peculiar and formidable Amanda Waller, and it would not be long before he found himself subjected to bizarre experiments, ultimately becoming a member of the Suicide Squad. Once General Zod made his entrance, it was highly probable that logic would be inscribed in the military's highest danger category. He pondered whether the Suicide Squad might receive a mission to eliminate him at that juncture. It seemed quite plausible. He held a deep disdain for the peculiar Amanda Waller, and he was certain he would have some sharp words to exchange with her, accompanied by various cunning maneuvers. Given Amanda's temperament, she would not rest easily unless she had ensured his remains were thoroughly dealt with. Imagining Loudon's shocked expression upon receiving such a mission brought a smile to Logic's face, prompting him to order another glass of iced orange juice. At his feet, two werewolves, now resembling medium-sized dogs, had been swayed into becoming acolytes, their bodies tense, throats vibrating as they directed low growls at the little black cat. Usa paid little mind to the two eager followers, emitting a soft meow before gracefully leaping onto one of their heads, then onto Logic's shoulder. Perched high above, the black cat finally deigned to cast a glance at the werewolves below. The werewolves, noticing the pronounced disdain and contempt in Usa's feline eyes, felt a surge of frustration, nearly succumbing to the urge to transform into towering 3-meter beasts. Usa exhaled gently, a seemingly innocuous action in the eyes of others. Yet to the two werewolves, it felt akin to gazing upon an ancient, unfathomable deity, an overwhelming wave of information threatening to crush their very souls. A cat accompanying such a figure must surely be formidable. Upon recognizing this truth, the two werewolves instinctively adopted a submissive posture, prostrating themselves on the ground, paralyzed by their newfound realization. "Foolish human sorcerer," Usa remarked while perched on Logic's shoulder. "I can sense Selena's essence waning." "What? Damn it. I completely forgot about Selena," Logic exclaimed, suddenly recalling that in addition to Usa, there was another cat in his household, a free-roaming feline usually cared for by Wilson. In the DC universe, while many anthropomorphic cats existed, none were as endearing as this one. He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed Wilson's number. "Hey, Wilson. How is Selena faring?" "Master, Miss Kyle is doing quite well, but there are indeed some concerns regarding her." Wilson's voice resonated through the line. "Speak, Master. You had instructed me to have Miss Kyle hone her skills in Gotham, to cultivate her resilience towards her aspirations of becoming a superhero." Wilson paused, as if steeling himself for what was to come, before continuing. "However, since your departure from Gotham, Miss Kyle has adopted a rather apathetic attitude towards combating crime, indulging in a life of revelry, returning home inebriated after multiple parties each night, like a wayward adolescent." Logic furrowed his brow. "Why did you not inform me of this at the earliest opportunity?" On the other end of the line, Wilson wiped the perspiration from his forehead, expressing his grievances. "Miss Kyle claims she is your girlfriend. If I dare to mention this matter to you, she can easily whisper sweet nothings in your ear and have you dismiss me." Observing the undeniable closeness between you and Miss Kyle, always dining together, and your frequent affectionate gestures towards her, Wilson hesitated to speak further. "What?" Logic exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that the household cat had become a source of considerable trouble, even daring to encroach upon its owner's territory. "Gotham is fraught with calamities. No, the entire world is beleaguered by misfortunes. To ensure Selena's survival and prevent her from devolving into a helpless creature, Logic firmly believed that this was all for her benefit. Wilson, please inform Selena that she may temporarily refrain from combating criminals. After all, the news reveals that Bane and the Joker are running rampant. These formidable foes are best left for the Dark Knight to handle. However, she must not neglect her training. Ensure Selena performs at least 100 standard push-ups daily, followed by 100 sit-ups and squats, culminating in a 10-kilometer weighted run." Logic recited a certain bald, caped hero's regimen, then added, "Failure to complete this will result in a reduction of her meals. Wilson, make certain Selena submits daily evidence of her workouts to me. Otherwise, her monthly allowance will be halved." "I understand, Master." Wilson fervently nodded on the other end of the line. "By the way, young Wilson, how are the welfare institutions we established faring amidst the chaos in Gotham?" Logic inquired suddenly. He had recently felt his faith's potency accelerating once more. What was previously a formidable ability, the Storm Giant's hand, now seemed trivial in comparison. "Master, the disturbances caused by Bane and the Joker are escalating. The entire city feels as though it is being roasted over an open flame. Thus, many unfortunate souls have sought refuge in our welfare institutions. As per your earlier instructions, the standards and treatment at these facilities have reached unprecedented heights. Many of these individuals are moved to tears, and most recite your name in gratitude daily. That explains it, Logic nodded, concluding the call. Having waited patiently for Logic to finish his lengthy conversation, Clark, feeling somewhat restless, turned to matters of importance. Gentlemen, we now know the whereabouts of Margaret and Dracula. Do you have any insights regarding the final battle plan? Well, I could rally an entire pack of werewolves to devour those ferocious little Red Riding Hoods clad in red. Then, we can each take on a major boss, dispatching them with a few well-placed blows before heading home. Logic replied nonchalantly. Those two are not just any couple. One is the progenitor of vampires, and the other is the vampire queen. Let us treat this with the seriousness it deserves. Constantine interjected. Relax, we're not lacking in strength ourselves, Logic retorted, reclining casually. Clark could swat skyscrapers like they were soda cans with a mere slap of his hand. As for me, well, without the Storm Giant's hand, I could manage it with just 2 slaps. Even our cat is a relic of a bygone era. And what about me? Constantine queried. You? Logic continued to recline. Well, greatness is often highlighted through contrast. Chapter 70. Is Bruce dead? If so, mark a 1. In a secluded valley in Kansas, gnarled and decaying trees reached their blackened branches toward the heavens, while one sunlight filtered down upon Logic and his companions. Led by 2 werewolves, they traversed an array of flora, pressing onward. Despite the seemingly lifeless surroundings, numerous creatures thrived here, likely destined for the werewolves' menus. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, first capture the king. We shall storm the ancient fortress where the Wolf King resides and subdue him. Thereafter, our task will become considerably easier. Logic broke the silence. Constantine raised an eyebrow at this remark, the ember of his cigarette glowing as he replied. Logic, I had thought you were a deity to these werewolves. Once we step into their stronghold, you need only stand there and exude an aura of dominance, and they shall bow before you. With a sardonic smile, Logic retorted. Do not forget, I have fallen from the moon, my divine powers diminished. I must regain their faith to return to my palace in the depths of the cosmos. As Constantine continued with his sardonic banter, Clark placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, saying, Constantine, we have arrived. The peculiar assembly of 3 humans and 2 wolves came to a halt before a narrow passageway, guarded by 2 werewolves clad in armor, their prowess honed over 2 centuries. Who are you? The werewolf guards inquired, recognizing the 2 leading canines, but bewildered by the seemingly harmless humans trailing behind. Instantly, they assumed a combative stance, their throaty growls echoing in the air. I am but a humble monk from the east, Logic began, eager to engage in jest. However, before he could finish, one of the guards was swiftly consumed by Usa. Ugh! The little black cat chewed briefly before spitting the remains out, unpalatable. Logic glanced disdainfully at the bloodied guard on the ground, then waved his hand, signaling the group to proceed. Upon navigating the narrow path, they emerged into a vast expanse of desolation. The sky loomed like a gray iron curtain, while the ground was dotted with buildings reminiscent of the Middle Ages, their proportions grotesquely distorted, resembling dark, pointed boxes. At the far end of this bizarre landscape lay a dark forest of withered trees, leading to the grand castle where the Wolf King resided. Much like Count Dracula, the king of the werewolves favored such nostalgic fortifications. It feels as though we have stepped into a fantastical novel, Clark remarked, inhaling deeply as he took in the scene. Indeed, Logic replied, nodding in agreement as he pulled out his phone to capture a few scenic photographs, sharing them in the Justice League chat group composed of Killer Croc and others. After exchanging a few playful remarks, he pressed the back button and selected the bat's icon to send a message imbued with human warmth, a representation of love and concern. Bruce, are you dead? If so, mark a 1. After a prolonged silence with no reply, it seemed he was still alive. Putting away his phone, Logic continued to focus on the matter at hand. He was well aware that Batman, like an indomitable little bat, could not be easily vanquished. As someone who had survived the confrontation with Darkseid on Apocalypse, he knew that even if Bane and the Joker teamed up for several days, they would still fall short against him. It was undeniable that the fallen Batman could be anyone, but it would never be Bruce Wayne. I can use an invisibility spell to conceal us, and then we can fly over, Constantine suggested after a moment of contemplation. What a practical skill. Perhaps we should include this in our compensation. Logic exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Invisibility is truly marvelous. Well, that's not entirely impossible. But I must first see the corpses of those two wretched individuals, Constantine replied, feigning deep thought before continuing. After making his point, Constantine wasted no time. For the area was teeming with werewolves. Without concealment, they would soon be overwhelmed. Buzz. Dark golden lines swirled in the air, dimming as Constantine recited his incantation. As the lines settled to the ground, the light faded further, and the figures of everyone within gradually became transparent. The two eager followers remained at their posts while the trio and a cat soared into the sky, swiftly passing over the werewolf town below. As they approached the ominous black forest, Logic turned to Constantine nestled under Clark's armpit. What talents does the Wolf King possess? Due to the potential exposure from using flying magic, the ensnared Constantine replied, werewolves revere absolute strength. Thus they excel in brute force, much more straightforward than the flashy skills of vampires. I thought you knew all this, Constantine remarked with an odd tone. The last time I encountered my little pups was a millennium ago. These days, fantastical creatures have undergone significant evolution. I merely asked out of curiosity. The exchange between Logic and Constantine left Clark utterly bewildered, unable to interject and forced to accelerate their pace. Whoosh! The group sliced through the air, applying the brakes as they neared the Wolf King's castle, gradually approaching above it. The ancient fortress, long neglected, exuded a somber purple hue, presenting an eerie visage that stirred unsettling thoughts. Constructed a millennium ago, the castle was razed when the Wolf King had just turned 18, brimming with youthful vigor as he charged into battle, only to be routed by the vampire army. Following this defeat, the Wolf King grasped the importance of survival and retreated into the depths of the forest, quietly toiling with the intent of astonishing the world a millennium later. A century ago, having finally outlasted those elder creatures stronger than himself, the Wolf King emerged without hesitation. He swiftly dispatched the then-current Wolf King with thunderous force, thereby seamlessly assuming the mantle himself. Goodness, what magnificent pectorals and glutes! Logic exclaimed, moving a few bricks to gaze upon the slumbering 4-meter-tall werewolf inside. After a moment of admiration, he turned to Clark. Even larger than yours. Clark said, Logic, let's not digress. We must address the matter at hand. Constantine cast a glance at the werewolf within the castle, exclaiming in astonishment, my goodness, it is truly enormous. Clark observed his two rather unserious companions, opened his mouth to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He could only let out a resigned sigh. He was not in the mood for conversation, but rather for confrontation. Ahem. Logic cleared his throat, refraining from further jest. He gestured for Jacong and Clark to step aside before turning his gaze toward the Wolf King within the castle. His eyes shimmered with a golden light as he delicately extended a finger, and in the next moment, an indescribable energy began to coalesce at his fingertip. The aura of destruction it emanated caused both Clark and Constantine to recoil in alarm, prompting them to step back once more. The formidable presence was about to unleash its true power. Chapter 71. Come, let us shake paws. The golden energy gathered at Logic's fingertip, transformed into a leaping arc of electricity the moment he willed it, silently charging toward the Wolf King. To Clark and Constantine, this slender golden arc seemed to move at an agonizingly slow pace, inciting their confusion. However, in the blink of an eye, the arc had penetrated the Wolf King's mind. Clark remained unaware of the implications behind this action, merely fulfilling his role as a fearful bystander beside the powerhouse. In contrast, Constantine felt a chill run down his spine. He had faced angelic saints and demonic entities, and had been fortunate enough to witness the might of such powerful beings. This mysterious golden arc resonated with that same level of power, with an affinity for electricity and the ability to summon storms. Was this not reminiscent of Zeus himself? Constantine's thoughts spiraled as he regarded Logic with newfound intrigue. Ag. The Wolf King below emitted a pained howl, but in the next moment, the golden arc morphed into a binding rope, tightly ensnaring his maw, and continued to bombard his mental realm. The raw divine power, directly drawn from faith, was immensely potent. Under the guidance of the god of illusions, obliterating a brute like the Wolf King, with his simple mind and brawny physique, was a trivial task. Logic held his breath, directing his consciousness into the Wolf King's mental world, where everything within was annihilated with relentless ferocity. The Wolf King had become a mere extension of his will. Exhaling deeply, Logic wiped away the non-existent cold sweat from his brow and declared, "Fools, I have reduced this wolf king to a mere sycophant. The ensuing matters shall be straightforward." With that, he leapt down, and Clark and Constantine exchanged glances before following their leader's descent. The trio, along with a feline companion, landed upon the stone floor of the castle. Logic clicked his tongue a few times as the towering 4-meter werewolf crouched before him, trembling in submission. "Come, let us shake paws." Logic extended his hand, eager to test the loyalty of his newly acquired subordinate. The Wolf King whimpered, its fur shimmering like frost, cautiously extending its paw to rest upon Logic's hand. "Excellent." As Luo Ji spoke, he unknowingly fished out several dried fish from somewhere, tossing them into the air where they were deftly caught by the Wolf King, who eagerly gulped them down. Subsequently, the wolf's eyes gazed at Luo Ji with an unusual gentleness, their vertical pupils gradually widening, resembling that of a cat. The Wolf King's earnest attempt to appear endearing left Clark and Constantine in disbelief. The once mighty ruler of the wolf army had now become a comical sycophant. It can be said that anyone who faced Luo Ji as an adversary would surely meet an unfortunate fate. The two vampires from earlier were rendered immobile, entombed in silver coffins due to their remaining utility, as Luo Ji needed them to open the portal to Dracula's castle. How pitiful. "Hey, foolish human sorcerer. If I'm not mistaken, those are my dried fish," Usa protested, circling around Luo Ji's shoulder. "Don't worry, by the time we return to Gotham, it seems we have already depleted the supply of dried fish there." Luo Ji scratched his chin and continued, "Perfect. Once we sort out matters with the Wolf King, I'll purchase all the dried fish in Smallville. No, I mean the entire state of Kansas." The Wolf King's audacity was quite brazen, but Usa found it rather appealing. With an unlimited supply of dried fish and various types of cat food each day, Luo Ji would often take Usa to cat cafes when he had the time. Of course, it was the foolish human sorcerer who sipped coffee while Usa enjoyed the company of the cats, cradling beautiful cats and indulging in catnip. Usa felt that life had reached its zenith, content to simply lounge about and look adorable while Luo Ji battled formidable foes. Blissful indeed. He had no desire to return to the old house in the depths of the cosmos, where he would inevitably be drained by those starry abominations. Truly, being a lazy cat was far more comfortable. "Very well, Little White. Yes, that shall be your new name. Now, enlighten me about the hierarchy within the werewolf community." Luo Ji casually named the Wolf King. "Certainly, my lord," the Wolf King nodded. "I'm the king of the entire werewolf clan. All obey my command. Beneath me, the most powerful are the werewolf elders. These slightly younger werewolves form the council of elders, assisting me with various mundane matters. Below them are the older wolves, followed by ordinary werewolves and cubs." The wolf explained clearly. In the world of werewolves, longevity equated to higher status, for like vampires, they grew stronger with age. "Very well. Can you single-handedly eliminate all these werewolves?" Luo Ji inquired, nodding. The Wolf King hesitated, his mouth momentarily stuck, before awkwardly chuckling and continuing, "Alas, my lord, I cannot." "What use would I be to you then?" No, I mean I can." Glancing at Luo Ji's formidable fist, the Wolf King's heart raced, and he hurriedly added, "If I exert my utmost effort, I can do it, for I am the longest lived among this lot. However, after slaying them, I would likely perish from exhaustion or excessive blood loss, and then I wouldn't be able to stay by your side and serve you." The demeanor of the Wolf King, reminiscent of an obsequious sycophant, was unmistakable. Luo Ji, with a sigh of resignation, remarked, "Shao Bai, I have merely accepted you as a disciple. Your only transformation is your loyalty to me. In other words, loyalty suffices. While the manner of that loyalty is left entirely to your discretion, it appears that this fellow was, in truth, a sycophant." Beside him, Clark and Constantine were struck with realization, concurrently acknowledging the obvious. Without such a blend of flexibility and resilience, how could one possibly endure for a millennium in the depths of the wilderness? Ahem. The Wolf King grasped the underlying meaning of Luo Ji's words and immediately feigned a cough, his previously hunched form rising to an imposing stature. The over 4-meter tall wolf stretched, its silver fur glinting with a sharp brilliance, muscles coiling like a dragon, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance that exuded a palpable sense of pressure. "Excellent. This is more like it." Luo Ji raised his thumb in approval. The Wolf King instinctively emitted a foolish grin typical of sycophants, but upon realizing his folly, promptly corrected himself, adopting a grave and solemn demeanor. Master, I await your command. Indeed, Luo Ji nodded. You shall remain here for the time being, explaining the current situation to your fellow werewolves. Those who accept are, of course, warmly welcomed. As for those who do not, you know what must be done. Yes, master. These werewolves were creatures accustomed to the laws of nature, loyal solely to the pack. The identity of the Wolf King was determined by strength. The mightiest would reign. The Wolf King swallowed hard. Master, by this logic, you are undoubtedly the new Wolf King. The werewolves will align themselves without my intervention. Chapter 72. My heart is like durian. Each of them is a tip of my heart. The chill of early winter gradually descended as the sun dipped toward the violet horizon, casting a dark red hue upon the scorched earth of the wilderness. Meow. USA perched upon a small tree branch, quickly swallowing a few morsels of dried fish, then tucking her paws beneath her fluffy belly, her tail sweeping beside her. She transformed into a black feline loaf. Luo Ji, tell me honestly, are you perhaps a manifestation of Zeus on earth? Constantine queried, holding a shovel and turning over a clump of soil. What do you mean by that, Constantine? Luo Ji frowned in response. Why resort to insults when everything seems fine? The king of the gods residing on Mount Olympus, despite his formidable titles and unmatched prowess, could summon a 100-meter-wide lightning bolt with a mere wave of his hand. Yet, no matter how powerful Zeus may be, he pales in comparison to his offspring, often unable to restrain his lower half, indulging daily in amorous escapades with various entities. And I do not mean humans. You understand my meaning. You see, like that fellow on the mountain, you both share a penchant for wielding lightning and love to intimidate scoundrels. Constantine remarked, turning over more soil. Most importantly, you are equally formidable. Heh. Luo Ji scoffed softly. Flattery without cause is either deceit or theft. He cast a glance at Constantine, signaling him to release his pent-up gas, warning that it would only become more foul if held in. Ha ha ha, my good brother, I recall you mentioning that you reside in the heavens. Am I correct? Constantine inquired with a playful grin. Indeed, replied Logic with a nod. So, Logic, since you dwell in the celestial realm, surely you have some connections in paradise? As he spoke, Constantine vigorously wielded his shovel, sending clumps of earth flying, which splattered on a Clark nearby. The muscular man grimaced, feeling his blood pressure rise and yearning to curse. However, as he observed Constantine and Logic delving into incomprehensible topics, Clark could only retreat a few steps, massaging his temples to suppress the intense glare that nearly escaped him. Constantine, can you finish that gas in one go? Logic asked, leaning on his shovel with an impatient tone. Of course, of course. Constantine nodded, throwing an arm around Logic's shoulder in a brotherly manner, and continued, You see, I've recently discovered that my soul is being targeted by something from hell. I simply wish to inquire if you have any connections in heaven that could grant me a green light when my time comes. Ah, I see, Logic replied then, with a hint of schadenfreude, added, I'm truly sorry, Constantine, but heaven does not welcome scoundrels. What scoundrel? I'm no scoundrel. Constantine patted his chest, speaking as if it were a matter of utmost sincerity. They are my wings. Without any one of them, I would be unable to soar. My heart is like a durian, and each of them is the tip of my heart. Could you please be quiet? There are too many pitfalls in your words. Logic retorted, unsure of where to begin his tirade. However, speaking of securing a green light from heaven, he recalled an item that could indeed facilitate such a matter. He remembered the fateful card housed within Dr. Fate's Tower of Destiny, bearing the word Van Schaller inscribed in gold on a black background. Memories flooded back of the formidable Amanda Waller, the queen of agents with a barrel-shaped waist. Upon learning of the card's existence, she had swiftly dispatched her suicide squad to procure it for her. As a pawn of the government, Amanda was acutely aware that if there were indeed a heaven and hell, she would undoubtedly be descending rather than ascending. For no amount of good deeds could compensate for the weight of her misdeeds. Logic's thoughts drifted as he resolved to have the Grim Reaper inform him later, hoping there would be a chance for intervention. Meanwhile, the scene shifted back to Constantine, who frowned and spat out his cigarette. Very well, you heartless fellow. Since that is the case, this tedious game of digging must come to an end. With that, Constantine summoned a vibrant green wand, directing it at the ground below and unleashing 2 explosive blasts. With a thunderous roar, the earth erupted, revealing 2 pure silver coffins nestled within a deep pit. Luo Ji cast a knowing glance at the 2 tool wolves by his side, who promptly understood his intent and leaped into the pit, exerting all their strength to pry open the coffin lid. Inside lay the 2 vampires, Old Man and Ghoul, clad in silver armor, their chests pierced by a large silver nail, rendered utterly feeble and reduced to incoherent growls. The tool wolves assisted the ailing vampires, bringing them to the surface. Before him stood an extraordinary amalgamation of vampires and werewolves. And a mischievous impulse surged within Luo Ji. He retrieved his phone and snapped a photograph, intending to send it to Batman. However, upon contemplating the image, he reconsidered. The 2 vampires appeared utterly depleted, akin to individuals suffering from a brain tumor or as if their beloved soap opera had been abruptly canceled. If this image circulated, it might lead others to believe he was mistreating prisoners. With this thought in mind, Luo Ji requested a tube of lipstick from Usa, who was laden with various goods, and applied a vivid crimson hue to the vampire's lips. Much improved. After capturing another photograph, he sent it to Bateman with the caption, "Bruce, if you don't come to Kansas soon, this bizarre creature will seize the vacant spot in the band." To his surprise, Bruce, the busy man, responded almost instantaneously. Luo Ji raised an eyebrow and typed back, "Lil Bat, you are indeed still alive. I'm alive, but this city is dying. But you're here, aren't you? I can't single-handedly handle the countless thugs gathered by Bane and the Joker. What about your battlings?" Luo Ji understood the urgency behind Bruce's words, yet he was preoccupied with band commitments, with several vampire-themed performances awaiting him, leaving him unable to depart. They fled. At this, Luo Ji was left speechless. "Nothing much. Just come back when you can. It won't be long before the Joker and Bane inadvertently set their sights on your owl church. I can still build without you. But a person can't come back to life. I need about 2 weeks before I can return to Gotham. Just hold the fort until I can get back without discovering the new mayor has turned into the Joker or Bane." "Understood." Stowing his phone away, Luo Ji scratched his chin thoughtfully. The chaos in Gotham was fortuitously aligned with his plans. What he initially perceived as mere trivial disturbances had escalated into a significant event, ripe for weaving the legend of his moon god. The vampires in Smallville did not meet his expectations. The true lair of these monstrous beings resided in another realm, where sentient entities were scarce, and most were mindless blood demons. How could he craft a myth under such circumstances? As for the werewolves that met his criteria, they were already within his grasp. All that remained was to reduce Dracula and Marguerite, hidden in that eerie castle, to mere crumbs before he could return home to confront the infamous Joker and Bane. Chapter 73. Bruce, do not be hasty. I can vanquish the Vampire King in a single day, beneath the oppressive, iron curtain of a somber sky, amidst the grotesque and twisted gray edifices. The army of werewolves had assembled. "Bai, how many werewolves have perished?" Luo Ji inquired, surveying the formidable host before him. The Wolf King, with an air of human-like embarrassment, covered his mouth, a glint of awkwardness flickering in his wolfish eyes. "Master, 2 have fallen. Only 2. How did they meet their end? Did you slay them?" "Not all. The majority of the werewolves, upon realizing that your fists are mightier than mine, chose not to resist. Only 2 foolish, newly transformed ones, after indulging in drink, stumbled into the Black Forest and inadvertently consumed a deadly fruit, succumbing to its poison." "Do you still have alcohol?" Luo Ji exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, though we are but beasts, there are moments beneath the moonlight when we find ourselves lost in self-pity, seeking solace in drink." The Wolf King lamented, rubbing his chest, a sorrowful expression adorning his visage. Luo Ji nodded in understanding. After all, everything grows more refined with age, and the Wolf King, having lived for a millennium, undoubtedly possessed his own peculiarities. Shaking his head to dismiss thoughts of the werewolf's melancholic disposition, he pointed towards a mirror on the ground. "Constantine, is this the mirror you were seeking?" "Indeed," Constantine affirmed with a nod. "We have at least several thousand werewolves ready to assault that pack of vampiric abominations. Yet this mirror can only accommodate 2 werewolves at a time. By the time we transfer the entire army, it will be a matter of ages," he lamented. "This is the largest mirror I could find in Smallville." Constantine shrugged, shaking off the ash from a cigarette. Indeed, Smallville boasts large panes of glass, but lacks substantial mirrors. Clark added, casting a wary glance towards the dense throng of werewolves, his eyelids twitching. To think that mere kilometers from Kent Farm lay such a collection of lethal beasts unknown to him. Although Clark found no lead or other objects that he could not see through, he remained unable to decipher this place, attributing it to mysterious enchantments. Then you shall remain here. Do not move. I shall return shortly, Luo Ji declared, and seeing no objections from the group, he unfurled his wings of magic flame and, with a sonic boom, vanished in an instant. Left behind, Clark, Constantine, and the others exchanged glances at a loss for words. Finally, Constantine broke the silence. Is anyone familiar with Texas Hold'em? I have a deck of cards here, missing 3. Clark scratched his head, hesitating for a moment before deciding to join. The Wolf King, with unwavering eyes, also opted to partake, knowing that to foster a good relationship with the leader, one must first bond with the leader's allies. As the 2 men and 1 wolf settled into the game, the scene shifted back to Luo Ji, whose flames surged behind him, propelling him forward with terrifying speed. As he raced towards Gotham, in a library of the Owl Cathedral, there exists a magnificent mirror that visually amplifies the space within. It is perfectly suited to serve as a portal. With a resounding boom, the sonic blast reverberated as logic accelerated to his utmost speed. By the time the second round of poker commenced, he had already ascended over Gotham. The familiar city remained shrouded in ominous clouds. The sun's rays confined within the thick overcast, casting a pall over the entire metropolis. Yet, from his lofty vantage point, he beheld flickers of flames erupting. Gotham was ablaze. Logic scratched his chin, recognizing the gravity of the situation. A mere cursory glance revealed a horde of Bane's thugs brandishing an array of firearms, while the Joker's acolytes cavorted with raucous laughter, leaping about and hurling canisters of toxic gas. How surreal! Logic could not help but exclaim. Before resolutely propelling himself toward the Owl Cathedral, his magical flames ignited. A few breaths later, he gracefully descended, landing upon the ground, and approached the cathedral's grand entrance. To his surprise, he spotted a thug wearing a Bane-style mask, armed with a submachine gun and reeking of alcohol, seemingly intent on breaching the sanctum. Logic halted, poised to deliver a decisive blow, but then noticed the presence of at least 100 worshippers lurking in the shadows around him. After a moment's contemplation, he melded into the darkness. The hulking brute let out a series of guttural roars and strode boldly several meters towards the cathedral entrance, raising his weapon to fire. Suddenly, a flurry of gunfire erupted from all corners. The metallic storm of bullets descended upon the thug, transforming him into a veritable sieve, blood gushing from countless wounds. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes, braced himself, and met his demise in a state of eerie tranquility. Before long, others arrived to cleanse the scene of death, as if the recent events had never transpired. Observing this from his concealed position, Logic nodded in satisfaction. No wonder Gotham had been so tumultuous for days. The Owl Cathedral remained unscathed. It turned out that the faithful were bearing the burden. Emerging from the shadows, he pushed open the cathedral's grand doors amidst the astonished gazes of the worshippers and stepped inside. At that moment, the feline Selina had just completed her training for the day and was reclining languorously on the couch, a bag of chips in hand, leisurely watching a soap opera on television. Seeing the languid Catwoman sprawled on the sofa, Logic felt an impulse, having not petted her for far too long. Approaching her side, he affectionately stroked her head, much to Selina's bewilderment. The sensation was as delightful as he remembered. After indulging in a few more strokes, he departed contentedly, leaving the bewildered Catwoman alone on the couch, before ascending to the library on the 3rd floor. Purple magic began to permeate the air, gradually enveloping the enormous mirror. In the next moment, it was extracted from the wall, suspended in mid-air. Boom! With a flicker of thought, a bolt of lightning descended from the distant skies, blasting a colossal breach in the wall before him, just wide enough for the mirror to pass through. Dragging the mirror along, he soared into the air, and in the next instant, his form hurtled towards Smallville. Meanwhile, Nightwing, stationed on the ground, glanced up and felt his pupils constrict in shock, swiftly retrieving his phone to capture a photograph of Logic. Without hesitation, Dick sent the image to Batman, accompanied by the message, "Bruce, Logic has returned to Gotham." Upon receiving the message, Batman immediately reached out to Logic privately, Ro, are you in Gotham? High above in the clouds, Logic, upon receiving the notification, glanced at Batman's profile picture and, with a slight grimace, responded through text, I am not. Batman then forwarded Nightwing's capture photograph. I did briefly return to Gotham, but I have an epic battle to fight in Smallville, so I'm already en route to Kansas. What brings you back to Gotham? God sitting. Bruce, rest assured. This battle will conclude swiftly. I have assembled a legion of werewolves numbering in the thousands. I reckon I can vanquish the Vampire King within a day. Batman, reading the message on his phone, silently acknowledged the uncanny ability of his counterpart to induce a sense of unease through the network. He massaged his chest and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, Very well, just be cautious, and remember to return after the battle. Understood. Stowing his phone, Logic accelerated, his form shattering the sound barrier with a pure, white explosion, swiftly arriving over Smallville. Chapter 74. The Eccentricity of the Titans. The Werewolf Lair. On the gray terrain stood a massive mirror, reflecting the vast expanse of the Werewolf Legion, along with Logic and his companions at the forefront. Old man, proceed. Logic instructed the tall, lean vampire beside him. The latter nodded in agreement, donning a blood-red robe as he approached the mirror. This ancient relic, over 8 centuries old, had been ensnared as a follower, its psychological defenses remarkably robust. Despite Logic's unique techniques, considerable effort was required to breach its defenses successfully. Old man positioned himself before the mirror, producing a red stone from his belongings. Aware that his reflection did not appear in the glass, he hesitated no longer and hurled the stone with force. With a crisp crack, the mirror shattered instantaneously. Centered around the red stone, countless fine crimson lines spread rapidly, staining the entire surface blood red in an instant. An unknown force acted upon the mirror, causing the bloodlines to swirl counterclockwise, revealing a portal before the onlookers. Completing his task, Oldman shook his robe and retreated to join the group. Wait a moment, let me observe the scene on the other side first. Logic gestured for Clark and Constantine to remain patient. With a flick of his mind, an owl materialized before him. This round-faced, plump creature flapped its wings and flew through the portal with a series of coos. With his mind focused, Luo Ji anchored his thoughts on the owl, observing the world beyond the portal through its eyes. A sky drenched in scarlet, the silhouettes of dark pines, and a blood moon casting its glow, tinted the pale ground with crimson hues. The portal led to an ancient forest, shrouded in shadows of blood, where the occasional gentle footsteps of a deer could be heard, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Yet, in the next moment, a vampire bat swooped down, sinking its fangs into the deer's neck within mere breaths. It drained the life from its prey, transforming it into a lifeless husk. The juxtaposition of tranquility and brutality was profoundly shocking. Luo Ji averted his gaze and, after a moment of contemplation, grasped Constantine's shoulder and, alongside Clark, ventured into the portal. He gestured for the legion of werewolves behind them to follow, and upon seeing this, thousands of werewolves let out a howl before falling in line behind their leader. Luo Ji and his companions were the first to step into this isolated Crimson Realm, while the werewolf soldiers, clad in armor and under the command of their general, the Wolf King, formed an orderly procession to enter. What a magnificent moon! Luo Ji exclaimed, gazing up at the blood moon suspended in the night sky. To behold it with his own eyes was far more impressive than what he had perceived through the owl's gaze. Beside him, older man cleared his throat, ready to elaborate. As a millennia-old creature, he possessed a keen insight. Master, an eternal polar night envelopes this independent world. The blood-formed moon shines perpetually here. Cross this scarlet forest, and you will reach Count Dracula's ancient castle. Older man continued, his familiarity evident as he had resided here for centuries, knowing every street and tree. After absorbing the old vampire's explanation, Luo Ji fixated on the blood moon, contemplating whether there were other strategies available, aside from summoning dragons to vanquish Dracula and Marguerite within the castle. The werewolves, noticing Luo Ji gazing thoughtfully at the moon, refrained from moving, mimicking their leader by tilting their heads at a 45-degree angle to admire the blood moon. The scene fell into a hushed stillness, occasionally interrupted by a wayward vampire bat that was swiftly dispatched by a nearby werewolf. As moments passed, a sudden clarity washed over Luo Ji. as if a flash of lightning had struck in his mind. With such a colossal moon overhead, weaving a myth of divine retribution against the vampires for their savagery seemed utterly plausible. With this thought, Luo Ji turned to share his plan with Clark and Constantine. After pondering for a moment, they inquired, "Is it possible to refuse?" "No," Luo Ji replied, shaking his head. "Very well, we acquiesce." They responded in unison. Clark and Constantine regarded Luo Ji, who wore a look of undeniable certainty, and after a brief deliberation, they both nodded in agreement. Despite not believing a single punctuation of the rationale provided, it is well acknowledged that influential figures often possess an eccentric disposition, and thus, the two refrained from uttering much. Merely assuming that Luo Ji's penchant for theatrics had resurfaced, they discreetly edged away, fearful of being ensnared and subsequently rushing off to Hollywood in pursuit of accolades. Usa, the petite black cat, regurgitated the items needed for the task at hand, while Luo Ji picked up a pen and began inscribing a draft on a piece of vintage parchment. He had undertaken a similar endeavor previously, and based on the demeanor of the individual, Falcone, the results had been quite commendable. As Luo Ji wrote and sketched, his movements quickened, and he found himself awash with creativity, the ideas flowing abundantly, resulting in a series of ornate, sophisticated, archaic English letters. Initially, he had thought this place unsuitable for weaving myths. However, the reality proved vastly different. The eternal polar night, the ever-illuminated blood moon, and all the fervent elements of this world provided the perfect foundation for crafting the mythos of the moon god. Even though rational vampires were scarce, they were generally unable to meet the prerequisites for successful myth weaving. Yet, Gotham awaited their attention. As Luo Ji continued to write, he inquired, "Shall Bai, can vampires detect the presence of werewolves through the soil? Previously they could, but now they cannot. The werewolves have discovered the vampire's fear of silver. Hence, our armor is crafted from silver. If there is an additional layer of soil, they will undoubtedly fail to perceive our vibrant life force." The Wolf King, towering with a massive 4-meter frame, responded, "Excellent, Luo Ji nodded. Let these werewolves dig a pit for themselves. My plan requires a few days to ferment." The parchment, destined to be drenched in the crimson hue of the world, inscribed with the wrath of the moon god, would initially be dismissed by the vampires as a jest concocted by a madman. However, the louder their laughter, the more tragic their cries would be when the impending crisis arrived. These vampires, each having lived for 2 to 3 centuries, were increasingly paralyzed by the fear of death. When the time came, besieged by despair, they would inevitably recall the method of redemption inscribed on the parchment, leaving no reason for them not to humble their proud hearts in the face of survival. After all, life is paramount. Certainly, the Wolf King, though filled with doubt, dared not defy orders. He turned and commanded the werewolves to dig a pit where they could entomb themselves until the opportune moment arose for them to emerge. The werewolves, in contrast to their haughty vampire counterparts, understood the virtues of adaptability and discretion. Countless claws were raised, gleaming red under the blood moon, and in the next moment, they plunged downward, excavating a hole before leaping inside. Upon witnessing this, the Wolf King swiftly filled the earth, and then, with a sense of duty, dug a substantial pit for himself, leaping in while Clark, with an expression of exasperation, assisted in covering him with soil. The proactive performers are indeed a formidable force. Beneath the earth, the werewolves extended their claws to create a small aperture for air circulation. After a slight howl, they resolved to slumber and replenish their energy. Chapter 75. The heartbroken listener and the weeping hearer. The eternal blood moon cast its dark crimson glow, filtering through the tavern's window and leaving shadows of blood and night upon the floor. An ordinary passerby, a vampire, lifted a wine glass, swirling the vivid red liquid within before downing it in one gulp. He turned to another ordinary passerby, also a vampire, and inquired, "Do you believe in that thing?" As he spoke, he gestured toward a portrait hanging on the tavern wall. The other vampire followed his pointing finger and fixed his gaze on the image, Count Dracula, with a faint smile capable of silencing a child's cries, and a grin so fierce it could evoke tears from even the most unfortunate of souls. Occupied the center of the portrait, extending his right hand, his pale, slender finger pointed towards the figure beyond the canvas, beneath which lay the ominous inscription, "I want you for Vampire Army." Observing the recruitment poster, The vampire smirked, responding, "Of course I do not believe. Yet my reaction will mirror that of the zealots." "What a coincidence. I feel the same," nodded another vampire. The scene shifted away from the tavern, pulling back into the sky. Throughout the vampire realm, those ancient beings who had lived for over 5 centuries were summoned to the castle by Dracula following the announcement of the moon goddess. Outside the castle, all manner of blood demons, dwelling within their grotesque spires, were also commanded by those peculiar vampires, gathering into a formidable army, encircling the castle and standing ready for battle. Thousands of blood demons congregated, their surfaces pulsating with flowing plasma that radiated a scarlet luminescence, shattering the darkness and bathing the surroundings of the castle in a brilliant red glow, creating a stunning visual spectacle. Contrary to what logic had anticipated, the vampires did not treat the matter of the moon goddess as a jest. Instead, they fervently engaged in recruitment, amassing blood demons and preparing earnestly for war. The underlying reason for this fervor lay in their ennui. Those ancient undead beings, accustomed to a monotonous existence of murder and blood drinking, found themselves compelled to take the situation seriously amidst such unpredictability, deriving amusement from the chaos. Moreover, a crucial factor was their profound fear of death. The longer one lived, the more one dreaded the terrors of mortality, especially in the presence of a creature as erratic as Dracula. Any slight disturbance could provoke his paranoid nature. The words inscribed on the parchment seemed all too real, leaving the sensitive Dracula no choice but to regard them with utmost seriousness. For the first time in millennia, someone dared to declare war on the entire vampire world, a feat even Van Helsing and his church's fools would not attempt. In summary, the progression of events veered significantly from logic's original expectations. Nevertheless, it mattered little. The fearful Little Red Riding Hood, when faced with the terrifying Big Bad Wolf, could not help but recall the parchment and the salvation it promised, to believe in the moon goddess. The scene shifted to the Crimson Forest. Upon discovering that the vampires were on high alert, steadfastly guarding their ancient castle with no intention of patrolling, the werewolf army emerged from their respective lairs. The occasional incursion of a blood-sucking bat or other creatures could no longer satiate the hunger of the werewolves. With a great battle imminent, if the soldiers did not have their fill, how could they serve as adequate fodder? After some contemplation, logic conjured visions of plenty for Usa. Only then did the little black cat relent and release her stockpile of cat food, which was distributed among the werewolf soldiers, thus resolving the issue of provisions. Tomorrow heralds the onset of war. According to our informant, the ever-watchful Oldman, Dracula has summoned all preserved meats aged over 5 centuries to the castle. Standing at the forefront of the werewolf army, Logic's eyes shimmered with a violet glow as he gazed toward the ominously radiant fortress. Given this setup, it seems Dracula will not initiate an attack. My friends, do you have any thoughts? Since that band of ancient beings is cowering within their shell, we shall take the initiative, Constantine proposed. The werewolves can entangle Dracula's minions, and you two can each confront the ultimate boss. And what about you? Constantine turned to address the inquisitive Logic and Clark, a playful grin gracing his face. Ah, there are only 2 ultimate bosses, one being the ageless vampire king, the legendary Count Dracula. With my slight frame, I shall not embarrass myself by stepping forward. What the vampire queen? Your former lover, Margaret. Is she not the one whose ruthless curse has led to your current plight? Logic inquired. At the mention of her name, Constantine raised an eyebrow, then lowered his head, the ember of his cigarette igniting. In truth, I still harbor some feelings for Margaret. I fondly remember the sweet moments we shared, our honeymoon on a little island at sea. Constantine's tone was sincere, his raspy voice evoking sorrow, and tears welled in Logic's and Clark's eyes as they burst into laughter. Naturally, they disregarded any punctuation. Logic patted Clark's shoulder and said, "Clark, since Constantine still holds feelings for Margaret, we shall not intrude upon this romantic duo. Come, I recall the main house's television is still on. We mustn't waste electricity." The muscular man nodded in understanding, joining Logic as they made their way towards the portal from whence they came. Watching the two retreat, Constantine's face flushed with urgency. "Damn it. I can fight the boss with you, can't I?" "That is more like it." The trio reconvened, and Logic produced a cigar, lighting it as he stated. According to Oldman's intel, besides Dracula and Margaret, there are 4 ancient vampires, each over 1,000 years old, residing within that castle. He exhaled a puff of white mist, directing his gaze towards the Wolf King. Xiaobai, at the same age, werewolves are indeed more formidable than vampires, wouldn't you agree? Indeed, my lord, the Wolf King nodded. How many ancient vampires, aged 1,000 years, could you eliminate in one fell swoop? I'm not entirely certain, but I believe I could dispatch 4 at once. After all, I am the Wolf King. Under the premise of self-preservation, how long could you engage for ancient vampires? The Wolf King, resting his chin thoughtfully on his hand, pondered before replying, long enough to exhaust them. Excellent. A spark ignited from a cigar in Luo Ji's mouth. When the time comes, I shall confront the formidable foes, Dracula and Margaret, alongside Clark and Constantine. Your task is to ensnare those 4 ancient vampires and command the werewolf army to devour the enemy's blood demon forces. Understood, my lord. The Wolf King's expression turned resolute, without a hint of dissent. Chapter 76. No, this segment was not part of the plan. Eternal night enveloped this blood-red realm, devoid of the cycle of day and night. Luo Ji glanced at his watch, the hands indicating midnight, and in the next moment, he soared into the air with his magical wings of flame. His deep blue trench coat billowed without wind, rustling audibly, imbued with the powers of the god of illusions, radiating a silvery glow to those who beheld it. In the crimson forest, Clark activated his biological stance, his form instantly appearing beside Luo Ji. The muscular man glanced at his teammate, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance, and then at his own humble attire, feeling decidedly outclassed. He immediately struck a pose of power, his pectorals and glutes bulging impressively. Constantine, standing on the ground, looked up at the commanding presence of Luo Ji and Clark, reflecting that his entrance must also be equally striking. He could not allow Count Dracula to perceive him as a mere soft target. With this thought, Constantine spat the cigarette from his mouth onto the ground, where the ember ignited, swirling and expanding into a pulsating fiery portal. He then summoned a magical array, retrieving 2 wing-shaped buttons, fastening them to his trench coat before leaping into the fiery portal. In the next instant, a swirling liquid flame portal materialized in the air beside Luo Ji and Clark, and Constantine's figure emerged from within. The buttons on his trench coat emitted a soft hum, an unknown force lifting him into the air, aligning him shoulder to shoulder with his 2 comrades. As the trio of main attackers made their grand entrance, the Wolf King on the ground roared in response. His muscles swelling as his towering form, nearly 5 meters tall, burst forth from the forest. Howl! The Wolf King howled towards the heavens, and behind him, thousands of werewolves surged forth, their feet pounding heavily against the ground, echoing like war drums and raising clouds of dust. The werewolf army gathered together, surging like a tumultuous storm of black and white towards the ancient castle, countless roars deafening the air, permeating it with invisible sound waves. Surrounded by terrified vampire bats, their hearts pounding with fear, they wildly flapped their wings in a desperate attempt to flee this place of turmoil. Not only the bats, but the entire Scarlet Forest seemed to boil like scalding water. Wolves, tigers, and leopards had completely lost their former bravado, darting about like headless flies. Meanwhile, Count Dracula sat upon the throne of his ancient castle, his sharply pointed ears twitching at the cacophony emanating from the crimson forest nearby. Rising from his sanguine seat, he leisurely strode to the castle's open balcony, closely followed by the vampiric queen, Marguerite. Dracula gazed at the 3 figures suspended in midair, tumultuous emotions swirling within him. Yet his demeanor remained composed. Turning his attention to Marguerite, his pale lips moved, whispering, "My love, perhaps we should converse with them." "Of course, my dear, if that is your desire," Marguerite replied with a nod, her long, crimson hair cascading down to her waist, revealing no dissent. Her expression was fierce as she followed Dracula's gaze towards the 3 familiar figures, blonde-haired Englishmen. "Wait, isn't that the detestable Constantine?" Marguerite gasped, nearly exclaiming in surprise, but stifled her astonishment, her lips merely twitching slightly. The meeting of old flames and new passions stirred a complex array of emotions within her as she soared alongside Dracula towards the poised figures. "Greetings, deities from the moon," Dracula announced, draped in a blood-red robe, his pallid, gaunt face cloaked in the shadows of his high collar. Logic regarded the 2 aging adversaries before him, disdain evident as he pursed his lips in silence, drawing forth the silver-plated sword of King Arthur, positioning it across his chest, his message unmistakably clear. "Your vision is truly clouded by minutiae," Dracula articulated, his speech laced with an eloquent formality, though his fangs were now prominently displayed. A scent of blood wafting in the air. Beside him, Marguerite's gaze locked onto Constantine's, igniting sparks in the space between them. When lovers meet, tensions flare. "Dracula, keep your foul mouth shut." Constantine erupted, a torrent of pent-up rage surging forth. "Marguerite, how lowly you've sunk, daring to consort with a creature like Dracula." Constantine unleashed his traditional vitriol, spewing eloquent insults, and after a barrage of repetitive phrases, he turned to the bewildered Logic and Clark, declaring, "Oh, great moon god, this vile pair has shown no mercy, not only harming your saint, my fragile heart, but also slaughtering countless of your devoted followers." As he spoke, Constantine's nose twitched, and tears streamed down his cheeks as he lamented, "Great moon god, and your high priest, over the years, this pair has mercilessly slain at least 10,000 of your werewolf followers." He pointed dramatically at the bewildered pack of werewolves on the ground. "Look, we are left with only these few thousand werewolves. Oh, revered moon god and the esteemed high priest, it is all the fault of those two wretched, malevolent vampires. I implore you both, as previously suggested, to execute this pair of treacherous lovers on the spot." No, this was not part of the plan. Logic's eyes widened in anger as he glared at the weeping and indignant Constantine. "Constantine, you have deceived me yet again." No sooner had he uttered these words than Dracula, now grasping the situation, no longer hesitated. He deemed the golden-haired man to be an annoying pest, recognizing that the true adversary was Logic. With a swift whoosh, the sound of slicing air echoed as Dracula's red and white figure vanished from sight, only to reappear behind Logic in an instant, as if he had teleported. Clark, quick-witted and agile, activated his biological stance, positioning himself between Logic and Dracula in a flash. With a resounding thud, Dracula delivered a brutally simple punch, his pale, emaciated claw harboring terrifying strength. The blow connected with Clark's nose, sending him hurtling 100 meters away due to the immense force. Clark coughed, steadied himself, and wiped away the blood flowing from his nose. Logic observed this scene, feeling a mix of admiration for Clark's selflessness and a flicker of dread. The steel body had indeed been breached. It seemed that in the DC universe, there were quite a few who could penetrate such defenses. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The real concern was that even someone as formidable as Darkseid, if relying solely on a simple attack, could likely achieve only this level of potency. Dracula before him, no matter how powerful, could not surpass Darkseid. Otherwise, this ancient relic would have no need to hide here, having long since ventured forth to conquer the cosmos. As Logic maneuvered his fiery wings, shifting behind Constantine, he pondered the unfolding events. Chapter 77, The Might of the Titans. Constantine, your former lover has been awaiting you for quite some time. Reflect on how she treated you, with those curses and the endless pursuits, you scoundrel. Logic seized Constantine and hurled him towards Margaret with great force. Suspended in the air, the startled Constantine realized the escape spell was dissipating as he gazed at the approaching Margaret. He frantically gestured with his hands, conjuring a protective array. Crack! The vampire queen let out a piercing shriek, her nails, untrimmed for centuries, effortlessly shredding Constantine's defensive formation. With unrelenting momentum, her sharp fangs lunged towards Constantine's neck. Cursed fate! Alarm bells rang in Constantine's mind as he inwardly cursed a certain deity for their minuscule perception. He retrieved the now dull golden dagger, which he had previously used. Once again transformed into a small golden figure, Constantine deftly evaded his former lover's fierce assault, soaring rapidly into the heights. The scene shifted back to Logic who, observing the fierce clash between the former lovers, Constantine and Margaret, felt a flicker of golden light in his pupils as he narrowly dodged Dracula's swift onslaught. The sound of rupturing air reverberated through the sky as Luo Ji reached the limits of his speed, transforming into a streak of violet light that danced across the horizon, pursued relentlessly by a crimson flash behind him. Below, Clark's biological stance operated at full capacity, his attire of a white t-shirt and black jeans merging into a black and white blur, rapidly closing the distance between himself and Dracula. Realizing that he and Clark had formed a pincer attack, Luo Ji immediately commanded the magical flames to change direction, surging forward with wild intensity. The immense propulsion momentarily halted his form, before he plummeted towards Dracula like a violet meteor. Bang! The violet meteor, adorned with a flicker of golden lightning, moved with astonishing speed. Even Dracula could not evade in time and was pierced through the chest by the sword of Arthur. Clark followed closely behind, his fists striking like cannonballs, delivering a tremendous impact upon Dracula that echoed like thunder. The ancient figure let out a piercing wail, his once pale and emaciated body suddenly swelling, transforming within moments into a muscular behemoth. From a mere dish of boiled chicken, he had evolved into a colossus. The silver blades, penetrating wound, healed at a visibly rapid pace, as Dracula's arms bulged with sinewy muscle, veins twisting like venomous serpents, surpassing Clark in bulk and bearing down upon the Wolf King below. Speaking of the Wolf King, at the very moment Luo Ji and the others clashed with Dracula, he let out a howl to the moon, commanding the army of werewolves to launch a surprise assault on the castle. Simultaneously, the Blood Demon army, under the control of the vampires within the castle, charged forward with a roar towards the werewolves. The crimson fire clouds and the black and white storm clouds raced across the ground, colliding as Constantine engaged in battle with his former lover. In an instant, the sounds of combat erupted. Werewolves, with their sharp claws and fangs, unleashed a ferocity far surpassing that of the blood demons. After all, on one side stood the intelligent and powerful werewolves, older and stronger than the vampires, while on the other were the mindless, brutish blood demons, the result of failed transformations. The conflict between these two armies quickly turned one-sided, as each werewolf wreaked havoc, their claws claiming the lives of numerous blood demons. These blood demons, typically relegated to serving the vampires, were smaller in stature, with only a handful of larger blood demons able to match the werewolves in size. However, the sheer numbers of the blood demons allowed them to employ a relentless swarm tactic. For every one that fell, another would take its place, resulting in a stalemate in the battle. Whoosh! The sound of rupturing air came again as 4 blood-colored figures shot forth from the castle, like arrows aimed directly at Luo Ji. Upon witnessing this, the Wolf King's eyes sparkled with determination, a low growl emanating from his throat, signaling that the moment had arrived. Roar! The Wolf King, a colossal figure nearing 5 meters in height, unfurled amidst the throng of blood demons and unleashed a ferocious howl at the 4 millennia-old vampires. With a powerful stomp that crushed dozens of blood demons beneath his massive paws, he launched himself skyward with explosive speed. A colossal silver projectile suddenly descended, prompting the 4 aged and seasoned warriors to transform into mist and hasten their escape, seeking to evade the impending onslaught. However, the Wolf King was not without his countermeasures. His entire body bristled with sharp, silvery fur, as his muscular arms swelled with newfound strength. An enigmatic energy enveloped his hands as he seized the 2 wisps of smoke and violently slammed them into the ground. He repeated this maneuver, forcefully driving the other 2 wisps into the throng of blood demons below. The 4 vampires, stung by the impact, could no longer maintain their smoky forms and reverted to their human shapes, gritting their teeth as they prepared to attack, intent on dispatching the bothersome wolf that blocked their path. The vast disparity in size rendered the vampires only capable of striking the Wolf King's knees when they leaped, and any attempt to soar higher was met with a swift claw that sent them crashing to the ground, vanquishing several blood demons in the process. The battle stalemated, with both sides searching for an opportunity to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Logic, where Dracula had transformed into a massive creature, dealing a powerful blow that sent him soaring a kilometer into the sky. With a swift turn, he unleashed an uppercut that sent Clark hurtling into the clouds. Coughing, Logic rubbed his pained chest and, after a few raspy breaths, seemed to recover. It appeared that Dracula's strength was not as formidable as he had anticipated. He flew over to Clark, who was now experiencing a nosebleed. Puzzled, Logic inquired, "Clark, what is happening? Your physique should be superior to mine, yet you're being struck with precision by Dracula." "I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps it's due to that blood moon. The moonlight it casts seems to have made me feel somewhat feeble," Clark replied, rubbing his nose in frustration. He suspected Dracula was targeting him, having struck him twice in the face An excruciating experience. Is that so? Logic mused, recalling that Superman drew strength from the yellow sun, while the red sun would gradually weaken him, even stripping him of his powers. Could the red moon follow a similar principle? Logic was uncertain, but lacked the time to ponder further. He manipulated the thick clouds, conjuring a tempestuous hand of thunder and flame. Pressing it down toward Dracula as he asked, "Clark, how would you assess your current strength compared to usual?" "1 layer." Clark held up a finger. "Honestly, it's more like 5 layers. All right, serve as my support and assist me in bringing this old warrior down." Logic nodded. With their rapid exchange completed, they both plunged downward, creating sonic booms in their wake. Below, Dracula found himself ensnared by the tempestuous hand, and after a series of furious roars, his form transformed into a mist of blood, buzzing away from the lightning and flames before reconstituting into his humanoid shape. The vampire count, enveloped in a searing pain, glared at the two descending figures with fury, his fangs bared and claws unsheathed, a thick stench of blood permeating the air around him. With a resounding crash, 3 streaks of light collided once more, unleashing a tremendous roar that reverberated through the sky, creating an invisible shockwave that rippled outward, causing the werewolves and vampires below to tremble in awe, gazing upward with a mix of fear and admiration. Truly, the formidable powers of these titans were awe-inspiring. Chapter 78. Sparks of love emerge amidst the battle. A howl erupted from Dracula, his voice echoing like that of a malevolent spirit. As the once refined demeanor he possessed vanished entirely. In the tumult of fists and feet, all 3 combatants were sent hurtling backward, each flying 100 meters. Seizing the opportunity, Dracula summoned the plasma coursing through his veins, directing the searing, magma-like blood rapidly towards his eyes. With a sizzling sound, he unleashed a technique unique to the great blood sorcerer, his eyes glowing a fiery crimson, veins bulging at his temples. 2 scorching streams of blood surged forth, incinerating the very air in their path. Without hesitation, Clark gritted his teeth and unleashed his heat vision, piercing the air with 4 intense rays of thermal energy. The collision of these high-temperature beams ignited a vacuum, the surrounding air compressing under atmospheric pressure, producing a disconcerting crackling sound. Clark, seemingly weakened by the blood moon, staggered backward as the plasma overpowered his heat vision and advanced steadily. Unwilling to be outdone, Logic followed suit, coalescing magical energy before him. With a mere thought, he released 2 beams of magic, each as thick as an infant's arm, which merged with Clark's heat vision and collided with the bloodstreams. The 6 beams, imbued with catastrophic destructive power, converged, erupting at the point of contact into a radiant sphere of light. A terrifying shockwave radiated outward, visibly shattering the clouds above. The werewolf army and vampires on the ground were swept off their feet by the ensuing gusts, left astonished as they scrambled to their feet. Gazing upward at the 3 streaks of light soaring through the air, their resolve strengthening. The leaders had ignited true flames of battle. It was time for them to give their all. The werewolves howled at the moon, pounding their chests like war drums, before charging forward on all 4s, slaying countless blood demons in their wake. The vampires, bearing their fangs and claws, shrieked fiercely as they engaged in combat with the werewolf soldiers. With a mighty roar, the Wolf King howled to the heavens, locked in a fierce struggle with 4 ancient vampires. At times, they battled amidst the ruins of the castle, bricks flying like dust. At other moments, they clashed within the Scarlet Forest, trees collapsing and splinters scattering. Meanwhile, Constantine and Marguerite remained engaged in aerial combat high above the clouds, showing no signs of descending. Logic suspected Constantine was up to some mischief again. Steadying himself, he waved his hand, releasing a multitude of ominous, owl-like shadows to temporarily disrupt Dracula's offensive rhythm. He turned to Clark and inquired, "Can you use your X-ray vision to see what Constantine is up to?" "Certainly, I too have been pondering that," Clark replied, lifting his gaze skyward. Activating his X-ray vision, he found his view obstructed by the crimson clouds above, revealing only a vague silhouette. Why is there only one person?" Clark queried, his tone laced with confusion. Logic contemplated this. A preposterous yet fitting theory regarding Constantine's nature began to form in his mind. "Clark, take a closer look," he urged. "All right." The muscular man rubbed his eyes, continually adjusting his focus until he finally discerned a figure above the clouds. Clark's eyes widened in disbelief. His neck stiffened as he mechanically turned to logic. Finally relinquishing his restraint, the boy next door could not help but exclaim, "Ward, Constantine is embracing that vampire queen," engaged in a passionate display. How absurd that my suspicions were validated. Logic ground his teeth in fury, feeling a surge of rage. While he battled Dracula, Constantine was rekindling old flames with his former lover, creating sparks of affection amidst the chaos. With his silver tongue, Constantine, realizing he could not match the enhanced power of Margaret, resorted to his most adept skill, his persuasive speech. With this talent, he had flitted through many romantic entanglements, and now, employing the same strategy, he successfully won back Margaret's heart, entwined in an embrace that spoke of deep longing. Logic observed as Constantine brandished a mirror, seemingly inscribing something upon its surface. Damn it, it was evident that during battle, one could not afford to let Constantine out of sight for more than a minute, lest he abandon his comrades. Infuriated, Logic vowed never to team up with the scoundrel again. This was not the first time Constantine had attempted to flee mid-battle. "Clark, you hold Dracula off for a moment. I shall return shortly." Upon receiving Clark's silent affirmation, Logic hesitated no longer and swiftly ascended above the clouds. Scanning the surroundings, his keen eyes were drawn to the conspicuous khaki trench coat and blood-red robes. With a thunderous shout, he called out, "Constantine, you scoundrel!" Turning to glance at the approaching purple light, Constantine trembled, causing his escape rune to falter. Logic approached him, a cold smirk gracing his lips, and gently placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Oh, Constantine, you truly are something else." John merely referred to Constantine with Margaret's affectionate nickname, intending to defend his beloved. Silence. The divine authority behind his voice rendered Margaret momentarily speechless, causing her to instinctively retreat 2 steps, her gaze towards Logic filled with complexity. This man was formidable. Perhaps it was wise to remain silent. Margaret hesitantly exchanged glances with Constantine. Then, under the weight of Logic's rising wrath, she silently withdrew. "Constantine?" Logic mused, his hand caressing Constantine's golden locks, flames of fury igniting within him. Yet his tone was disturbingly gentle. "I'm here," Constantine stammered, caught halfway in his betrayal, feeling a twinge of guilt. "My dear Constantine, you had best muster all your strength and deliver a thorough beating to Dracula. Otherwise, I shan't hesitate to consider you as provisions for the werewolves." Logic's voice was exceedingly soft, but the more gentle he sounded, the more terrified Constantine became. It seemed he truly was incensed. The formidable figure was incensed, compelling Constantine to adopt a demeanor of utmost respect and seriousness. "I comprehend. I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. As you know, love can render one blind. I shall rectify this immediately. Please do not pull my hair." As Constantine commenced his leap from the clouds below, he was abruptly seized by his hair and hurled towards Dracula with considerable force. It appeared that perhaps the force was excessive. Observing the strands of golden hair he had pulled from Constantine's head, Logic muttered to himself. He then turned to Margaret, offering her a gentle smile. "Constantine is one of us. How about you?" Margaret hesitated, her tone uncertain. She had initially intended to soar away alongside Constantine, escaping Dracula to elope to the mortal realm. However, the current circumstances were peculiar. Casting a glance at Logic's amiable expression and feeling the texture of her own crimson locks, she declared, "I certainly stand united with John." Chapter 79. Why is there no damage? With a whoosh, Constantine swiftly glided through the air towards Dracula, leaving a trail of white mist behind him. "Damn it," he cursed, witnessing Dracula break through the layers of the owl's ominous clouds. With a swift motion, he struck the muscular vampire with great force, simultaneously conjuring intricate magical formations with deft precision, drawing forth a golden dagger that could only be used once. Constantine grimaced as he bit down and slashed his palm, transforming into a dazzling golden figure in an instant. All participants in this epic confrontation were titans of immense power, their legs robust and formidable. Aware of his role as a supporting figure, Constantine, after barely securing his own safety with a magical artifact, retreated to the sidelines. While he possessed potent spells capable of inflicting harm upon Dracula, the more formidable the magic, the greater the cost it exacted. Unlike the unreasonable might wielded by Logic and Clark, Constantine's powerful spells were often double-edged, inflicting harm on both the adversary and himself. He refrained from utilizing them unless absolutely necessary. Was this truly a moment of dire necessity? Clearly not. It was not a life-or-death situation. Two formidable allies bolstered their side, and Constantine felt justified in holding on to their coattails. Yet, it seemed the Titans were somewhat petty, unable to appreciate his role in enhancing the team's aesthetic appeal by merely standing aside. Thus, Constantine resolved to exert some effort, ensuring he remained within the line of sight of Logic and Clark, employing spells that, while damaging, had already been used for special effects. With clarity of thought, a subtle smile graced his lips as he observed Logic plummet from the sky, colliding once more with Dracula. No longer hesitating, he loudly proclaimed an incantation. Golden light ascended from the horizon, and as Constantine's voice grew increasingly resonant, the light that enveloped half the sky began to coalesce, forming a colossal golden dragon towering 100 meters high. This dragon, seemingly emerged from a medieval fantasy tale, swayed its head and tail, exhaling golden breath, and, under Constantine's command, charged fiercely towards Dracula. Upon witnessing the struggle between Logic and Dracula, Constantine was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise. Was it possible that Constantine was genuinely exerting himself? No. Could the scoundrel truly possess such formidable strength? Logic pondered silently, hovering alongside Clark as they observed the colossal golden dragon bellowing, akin to a missile in pursuit of the evading Dracula. With a thunderous roar, the newly invigorated Dracula, having just withstood the full force of Logic and Clark's assault, found himself unable to evade the oncoming threat and was promptly engulfed by the massive dragon. In that moment, the skies erupted with a cacophony of sound and light as the 100-meter dragon exploded, illuminating the night with a stunning display of pyrotechnics. The wolf soldiers on the ground, alongside the vampires, halted their actions, gazing in astonishment at the golden spectacle above. It was utterly breathtaking. All present were struck with awe, silently marveling at the blond man whose intervention not only astonished the heavens, but also sent chills through the underworld. Meanwhile, Logic and Clark exchanged peculiar glances. Their superior vision allowed one to pierce through the golden brilliance, while the other activated his X-ray vision to locate Dracula's form. To their bewilderment, Dracula appeared utterly befuddled within the radiant effects. At this moment, Dracula's lips twitched, his blood-red wings, which had previously enveloped him tightly, now awkwardly unfurling. He was at a loss, perplexed by the sudden surge of power from his adversary, who unleashed a dazzling display that seemed to be an ultimate trump card. How could he have failed to evade such a colossal dragon, only to experience no pain at all? The gentle impact felt almost akin to a massage, as yet another explosion illuminated the sky. The armor of the wolf soldiers shimmered brilliantly in the golden light, reminiscent of a city adorned in golden armor. After a few breaths, the towering golden dragon finally dissipated, revealing an unscathed Dracula, who sported a bewildered expression as he scratched his head in confusion. All present, be they werewolves, vampires, or even fantastical creatures native to this realm, paused in their flight, captivated by the sight of Dracula, untouched and perplexed. Why had he suffered no harm? Countless astonished gazes converged upon him, and the aging vampire, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, cleared his throat, contemplating whether he ought to feign some pained cries to honor the dragon's display. The scene shifted back to Logic and Clark, both turning to observe Constantine, who was engaged in a frantic flurry of actions, albeit with minimal effect. Constantine furrowed his brow in contemplation, murmuring to himself, "Dracula is more formidable than I had anticipated. That last attack was my strongest, yet cost me a decade of my life." As he spoke, he lifted his gaze, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Logic, Clark, I may be weak, and my mightiest strike could not breach Dracula's defenses. However, you possess great strength, and your every move elicits grimaces from Dracula. Therefore, the outcome of this battle rests upon your shoulders. I trust you to deliver." X2 Logic and Clark were left speechless, overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness. One of them delivered a kick to Constantine, sending him flying 100 meters before turning back to face Dracula. The aged adversary observed the apparent internal strife among the three foes, blinking as if he had come to an understanding. Across from him stood a simpleton. Dracula nodded inwardly, then disregarded the inconsequential blonde, his demeanor shifting back to seriousness. With a powerful stride, he charged towards Logic and Clark, unlike the golden-haired coin forger. These two were genuinely formidable. A single misstep could lead to his downfall. Dracula, unwilling to be complacent, felt his muscles swell as he dashed forward. The blood-red wings unfurling behind him, white bone spikes protruding from beneath his flesh, bursting through the skin and adhering to the surface. Cloaked in a new exoskeletal armor, Dracula's form grew larger, standing tall and formidable, his red and white wings flapping vigorously as he lunged towards Logic and Clark in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Dracula unleashed a barrage of punches, 100 strikes in a heartbeat, but Logic and Clark matched him blow for blow, their rapid reflexes allowing them to retaliate with equal fervor. The three of them moved with astonishing speed, transforming into three streaks of light that collided ceaselessly across the sky, creating shockwaves that reverberated through the earth. The clouds above were repeatedly torn apart, scattering into countless fragments. The blood moon hung high, casting down crimson rays, and each clash of the three figures was monumental, akin to three meteors racing chaotically through the heavens, leaving a profound visual impact. The air was filled with thunderous sounds, as beams of heat vision and magical lasers ricocheted everywhere. Below, the werewolves and vampires were swept up by the formidable might of their leaders, their spirits soaring as they roared and clashed in battle. The fight had reached a fever pitch. Chapter 80. I've let out more water than you have drunk blood. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as Clark let out a muffled groan, his form sent flying a kilometer away by the newly empowered Dracula. His ironclad body felt weakened, whether by the blood moon or some other strange phenomenon, rendering him unable to unleash his full potential, leaving him quite frustrated. Activating his biological stance, Clark's eyes glowed crimson as he gritted his teeth and fired two beams of heat vision, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by Dracula's bloodlines. Seeing his teammate in peril once again, Logic swiftly raised his hand, summoning a lightning column several meters in diameter that struck down with a resounding crash, leaving Dracula reeling. Just as the aged adversary steadied himself, Logic's massive fist came crashing down, flattening his pale visage like dough. A nearby werewolf soldier couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. Proud as he was, Dracula found his face being treated as mere dough, mocked mercilessly by the enemy soldiers, and his fury ignited. Roar! Dracula bellowed, baring his fangs as he aimed to bite through Logic's neck. However, Logic's eyes flickered with a hint of golden light, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished, only to reappear on Dracula's back. Dracula, I have always been holding back. In a flash, Luo Ji moved with remarkable speed, leaning close to Dracula's ear and whispering. For a brief moment, Dracula was taken aback, and then, without warning, a pale bone spike protruded from the back of his head, lunging fiercely toward Luo Ji's right eye. Clang! Luo Ji swiftly raised his right arm, a magical barrier enveloping it, deflecting the bone spike with a resounding impact. The water I have released surpasses the blood you have consumed. Indeed, he could have transformed all the faith energy stored within him into divine power, manifesting a bolt of golden lightning to reduce Dracula to mere charcoal. However, such a display would be too subtle. Onlookers would perceive Luo Ji as less formidable, and instead regard Dracula as weak. How could he maintain an air of grandeur, instilling dread among the throngs of vampires beneath him, leading them slowly into the depths of despair and psychological collapse? Thus, Luo Ji opted to employ a visually striking yet moderately damaging magic as his primary means of attack, reserving divine power for rare occasions. What? Dracula exclaimed in astonishment, sensing a sudden surge in his opponent's strength. The metrics of speed and power had evidently undergone a significant breakthrough, leaving him bewildered. Roaring in defiance, Dracula, unwilling to underestimate his adversary, retrieved a vial of thick, crimson liquid from his gaping chest and gulped it down, triggering his third surge of power. The once ragged figure swelled with muscle, veins coiling like serpents across his body, appearing terrifyingly formidable, eclipsing even the Wolf King in size. Witnessing Dracula's unreasonable transformation into an even more monstrous form, Luo Ji felt a twitch of apprehension. The once unremarkable chicken had morphed into an ancient giant bird, then into a true ancient giant, and now into the ultimate ancient giant. As they stood in close proximity, Dracula initiated the assault, his right fist clenched tightly, soaring toward Luo Ji like a massive red cannonball. The gust of wind preceding the punch carried a foul stench, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses. Yet, Luo Ji's exceptional reflexes allowed him to swiftly respond, retracting his right fist to his abdomen before unleashing a powerful counterstrike, infused with an oceanic torrent of terrifying magic. Bang! The two combatants exchanged blows, striking each other with perfect synchronicity. Both were propelled backward by the overwhelming kinetic force of their strikes, their heads snapping back as if they were marionettes with severed strings. Thud! 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 Under the pull of gravity, they fell in a parabolic arc, bouncing off the ground and crushing the debris in their path. After several bounces akin to skipping stones, Luo Ji rubbed his face, coughed, and slowly rose to his feet. Nearby, several eager onlookers pondered the situation. One quickly prostrated himself, serving as a throne for their leader. Without hesitation, Luo Ji seated himself majestically, while a nearby werewolf darted back into the Crimson Forest, returning with fresh berries that had survived the battle between the Wolf King and the millennia-old vampire. The Crimson Forest, teeming with various poisonous fruits, also bore delectable berries favored by deer and birds alike. Luo Ji nodded, cautiously examining the berries for any signs of poison. After a moment of hesitation, he retrieved a bag of chips, perfectly preserved by a magical barrier, and a small bottle of specially crafted soda. After savoring a few bites of the chips and downing the soda in one gulp, Luo Ji felt invigorated. He stretched his shoulders and rose to his feet. The scene shifted to Dracula, who was in a similar predicament. He sat majestically upon a blood demon, enjoying a goblet of blood, wine handed to him by his subordinates. Once he finished, Dracula took a deep breath, stood up, and cast his gaze toward Luo Ji. As the intermission concluded, the second round of battle commenced. The air resonated with a buzzing hum of magical energy as Luo Ji seized the initiative, drawing the sword of King Arthur and soaring into the sky. He unleashed a series of sword waves directed at Dracula. These violet waves, forged from flames and lightning, were even more powerful than the previous strike that had shattered the Falcone estate, racing toward the crimson figure suspended in the air. With a fierce roar, Dracula noticed the confidence and disdain in Luo Ji's eyes, his pride wounded and thoroughly incensed. Unfazed, he extended his clawed hands, moving with blinding speed, transforming into a red comet that charged toward the sword waves. A thunderous crash echoed as the blood plasma within Dracula surged to his hands, and with a brilliant red glow, his claws tore through the magical sword waves, continuing their relentless trajectory towards Luo Ji's neck. "Clark!" Luo Ji shouted, dismissing the comedic antics of the golden-haired coin forger in their team, urging another powerful ally to hasten to his aid. With a fierce determination, the muscular hero unleashed a scorching glare, launching himself forward with remarkable speed. "Whoa!" Clark shouted as he swiftly maneuvered behind Dracula, colliding with him before delivering a ferocious punch. "Ugh!" Dracula grunted in pain. Though the blow did not inflict significant harm, it was still a formidable strike from a steel-like body. "Clark, hold this old rascal off for a moment. I'm preparing a grand move to finish him off." Luo Ji spoke rapidly, sensing that the stage was set for his ultimate attack, ready to execute a dazzling display. Nodding in agreement, Clark unleashed a freezing breath, encasing Dracula's head in ice, then coiled his arms around the old vampire like a constrictor, dragging him forcefully to the left. Seeing this, Luo Ji exhaled deeply, his thoughts coalescing as immense magical energy surged from within him, rapidly gathering above his head, gradually forming into a colossal sphere. Chapter 81. Dracula. "Hold your horses." Dracula was sent reeling by Clark's righteous fist. Although it didn't hurt, his minions were watching, and if he failed to mount an effective counterattack soon, he would lose face, become my puppet. With this thought, Dracula's eyes turned a fiery red, and he gripped the muscular hero tightly, allowing the relentless punches to rain down upon him. After all, it didn't hurt. Clark roared fiercely, his fists dancing like the wind, exuding an extraordinarily menacing aura. After a brief moment, Dracula widened his eyes, relinquished his grip, and retreated 100 meters, his skeletal wings flapping behind him, gazing quizzically at the muscular man before him. Why had his mind control failed? According to his general, Oddman, this muscular figure named Clark possessed maximum physical defense, but lacked in magical resistance. A vampire of over a millennium should surely succeed in mind control. If Oddman could do it, why not Dracula? Yet, unbeknownst to Dracula, Clark had long been imbued with a buff that rendered him immune to such mental manipulations. Overcoming this barrier would require powers surpassing even those of a high-level illusion deity. Deeply perplexed, the ancient vampire scanned the battlefield and suddenly spotted his loyal general, Oddman, valiantly fighting against the enemy. Satisfied, Dracula felt a sense of pride. Oddman had been by his side for a century, unwavering in loyalty and formidable in strength. Just as Dracula contemplated summoning Oddman to join him in the aerial battle against Logic and Clark, he was stunned into silence as Clark's massive fist collided with his face. Unnoticed, to his horror, he realized that the foes Oddman was slaying were none other than his own blood demons. Dracula's shock was palpable, even with his stoic demeanor. He found it hard to maintain composure as his general betrayed him, ruthlessly attacking former comrades. Curse that scoundrel, he seethed, swatting away the bothersome Clark, then glared at Logic, who was preparing a formidable attack, a gigantic orb resting atop his head. Once I slay you, I shall purchase your soul from hell and subject you to eternal torment. He spat, delivering a litany of classic villainous lines. Upon hearing this, Logic propped up the colossal sphere with one hand, casually digging in his ear with the other, a look of disdain on his face. "Oh, how frightened I am," he mocked, then bellowed toward a blonde figure casting coins. "Constantine, stop slacking off. Block Dracula for me, or I'll return to heaven and speak highly of you before the old man." Constantine noticed the peculiar tone Logic adopted when he mentioned speaking highly. Uncertain of whether Logic had connections in heaven, he recognized that one should never gamble on a killer's gun containing only one bullet. Besides, the gates of heaven had recently swung wide open, shattering previous aloof pretenses. All manner of renowned figures were invited to witness its splendor. Constantine sensed an extensive hidden narrative behind this sudden invitation, yet he felt too insignificant to delve into such depths. Logic, however, was an immensely powerful individual who enjoyed concealing his true strength, frequently displaying abilities far beyond what he had shown before. Rubbing his still aching head, Constantine dared not defy him. After a hesitant nod, he began reciting incantations while gesturing with his hands to form a magical array. "Dracula, do you realize that in this red robe of yours, with only your white head visible, you resemble half a piece of white dog excrement?" As the incantation of Constantine concluded, he unleashed a taunt. "You shall regret uttering such words, you foul insect." Dracula, seething with rage, charged towards Logic with unwavering speed. The ancient being, having survived for countless years, was no longer the foolish vampire of yore. He had evolved into a cunning intellect, fully aware that Logic was undoubtedly preparing a decisive strike, while the golden-haired coin forger sought to divert his attention. Yet, Constantine's words were merely an expression of his frustration over the painful tugging of his luxuriant hair. After cursing, the magic coalesced, and Constantine thrust his arms forward. A resounding hum filled the air as an immense blue frost arrow surged forth, shattering the surrounding atmosphere with its formidable energy, producing a piercing wail. Dracula, glancing at the colossal arrow aimed at him, hesitated, poised to retaliate, but a sudden image of the previous 100-meter golden dragon flashed through his mind. His lips twitched. He had intended to continue his assault on Logic, disregarding the impending arrow, yet the cunning intellect refrained from taking such a gamble and opted to evade instead. A cheerful boy, seemingly emerging from nowhere, seized Dracula's feet and twirled him like a whirlwind, launching him 100 meters into the air, colliding with the frost arrow. Although Clark had suffered reduction in power due to unforeseen circumstances, he remained immensely formidable. Dracula's thick skin could withstand the blow without harm, yet he could not maintain his composure in the face of such might. After all, he was a being of steel. A thunderous boom echoed as Dracula was engulfed by the frost arrow, his pale skin transforming to a chilling blue, resembling a zombie struck by a pea shot from the frost archer. The wretched insect, Dracula, found himself encumbered by a slowing debuff, causing his speech to falter and rendering him comically inept. The trio couldn't suppress their laughter, stifling their amusement, as they recognized the need for at least a modicum of respect toward their adversary during battle. "Dracula, I shall rend you limb from limb," he bellowed, followed by an abrupt apology. "Forgive me, I was not mocking you. I merely recalled a joyous memory." Utilizing a magical artifact, Constantine had transformed into a small golden figure. Though the effect was waning, he still soared through the air. Perched mid-flight, he continued, "Dracula, I assure you, my laughter was not at your expense. I recently reconciled with an old flame, and the thought brings me joy, prompting my laughter." "Old flame?" Dracula, bewildered, felt a twinge of foreboding. Could it be that amidst the battle, his home had been plundered? Just then, Margaret appeared, wrapping her arm around Constantine's, casting an apologetic glance at Dracula. Unsure of what to say, in sheer frustration, Dracula donned a mask of anguish, topping it with an invisible jester's hat. He howled in fury, an overwhelming hatred swirling within him, transforming into a surge of power that shattered the slowing debuff, propelling him instantaneously behind Constantine. "Prepare to meet your end. Someone save me." The two spoke in unison. Bang! Their feet were seized by a certain sunny boy, and they were hurled 100 meters away, eliciting laughter from three enemies. Dracula!" Furiously flushed bellowed. "Over there." Logic chuckled mischievously, his formidable spell already prepared. "Dracula, do not be hasty, for soon it will be your turn to panic." Chapter 82. This moon is the real deal. Ziz. The magical sphere above Logic's head was immense, boasting a staggering diameter of 100 meters, composed solely of pure magical flames and thunderous plasma. The devastating energy ignited the surrounding air, producing a crackling sound. Its surface was replete with intricate details, pockmarked and radiating countless purple glimmers, resembling a small, deep purple moon from a distance. This spell drained a significant portion of Logic's vast reservoir of magical power. Yet the beleaguered Gotham continued to provide a steady stream of faith. Thus the situation remained manageable. As the night wind howled, his eyes glowed with a violet light, and his dark blue cloak emitted a faint lunar radiance, rustling like the tumultuous surface of the sea. "Dracula, this is your final opportunity." Seeing this, Constantine soared into the air, proceeding with their previously agreed-upon plan. The war between vampires and werewolves has indirectly led to the demise of countless innocent lives. In light of this egregious sin, the werewolves have repented. "What say you? What will you do?" Constantine's expression was exceedingly grave as he continued to speak earnestly. "The moon goddess treats all life equally, Dracula. If you and your vampires repent now, you may yet earn her mercy and continue to exist. Otherwise, you shall invoke divine wrath and be reduced to ashes by her furious flames." Although Constantine's British accent seemed somewhat out of place, everything else was flawless. Logic silently nodded, acknowledging Constantine's prowess in the art of rhetoric, which was nearly on par with his own. Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, both werewolf soldiers and vampires momentarily ceased their actions, gazing up at the formidable figures in sky. The vampires internally lamented. "What a colossal moon! What a powerful thunderbolt! What fierce flames! Master Dracula, please temporarily acquiesce to strategy. Otherwise, for the sake of survival, we may have to turn to our enemies for faith." At this moment, the vampires were at a loss. While the werewolves fought with increasing ferocity, seemingly holding back, as they repeatedly abandoned opportunities to deliver lethal blows, they were left bruised and battered, having transformed from pristine beings to grotesque caricatures of themselves. The werewolves internally mused, "Our leader is incredibly strong." With spirits soaring, the werewolf soldiers howled to the heavens, their eyes gleaming with murderous intent as they gazed upon the vampires. Should the outcome diverge from their expectations after the leader's speeches, they would undoubtedly initiate battle, no longer holding back, determined to annihilate the vampire foes. In a direct confrontation, the werewolves had never faltered. The scene shifts to the celestial battlefield, where Dracula's countenance fluctuates between pale and crimson, his anger evident as he casts a glance at the ominous purple moon hovering above Logic's head, a celestial body that seemed poised to obliterate him in an instant. Ultimately, his proud heart succumbed to the fierce instinct for survival. With trembling lips, Dracula uttered, "Very well. We repent and vow never to harm the innocent again. His followers, oblivious to the true nature of the moon's formidable energy, merely perceived its intimidating appearance. While he recognized the catastrophic power harbored, sending chills down his spine. This was not akin to the golden dragon, which was merely a facade. This moon was undeniably genuine. Logic nodded, the purple moon crackling with energy above. Is there more? More. Dracula's lips twitched at the inquiry, gritting his teeth as he continued. Ah, yes, I hereby represent the vampire realm in pledging fealty to the moon god, vowing to follow the moon god's path for all eternity. Excellent, excellent. Those who understand the times are indeed wise. Dracula, you have made the right choice, Logic responded, satisfied by Dracula's eloquence, believing this was a secure turn of events. Just as he prepared to take action, he suddenly realized that no notifications indicating the acquisition of followers were echoing in his mind. Not a single one. Logic's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the smirking Dracula and the equally disingenuous vampires below, realizing their false camaraderie. They were merely waiting for him to lower his guard before attempting to strike. The deception of the moon god's emotions bore severe consequences. Logic's face darkened, resembling a storm about to unleash its fury. Dracula, at your service. I just recalled something rather disheartening. What could possibly trouble the moon god? Please confide in me, and I shall alleviate your woes. Dracula, a cunning being who had lived for a millennium, swiftly altered his expression, shedding his former regal demeanor to embrace the role of a sycophant without hesitation. A true man, when faced with peril, must be willing to set aside pride. Clinging to dignity may only earn a begrudging respect from enemies before meeting a peaceful demise. Dracula was not prepared for a quiet end. He had yet to savor life fully. It's nothing, merely that my childhood companion, Brucey Vin, abandoned me to join Bane and the Joker. Logic's countenance remained impassive as he spoke, and without waiting for Dracula's response, he focused his will, causing the purple moon above to descend with ferocity. The rationale behind this action was insignificant, since these vampires had not yet been sufficiently terrified or driven to absolute faith. Logic intended to use this moment to test the potency of his newfound power. Damn it! Dracula cursed vehemently upon witnessing the moon's descent, his wings unfurling as he sought to escape this sanguine realm, retreating to some shadowy corner of the human world to recuperate before making a resurgence. A familia. Warm laughter sent a chill down Dracula's spine, as if a cold draft surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Damn it all! Dracula's wings were firmly grasped by Clark's merciless iron grip, and an immense force propelled him uncontrollably towards the ground. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted, and the fallen Dracula inadvertently crushed several of his hapless minions beneath him. As he and the surrounding vampires raised their heads, they beheld the ominous purple moon descending, gradually enveloping their entire field of vision. The overwhelming pressure bore down upon them, rendering the vampires motionless, despite having had the opportunity to evade it. Merely maintaining an upright posture was an extraordinary feat. Most of the vampires found themselves kneeling, gritting their teeth as their bones emitted a cacophony of creaks. In contrast, some of the werewolves who had charged ahead discovered that they could still move freely beneath the purple moon. After quietly marveling at their leader's unfathomable power, they gleefully sprinted out of the moon's ominous influence. With a primal instinct for survival ignited, Dracula forcibly broke through the oppressive force and soared into the sky. A colossal, thunderous column, several meters wide, struck down with ferocity, accompanied by two scorching beams and a barrage of ice hail unleashed by a golden-haired figure. Once again, Dracula plummeted to the ground. At this moment, the immense purple moon loomed dangerously close, as if it were about to topple from the heavens. Chapter 83. Should it be steamed or braised? With a resounding roar, the purple moon collided with the earth, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. Centered around Dracula, a hemispherical burst of white light erupted, only to collapse inward moments later. After a brief pause, it exploded into an endless torrent of deep purple shockwaves. The ground was rent asunder, forming a vast, black-purple pit as countless hard stones disintegrated into powder within the shockwave, scattering into the air like a torrential downpour. The skies suffered a similar fate, The once converging crimson clouds disintegrated in an instant, fracturing into thousands of tiny wisps before vanishing entirely within 3 seconds. The night sky became clear, illuminated by the blood moon's radiance that fell upon the charred remnants of the earth and the ancient castle, which had been reduced to rubble. As for the scarlet forest, the ancient pine trees were uprooted like fragile leaves by the tempestuous winds generated by the shockwave, splintering mid-air and mingling with the pulverized stones. The rain intensified. The land fissured into countless inky cracks, ensnaring all within their web-like grasp. Clark gazed upon the apocalyptic scene before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had fallen from the sky, his mouth agape as he observed the vampires sprawled on the ground like scattered weeds, enduring the most excruciating torment of their long existence. Yet, through the masterful application of logic and magic, these vampires did not succumb to death. In their final moments, the aggressive nature of the magical assault was withdrawn, replaced by a gentle embrace that healed their wounds. Subsequently, a force intruded into the very essence of his being, penetrating his internal organs, limbs, and bones, scorching him with infernal flames and searing plasma. Just as the vampires could no longer endure the excruciating pain and were on the brink of shock and death, the magical assault ceased once more. A gentle infusion of magic gradually entered the vampires' bodies, healing their wounds, only to suddenly unleash a renewed onslaught. This cycle of torment persisted, echoing throughout the land with cries of despair. Logic, akin to a satanic figure commanding the depths of hell, hovered in the air, his expression devoid of emotion as he observed the unfolding scene. The Alpha's strength was overwhelming. The Wolf King gazed upwards at the figure suspended in the air, unable to suppress his astonishment. The collision with the purple moon had inflicted no harm upon him, nor had it affected the wolf soldiers nearby. Those devastating shockwaves, which obliterated everything in their path, politely veered away at the last moment before reaching them. Constantine noted this peculiarity. Logic's command over such unknown forces was indeed terrifying, sending shivers down his spine and causing his scalp to prickle. At that moment, the power of the golden dagger was waning, and Constantine slowly descended from the air. Upon landing, the ground beneath him cracked open with a resounding thud. Suddenly, he misstepped and yelped in surprise, coughing before regaining his footing on solid ground, glancing around suspiciously. Fortunately, everyone was focused on logic, and no one noticed his recent blunder. Exhaling in relief, Constantine approached Clark. Truly terrifying, he murmured, rummaging through his pocket for a cigarette. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. A craving had taken hold of him, and he bent down to search his pants pocket, producing a cacophony of sounds. Suddenly, a spark erupted from his pocket, causing him to yelp again in pain, cursing logic as a devious scoundrel with a mind sharper than a needle's point. Was it really necessary for him to be punished so for having sold out his teammates a few times? Beside him, Clark wore a peculiar expression, his super intellect misapplied, deducing Constantine's thoughts with an air of incredulity, as if to say, "Is this truly insufficient?" Meanwhile, after striking a pose, Logic listened to the incessant notifications echoing in his mind, a smirk gracing his lips as he gradually descended to the ground. Upon seeing this, Clark and Constantine followed closely behind him. The trio once more stood shoulder to shoulder, observing the figure sprawled on the ground, enveloped in magical energy, occasionally donning a mask of agony, howling in torment, and then removing it to reveal a drooling Count Dracula in bliss. The once mighty king of vampires had fallen to such depths. Clark felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. With a sigh, he reflected on the truth of that old saying, "Nothing is eternal, just as leaves fall and snow melts." The artistic soul, Clark often lamented the passing of seasons. While Logic and Constantine exchanged glances, their expressions complex, reminded of their own circumstances, the earth, and the universe. What a farcical thought. They were not the type to indulge in such musings. Yet at that moment, both wore mischievous grins, slowly inching closer, eyes wide, embodying the essence of please. "Don't come any closer," directed at the hapless Count Dracula. "Constantine, here lies a solitary vampire. Why not take a moment to assess his qualities? Shall we consider whether he is best prepared steamed or braised?" Logic chuckled, playfully patting Constantine on the shoulder, who reciprocated with a grin and a light tap on Logic's shoulder. The man who had been a replacement for an old flame now lay at Constantine's feet, and he reveled in his triumph, as logic adorned him with a pair of enchanted gloves. Leaning down, he approached Dracula closely. "Let me take a good look, shall we?" The flesh is firm, the skin quite pale. Constantine, akin to a butcher inspecting pork, turned Dracula over, prying open his mouth. "Oh, such long fangs. Logic, do you have any idea how much the fangs of the Vampire King could fetch in the magical black market?" "How much?" The wealthy man dug at his ear, his expression one of disdain. "At least this amount." Constantine raised a finger, indicating a sum. "Only 10 billion? The renowned fangs of Dracula, the Vampire King, are worth no more than a few bat fighters." How absurd. Dracula, caught in this predicament, was rendered mute. The few orifices capable of sound were filled with magic, allowing only the faintest whimpers to escape. Constantine, too, was a loss for words. His raised finger represented a mere 100 million. Such audacity from that wealthy man. He scoffed, rising to his feet in displeasure. "Steamed or braised, neither will suffice. This dish is too tough. Cooking it would make it hard to chew. Then I shall finally mince it with magic, transforming it into a puree, blending it with liquor to sell to the werewolves. Surely, the drink made from the Vampire King would be a potent tonic." "How ghastly! But I adore it," Constantine exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. The two of them engaged in this dark banter, rendering Dracula's face an even paler shade of white, or perhaps it was more accurately described as a ghostly pallor. Logic's intention in uttering such words was straightforward: to torment Dracula, with the hope of converting him into a follower. As for Constantine's motives, they were even more simplistic. He merely sought to inflict torment on Dracula for his own amusement. The female of the unfaithful couple had returned to his embrace, while the male must endure a thorough and calculated torment. "I am Dracula, the most renowned vampire in the world, and I am utterly terrified." Chapter 84. After a brief exchange, the entire world subtly transformed Dracula, a creature adept at both submission and resilience. Displayed an impeccable sycophantic demeanor under the righteous beatings administered by logic, aimed at saving Gotham. When logic pointed east, Dracula dared not venture west. When instructed to move right, he refrained from turning left. Yet, this was merely a facade. The ominous silence lingered, while the ancient heart within contemplated the age-old adage of vengeance being a dish best served cold. All of his surviving subordinates had adopted the surname Logic, including the 4 ancient vampires who had once battled the Wolf King. Under the nightmarish illusions and overwhelming assaults, they begrudgingly aligned themselves with this new identity. Dracula has become a solitary figure, standing alone on the desolate battlefield. Apart from this aged relic, all the wolf soldiers and a host of vampires stand respectfully behind Luo Ji and his companions. The new leader has dealt ruthlessly with the old one, instilling fear in the hearts of the subordinates, who now lower their heads even further in trepidation. The 4 ancient vampires quietly inch closer to Luo Ji's group, bowing their heads, their blood-red robes rustling in the night breeze, embodying the demeanor of trusted confidants. These 4, having lived for a millennium, understand that the new leader is markedly different from Dracula, who lurks in the shadows. The new leader is a powerful figure, constantly on the move, dedicated to saving the world and expanding his influence, facing increasingly formidable foes. Failing to familiarize themselves with him could lead to their being dispatched to the front lines, serving as mere cannon fodder to test the enemy's strength. The notion of deliberately hiding their prowess, masquerading as ordinary passing vampires, while Luo Ji engages in battle, is foolish. He is well aware of the ancient vampire's true capabilities. The Wolf King, observing the ancient vampire's actions, felt an alarm bell ringing within him. The leader, burdened with numerous responsibilities, has a packed agenda, and should he become forgetful in the absence of the Wolf King, it would not bode well for his standing. After all, those of high status tend to forget. Determined to maintain his presence beside the leader, the Wolf King knows he must not be relegated to the fringes of the pack, becoming an expendable pawn. He is a Wolf King, not mere fodder. With this thought, his silvery hair shimmered with resolve, and he mirrored the ancient vampires, stealthily positioning himself behind Luo Ji's trio. Meanwhile, the ordinary wolf soldiers and passing vampires remained still, aware that this was a matter between the great and the mighty, far beyond their reach. Luo Ji exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, unable to suppress his complaints. "This guy's too tough. Hasn't he already softened? Clark questioned, pointing at Dracula, who knelt reverently on the ground, eyes closed in prayer, invoking Luo Ji's name. Huh, Constantine scoffed. Clark, it's merely a matter of someone's wicked whims. With a swift motion, Luo Ji brushed aside the golden-haired Clark, his expression grave. That is merely a facade. My abilities reveal Dracula's true intentions. He only seeks to feign submission until the opportune moment to strike. Clark began to suggest imprisoning him, but fell silent. What prison could possibly contain the Vampire King? A fortress in the Arctic, perhaps? Clark covered his mouth, discarding his previous notion, and continued, So, what should we do then? You are the genius here. In his heart, logic silently scoffed, pondering for a moment before speaking. Beating, intimidation, torture. The classic methods of red face and white face have all been employed. What further means of torment could there be? The young subordinate behind him thought to himself. How terrifying. I suddenly recall an individual exceptionally skilled in the art of interrogation. A light bulb moment illuminated Logic's mind. He glanced over at Constantine, who, with a sorrowful expression, had stood up, dusted off his trench coat, and gracefully returned to his side. Logic then shifted his focus, only to find his phone devoid of signal. He fetched a mirror, standing on the soil of Kansas, and clicked on the old bat's avatar, typing, Bruce, are you there? If so, hit 1, it's urgent. 4 minutes later, Bruce replied, I'm here. Bruce, I am truly in a rush. Are you present or not? I am. Bruce? Where are you? In the Batcave, a bruised Batman, currently engaged in rehabilitation exercises, sported a frown on his face. Nearby, Alfred glanced at the messages on the phone screen, his lips twitching. As long as you're here. What's the matter? Bruce replied succinctly. Do you recall the Vampire King I mentioned earlier? This fellow is quite a tough nut to crack. I merely wish to consult you on any clever techniques for instilling fear in others. After a prolonged silence, Logic mused that Batman likely assumed he was still occupied. With that thought, he returned to the Crimson World, recorded a video, and then, through the mirror, arrived back in Kansas, sending the video to Batman. In a Batcave, the phone vibrated once more. Bruce entered their chat interface and clicked on the video Logic had just sent. In the video, the first few seconds displayed Logic's handsome face directly in front of the camera, followed by the bashful neighborly boy, Clark, and Constantine in his khaki trench coat. Then came the main event. The video widened its angle, capturing a multitude of wolf soldiers and vampires. The nearly 5-meter-tall, muscular Wolf King stood alongside 4 millennia-old vampires donned in white face and blood-stained attire. Bruce's expression turned serious upon seeing Count Dracula, gravely injured and restrained by magical bonds. Barely able to whimper, Bruce's gaze shifted beyond these fantastical beings to the silhouettes of surviving pine trees pressed against the dark red sky, the ominously hovering blood moon, and the ruins of an ancient castle, a scene that left Poison Ivy in tears, witnessing the devastation of the once thriving forest. This cannot be a fabrication, Bruce thought, his brow furrowing intensely as he promptly uploaded the video to the Bat computer. Following a thorough analysis, he confirmed its authenticity. Turning back to Logic, he scratched his chin and typed, Bruce, as you can see, I have conquered the entire dark world. The vampires and werewolves have all become my loyal soldiers. Obeying my every command, I await your valuable methods for instilling fear. Once I subdue Count Dracula, I shall lead this formidable army into Gotham, vanquishing Bane and the Joker within a matter of days. Understood. Bruce rubbed his chest, feeling as if the world had subtly shifted while he conversed with Logic. With vampires and werewolves abounding, he wouldn't even be surprised if a being capable of shattering skyscrapers with a mere punch appeared next. Chapter 85. An army of werewolves and vampires is about to descend upon Gotham. Thanks to the intimidation techniques imparted by Batman himself, Dracula soon capitulated entirely. Listening to the prompts echoing in his mind, Logic expressed his satisfaction. Truly, the Dark Knight was unparalleled. His unique thought processes had birthed remarkable methods of intimidation that even Dracula himself acknowledged. Having resolved the matter at hand, Logic initially intended to linger a few more days, relishing the singularly bizarre scenery of this sanguine realm and observing the magical creatures native to the land. However, pressing matters awaited in Gotham. During these past days, whenever he messaged Batman, a reply would arrive within mere minutes. Yet now, He found himself anxiously awaiting responses like a young girl awaiting messages from her boyfriend. Something was amiss. Logic surmised that Batman had met with dire misfortune. Perhaps he was grievously injured or bedridden in the Batcave, unable to move. With his leg incapacitated, only a few allies remained to fend for themselves. Logic dreaded returning home only to find the mayor of Gotham transformed into the Joker and the police chief into Bane. The Owl Cathedral could be demolished and rebuilt as a prisoner of war camp, leaving the anthropomorphic feline displaced, only to be taken in by the Joker as his secretary. Embroiled in jealousy with Harley Quinn. Absurd. As Logic's thoughts wandered, his eyelids began to twitch. He glanced toward the now timed-out teleportation mirror and exclaimed, "Dracula, open the door at once." Naturally, the elder vampire complied, retrieving a bloodstone from his attire and shattering it. After borrowing a bloodstone from Oddman, Dracula cast it upon the mirror, and the shattered surface erupted with countless crimson lines, swiftly twisting and coalescing into a teleportation portal. Gazing at the portal, Logic felt a twinge of envy. "Constantine, do you understand the principle behind this phenomenon?" The blonde coin forger blinked and shrugged. "I have no idea." "Then what use are you?" Logic exclaimed, swatting Constantine aside. He turned to Dracula. "Pray tell, what is this stone, and what principle governs this portal?" Constantine, momentarily dismissed, grumbled under his breath, massaged his shoulder, and stood, glaring at Logic with rising ire. He raised his hand to strike, but then lowered it, choosing restraint. It wasn't that Constantine feared. Rather, he was a man of courtesy, recognizing that Dracula had rendered him significant assistance. Thus, a few slaps were justifiable. Dracula, called upon, cast a gleeful glance at the still-standing Constantine before refocusing on Logic. "This stone is what we refer to as a bloodstone, a unique product of this sanguine world. Unlike earthly minerals, it does not originate from the underworld." "Then from where does it come?" Logic inquired, puzzled. "From the ground," Dracula replied nonchalantly. "Master, please refrain from acting just yet." Dracula, feeling somewhat apprehensive, glanced at the hand raised by Logic and quickly added, "The origin of this world has become an enigma. We only know of a being we refer to as the World Guardian, which resides in the far north." "Oh, pray do tell," Logic responded, intrigued. "The World Guardian is a colossal dragon, adorned with a layer of blood-red scales, possessing immense power. Let me venture a guess. Those bloodstones are perhaps scales from that very dragon, are they not?" Constantine interjected. "Indeed, this place is truly fantastical," Clark remarked with a sense of wonder. "Correct," Dracula nodded. "This dragon sheds its skin periodically, and as it does, some scales fall away. We discreetly collect these scales, refining them into smaller pieces for the creation of teleportation portals. As for why these scales possess such capabilities, we are at a loss." Upon hearing this, Logic furrowed his brow, realizing the depths of this world were more profound than he had imagined. "How formidable is that dragon? How long could you withstand its might?" "Well, as the Vampire King, I could manage a good dozen rounds." Dracula feigned contemplation before responding. "Very well," Logic nodded, choosing to say no more. He then led the group through the teleportation portal back to Kansas. It was a chilly winter night, and the formidable army of werewolves, accompanied by a host of vampires, stood upon the vast rural plains, exuding an impressive aura. "This method of teleportation is quite troublesome," Logic complained, shattering the blood-red mirror behind him with a slap. "Master, there exists a more convenient method of teleportation," Dracula remarked. "Do elaborate," Logic urged. "According to the legends circulating in that blood-soaked realm, if one were to defeat the World Guardian, namely that dragon, one could essentially claim dominion over this world, entering and exiting at will, without the cumbersome act of throwing stones to initiate travel." Such a classic trope, Constantine couldn't help but interject. Logic nodded along, his interest in the dragon waning, especially since its rumored power was staggering. He feared embarrassment should he find himself unable to match its strength. Thus, he resolved to at least conclude his affairs in Gotham, endure several more significant events, ascend a few divine ranks, and then venture forth to confront the dragon. By then, he would carry a mirror, for should he triumph, even without the world itself, he could claim a magnificent dragon steed, and if he were to fail, he would simply retreat. As Logic pondered these thoughts, he strode forward, followed by a vast and magical army, the sound of their footsteps resonating like thunder. "Constantine," he called. "Yes." Constantine replied cautiously, retrieving a silk-card cigarette from his inner lining, intact and undamaged. The golden-haired mint-maker smiled, placing the cigarette between his lips. All three of us can fly, as can the vampires, but the werewolves cannot. Do you possess any group teleportation spells? Logic inquired. Well, Constantine exhaled a plume of smoke. I do have teleportation magic, but to transport so many large, upright werewolves would utterly exhaust me. Moreover, during my recent confrontation with Dracula, I contributed significantly, and now I find myself utterly depleted. What use are you now? Wait, I have a plan. Beside them, Clark observed the playful banter between the two with a furrowed brow, choosing to avert his gaze from the pair. Look, while the werewolves may not possess the ability to fly, they are remarkably swift on foot. By the time we reach Gotham, they will undoubtedly arrive shortly thereafter. Constantine's words were well understood by Logic, who initially sought to extract one last effort from the worn-out Constantine. Realizing that he had truly exhausted his resources, he nodded in agreement. Very well. Logic halted, turned, and articulated the plan, receiving no objections from the others. He, along with Clark and Constantine, soared ahead, followed by a throng of vampires, while thousands of wolf soldiers galloped towards Gotham. Chapter 86. I am Gotham's superhero. After some time away on a journey, I have only just returned. At one end of the Gotham Bridge, a thug donned in a Bane-style mask bellowed, elongating his vowels as he gazed upon the incoming rocket. His pupils constricted in alarm. Boom! A brilliant flash erupted, engulfing the area in a cloud of searing flames and smoke, the thug being blown to smithereens. A boot landed before another thug, who merely frowned, picked up the bloodied, steaming foot, and tossed it aside. He then raised a heavy machine gun, unleashing a torrent of lethal fire. The vacated positions were swiftly filled by other thugs, all loyal adherents to the muscle-bound demon, crouching behind cover with fervent eyes, undeterred by death. Damn it! At the opposite end of Gotham Bridge, a soldier cursed, flanked by comrades clad in desert gray combat attire, with a military truck and tank stationed behind them. Tot. His weapon spat death, sending the opposing thugs falling one after another. Yet soon new ones took their place, utilizing a strategy of overwhelming numbers. The soldiers defending the bridge dwindled in number. The squad leader glanced at the tank behind him, his eyes filled with resignation. It was not that he refrained from deploying a shell to obliterate the thugs. Rather, Bane had planted explosives on the bridge. Such an action would likely lead to its collapse, leaving Gotham truly isolated and defenseless. At most, he could use rockets, ensuring they struck the far end of the bridge. Where the hell is the reinforcements? Why haven't they arrived yet? The squad leader, Jimmy, shouted into his radio, his voice rife with urgency and frustration. No need to fret, reinforcements are already here. A stranger's voice responded. Jimmy paused for a moment, then discarded the radio, swiftly drawing his firearm to point at Logic's head. Anxiously inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am the reinforcements, as I just informed you." Luo Ji wore an innocent expression and shrugged before continuing. "However, I am not sent by the military. I am a superhero from Gotham. I was traveling for a while and have only just returned. Do you expect me to believe that?" Jimmy replied as he released the safety on his handgun. "Relax. As a superhero of Gotham, I cherish this city. For its sake, I have brought you an exceptionally powerful reinforcement." After saying this, Luo Ji gestured behind him with a nod. Jimmy instinctively turned to look, and his pupils widened in shock. Wardfa! The sight before him resembled a Halloween parade, leaving Jimmy momentarily stunned. After a while, he snapped back to reality, his eyelids twitching as he tightened his grip on the gun, with his other hand clutching his racing heart. Good heavens, is this for real? Or are they merely a bunch of costumed lunatics? Can mere costumes achieve such effects? Luo Ji summoned an ordinary passing vampire to demonstrate a few tricks. The vampire, unable to refuse, transformed into smoke, then into countless bats, leaped 10 meters into the air, and finally landed, clapping its hands before returning to the ranks of vampires. Dear Lord Almighty! Jimmy was so astonished that he dropped his gun, gripping his hair in disbelief. "Friend, do you now comprehend?" Luo Ji Gamli, deeming it a minor spectacle. He waved his hand towards the back. "In a moment, several thousand werewolves will come to reinforce us. I need to head into the city to catch up with old friends, so you stay here and relay my orders. When the werewolves arrive, instruct them to find me at Wayne Manor." As he spoke, Luo Ji placed a magical mark on Jimmy, one that the Werewolf King would understand. All right, you go do what you need to do. I'll hold down the fort here. Jimmy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and rubbed his chest, offering no objections. Excellent. Luo Ji nodded. He then hesitated no longer, soaring to the bridge with Clark and Constantine, conjuring a massive hand of magic to seize all the riders on the other side before tossing them into the water and advancing into the city. The soldiers on the ground were utterly bewildered, wondering what had just transpired. After a few moments of stunned silence, they glanced at the rioters floundering in the water and suddenly realized they were safe, flooding their hearts with joy. The soldiers instinctively gathered at the edge of the bridge, grinning as they watched the rioters struggle to swim back to shore. It must be said, the psychological resilience of these rioters was commendable. They could hold their breath and pretend to be formidable, truly a worthy adversary. As the soldiers contemplated this, they simultaneously emptied their magazines towards the rioters in a show of respect. Captain Jimmy, those peculiar beings. One soldier approached Jimmy, but before he could finish, Jimmy clamped a hand over his mouth, panic etched on his face. Shut it. Are you out of your mind? Jimmy glanced towards the direction Luo Ji and the others had flown, anxiety lingering in his voice. Those beings are extraordinary. An exceptional powerhouse might hear your earlier slander. Do you want to get yourself killed? The soldier's eyes widened as he nodded vigorously. Releasing his grip, Jimmy leaned against the railing of the bridge, his mind racing with countless thoughts. First came the devilishly muscular Bane, followed by the maniacal Joker who bites anyone in sight, and now a peculiar figure seemingly leaping from the pages of a fantasy novel, possibly a sorcerer. This city is truly surreal, Jimmy sighed, unable to contain his astonishment. The scene shifted to Logic, mid-flight with his companions, when suddenly the creature perched on his shoulder, Usa, became agitated, exclaiming with surprise, "They have destroyed the cat food factory." What? Logic echoed, equally taken aback. He recalled having previously instructed Wilson to send his men to protect several cat food factories in Gotham. His eyes shimmered with a violet glow as he glanced below, discovering that the factory had indeed been seized by Bane's thugs, armed to the teeth and brimming with menace. Usa circled on Logic's shoulder and, with his feline gaze, regarded him silently. Understanding the unspoken communication, Logic nodded in acknowledgement. Meow. Usa, without hesitation, leaped into the air, unleashing a multitude of dark crimson tendrils from his mouth, each adorned with glistening, serrated fangs. As Logic and his companions continued their journey towards Wayne Manor, they heard the distant, fading wails of the thugs, prompting him to shake his head in sympathy for their ill fate. Why provoke anyone, if not Usa? It seemed they were destined to become fertilizer by tomorrow, contributing to Gotham's greenery. Poison Ivy will surely be grateful for this, Constantine remarked, casting a glance at the cat food factory. Be careful, don't make any sudden moves, Clark cautioned, adjusting the wriggling Constantine under his arm. The blonde powerhouse remarked that the absence of magic left him temporarily powerless. I haven't moved, Constantine retorted. At most, I've just been flapping my lips. That is precisely what I meant. Clark replied. Chapter 87. Bruce, you know, the Joker has quite the fondness for you. Wayne Manor. Bruce, meet Clark. The most powerful man in the world, Logic introduced, gesturing toward the muscular figure beside him. He then pointed to Constantine, and this esteemed gentleman is Constantine, the most formidable in his own right. You bastard. Constantine raised his hand in indignation. Logic mirrored the gesture. It seems your fist is larger than mine, Constantine conceded, opting for peace, stating that a good man does not quarrel with a dog, and shifted his gaze to the serious-faced Bruce. Logic has informed us that you are Batman, correct? Indeed, Bruce affirmed with a nod, not denying his identity. Given the peculiar circumstances, there was no need for subterfuge. Besides, those who ought to know were already aware, and those who should not need not be informed. It was well known that Bruce Wayne was the only person in the world unaware of Batman's true identity. The trio and the Bat lingered in the reception hall of the manor, exchanging casual conversation until Bruce approached the grandfather clock, preparing to adjust its hands. When he suddenly turned to Logic, the latter shrugged and remarked, Indeed, on my way here, I divulged everything they needed to know. Now, with Gotham under siege, there is no longer any need to conceal these little secrets. Bruce nodded in agreement. Logic was absolutely right. The city was on the brink of destruction. And what good would a mere bat cave be? As the dial was turned, a hidden door suddenly swung open, and several bats screeched as they soared out. Yet, Bruce remained unfazed, descending without a second glance. "How cool!" exclaimed the towering figure of Clark, unable to contain his excitement at the sight. "Batman, what is your superpower?" he inquired. Well, I have no interest in saving Gotham. Someone has a vested interest. Logic has been a tremendous help to me, so I must lend my support and fight alongside you." As Constantine spoke, he rummaged in his pocket, producing a cigarette, which he lit and placed between his lips. Batman chose not to respond, maintaining his usual aloof demeanor. Observing this, Logic stated, "Bruce possesses formidable abilities." "What abilities?" Clark pressed. "Bruce is incredibly wealthy." Logic replied with a serious expression. There were whispers that Batman was a vampire. Others suggested he had transformed from a bat. And some even claimed he was a mere collective of individuals. Of course, there were those who believed Batman was simply an ordinary man. Could it truly be so? Constantine leaned closer to Bruce, who ignored him and led the group down the staircase into the Batcave. The vast Batcomputer screen emanated a faint blue glow, displaying an array of perplexing data alongside the coordinates of an aircraft. Logic, Clark, and Constantine stood beside Bruce, who succinctly declared, "The president has been kidnapped." "It would be strange if he hadn't been." Logic nodded, as if it were a matter of course. "Who did it? The Joker or Bane? Or perhaps they collaborated?" "Bane did it," Bruce indicated toward the Batcomputer screen. Given Bane's prior threats against the president, Jeremy was placed under protection aboard Air Force One. However, Bane managed to breach the aircraft. "I am able to track Air Force One's real-time location, and I need two of you to accompany me to rescue the president." The remaining individual, Bruce's lips twitched slightly, will lead the vampires and werewolves in collaboration with the Bat family to save this city. "Bruce, how are you able to track the president's exclusive vehicle in real time?" Logic detected a gap in the narrative. "I installed a tracker on Air Force One," Bruce stated bluntly. "When did you install it?" Logic's eyelids twitched. "When President Jeremy first took office," Bruce replied with unwavering honesty. "Impressive." Logic thumbed up before addressing the pressing matter. "Given the urgency of the situation and the president's imminent peril, I plan to accompany you alongside Clark. Alongside Clark, possess formidable strength, and with your presence, is akin to a tiger gaining wings. As for Constantine, he shall lead the vampires and the werewolves, who will soon arrive, to collaborate with the Bat family in their endeavor to save the city." I had not finished my lament when I caught sight of a familiar large fist, rubbing my own face in frustration. He had initially planned to unwind in Los Angeles after resolving the vampire situation. He had found himself forcibly summoned by Logic to Gotham to rescue the city. His concern for Gotham was minimal. He only hoped that the flames of war would not reach the high-heeled bars of Los Angeles. "Very well, you have prevailed. Just inform your vampire and werewolf subordinates not to devour me." He shrugged, a look of resignation on his face. Logic was capable of handling Gotham's affairs alone. The reason for Constantine's inclusion was quite straightforward. Having rendered the other a significant favor, he felt it only fair to request a bit of assistance in return, an itch he could not ignore. "Thus, Bruce, apart from the president's abduction, are there any pressing matters?" Logic inquired. "You must have observed upon your arrival," Bruce replied, shifting his shoulders. After a period of rehabilitation, the injuries inflicted by Bane and the Joker were nearly healed. While some lingering injuries persisted, they were not of grave concern. "Understood," Logic nodded. "Before we commence our operation, I must return to the Owl Cathedral to attend to certain matters." "Please be swift," Bruce said, pausing contemplatively before continuing. "By the way, Gordon has not appeared these past few days. I visited his residence, but found nothing. Have you inquired with Barbara?" Gordon asked daughter. "Of course. But Barbara is in the dark as well. I suspect Gordon may have also been abducted, potentially by the Joker. Exercise caution." Then Logic warned, his tone peculiar. "It is well known that the Joker never abducts a solitary individual. This madman prefers to take two, and both of them hold significant importance to you. You know how fond the Joker is of you." Bruce feigned deafness, claiming to have misheard the last remark, simply stating, "I shall be vigilant." After exchanging various thoughts, the trio departed from Wayne Manor. Clark resolved to save as many endangered citizens of Gotham as possible before the operation commenced, while Constantine, accompanied by the vampires, made his way to the Gotham Bridge to rendezvous with the approaching werewolf army. As for Logic, he headed directly to the Owl Cathedral upon leaving Wayne Manor. Previously, in the Crimson Realm, The vampires had been too few in number to successfully weave the foundational myth of the moon goddess. Hence he resolved to utilize Gotham's current crisis to craft this myth. For this purpose, a visit to the moon would be necessary. Chapter 88. Empty the magazine. As a sign of respect, at the Owl Cathedral, the leaves of the birch trees surrounding the church had been stripped away by the early winter winds, leaving behind pale trunks that resembled bone, spurs jutting up from the earth. Logic pushed open the door and entered the church, where Catwoman Selina lounged on the sofa, absorbed in the television. It seemed that the escalating turmoil outside had indeed affected Selina. Her once relaxed posture had shifted from a slouched recline to a tense sitting position. Just as Logic was about to say something, Selina let out a soft huff and returned to her previous position, resembling a lazy cat. It turned out she was merely stretching. Logic, momentarily at a loss for words, approached and affectionately ruffled Catwoman's head before ascending to the third floor of the church, where he discovered parchment and the necessary materials in the storage room. He intended to weave a narrative of the moon goddess descending upon Gotham, rallying her followers to boldly rescue the entire city. However, with the dwindling number of believers in the moon goddess and his own diminishing strength, he feared he might not be able to contend with Bane and the Joker. He hoped that, in the face of evil, the citizens of Gotham would make the right choice. Meanwhile, his teammates were not idle. Clark activated his biological stance, casting his gaze over the entire city. From several high-rise buildings away, he overheard that some thugs had taken hostages and were negotiating with the police. The muscular hero immediately soared towards the location of the thugs, breaking the sound barrier with a thunderous clap as he arrived on the scene. The sheer speed at which he appeared left the thugs in shock. One moment they were engaged in dialogue with the officers, and the next they found themselves on the ground, bewildered and in pain. The hostages were all freed, standing dumbfounded before the equally perplexed officers. Surprised gasps filled the air as the onlookers processed the sight of Clark soaring away once more, their expressions a mixture of awe and confusion. After a few moments of stunned silence, the officers gradually shifted their gaze towards the thugs with a growing sense of intensity. It was indeed a mark of respect for such a formidable adversary who could seize so many hostages while simultaneously negotiating with so many officers. With this thought in mind, the officers emptied their magazines in a show of honor. While they were expected to apprehend the thugs and take them to jail, the officers were human too, their anger boiling over as they realized that the criminals would likely be released shortly after. Thus, they executed the thugs on the spot. Given the exceptional circumstances, no one cared about the implications. Everyone understood, but as long as it remained unspoken, it was as if no one knew. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced through echoed as a figure of extraordinary speed darted between Gotham's towering edifices. Upon opening his eyes, he perceived all the locations of criminal activity throughout the city. Lifting his ears, he could hear the anguished cries of the thugs, and with clenched fists, he dispatched the nearby criminals with ease. Yet, this was not sufficient. Though Clark was swift, Gotham was a vast metropolis with a population in the hundreds of millions, and crime was an ever-present occurrence. Thus, in addition to Clark, the city at that moment required other flames of justice. The scene shifted to Constantine. The golden-haired coin forger stood at one end of the previously mentioned Grand Bridge, gazing upon the rapidly approaching army of werewolves. Thousands of werewolves, on all fours, thundered across the ground with their massive paws, creating a cacophony reminiscent of an earthquake, causing Jimmy and the soldiers nearby to feel their hearts racing in trepidation. Jacong inhaled from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke as he observed the soldiers beside him, who appeared to be in a state of shock. "Do not be too astonished," he remarked. "There's an old saying, if vampires are here, how far can werewolves be?" Jimmy swallowed hard. He had certainly never heard such a saying. After witnessing the grotesque Bane confront a tank barehanded, he had thought nothing could shock him further. Yet today's repeated frights had sent his heart into overdrive, leading him to conclude that even if a human faster than sound suddenly appeared before him, he would not be surprised. Boom! Clark burst through the sound barrier, arriving before Constantine with a resounding crash, the gust of wind extinguishing the cigarette he held. The golden-haired coin forger shot an exasperated glance at the sheepish Clark, reigniting his cigarette and then gesturing towards the ranks of werewolves before them. The werewolves have indeed arrived. Bruce mentioned that members of the Bat family are scattered throughout the city, but they are now converging at the meeting point. We should proceed as well. Understood, Clark nodded. Jimmy slowly grasped his hair with both hands, as if caught in a slow-motion scene from a film, his mouth agape, wanting to shout but unable to find his voice. Ultimately managing to utter a hoarse single word. "Hello, I am Clark." The boy next door flashed a warm smile at Jimmy, extending his hand. After a moment's pause, Jimmy snapped back to reality and reached out in response. The midday sun of early winter bathed them in light as they clasped each other's hands, one a Kryptonian orphan, embodying the superhuman potential of Earth, the other an American soldier executing military orders. As Jimmy met Clark's reassuring smile, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort in return. Wayne Manor. Within the Batcave, Bruce stood before the Bat computer, which displayed the real-time locations of the Bat family members, along with Constantine and Clark's coordinates. As for Logic, Bruce knew him all too well. Upon exiting Wayne Manor, he had immediately employed magic to scan his entire being, uncovering 10 tracking devices. Was it necessary? The 10 trackers had been dispersed throughout Gotham City, arranged in a convex shape. Observing the oddly conspicuous arrangement on the pale blue screen, Alfred, standing beside Bruce, could not suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "Master, shall I disable the trackers on Logic?" "Yes, do so," Bruce replied, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. After a moment more of studying the screen, he finally shifted his gaze away, sitting down in a chair to retrieve his mobile phone. Receiving the red tea handed to him by Alfred, Bruce took a delicate sip before sending a message to Logic. Constantine has joined forces with the Bat family, while Clark is soaring through the city, combating crime. After a brief silence, just as Bruce was about to put away his phone, Logic replied, "Understood." "Bruce, I require 2 more days for matters on my end. Can the president afford to wait?" "The president cannot be kept waiting," Bateman replied with a hint of exasperation. "No, he cannot," Logic asserted firmly. "All right, expedite your efforts," Bruce responded, fully aware of his counterpart's tendencies, choosing not to engage in fruitless debate. He typed out his message, stowed away his phone, and gently rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. Taking another sip of red tea, he set the cup down on the table, directing his gaze towards the dark stone wall. "Alfred, I need to finalize the enhancements for the new combat armor." Chapter 89. Bane's obsession with you is profound, Ward Bob. Come quickly and witness these readings. In a base on Earth capable of receiving lunar signals. An observer clad in a white lab coat gazed in shock at the readings displayed on the machine, hastily summoning a colleague. "Chet, this is astounding. I mean, we might be on the brink of witnessing history." This scene was unfolding simultaneously across all institutions on Earth equipped to receive lunar signals, as everyone held their breath and instructed their subordinates to urgently decipher the signal's meaning. Meanwhile, when Logic was still in Kansas, the first base to receive the signal found its staff exhibiting peculiar expressions. The initial signal had been successfully deciphered days prior, revealing a lengthy message stating that the deities on the moon had awakened, and their followers sent this signal to prepare the inhabitants of Earth. Although it was strange that deities had adopted modern technology, everyone regarded the matter with utmost seriousness. The second signal arrived last night, sending the staff into a frenzy of joy and excitement. This second signal was considerably easier to decode, and by morning, it had been successfully interpreted. It stated that the previous message had been erroneous, and this one was the correct transmission. It claimed that Gotham was engulfed in flames, and the moon goddess, feeling compassion, intended to lead her followers, namely vampires and werewolves, among other nocturnal beings, to rescue the city from the clutches of evil forces. However, the moon goddess had only recently awakened. Her powers diminished, and she required the fervent faith of her followers to vanquish Gotham's malevolent forces. It sounds like a grand deception. People were skeptical about the claims, yet the signal undoubtedly originated from the moon. If it were a prank, the costs involved were far too substantial for anyone to undertake such a ruse. The relevant personnel could not decipher the underlying motives and were left with no choice but to report to their superiors. Upon receiving the report, all tedious protocols were bypassed, and within half a day, it reached the highest echelons. The officials, their expressions grave as they perused the report, contemplated for a moment before decisively initiating the lunar landing plan, dispatching a few individuals to the moon to ascertain what was truly amiss. After numerous confirmations that the signals indeed originated from the moon, the lunar mission commenced its initial phase in the afternoon. Despite the unknown origins of the signals, which posed a considerable threat. The United States has always been at the forefront of such perilous endeavors, executing them with remarkable efficiency. Should any mishap arise, they conveniently have a stockpile of mushrooms in their arsenal, perfectly suited for inventory clearance. Otherwise, they risk spoiling from neglect. What if the mushrooms fail to neutralize the threat? The United States dismisses this possibility, asserting their mushrooms are robust and formidable. If one round proves ineffective, they would unleash a second. If that too fails, they would resort to a desperate plea, inquiring if the adversary requires any appendages for decoration. As the lunar mission progresses fervently, the atmosphere is charged with excitement and anticipation, with everyone feeling they are on the brink of witnessing history. However, some express concerns, suggesting a discreet leak of information to allow other nations to venture to the moon first and assess any dangers. Others vehemently oppose this notion, advocating for a pause in the lunar expedition to observe developments cautiously from shadows. Nonetheless, such proposals are met with indifference, as the United States is determined to be the first to engage with the unknown and seek any potential benefits. Like love, ambition can similarly cloud one's judgment. In addition to the lunar mission, the United States remains acutely focused on Gotham. How could they not, with the president having been kidnapped? Tanks and aircraft are being deployed to the city's bridges, yet they hesitate to enter, as Bane has declared that military personnel are forbidden from entering. Failure to comply would result in dire consequences, with the president's corpse displayed atop Gotham's tallest building by the following day. Soldiers who managed to infiltrate the city are left guarding their positions, equally paralyzed by fear of action. Negotiators from the military inquire about Bane's demands, offering anything within their means, yet Bane, as a formidable antagonist, harbors no interest in wealth or fame. His singular desire has always been to annihilate Batman. Bane yearns to personally destroy the Dark Knight of Gotham, to witness the city engulfed in flames under his dominion, reduced to ashes. The military finds themselves in a quandary. With Batman within the city and them outside, how can they assist? Soldiers who previously entered the city might lend a hand, but it is evident that Bane will not be easily appeased. He seeks more. Indeed, the military expresses without hesitation that they harbor no particular attachment to Batman. They are indifferent to his fate and would willingly sacrifice one to save the many. Upon hearing this, Bane contemplates and finds merit in the notion, instructing the military to dispatch several elite tactical teams to aid him in locating Batman, promising to temporarily curtail his violent activities. However, those who have fervently aligned themselves with him, fanatical and deranged, fall outside this restraint. The military has no grounds for refusal. The age-old question of sacrificing the few to save the many is not a dilemma for them. Members of the tactical squad found themselves ensnared by explosives wrapped around their waist by Bane. At the slightest sign of resistance, a mere press of his thumb would extinguish their lives, sparing the need for any post-mortem arrangements. In this very moment, several tactical squads scoured the city in relentless pursuit of Batman's whereabouts. They dare not pause, their mission unwavering. Along the way, they encountered a few members of the Joker's gang. These madmen barely had time to leap about before being gunned down from afar by the tactical squads. This was a direct command from Bane, who had maintained a tenuous peace with the Joker, their mutual adversary being Batman. However, this fragile alliance shattered just days prior. The cause was simple. During a discussion on how to torment Batman, the Joker, in an unexpected turn, suddenly brandished a dagger and stabbed Bane in the kidneys. Though Bane, enhanced by the venom, was robust enough to shrug off such minor wounds, the sheer audacity of the act was intolerable. Infuriated, Bane turned against the Joker, vowing that after eliminating Batman, he would mix their ashes together and consume them as protein powder. The Joker, unfazed, dismissed the threat, proclaiming that animosity was mutual. Who truly feared whom? You might wonder why the Joker would suddenly attack Bane. Such inexplicable behavior is precisely the essence of his madness. Those who comprehend it have long since become members of the Joker's faction. This utter lunacy renders his actions entirely unpredictable, akin to a rabid dog chasing a truck. Should it catch up, it remains clueless as to its next move. In the Batcave, Bruce donned a casual outfit of a white t-shirt and blue jeans, presenting himself as an ordinary man passing through. At that moment, the pale blue glow of the Bat computer illuminated the movements of Bane's tactical squads, who roamed the city. Thanks to their rigorous training, their search efficiency surpassed that of the previous mob. Master Bruce, Bane's obsession with you is indeed profound, Alfred remarked, standing beside Bruce. His gaze fixated on the screen, a steaming cup of red tea in hand. Bruce remained silent, his eyes narrowing as his inner fury swelled. Chapter 90, morning fried chicken and beer, afternoon pizza and meatloaf, evening burgers and cola. Inside the simulation chamber of the Batcave, the armored Batman surged forward with remarkable speed, his right fist drawn to his abdomen, breaking through Bane's defenses like a dragon emerging from the water, delivering a powerful strike to Bane's temple. Bane grunted in pain, his venom coursing through him, causing his muscles to swell, towering over Batman. Seeing this, Batman's mind raced, and his exceptional combat skills came into play. As he swung his left arm, an electronic mist enveloped Bane's head, producing a series of sharp crackling sounds that obscured his vision. Seizing the moment, Batman pressed the attack, his fists creating a flurry of strikes that landed on Bane's left cheek, rendering him temporarily incapacitated. With a foggy mind, Bane succumbed to a state of dizziness. Gasping in fear, he launched a frenzied counterattack, only to have all his efforts thwarted by the armored Batman. Crack! Batman swiftly maneuvered, landing a powerful blow to Bane's right jaw, shattering it with brutal force. He then redirected his focus to Bane's ribs, delivering a horizontal strike with his right leg that cleaved through, eliciting a cry of agony as several ribs fractured. Batman's strikes were executed with remarkable precision. As Bane's ribs splintered, the neural plexus in his abdomen sustained damage, causing excruciating pain that momentarily halted his movements. In the next instant, his jaw was again crushed by the merciless fists of Batman. The rate of venom coursing through Bane surged once more. And just as Batman prepared to deliver a fierce kick to Bane's diaphragm, his extended leg was seized by Bane, who then slammed him against the wall, blood spilling from his mouth. Such battles unfolded incessantly within the simulation chamber, as assessments were made regarding the odds of Batman, clad in anti-Bane armor, prevailing against Bane. The chamber door hissed open, releasing a plume of white smoke, and there stood Bruce with a serious expression, stroking his chiseled chin. He inquired, "Alfred, what is the current probability of this armor defeating Bane?" Alfred, diverting his gaze from the back computer, replied, 8762, sir. On hearing this, Bruce shook his head in silent dismay, sighing with the resolve to further upgrade his anti-Bane armor and to spend the night analyzing Bane's combat footage. The current probability was too low. He would not be satisfied even if the odds were 99-99. What if in the heat of battle, the result was a mere 0-0-1? The last time he faced Bane head-on, had it not been for Nightwing and the others arriving just in time, his spine would likely have been shattered. Thus, Bruce could not accept such a possibility. His target was 100. Anything below that was unacceptable. Of course, aside from upgrading the armor, there lay a more straightforward and rudimentary method to bolster his chances: recruiting allies. Bruce retrieved his phone and called Logic, but there was no answer. Frowning as he silenced an errant thought, he attempted to call Logic again, only to be met with silence once more. Growing suspicious, he sent a message. "Logic, it has been several days. Have you not resolved your matters yet?" The scene shifted to Logic, who was busy conquering the entire dark world, amassing a following of werewolves and vampires. Although he was still a tad short of consolidating the town of the god, his strength had significantly increased, and his flight speed had improved. After dispatching a second signal from the moon, Logic hastily returned to Earth, currently napping on the second floor of the Owl Cathedral. The first two calls had roused him from his slumber, and upon waking to the familiar visage of the old bat, Logic smirked. The roles had reversed. Bruce had become the eager supplicant. He did not respond immediately. After yawning, he requested Catwoman Selina to prepare breakfast for him. Initially reluctant, Selina's eyes sparkled at the sight of a wad of cash, as she promptly declared her culinary prowess, stating she could manage both the kitchen and the parlor, and set about preparing a sumptuous meal for Logic. Indeed, if there were any conflicts between the two, enlisting the amiable Franklin to mediate would surely resolve any issues. After a while, Selina returned with several plates of appetizing breakfast. Logic raised an eyebrow in surprise, exclaiming, "Selina, you truly can cook?" With a huff, Catwoman dismissed his skepticism, asserting that it was no challenge. After watching a few cooking shows, she had mastered it. Logic nodded, took his first bite, and, after chewing a couple of times, his expression turned peculiar. This flavor is so familiar. It resembles Wilson's cooking. Wilson, the former leader of Gotham's Court of Owls, now served as Logic's personal butler, primarily responsible for tea brewing, meal preparation, devising assassination plans, and overseeing unruly humanoid cats, among other tasks. Actually, it was Wilson who taught me, Selina stammered. Her face flushed. Huh, my grandmother could spin a better tale than you. Logic scoffed, turning his gaze towards the kitchen, where Wilson stood with an expression of indignation. Knowing Selina had likely coerced Wilson, he thought, "You are aware of my relationship with Logic. If you refuse to cook for me, I shall have him fire you." Logic sighed, taking a deep breath, deciding not to dwell on such trivial matters. He shifted the conversation. "Selina, does the Catwoman persona still emerge at night?" "Not really." Selina scratched her chin. "I did train in Gotham. This city, rife with crime, taught me a great deal and made me stronger." "You mean it taught you how to indulge in fried chicken and beer for breakfast, pizza and steak for lunch, and hamburgers with cola for dinner? Aside from my enforced exercise sessions, you spend all your time lounging on the sofa watching soap operas?" "Ah, that's called balancing work and leisure." Selina protested, stamping her foot. Logic squinted, scanning Selina from head to toe. She felt a bit self-conscious under his gaze, her hands fidgeting aimlessly. "Selina, how do you eat like this and still maintain your figure? It seems there's a billion-dollar market behind this." Logic expressed his genuine curiosity. "Because I am Catwoman." Selina's response was blunt and unassailable, leaving Logic no choice but to acquiesce. After finishing breakfast in a few bites, he ascended to the upper floor, retrieved a bottle of soda, and returned downstairs, plopping onto the sofa. Selina had already turned on the television, engrossed in her favorite soap opera. Logic absent-mindedly petted the humanoid cat beside him, took a sip of his soda, and found the once boring soap opera suddenly captivating. It wasn't entirely Selina's fault. Sometimes, being a couch potato was simply delightful. Logic shifted his position, watching the soap opera, when suddenly, he felt as if he had forgotten something. What was it? Never mind. I shall let it go. If it can be forgotten, it must not be of great significance. With a clear mind, Logic indulged in petting his large feline companion while engrossed in a soap opera. The moon goddess's plan required another day to ferment, so the salvation of the city could wait until tomorrow. Suddenly, the phone rang. Logic, fixated on the television screen, instinctively answered, "Hello, who is this?" "I am Bruce." On the other end, the boundless resentment of Batman seemed to travel through the phone line and reach Logic's ears. Chapter 91. Meanwhile, Constantine was en route. "Logic, have you resolved your matters?" The playboy was taken aback that no one had swiftly responded. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, Bruce inquired, "Oh, not yet." Logic absent-mindedly cleared his ear. He had a plethora of tasks ahead, such as indulging in cat cuddles, watching soap operas, and attending to personal hygiene. Truly a busy individual. After a moment of silence, Bruce, still irked, took several deep breaths before continuing. "How much longer? The president's life hangs in the balance. A moment's delay could leave this nation leaderless." "Come now, Bruce," Logic scoffed. "Your little admirer did not abduct the president for wealth or fame. His motive lies in seeking the attention of his idol, namely you. This is common knowledge." Upon hearing this, Bruce fell silent, expertly retrieving a bottle of stress relief gummies from his pocket and consuming them in one swift motion. Logic continued, "So as long as you remain absent, the president should be safe. Although it's uncertain, perhaps in a bid to compel your appearance, the president may lose a few fingers by tomorrow." However, that was not the crux of the matter. Fingers could be reattached. The essential point was that the president would not perish. "I know," Bruce's voice was thick with phlegm, "but the president symbolizes stability. The people need him to stand there, whole and unharmed. Even if it is a facade, he must project an image of assured victory. Otherwise, public sentiment will falter." Given the recent events surrounding the president, aside from the misdeeds of Bane and the Joker, crime rates have surged dramatically. "All right, I'm not oblivious to these matters, Bruce. My tasks are complete. They can now be left to mature on their own. This afternoon, we shall board Air Force One, delivering blows to the Joker and kicking Bane, ultimately rescuing the president and becoming the great heroes." Logic spoke with an air of ease. Yet if all went according to plan, it would indeed be as effortless as he suggested. The combination of a madman and a devilishly muscular fiend paled in comparison to the formidable adversaries he had recently vanquished, Dracula, and the Wolf King. Unlike the diverse array of supervillains aligned against Superman, the foes of Batman were rather feeble, likely due to the nature of the Dark Knight himself. Well, those in the know would understand without further elaboration. After discussing a few more trivial matters, the two solidified their plan, deciding to set off at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Once the call ended, Logic smacked his lips, pondering whether there existed multiple Jokers in this world or if there was merely a whole circus of them. Selina, I shall be out this afternoon to confront the forces of evil, so I must first nourish myself to replenish my strength. Luo Ji shook his head, dismissing thoughts of the clown, and turned his gaze towards Catwoman. Oh, Selina replied impatiently, not looking back, as if to say, just eat. Why are you bothering me? Infuriated, Luo Ji retorted, you lounge on the sofa every day. It's dented from your weight. Impossible, Selina exclaimed in disbelief. Look for yourself. Luo Ji pointed beneath her. Reluctantly, she stood up, gazing at the unmistakable indentations on the sofa. 2, to be exact. With a strange expression, she hesitantly touched her own backside, then leaned down to feel the sofa's impressions, which were just the right size. Perhaps I should temporarily vacate this sofa. Selina's face flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She reached out with gleaming eyes, exclaiming, perfect. I'll go buy groceries. Buying groceries is one thing. Why reach out? Luo Ji questioned, puzzled. Playing coy again, Selina teased, sitting close beside him, her shoulder brushing against his. I can't choose groceries by myself. I need Mr. Franklin's assistance. You must tell me, what color is Mr. Franklin? Of course, green. And how old is Mr. Franklin? 100 years old. And moreover, with Gotham in such chaos, it's quite perilous for a delicate woman like me to venture out for groceries. I require extra protection from Mr. Franklin. Luo Ji, gazing at the 2 large headlights brushing against his shoulder, felt somewhat dizzy and was about to agree when a realization struck him. Wait, in such disorder in Gotham, are there still places to buy groceries? Indeed, Selina echoed, equally startled. Wait, this one do. Without grocery vendors, there are no green Mr. Franklins, and without them, how can I shop? Furrowing her brow, Selina became serious. Actually, the groceries you mentioned are of a broader definition, right? What? Luo Ji was confused. You see, I could just pick some greenery from the landscaping outside. The cat burglar was swiftly sent flying by Luo Ji's swipe, prompting him to scratch his chin, contemplating a stroll and perhaps a visit to the nearby cat food factory to check on Uzar. In Gotham's city center, a group of thugs received word and forcibly invaded a building harboring police officers. In an instant, flames soared, and the crack of gunfire mingled with the thunderous blasts of rockets. At that moment, Constantine was en route. After a while, Clark had wrapped up the crime he was handling when his super hearing detected the commotion, and he hurriedly dashed to the building to rescue the trapped officers. A cacophony erupted as a band of clown-themed thugs, donned in various absurd masks, shrieked wildly while careening through a makeshift hospital disguised as an abandoned school, which housed numerous wounded individuals. Bang! The school bus accelerated and crashed into the wall of a temporary hospital, causing the structure to tremble and countless concrete blocks to cascade down, sending dust swirling into the air. The driver perished instantly, while the co-pilot unhesitatingly ejected him through the window, promptly occupying the driver's seat and careening the bus through the hospital's first floor. Meanwhile, Constantine was on his way. After the driver had met his demise several times over, Clark arrived at the scene, effortlessly hurling the bus out of the hospital and swiftly dispatching the remaining assailants into mere crumbs. In Gotham's Diamond District, nearly 100 thugs from the Bane faction and the Joker gang were embroiled in a fierce battle, hurling grenades and firing rocket launchers, transforming the street into a chaotic spectacle reminiscent of a festive celebration. Surrounding buildings crumbled under the relentless barrage, leading to catastrophic economic losses. Clark, utilizing his X-ray vision, surveyed the devastation, transforming into a pastry chef intent on crafting some more cookies with his fists. At this moment, Constantine continued his approach. As Clark darted around the city, his super intellect suddenly kicked in, realizing that Constantine had never made an appearance. With this thought, he activated his X-ray vision and heightened hearing, searching for the whereabouts of the elusive Constantine. Chapter 92. Not a single punctuation mark of his words do I believe in a cat food factory. A small mountain constructed entirely from cans of cat food, A little black cat exuded an air of laziness, rolling amidst the gathered kibble at the summit. Upon noticing one of its servants approaching the base of the mountain, the cat ceased its antics, opening its mouth to reveal a voice incongruous with its appearance. Imbued with authority. Servant A, has the nearby cat food factory been taken? Servant A, now drenched in cold sweat, stammered, reporting to Lord Ussa. That factory has been seized by core members of the Joker faction. Although our firepower is formidable, we have yet to capture it. Servant A swallowed hard and summoned the courage to continue. We have not yet succeeded. Humph. Ussa scoffed, his tone chilling as if it could freeze the air. Continue the assault. Even if we cannot take it, we must persist. If that cat food factory remains unclaimed, you have no reason to continue living. Yes, Lord Ussa. Servant A nodded fervently before hastily rushing to the front lines. As the noisy servant departed, Ussa returned his gaze to the mountain of cat food, yawning before resuming his leisurely rolling amidst the kibble, occasionally stirring up a rain of cat food with his paws. Barely moments had passed when another servant, Servant B, arrived at the foot of the mountain, respectfully announcing, Lord Ussa, there is someone outside seeking an audience. Who is it? Came a voice from above. Servant B, tongue-tied, struggled to articulate. He claims to be your master. What? Ussa fumed, realizing that his responsibilities were far too pressing. He was meant to rescue the president, not waste time indulging in feline antics. The little black cat opened its mouth and expelled dark red tendrils, ensnaring the servant bee at the foot of the mountain and drawing him closer. With a commanding tone, it inquired, did he mention his name? Servant bee, struggling to breathe as he was constricted by the tendrils, managed to gasp out. He said his name is Luo Ji. Upon hearing this, Ussa was taken aback, and a human-like expression of contemplation crossed the feline's face. After a moment of reflection, it proclaimed, tell him I am not present. Previously, in the Crimson World, he had been content to serve as mere background, dutifully playing the role of a tool cat. Those days of labor without complaint were now irrevocably lost. Ussa released Servant B back to the ground, yet the latter did not flee immediately. After a brief pause, he laboriously added, he also mentioned that he had anticipated your reaction, so you need not say more. Ussa interrupted Servant B with an exasperated tone. He is right behind me, isn't he? Servant B nodded, and under the cat's gaze, he scrambled away in a flurry. The ruffians who had seized this cat food factory were not genuine members of the Bane or Joker factions. Rather, they were ordinary citizens caught up in the fervor of the moment, engaging in criminal activities. When true fear descended upon them, they would flee faster than anyone else. Meanwhile, Luo Ji, standing behind the little black cat, remarked while scratching his chin, marveling at the cat's remarkable decisiveness. In just a short span, it had enslaved a multitude of litter box attendants. Truly formidable. He mused that his little cat was stronger than many larger felines. He resolved to enhance Selena's abilities when time permitted. After all, what if disaster struck and the cats were lost? In the DC universe, there are many cats, including anthropomorphic ones, yet none could rival the beauty of this particular feline. After all, Selena lacked Batman's capabilities. The latter was agile and could evade even the swift attacks of Superman or the formidable Darkseid. Neither heat vision nor omega beams could touch Batman. Not because he evaded these lethal strikes, but because those deadly assaults would instinctively avoid him. The underlying reason was simple. He was Batman. Selena did not possess such prowess. Thus it was imperative to bolster her strength, at least to the point of ensuring her own survival. As Luo Ji's thoughts wandered, he hoisted Ussa onto his shoulder. Although Ussa grumbled about being a foolish human wizard with evident reluctance, it obediently perched upon his shoulder. After giving the proud little black cat a gentle pat, Luo Ji wasted no time and flew towards the rendezvous point agreed upon with Bruce, the Batcave. Within the simulation chamber, an exhilarating battle unfolded as Batman and Bane, two muscular titans, clashed with all their might, both drenched in sweat. The resounding thuds of their strikes echoed as Batman and Bane engaged in a fierce confrontation, each grappling with the other's limbs in a tempest of masculine energy. Time slipped away unnoticed as Batman and Bane engaged in countless battles within the simulation chamber. It was only after Batman delivered a final, spine-crushing blow to Bane that he reluctantly chose to conclude the simulation. As the chamber door opened, a cloud of mist revealed a weary Bruce, who repeatedly inquired of Alfred, "Alfred, what is the win rate?" Master Bruce, the win rate has reached an impressive 94.67. Alfred replied with a hint of exasperation. While this figure was indeed high, he understood his master's nature. Bruce would not rest until he achieved a perfect score. To Alfred's surprise, Bruce nodded in agreement, indicating that it was sufficient. Alfred quickly approached Bruce, pressing his hand to the latter's forehead with concern. "You're not running a fever, are you?" Bruce, with a look of melancholy, gently pushed Alfred away, explaining, "This time, I am not alone. Logic will assist me." Hearing this, Alfred's heart swelled with emotion, unable to contain himself. "Master, you finally have someone else you trust." "I do not trust logic," Bruce retorted. I don't believe a single punctuation mark of what he says. However, I understand logic, and I know he will help me." Though Bruce appeared confident, uncertainty lingered within. Logic was rather unpredictable. It was entirely possible that, upon reaching the rendezvous point, he might find himself waiting indefinitely, only to discover through a phone call that Logic had already boarded Air Force One to play poker with Bane and the president. The likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, yet not impossible. Bruce refrained from voicing these concerns to Alfred, as he did not wish to exacerbate his companion's worries. Time was of the essence, and he could not afford to seek that final increment in the win rate. Moreover, judging by Logic's recent performance in Gotham, his prior engagement with Bruce had been so lenient it could have submerged the entire city. Bruce was astonished, yet relieved that such a formidable ally was on his side, albeit just barely. "Alfred, instruct the members of the Bat family to remain on standby. Should anything go awry during this operation, they must be prepared to provide immediate support," Bruce commanded as he donned the anti-Bane armor. Chapter 93. These creatures from a fantastical tale are all real. Gotham Owl Restaurant. "Bruce, you're dressed quite robustly," Logic remarked upon observing Batman, clad in his anti-Bane armor. "It is winter," Bruce replied matter-of-factly, sipping ginger juice before asking, "Logic, have you contacted your friend Clark?" "Not yet." Logic shrugged. "Please reach out to him promptly. We shall depart shortly." Bruce glanced at the Bat aircraft soaring through the skies outside. "All right," Logic nodded, then called out into the air, "Clark, the time has come. Hurry." Bruce was taken aback. "Huh? Did I not mention? Clark has exceptionally keen hearing." "How keen?" Bruce inquired, intrigued. "He can hear sound from Earth while being in outer space." As Logic sipped his hot tea, he pondered the ambiguous nature of the superheroes in this world, uncertain of which version they represented or whether they possessed the ability for auditory perception without a medium. Yet, such details were not the crux of the matter. After all, the old gentleman was not genuinely curious. His intent was merely to gather intelligence. Therefore, Logic would provide him with information, albeit without any guarantee of its accuracy. Upon hearing this, Bruce wore an expression that conveyed, "I am well read. You cannot deceive me," as he shook the ginger juice in his hand and remarked, "This makes no sense. There are many nonsensical matters in the world, and this was but the beginning." In due time, as Clark transitioned from a mere boy to a strikingly handsome man, one would encounter even more unreasonable occurrences, such as, "You can search for it online yourself," Logic replied, dismissing Bruce's request for specifics. Suddenly, a whooshing sound pierced the air as Clark made his entrance, stirring a tempest that tousled his dark hair into disarray. The muscular figure cradled a familiar golden-haired silhouette under one arm, while his free hand raked through his hair before he pushed open the door to the dining room. He plopped down beside Logic and Bruce, unceremoniously tossing Constantine onto the floor, exclaiming, "Logic, this guy is even worse than I imagined." The disgruntled Constantine, rising from the ground, shook off his trench coat and retorted, "You fool, I simply do not possess your speed. Yet for the past few days, you have been obstructing the same criminal activity." Upon hearing this, Constantine smirked, his cigarette flickering as he explained, "I call this playing the long game to catch a big fish. The opposing force is formidable. I intend to infiltrate them first and then strike decisively from within." "Are you referring to two youths stealing from an unmanned supermarket?" Clark interjected. "That is not quite the way to phrase it." The two engaged in a spirited exchange, and Logic, listening intently, understood the dynamics at play. Constantine was once again procrastinating. He waved his hand dismissively, declaring, "Clark, fear not. I have just the thing to subdue him." With that, Logic retrieved a familiar helmet from the Owl Cafe's counter, proudly stating, "Generously sponsored by the Owl Court. Even the world's greatest mercenary has praised it." This minor interlude did not hinder their plans. After bidding farewell to the disgruntled, golden-haired figure, Logic, Bruce, and Clark exited the cafe. Bruce pressed a hidden button, causing the Batplane, suspended high above, to deactivate its cloaking mechanism. The engines roared to life before it plummeted rapidly, halting just a meter above the ground with perfect steadiness. "Cool," Clark exclaimed as he approached the Batplane, admiring its fierce and extravagant design, complemented by a surface that shimmered with dark red luminescence. "Incredible." Reluctantly tearing his gaze away from the Batplane, Clark joined Logic and Bruce as they entered the cockpit. The interior maintained a predominantly black color scheme, adorned with various screens emitting a soft blue glow, displaying incomprehensible yet impressive data. With the roar of the engines resonating around them, the trio ascended swiftly, soon reaching the altitude of Air Force One. Bruce sat in the cockpit, feeling cramped in the oversized Bane armor. Speechless, he crouched on the ground, gazing at the real-time location of Air Force One displayed on the screen, maneuvering the Batfighter to accelerate in pursuit. The aircraft's speed stabilized, remaining swift, yet the roar of the engines gradually diminished to near silence. Inside the cabin, Clark curiously turned about, while Logic approached Bruce and inquired, "Bruce, how shall we engage? Should I deliver a punch to vanquish Bane? Or perhaps a kick? Or shall we both strike together? That way, I want to be the sole figure on the podium in the newspapers. We could have a photo together. Oh, and don't forget Clark. We could take a trio photo. I believe I sent you the battle plan." Bruce turned his head to ask, "You did?" "I did. Surely you jest. I never received it." Bruce silently turned back, already anticipating this outcome. Logic pulled out his phone and found indeed there was a battle plan sent by Bruce at 2:30 in the morning. No wonder. He wasn't a nocturnal creature like a bat. He had been asleep at that hour. Onward, Bruce redirected the conversation to the matter at hand, fixating on a small dark spot amidst the clouds. "Ah, there's another small dark spot beside it?" "Clark," Bruce called to the muscular man nearby. "Logic mentioned your extraordinary vision. Could you help me discern the situation over there?" "Of course," Clark nodded. Noticing Logic standing to Bruce's right, he moved to Bruce's left, slightly bending down, his supervision clarifying the scene. The larger dark spot was identified as the President's Air Force One, while the smaller one appeared to be a hijacker. Clark exclaimed in surprise, "An unidentified aircraft is approaching Mr. President's Air Force One, drawing ever closer. That unknown aircraft has opened its hatch, revealing a bizarre group standing there." Upon hearing this, Bruce's expression shifted, and he immediately commanded the Batfighter to ascend, gradually nearing an appropriate distance before activating stealth mode. Trailing behind Air Force One with deliberate calmness, the three inside exchanged glances, and Bruce pressed a button, causing the aircraft's hatch to open. With the frigid air of high altitude rushing in, the White House. Was this yet another prank orchestrated by Bane or the Joker? The acting president watched the chaotic broadcast from Gotham News, depicting hordes of werewolves and vampires with gaping maws, mercilessly slaughtering the rioters within the city. "Mr. President, this is genuine." One of his aides wiped the cold sweat from his brow and continued, "We have infiltrators within both Bane's and the Joker's factions. These creatures, seemingly sprung from a fantastical tale, are indeed real. They are relentlessly exterminating the rioters without displaying any hostility towards ordinary citizens, correct?" The acting president interjected, "Indeed." Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his hands together, his emotions exceedingly complicated. What actions has Amanda taken regarding this? On the surface, there was nothing amiss. The operation to rescue the president was still underway. However, privately, I remained uncertain. The acting president nodded affirmatively. Before the situation spirals out of control, I must converse with the individual or deity behind these mystical beings. Chapter 94. Just make sure you don't fall victim to the aftermath of our actions. Aboard the Batwing, Logic's eyes shimmered with a violet hue as he gazed down at Air Force One and the mysterious aircraft, a familiar silhouette in black and red. "Wait, isn't that Lawton?" Logic was taken aback, his gaze sweeping over the scene. Aside from the familiar face of Deadshot, a host of peculiar figures bore recognizable visages. Harley Quinn, the vengeful demon Shadow Santana, the Frost Killer Christopher Frost, the Great Sharp Bananaway, and Captain Boomerang George Harkness. Logic mused in his heart about Amanda's swift action in assembling this crew, effectively forming the Suicide Squad. After a moment's contemplation, he signaled Bruce and Clark to remain composed. then extracted his phone to capture a photograph of the Suicide Squad members preparing to board Air Force One below. He sent the image to Deadshot, captioned, "Lawton, what are you up to?" The scene shifted to Deadshot, whose demeanor turned serious as he awaited the vengeful demon's descent into Air Force One. Suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Despite the potential distractions posed by checking his phone during a mission, Lawton instinctively shifted aside, creating space for the Frost Killer behind him. The cold, stoic goddess made no comment, leaping onto Air Force One with grace. "You're here too." Lawton's pupils dilated as he read the message on his phone. "What a coincidence. Lawton, Batman and I are also preparing to rescue the president. That old bat is involved as well." Indeed, alongside a pastry chef who delights in crafting cookies. However, he has a tendency to be reckless in his endeavors. Just ensure your team is cautious. We wouldn't want anyone to be harmed by the aftermath of our intervention. Deadshot was drenched in sweat, realizing he was the only one left standing on the aircraft while the rest of the Suicide Squad had already boarded Air Force One. Lawton understood the current prowess of Logic. Previously, during his excursions in the Crimson World, Logic had inundated the group with 800 photographs daily, showcasing his formidable and devastating powers. Lawton's eyelids twitched with distress, and he silently cursed Logic for his deceptive modesty. Had he revealed his true capabilities earlier, Deadshot would not have been pummeled into a state of disarray by Batman. Recalling that sorrowful autumn night filled with rain, he rubbed his still sore cheek and, after a few deep breaths to steady his nerves, leaped from the plane and entered Air Force One. Meanwhile, Logic aboard the Batwing also stowed his phone. Exchanging a glance with Clark and Bruce before the three descended from the aircraft, the howling wind filled their ears, while the frigid air at high altitude whipped around their bodies. Bang! The door of Air Force One swung open and then shut again. Logic surveyed the interior, where the Suicide Squad members stood in a line, facing off against the formidable Bane, who was flanked by several heavily armed thugs. "What a lively scene," Harley Quinn exclaimed, raising her hands in exuberance as she glanced at the trio that had just taken position. In her excitement, she inadvertently dropped her oversized hammer, which landed painfully on the foot of the vengeful demon, Chato, causing him to yelp in agony. In a moment of uncontrolled power, he unleashed a torrent of flames, incinerating one of Bane's henchmen into ashes. Is this a signal to commence battle? Bane, bewildered by the bizarre display, fixed his gaze upon Batman, his eyes gleaming with intensity as he let out a low growl. The venom coursing through his veins surged, and he inhaled deeply, resembling a ravenous wolf eager to devour its prey, yet oddly reminiscent of a starstruck girl before her idol. However, Bane restrained himself, refraining from lunging at Batman immediately. While Bane may outwardly appear as a brutish creature of brawn over brain, he possessed considerable intellect, having devoured countless books during his time in prison and never ceasing to learn upon his release. Although there were moments when an overdose or withdrawal from the venom would briefly dull his faculties, he was currently at the peak of his prowess. With two unfamiliar figures beside Batman, he chose to exercise caution, preferring to approach the situation methodically. If they were weak, he would eliminate them together. If they were strong, the word retreat was foreign to Bane's vocabulary, though he might concede to a strategic withdrawal. "Harley Quinn, you insufferable wench," Chato seethed, feeling as though his foot were fractured, the pain stripping away his calm demeanor. "Oh, my apologies," Harley replied with a playful hop, mimicking Chato's current state while sticking out her tongue in jest. "King Shark is a shark." The imposing King Shark, no, suddenly interjected, "I want meat." "Wait." Deathstroke, Lawton, attempted to restrain an O, only to be sent sprawling by an elbow, helplessly watching as the foolish shark barreled towards Bane. Crash! Just as Lawton attempted to rise, he was knocked down again by the charging Nano. A bunch of nonsense. Lawton cursed inwardly, feeling that Amanda had made a foolish choice in selecting such a dim-witted shark as a teammate. It seemed the battle was about to commence. "What a bizarre group," Frost, the Frost Killer, remarked, exhaling icy breath as frost flowers bloomed from his hands. "There are hardly any normal humans left, like myself." Captain Boomerang, George Harkness, glanced at the literal embodiment of the ice goddess, Christopher Frost, and couldn't help but comment. Such a cacophony. Bane hastened the flow of venom coursing through him, no longer hesitating. He commanded his subordinates to ensnare those pesky clowns while he positioned himself in a standoff against Batman and the others. "Luo Ji, pay attention to that group over there." including the Joker. If they make any untoward moves, apprehend them immediately. Clark, please proceed ahead to locate the president, while I shall remain here to hold off Bane. A thunderous roar erupted. A deep violet lightning bolt cleaved through the far reaches of space, unleashing devastating energy that penetrated Air Force One, striking Bane squarely on the crown of his head. The force rendered his limbs convulsing, collapsing to the ground in a twisted heap. I have already stated that the situation is not as complicated as it appears. Luo Ji cleared his ears and turned to Batman, who was visibly astonished yet wore a countenance of melancholy. If you can finish the battle in a mere second, wouldn't it render my anti-Bane armor utterly superfluous? Bane might possess vital intelligence we need to uncover, and the Joker's absence raises questions about his intentions. Bruce rubbed his chest and remarked, naturally, that is why I did not exert myself too much. Allowing him a brief respite followed by administering a few liters of venom should suffice to prompt him to speak. Luo Ji glanced at the muscle-bound figure on the ground before shifting his attention to the flabbergasted members of the Suicide Squad. Well then, Lawton, it has been quite some time since our last encounter. Chapter 95, My What Impressive Muscles. Luo Ji flashed a congenial smile, greeting his old friend Lawton. Just as he was about to nod in acknowledgement, noticed his teammates instinctively stepping aside a few paces. Simultaneously, Amanda Waller's voice crackled through Lawton's earpiece. Deathshot, do you know this guy? Coughing, Lawton waved his hand and expressed his confusion. Why are you all looking at me? He is here for Lawton. What does that have to do with me, Deadshot? Aha, how amusing. Harley, in her usual whimsical manner, executed a backflip and landed in front of Luo Ji. She scrutinized him from head to toe before seizing his arm. My, what impressive muscles. Luo Ji swatted Harley aside, his gaze shifting to the seemingly deranged Deadshot, feeling a pang of sorrow that his old friend had forgotten him. In his dismay, he contemplated administering a jolt of electric therapy to rectify the apparent short circuit in Deadshot's mind. Meanwhile, Amanda continued her admonitions in Lawton's earpiece. Deadshot, regardless of whether you know him or not, exercise caution. This individual just effortlessly incapacitated Bane. His strength is unfathomable. Do not provoke him. Rescuing the president is paramount. Lawton responded with a series of affirmations, concluding the communication before stating, Luo Ji, I never expected to encounter you here, and Batman as well. It has indeed been a while. Bruce nodded in acknowledgement. King Shark was famished. Nanaway caught a whiff of the savory scent emanating from Bane and, unable to suppress his hunger, lunged forward with his mouth agape. Snap! 2 large feet were encased in ice by the frost killer, Kristoff, who frowned and scolded. Fool! Bane has his uses. Uses for what? Luo Ji inquired, leaning closer. The enigmatic figure who had dispatched Bane into a state of shock suddenly approached him, causing even Kristoff to instinctively take a few steps back. Fortunately, although Kristoff was thoroughly chilled to the bone, his most crucial asset, his mind, remained at a steady temperature. An epiphany flickered in his eyes. The Deathshot knew how to wield it, for he was the captain. Indeed, the other members of the Suicide Squad nodded vigorously in agreement. Prior to their arrival, they had bickered incessantly, disputing Deathshot's authority, nearly dismantling the very aircraft that carried them. The team's reactions did not astonish Lawton. One could hardly expect a band of criminals to exhibit camaraderie. Logic, we must retrieve Bane, Deathshot remarked gravely, casting a serious glance at his former employer. Let me guess why. Because Amanda Waller has commanded you to do so, correct? Logic inquired, observing the Suicide Squad members align themselves, while Bruce and Clark instinctively positioned themselves at his side. You know her? Lawton's eyes widened in surprise. I do. How do you know? I possess unique intelligence sources. Upon hearing this, Batman perked up his ears. Then you must comprehend what Amanda represents. I certainly do. It is merely the American government. What is there to fear? That is an entire American government, exclaimed Harley Quinn, who had remarkably risen from the ground, hefting her hammer upon her shoulder. However, her balance faltered, and in a moment of carelessness, her hand slipped. Ouch! Chato's unfortunate right foot bore the brunt of another brutal strike, and the intense agony caused his powers to spiral out of control, unleashing a torrent of flames that swiftly engulfed Logic and the others. The surging inferno was unimaginably fierce. Although Air Force One was designed as the presidential transport with exceptional fire-resistant capabilities, it proved utterly ineffective against such a blaze. The spot where Logic and his companions stood was consumed by flames, molten metal dripping as the hellish fire raged. "Harley," a voice emerged from the dissipating flames. "I seriously suspect you did this on purpose." Boom! The fiery tempest was instantaneously swept away by a surge of magic, and the areas of Air Force One that had melted were temporarily stabilized by this mystical force, allowing it to continue its steady flight at high altitude. Subsequently, the residual magic manifested as a lifelike hand, delivering a resounding slap to Harley's face. The trio, having regained their footing, remained unscathed. Logic was shielded by a magical barrier. Bruce donned anti-bane armor, and Clark, with his resilient physique, was remarkably tough. It is well known that in the wake of significant events, the American government either becomes a mere backdrop or unwittingly complicates matters, leaving little to fear. As Logic concluded his remarks, Amanda, eavesdropping from her concealed position, was left speechless, wondering why he had begun to speak such blatant truths. "Amanda, I know you are hiding in Lawton's ear. Come out and speak," Logic declared. Upon hearing this, Deathshot shrugged, indicating that Amanda had mentioned a dictator in the Middle East that required her attention, leaving her no time to deal with their affairs. Thunder rumbled. A sudden bolt of lightning pierced the deep void of space, accompanied by a tremendous roar of air, directly slicing through Air Force One. Mere centimeters forward would have ensured the instant demise of the entire suicide squad. In the next moment, the severely damaged aircraft was miraculously restored by arcane forces, lifted into the air by a pair of magical hands. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of the various oddities around him, Logic continued, "Amanda, come out and speak. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to pay you a personal visit. Do not fret about me not locating you. From the moment you initiated contact with the weary figure standing on this Air Force One, I have known your precise whereabouts." With such bold assertions, even the most brazen of individuals would feel the need to raise their voice. Finally, Amanda relented and spoke through the external speakers. "This is impossible. Even Batman cannot achieve such a feat. A frequency encrypted to such extremes, cracked in 5 seconds? To claim 5 minutes would be a jest. Indeed, it is quite possible. Truth be told, rather simple. I attended a few programming workshops prior to my arrival, and due to my diligent studies, my instructor even awarded me a small floral badge." Logic jested, feigning innocence as he scratched his ear. He was indeed aware of Amanda's location, but it was not a recent discovery. As the representative of the American government and the formidable Amanda Waller, her movements were of paramount importance. Thus, upon gaining control over the Court of Owls in Gotham, Logic had dispatched his subordinates to track her whereabouts. Given that the formidable woman frequently made public appearances for professional reasons, pinpointing her exact location was not particularly challenging, especially when there were hundreds of individuals tasked with the surveillance. Logic ceased to engage in further banter with Amanda, instead listing several addresses. Amanda's demeanor shifted to one of alarm, her voice strained as she attempted to maintain composure. "What exactly do you want?" "Nothing much. I merely wish to ascertain what you feel is such explosive news that you seek to extract from Bane. You will learn the outcome once this matter is resolved." Although Amanda's tone lacked its previous rigidity, her resolve remained steadfast. Batman suddenly placed a hand on Logic's shoulder, prompting him to glance sideways. "What is it?" "I believe I have discerned the situation," Bruce replied, his expression grave and his breath quickened. "Alfred's contacts within the government have informed us that the Joker has stolen a dirty bomb, and his current whereabouts are unknown." Batman typically maintained communication with his butler during operations to receive real-time updates. "Ah, I see." Logic nodded, disregarding Amanda's agitated outburst and the stillness of the Suicide Squad, as he and Bruce, along with Clark, proceeded towards the cockpit, opening 2 large doors in succession. The prominent figures moved ahead, while the command in Lawton's earpiece relayed Amanda's orders for them to follow and observe. Lawton acquiesced without objection, ending the communication with a swallow, and gestured for the squad to keep pace. "Life is indeed capricious, as if just the day before yesterday, I was tossing a boomerang on the lawn, amusing a dog, only to find myself imprisoned in the shadowy confines of Belle Reve yesterday, and today I am a member of a suicide squad, racing aboard Air Force One to rescue the president." Captain Boomerang, George Harkness, mused with a sense of melancholy, trailing at the back of the group. They say one should never seek a boyfriend like you. Encountering acquaintances would be utterly embarrassing. Harley Quinn, wielding her hefty hammer, mockingly gestured at the air. King Shark is a shark, Nanawi boasted, flexing his muscles. Meanwhile, Frostbite Killer, Kristoff, sighed inwardly, feeling as though he had boarded a pirate ship. Deathshot. Inform Amanda that her detonator no longer poses a threat to me. At this moment, I wish for her to blow my head off, Kristoff remarked with resignation. Upon hearing this, Lawton turned to glance at the raucous members behind him, akin to a group of schoolchildren on a spring outing, nodding in agreement. In the front of the cabin, separated by two doors, the president, bound by ropes, faced away from the group, his body quivering slightly, emitting a faint, eerie chuckle. Batman, noticing the unsettling scene, felt an urgent sense of dread and strode forward, grasping the president's shoulder, compelling him to face him. Damn it, it's the Joker. Despite the figure sporting Jeremy's visage, Batman recognized his true identity. The Joker had employed this ruse far too often. Batman had become immune to it. My dear little bat, it has been far too long. I have missed you immensely. The Joker cackled with delight, rising, the ropes binding him falling away effortlessly. You know me so well. With a swift motion, the Joker tore away the mask concealing Jeremy's face, revealing a wild mane of deep green hair. A pale visage twisted in grotesque delight, and a wide, crimson smile that stretched to his ears. As he retreated, he discarded the disguise of Jeremy, unveiling his iconic purple tailcoat. Oh dear Batman, you cannot fathom how eagerly I anticipated this moment. You, me, the spectators, and our witness. Wait, how did Bane die? The Joker's gaze drifted through the open doors toward the motionless Bane on the ground, his expression one of disbelief. He quickly regained his composure, murmuring, "How delightful! Although I had a brief parting with Bane after I inadvertently stabbed him twice. What a petty man. Unlike you, my little bat, no matter how I torment you, you remain steadfast." Batman had no intention of indulging the Joker in further dialogue, recognizing that each word exchanged was a form of psychological contamination. "Joker, tell me, where is the president?" With that, Batman prepared to deliver a few righteous blows, only for the Joker to suddenly extend his hand, affectation dripping from his tone. "You can't hit me, Batman. You know me too well. I would never be so foolish as to sit here, bound, waiting for you to find me." Upon hearing this, Bruce took a step back, well aware of the Joker's nature. He promptly tore open the villain's deep purple suit, revealing a cacophony of ominous devices within. "Oof." Bruce scoffed dismissively. "Joker, these antiquated tricks have long since lost their charm. Your self-detonation will not claim the lives of anyone present, save for Deathstroke. He's merely immortal." At this, Logic interjected with a reminder. Lawton cast a dark glance at Logic, who merely returned a look of concern for him. "So this is the infamous Joker. Truly deranged," Clark remarked, gazing at the lunatic, swallowing hard, unable to restrain himself. Nearby, Harley had already been subdued by Logic's magical grasp, pinned to the ground, utterly immobile, only able to emit meaningless sounds of struggle. He feared that if Harley encountered the Joker, the situation would spiral out of control. "King Shark desires wasabi-flavored purple sweet potato today," Nanaway exclaimed, only to be swiftly silenced by Logic's firm hand, joining Harley in her predicament. It was easy to forget about this formidable shark. Nothing beats witnessing the Dark Knight, Batman, interrogating the madman Joker in person. "I should have brought a camera." Captain Boomerang, George, could not help but comment. Frostbite and the vengeful demon stood silently by, maintaining their composed demeanor, striking a pose. The focus shifted back to the Joker, who, in response to Batman's taunts, simply chuckled. "Batman, you know I always remain at the forefront of modernity. Your green hair and purple suit hardly suggest that." Logic and Lawton replied in unison, exchanging astonished glances, silently acknowledging their unexpected synchronicity. "What do you mean?" Outside influences had not perturbed Batman. His massive, dark fist hung poised in the air, confronting the Joker's ghastly, pale visage. "What I mean is," the Joker continued, taking a moment to adjust his suit and bow tie. "These are not bombs, you fool. These are the ingenious creations of Professor Pig. They are detonation devices. Should I experience extreme pain or meet my demise, they will trigger a small explosion somewhere within Gotham." "Are you referring to that filthy bomb you pilfered?" Bruce finally relinquished his grip on the Joker, his tone complex. "How do you all know about this?" The Joker feigned exaggerated shock. I had planned to release that information tomorrow morning. Oh well, let's not dwell on it, Batman. Rest assured, the Joker's face elongated in mock seriousness. It's not a dirty bomb. That is just the grand finale. Don't be too hasty. This is merely the prelude. You see, this device will only ensure that... What's the president's name again? All right, Jeremy. Aha. This will only result in President Jeremy being blown to bits. And if you do not eliminate me, Gordon will meet the same fate. Chapter 97. Happy anniversary, Gordon. The Joker hummed a whimsical tune, leisurely dancing around Batman, performing comical steps. So, Batman, what shall it be? I confess, I have engaged in this act far too many times, yet each occasion your level of cooperation continues to astonish me. The Joker, scratching his head adorned with deep green hair that appears both damp and dry, dances with a rhythm that oscillates between haste and leisure. Well then, let us dispense with the trivialities. Batman, make your choice. On one side stands the highest authority of this entire nation, and on the other, the iron triangle of Gotham's justice system. Forget Harvey. The Shining Knight has long since perished. Forgive me. Allow me to rephrase. The Joker rambled on incessantly. Batman, unable to endure any longer, firmly grasped the Joker's bow tie and commanded, Joker, reveal to me the whereabouts of Gordon and the President. Careful now, Batman. Do not let your excitement overwhelm you. Both Mr. President and Gordon are quite alive for the moment, but that will soon change. Ha ha ha. The Joker erupted in a fit of manic laughter. Batman finally released his grip, his countenance dark and foreboding, a tempest of fury surging within him. Each of the Joker's boisterous guffaws acting as kindling to the flames of his wrath. Oh, you truly appear fearsome, my Batman, the Joker remarked, seemingly wearied from his antics. Squatting on the ground. Now I understand why they do not regard you as a hero, why those you have saved, for whom you have sacrificed everything, still refer to you as a freak. The Joker lifted his head, his tone suddenly filled with rage. Because, you see, appearances manipulate truth. Appearances dictate happiness. Ha. This deranged lunatic could not maintain a serious demeanor for more than 3 seconds before bursting into laughter again. Then abruptly adopting a teacherly posture, Batman, you still appear quite angry. Do not let your fury disturb you. My friend, calm yourself. Before Batman could react, the Joker turned away, muttering to himself. Indeed, this world is growing increasingly mad. Even I have begun to advise others to remain calm. Something I could never have imagined before. What a splendid performance, Ussa remarked, unable to suppress his applause. A small black cat peeked out from his trench coat, surveying the chaotic surroundings with an air of resignation, then opened its mouth to expel chairs, tables, and popcorn. A joyful chaos. Meanwhile, the Joker was speaking. Batman, it feels as though we have returned to those bygone days, filled with so many delightful memories to share with our audience. Upon finishing, he snapped his fingers, and with a cacophony of sounds from the reformed Air Force One, tables and chairs ascended around him and Bruce, forming a whimsical spectacle. Ussa, you may swallow that back, Ussa observed, glancing at the half-formed table and chairs emerging from the cat's mouth, feeling utterly speechless. It was one thing to have a rapport with Lawton, but with the Joker, that was decidedly abnormal. Oh, a stranger's face, the Joker noted, recognizing a kindred spirit in Logic, who appeared unfamiliar to him. Dear sir, may I inquire your name? I am John Constantine, keeping my name unaltered as my grandfather did. Logic proclaimed loudly. Ah, dear Mr. Constantine, greetings. A friend of Batman is a friend of mine, the Joker replied with a playful grin, extending his hand. Logic wore a disdainful expression, nostrils flaring as he retorted, I, Constantine, never associate with lunatics. Oh, is that so? You needn't concern yourself with that, the Joker replied, turning away to rub his face, adopting a serious demeanor. What do you think now? Am I normal enough? Logic waved his hand dismissively, asserting that the core issue was something else entirely, bluntly rejecting, I, Constantine, only befriend those more handsome than myself. Beside him, Clark's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he valiantly suppressed the urge to interject. The Joker let out a cold chuckle, his tone tinged with disappointment. What a pity, dear Mr. Constantine. Suddenly, the Joker pinched a small flower at his chest, releasing its acidic contents, which splattered forth. Before the magical barrier, The acid proved utterly ineffective. Without hesitation, the Joker grasped a small vial from an unknown source, releasing laughing gas. Logic enveloped his mouth with a magical shield, inhaling the gas before lightly exhaling. Not bad. Has some potency, but not much. The Joker stood momentarily stunned, unable to decipher his opponent's approach, and resorted to uproarious laughter to ease the awkwardness. Observing the Joker's mouth stretched wide, Logic scoffed, "Is that supposed to impress anyone?" He turned to Clark, positioning himself with his back to the Joker. "Clark, the upcoming scene may be somewhat inappropriate for children. You should cover your eyes." "No way. Uncle Logic, Logic. I'll keep an eye on things. After all, that fellow is a Joker, and if anything goes awry, I can step in." "All right." Logic nodded, then suddenly turned his head 180 degrees towards the Joker, grinning widely. The scene was utterly chilling. Apart from Batman and Deadshot, who had previously witnessed such an event, everyone else gasped in shock. "Ha ha ha!" Logic's laughter erupted, his mouth stretching to the roots of his ears, unleashing a guffaw even more frenzied than the Joker's. The Joker's smile faltered, his hand tentatively brushing his own mouth. "Is today not the right approach?" He approached Logic, who turned his head back, disdainfully stating, "Defeated foe, remember this. The one who bested you is Constantine." The Joker let out a sinister chuckle, his face alight with fervor. "Constantine, you truly are an intriguing individual. Rest assured, I will remember you. I shall remember forever." "Just remember," Logic replied nonchalantly, a sly smile hidden within, realizing why Constantine was perpetually ensnaring his teammates, reveling in the thrill of such mischief. "Constantine," the Joker began, threateningly, his focus entirely on Logic. Observing this, Bruce acted decisively, deploying a specialized spray to render the Joker unconscious without pain. He dared not confront the Joker directly, fearing a swift reaction that might trigger an explosive, thus waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Bruce carefully cradled the Joker in his arms, apprehensive of inflicting any harm that might trigger the bomb, potentially resulting in the demise of either the President or Gordon. He cautiously searched the Joker's person, and after a moment, indeed discovered a remote control. Scribbled in colorful crayon were the words "Happy Death Day." Gordon. This was undoubtedly the device intended to detonate the bomb targeting Gordon's location, and Bruce gingerly lifted it. "Bruce, take the Joker and Bane with you. We must depart." Suddenly, a gaping hole appeared atop Air Force One, revealing the head of Logic. Batman was taken aback by this revelation, glancing between the Logic over there and the one beside him, his expression a portrait of bewilderment. "What on earth is happening?"